Chapter 1. A good beginning, yet unable to return. I truly do not wish to harm others. I truly do not. Loki murmured to himself with a bittersweet smile. His eyes, filled with sorrow, anguish, and profound guilt, reflected the countless innocent lives he had extinguished. Alone in the archives, Loki watched all the films from the Avengers series, isolated in his own world. He witnessed the future of everyone around him, and tragically, all his kin, save for his brother Thor, perished. In the magical metropolis of Longwa, in an apartment, Chen Xi silently completed the first episode of Loki's series, sighing deeply. Alas, all Loki ever sought was the love of his parents and equal treatment. What he perceived as a noble mission ultimately led to his mother's demise. Chen Xi observed how Loki's expression transformed from remorse to emotion and finally to tears of joy, culminating in his brother Thor's embrace before his demise. Loki had finally attained his deepest desire. He had found peace and completed his self-redemption. He had forgiven himself. Perhaps Loki's ending is not so bad, at least his counterpart in the main universe received what he longed for. Chen Xi gazed out at the myriad lights beyond the window, feeling a twinge of melancholy. He had arrived alone, seemingly possessing nothing, and felt disconnected from it all. Turning off the computer, Chen Xi tossed and turned, unable to find rest. A sense of agitation enveloped him. It felt as though something was about to unfold. Perhaps a stroll would do me good, or maybe watching another series will distract me, he thought, chuckling at himself as he donned his clothes and took his keys and phone. Venturing to the small park adjacent to his rented apartment, he sat on a roadside bench, gazing up at the stars, allowing himself to empty his mind, lost in thought. After a long while of such relaxation, Chen Xi gradually drifted into sleep, finding an unusual sense of tranquility. When he awoke once more, however, he was bewildered. Everything around him felt alien. He was indeed still on the bench, yet the towering buildings in the distance were perplexing. What was the situation with the throngs of blonde-haired, blue-eyed foreigners? Had he been abducted? Which organization possessed such power to transport him from the distant east to this foreign shore overnight? Moreover, he was unharmed, not a victim of kidnapping, merely a recently graduated impoverished student. The notion of abducting him seemed utterly nonsensical. Who would be so absurdly idle? This is utterly ludicrous, Chen Xi muttered, cursing under his breath. Standing up, he rubbed his face, contemplating a visit to the consulate. What else could he do? He needed to return home. As a blacklisted individual, only the consulate could verify his identity from Longwa. He would request repatriation. There was no room for negotiation. Without delay, Chen Xi understood that prompt action was essential. Procrastination could lead to complications. But alas, fate had other plans. Sir, please come with us, a voice interrupted. Before he could act, a team clad in peculiar uniforms obstructed his path. Their appearance felt eerily familiar, yet he could not place it. Now is not the time for idle speculation, Chen. She refused to surrender easily. Who are you? Why are you detaining me? What charges do you have? Do you possess an arrest warrant? He shouted defiantly. Regardless of their identity, Chen Xi insisted on making his voice heard. Who knew if they were part of some nefarious organization? What if they intended to use him for human experimentation? In broad daylight, amidst bustling crowds, he sought to draw attention. As anticipated, his outcry, combined with the unusual demeanor of his captors, quickly attracted onlookers. They gathered around, some merely curious, others eager to assist. In Chen, she felt a surge of hope. A few burly men called out, "Hey, what organization are you from? You must provide proof of your identity for such public detainment." Exactly. If anyone could detain people at will, who would guarantee our freedom and safety? This group is clearly up to no good. They must be of dubious origin. A wave of indignation swept through the crowd, particularly among the blonde-haired, curvaceous women, who were stirred by the sight of such a handsome young man. The thought of him being harmed or subjected to experiments was intolerable. Ah, foolish mortals! The leader of the group scoffed. Chen Xi sensed impending doom. The condescending tone and disdainful gaze were unmistakable. Trouble was indeed brewing. Suddenly, he comprehended the gravity of the situation. You belong to the Temporal Anomaly Management Bureau? Chen Xi exclaimed, eyes widening in disbelief. Few in the crowd comprehended his words, while a handful were left utterly baffled. What organization was this? Ah, the destroyers of the sacred timeline. You seem rather knowledgeable, but now you ought to comply and come with us. You appear to be merely a mortal." The leader, unfazed by Chen Xi's awareness of their existence, reveled in his own superiority. This task would be effortless. He was merely escorting a powerless mortal. In full view of the gathering crowd, he casually tossed a time reset device, altering the reality around them. A dimensional rift opened, and he began escorting Chen Xi away. As for the crowd, they soon dispersed as if nothing had occurred. Their memories had been reset, and Chen Xi vanished from their minds. In a realm beyond the universe, Chen Xi found himself in a space he could not comprehend. He had traversed to the Marvel universe, and the circumstances were exceedingly grim. He had been captured immediately. His luck was abysmal. He wished to simply end it all. Who had orchestrated this calamity? Chapter 2. Extracting Loki's frost giant physique. Without the slightest chance of resistance, Chen Xi was escorted to a holding room, where he encountered the three princesses of Asgard, including the titular Loki. "Hello, lad. Have you been captured too?" At this moment, Loki exuded confidence, believing he could escape at any moment, despite the bizarre atmosphere surrounding him. He was amused at the prospect of engaging in schemes with the god of mischief and teaching him a lesson about humanity. Seeing the calm and relaxed Loki greet him with a smile, Chen Xi felt a mix of annoyance and amusement. "Greetings, Loki. My name is Chen Xi." To his surprise, Loki was taken aback. This fellow knew him. It seemed the reputation of Loki, the god of mischief, was indeed widespread. It was exhilarating to encounter someone who recognized him. Loki's grin widened, his face almost crinkling in delight. Gazing intently at Chen Xi, he boasted, "Ha, lad, since you know me, once I finish my fun, I shall certainly take you with me." Upon hearing this, Chen Xi's mouth twitched. Did this fool not realize he was already a captive? Nevertheless, he decided against shattering the prince's delusions too early. It was essential for him to endure some hardship before coming to his senses. Chen Xi feigned enthusiasm, saying, "Then I must thank the great god of mischief, Loki." Goodness! Just this single phrase from King Loki nearly sent this fellow soaring into the skies. It was akin to relishing ice cream on a sweltering summer day. "Ah, excellent!" Loki bellowed, his spirit buoyed as though he were floating on air. How long had it been since he had heard this title? Today, in this prison, he had encountered a kindred spirit, almost moved to tears of joy. Family. This was true kinship. Was the quality of fans truly this elevated nowadays? Indeed, humanity surpassed the brutish Asgardians by leaps and bounds. Those thick-headed individuals spoke in such unpleasant tones. With excitement sparkling in his eyes, Loki grasped Chen Xi's hand tightly, repeatedly assuring him, "Young man, be patient. Once I decipher everything, I will surely find a way out, and I will take you with me." Despite being stripped of his magical abilities, a consequence of the Temporal Anomaly Bureau recognizing only physical strength, rendering all magic and superpowers feudal, Loki was still of the frost giant royal lineage, possessing physical prowess that rivaled even that of his guardians. Chen Xi, an ordinary mortal, winced as Loki's grip tightened, his face turning crimson. He certainly did not wish to suffer embarrassment. At that moment, an ethereal voice resonated within Chen Xi's mind. "Ding! Host has encountered the main character of the plot. The destroyer system has been activated." Ding! Character available for extraction. Loki, the god of mischief from Asgard. Does the host wish to extract his genetic abilities? Extract! Extract! Chen Xi shouted in his mind. Was there any reason to be modest? Ding! The host's command has been received. The system is initiating extraction. Please hold on. At this moment, Chen Xi was oblivious to the complexities at play. He simply knew that the system had indeed arrived. The golden finger of a transmigrator Thanos was no reason for him to be without such fortune. Indeed, the system may arrive late, but it would never be absent. Meanwhile, the external Loki quickly regained his composure, still observing the surroundings with a cheerful demeanor, scrutinizing the terrain to ascertain their location. Chen Xi, however, was not concerned with Loki's antics as he eagerly reveled in his elation. Because, ding! Congratulations, host! You have extracted Loki's frost giant physique. Would you like to merge with it? Stop. System, will it be particularly painful? I fear I may not withstand the agony and draw the attention of that group outside. Chen Xi, having momentarily basked in joy, immediately regained his composure. This was a critical juncture. He had to contemplate various scenarios. He was now unconditionally trusting of the system. He was but a mere mortal. What was there to fear from schemes and deceptions? In his current predicament, with luck already stretched to its limits, how much worse could it possibly get? Ding! In response to the host, your considerations are entirely valid. Merging forcibly with such a powerful physique will indeed entail unbearable pain. However, fear not. Host, the system can shield all of your sensory nerves. Your bodily functions will induce unconsciousness, thus preventing any attention from others. The system's response alleviated Chen Xi's worries. He had to tread carefully, for he was on foreign territory. He spoke with a grave tone. System, let us commence. Fortune favors the bold. He was eager. The situation was perilous, and he could be recognized and eliminated at any moment. Only immense power could offer him a semblance of security. Ding! The system has begun merging the frost giant royal physique with the host. Merging in progress. 10.20.50.70.90.100. Under the system's influence, Chen Xi gradually succumbed to slumber, the merging continuing bit by bit during his unconscious state until it was swiftly completed. Hey, young man, are you awake? Your mental fortitude is lacking. You can't withstand such a trivial situation. As Chen Xi opened his eyes, he beheld Loki, who was grinning at him with a teasing expression. It's nothing. I fell asleep during my capture. I didn't notice. Chen Xi naturally refrained from divulging the truth. Why would he reveal secrets to an NPC? Very well, you should rest. For now, we can only wait to see what tricks they have in store. Loki shrugged dismissively, rolling his eyes as he sauntered to the side to lie down and close his eyes. I'm just taking a nap. After Chen Xi spoke, he immersed himself in the system, still unaware of its workings. System, enlighten me about your existence, your function, and what tasks I must undertake. Chen Xi's inquiries were straightforward. Who are you? What benefits can you offer me? And what must I sacrifice in return? In this world, there are no free lunches. One cannot reap without sowing. Ding! I possess no records or memories regarding the nature of the system. Hence, I cannot provide an answer to the host. The system enables the host to extract anything from others, binding it to the host, contingent upon whether the host chooses to extract or to consume. If consuming abilities, the host may incapacitate the target to forcibly absorb their essence. Once consumed, the individual will lose the capacity to be extracted by the host. Of course, both extraction and consumption are random, and an individual can only be extracted once by the host within a month. However, consumption can occur once a day. As for the energy source for extraction and consumption, each extraction requires a deduction of system points, with stronger individuals necessitating more points. The energy source for consumption is biological energy. The stronger the being defeated, the more biological energy acquired. Wait, Chen Xi interjected, interrupting the system's explanation. How do I acquire these points? What just transpired with the extraction of Loki's physique? I do not recall having any points. Chapter 3. The dawn of ambition. Chen Xi himself is a product of insignificance, a wretched soul devoid of any points. How could he possibly draw the lottery? The host, you see, can acquire points quite easily. By altering the fates of characters or the trajectories of significant events, one earns points proportional to the extent of the change. The reason the host was captured by the Temporal Anomaly Management Bureau is that, while observing Loki, they inadvertently discovered the disruptor of the timeline, namely you. Naturally, the host's points are a reward from the system in the form of a novice gift package. Alas, upon hearing this, Chen Xi felt a profound sense of frustration. Was this an unmerited calamity? Truly, one is at home, yet misfortune descends from the heavens. It turns out that his presence in this Marvel realm had caught the attention of the Temporal Anomaly Management Bureau, all due to Loki's mischief. In their quest to safeguard the sanctity of the timeline, they inadvertently exposed themselves to scrutiny. Loki, you have wronged me in this regard. You are nothing but a harbinger of chaos. Chen Xi silently vowed to reclaim what was unjustly thrust upon him. But what was he to do now? They would reset the timeline disruptor, effectively erasing him from existence. He could not afford to perish before even beginning his journey. And this wretched place, despite its ordinary inhabitants, was utterly unfathomable. Chen Xi's observations were astute. This cursed location forbids all abilities, reducing even Loki to a mere pawn. If he could but escape this realm, these technologically dependent mortals would prove no match for him, granting him the freedom to soar high above. He would not hesitate to toy with these mortals. For the female Loki, eliminating them would be as effortless as child's play. Once free, limitless power would be at his fingertips. He could dispatch them as easily as squashing an ant. Wait, Loki, Mobius. Suddenly, Chen Xi recalled those two cunning individuals. Mobius would undoubtedly fall victim to Loki's schemes, and Loki would flee with the female Loki to seek out the timekeepers. By aligning himself with Loki, he could escape. If he displayed sufficient strength, Loki would certainly seek his collaboration. Despite Loki's earlier claims of taking him along, those were mere fabrications. The god of mischief, after all, is not one to uphold promises. Soon enough, Loki would find himself embroiled in his own troubles, relying on Mobius for survival. How could he possibly entertain the thought of rescuing Chen Xi? In due time, Loki would face interrogation, only to be saved from a death sentence by Mobius. They would then go on to watch a film about the Avengers, rendering the entire affair a personal performance by Loki. The so-called Time Guardians were not creations of the Timekeepers. They were merely ordinary Earthlings. Thus, the operations of the Temporal Anomaly Management Bureau raised eyebrows. Their prohibition of the multiverse and their guardianship of the so-called sacred timeline warranted suspicion. Chen Xi's mind raced as he calculated everything, synthesizing his knowledge from television dramas and online analyses. He quickly discerned how to effect his escape. Loki was on the verge of trial. Mobius would spare Loki. They would tame Loki to serve their ends. And then Mobius would take Loki to the cinema. Chen Xi began to suspect that the trial of Loki was a ruse to ensnare him into their fold. Loki was no fool. Mobius and he were engaged in a game of mutual deception. But ultimately, it was Loki who would seize control of the time device. Thus, his opportunity lay in the chaos that Loki would create. He would slip away unnoticed amidst the turmoil. Yes, wait, it would all conclude soon. What a farcical notion. This Temporal Anomaly Management Bureau. Could these mere mortals truly judge me? What a jest. Having clarified all in his mind, Chen Xi breathed a sigh of relief. He could indeed navigate these murky waters. Loki, Chen Xi. At that moment, a voice echoed, signaling that the proceedings were about to commence. Now, Loki, the stage is set for your performance. Ah, if my friend meets his demise, it shall not be my concern, he mused. For Loki would temporarily belong to the Temporal Anomaly Management Bureau. They would not harm him. Boom! With a resounding crash, the heavy door swung open, reverberating with thunderous noise. Goodness, this door is quite formidable. Chen Xi and Loki looked up to see a dark figure looming in the entrance. Follow me to face judgment, the figure commanded, displaying a remarkably arrogant demeanor. Chen Xi felt an urge to retaliate, yet he refrained from acting impulsively. Patience would yield better opportunities to confront them later. Loki, however, wore a beaming smile, for elegance never goes out of style. He maintained an air of gentlemanly charm as he followed the dark figure out. Naturally, Chen Xi trailed behind, and as heavy criminals, neither could expect a favorable outcome. Before their trial, as in the dramas, a man ahead was clamoring, only to be instantly reduced to nothingness. This spectacle jolted Chen Xi. Witnessing such brutality in person was a far cry from his previous detached observations online. A life extinguished in an instant. This profoundly impacted his worldview. Just yesterday, he had been an exemplary student, yet now he found himself amidst a scene of murder. A living being had simply ceased to exist, collapsing into a heap of nothingness. Power. Power. This is the essence of power. What if he were to meet a similar fate? Would he vanish into the cosmos without a trace? Alone in this world, only to depart in solitude? Chen Xi clenched his fists tightly. He was as vulnerable as any of these mortals, his life no longer in his own hands. He yearned for power, the kind that reigns supreme in the universe. The strength to trample upon this cosmos. He demanded the heavens to no longer obscure his vision. The earth must not bury his heart. He wished for all beings to comprehend his will. He desired that all deities dissipate into nothingness. He aspired to be the one who wields the sun and moon. plucking the stars from the sky, gazing down upon the transient nature of the universe. A seed of ambition took root deep within Chen Xi's heart, destined to grow into a towering tree one day. As Chen Xi's thoughts spiraled, Loki too was taken aback, not by the act of killing, but rather by the sheer power of the technology at play. He was a cautious individual, wary of experiencing firsthand what could annihilate him. Thus, Loki obediently took a number, awaiting his so-called judgment. Chen Xi did the same, biding his time for the opportune moment to arise. Even without waiting for Loki to act, he could seize the opportunity to ambush the Time Guardians during his solitary confinement, snatch the time device, and open a portal to escape this place. Time flew by, and soon it was Loki's turn for judgment. He was brimming with confidence, believing that mere arguments would suffice. He hardly needed a lawyer. With his silver tongue, he could easily handle these individuals. Chapter 4. Loki's sophistry and cunning. Loki's demeanor mirrored that of his portrayal in the television series. The judge, a woman, was evidently no match for him. Lofisen, time criminal number L1130, also known as Loki Lofisen. You were charged with violating sequence July 20th, 89. How do you plead? The judge glanced at the file in her hands before looking up at Loki. Madam, God does not plead, he declared with a smirk. The absurdity of the situation amused him, yet he felt compelled to leave. Loki chuckled, tilting his head and raising an eyebrow, entirely dismissive of her authority, as he had always viewed this as a farce. The judge, unfazed by Loki's attitude, had encountered many like him. In her court, even the most formidable beings must behave as mortals. Those who dare to act so arrogantly rarely met with favorable outcomes. Then, do you plead guilty or not guilty, sir? She persisted. Loki, ready to toy with her, replied, guilty as the god of mischief? Guilty for finding this all rather tedious? Or perhaps guilty for violating the sacred timeline? Absolutely not. You have apprehended the wrong individual. His rapid-fire retorts had the judge momentarily caught up in his rhythm. Really? Then who should we apprehend? She inquired. Loki boldly proclaimed, I believe the Avengers should be arrested. The only reason I obtained the Tesseract was due to their time travel. They schemed tirelessly to prevent me from becoming the sacred sovereign. This remark elicited laughter from the judge, who found his shamelessness amusing. What a ridiculous assertion. Do you truly consider yourself a sacred sovereign? She scoffed. This accusation is quite significant. You can practically smell the perfume of the two Starks. If you seek time criminals, they're the ones you should pursue. As Loki continued his verbal sparring, Agent Mobius quietly entered, biding his time. If you grant me an army and sufficient resources, I could eliminate them all, Loki continued, attempting to distract yet another victim, the previous being the purple-skinned creature. The captain, a woman of color, regarded Loki with disdain, her contempt evident in her gaze. This is not the time to discuss the Avengers, the judge stated exasperatedly. Is it not? Loki shrugged. No, their actions were inevitable. But your escape is not, she asserted firmly. Upon hearing this, Loki laughed derisively. Not inevitable? Who decreed that? The timekeepers. Oh, the timekeepers, is it? Perhaps I should engage in divine discourse with them directly. The judge chuckled at his audacity. Apologies, but they're quite busy. What are they busy with? He challenged. Ensuring the proper flow of time. Another round of verbal sparring ensued, but eventually, Loki lost interest and prepared to depart. He spread his arms wide and thrust forward. Once. Twice. Alas, all attempts failed. Loki awkwardly chuckled, realizing that at such a critical moment, his teleportation spell had malfunctioned. How humiliating. What is he doing? The captain remarked with disdain. He is attempting to use his powers. Loki cursed inwardly, lamenting the inadequacy of this wretched place. Magic powers? Ineffective in the time variance authority. Mr. Lofisen, this court finds you guilty and sentences you to reset. Next, panic gripped Loki as he shouted, Reset? What does that mean? Is it a bad outcome? What does it entail? You absurd bureaucrats have no authority to determine my fate. He began to struggle violently, but his efforts proved futile. The judge remained unmoved. Just then, Agent Mobius stepped forward, ready to take his turn. I know what he is capable of, he stated calmly, stepping closer. After a brief exchange, Agent Mobius managed to secure Loki and escorted him to a home theater. They watched several blockbuster films from the Avengers series. Mobius praised the filmmaking, while tears streamed down Loki's face. The two soon found themselves in a heated argument, but as the god of mischief, Loki was no novice. Seizing the opportunity amidst their quarrel, he stealthily pilfered Mobius's time controller. At that moment, as in the show, the captain entered, calling for Mobius, and a loud argument ensued. She insisted on eliminating Loki. For just moments ago, another timekeeper had been eliminated. Ultimately, neither could convince the other, leading to an unsatisfactory conclusion. Upon Mobius's return to the screening room, he found no trace of Loki, nor was the time controller in his pocket. What a cunning trickster! Frustrated, he called upon the captain and a group of agents to search for Loki. Outside, the chaotic scene startled Chen Xi, who gently inquired of a timekeeper, "Hey, brother, is something happening out there?" One might wonder how Chen Xi engaged with these individuals. The answer lay in the universality of English, a language that transcended galaxies. Mind your own business. This is not for you to concern yourself with. Just await your trial, time criminal, the timekeeper retorted dismissively. Chen Xi, aware of the situation, feigned discomfort. "Oh, my stomach hurts. Can you take me to the restroom?" He clutched his abdomen, beginning his act. "Enough. Let's see what tricks you have up your sleeve." The timekeeper scoffed, dismissing Chen Xi as merely a mortal. They had confirmed this upon his capture. Now, did he think he could take advantage of the situation? The timekeeper led Chen Xi towards the restroom, ready to strike him down should he make any sudden moves. The timekeeper wielded a temporal weapon capable of resetting an individual, effectively resulting in death. Confidently, he anticipated Chen Xi's performance. As Chen Xi walked slowly forward, he carefully surveyed the surroundings, the layout, the guards, and so forth. The Frost giant royal lineage endowed him with enhanced senses. His vision, hearing, reflexes, speed, strength, and mental acuity were all magnified exponentially. He possessed the very essence of Loki, capable of taking on Captain America, provided the latter did not activate his own exceptional attributes. However, this was the real world, and here, the director had no say. Chapter 5. The Time Guardian. Chen Xi transforms. Chen Xi's eyes resembled a scanner, meticulously recording every passage, the positions of the guards, and the blind spots of surveillance along the way. "Hey kid, can you hurry up? Do you really think Loki will come to save you? Don't delude yourself." "Ha ha ha." The Time Guardian mocked loudly, fully aware of the previous conversation between Loki and Chen Xi in the detention room. He had always believed that Loki had made a pact with Chen Xi, and now that Loki had fled, he would come to rescue Chen Xi. However, he cared little, for with the time reset device in hand, he regarded Loki with disdain. Chen Xi chose to ignore this brainwashed clone, a mere puppet, inferior even to an NPC. As he traversed 12 rooms and 4 corridors, each guarded by 2 Time Guardians, he realized that infiltrating the archives would prove challenging. Yet, this arrogant fellow underestimated him. Presenting an opportunity, Chen Xi quietly calculated in his mind, preparing to execute his plan. If Loki could escape, so could he. However, he could not return empty-handed. Loki had taken the Tesseract before his departure. Surely he would not leave without any reward? His sights were set on the archives, where the Infinity Stones were but drawers filled with treasures. The Time Guardians here had stabilized all timelines, amassing countless Infinity Stones. In this peculiar world, the stones held no power, yet in other realms, they were artifacts of immense value. As moments ticked by, the brief 2-minute journey took Chen Xi a full 5 minutes. Upon reaching the restroom, he found it devoid of surveillance. An opportunity had arisen. To prevent any tricks from Chen Xi, the Grayskin Time Guardian followed him inside. "Hey kid, hurry up. Don't think of any funny business. I'll be waiting right outside." The gray-skinned one shoved Chen Xi roughly, treating him as though he were already dead. Yes, whatever you say, sir," Chen Xi replied with a forced smile, feigning extreme nervousness. Just then, as if witnessing something extraordinary, Chen Xi suddenly shouted, "Sir, isn't that Loki?" "What? Loki?" The gray-skinned Time Guardian gasped, quickly turning around. Capturing Loki would be a significant achievement. In that split second, Chen Xi seized his chance. Swift as the wind, he closed the distance, delivering a powerful kick that struck the gray-skinned Guardian's waist with tremendous force. Boom! The gray-skinned Guardian had no time to react. He was sent flying, crashing against the wall with a resounding thud. He could hardly fathom that this mere mortal possessed such strength. Left utterly dazed by Chen Xi's explosive attack, Chen Xi, relentless in his pursuit, lunged forward, leaping onto the Guardian's back, using his handcuffs to strangle him tightly. The entire sequence transpired in mere seconds, far too quickly for the Guardian to respond. Although Chen Xi had lived in an era of peace and had never taken a life, he was no stranger to fighting. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The Gray Guardian's body began to convulse violently, his legs kicking out in a desperate bid for survival. But it was all in vain. His eyes bulged, veins popping, his face turning a deep crimson, resembling a boiled lobster. He yearned to scream for help, yet his throat was on the verge of bursting from the pressure. In agony, he was rendered mute, akin to a fish gasping for air, struggling in futility. He attempted to reach for the time controller in his pocket, but Chen Xi would not allow it. Crack! The moment he moved, Chen Xi delivered a knee strike that shattered his arm. Chen Xi's strength was no less than 30 to 50 tons. A Time Guardian's physique was akin to that of a Special Forces soldier at best. This blow resulted in a catastrophic fracture. He trembled violently, seeking to alleviate his suffering. Yet, the pain rendered him voiceless, blood spilling onto the floor, staining it crimson. Crack! With a few agonizing moments, a sound akin to shattering bones reached Chen Xi's ears. Oh! His throat bone had fractured. Then, with a splatter, blood erupted forth, followed by the gurgling sounds of life ebbing away. This fool had perished, vanquished by his own arrogance. Unable to contain himself, Chen Xi rushed to the sink and violently retched. He had never taken a life before. The act repulsed him, stirring feelings of nausea, fear, and anxiety. Yet there was also a surge of exhilaration. He had been compelled to kill, for he had been thrust into the Marvel Universe, a realm where mortals were as insignificant as dust. If he did not eliminate others, he would inevitably become a victim himself. To survive, he must kill, to grow stronger, to kill, to grow stronger. He refused to be subjected to the whims of the so-called Time Guardians. Having endured a life of hardship in the depths of society, growing up in a welfare institution where hunger and cold were constants, he had nothing. While other children enjoyed the love of their parents and the warmth of family, he was left with nothing but emptiness. When he felt cold, he curled up to endure it. When he was hungry, he could only drink cold water, hoping for a moment's relief. Bullied at school, he retaliated fiercely until everyone feared him. What did numbers matter? He dared to fight back. His life was all he had at stake against those who bullied him. He studied relentlessly, striving to escape poverty, to avoid hunger and cold, to evade oppression. He had never bowed to fate or yielded to life, steadfastly advancing toward a brighter future. Yet, just as he believed, he was moving toward a promising destiny, fate played a cruel joke on him. He found himself cast into a world where lives were as expendable as ants, captured as a time criminal. This organization was nothing short of evil, with all Time Guardians being former so-called time criminals turned puppets. Once again, he found himself on a perilous journey, fighting for survival. After washing up, Chen Xi exhaled deeply, gazing at his disheveled reflection in the mirror. He resolutely declared to himself, "Chen Xi, we are setting out once more." With a faint smile, he acknowledged that there was no turning back now. Life may be as insignificant as an ant, but one must aspire to soar like a swan. Though fragile as paper, one ought to possess an indomitable spirit. At that moment, a notification from the system chimed. Ding! Host killed a Time Guardian, earning 10 points of biological energy. 10 points of biological energy? Worthless. Chen Xi scoffed, muttering, "What a pile of rubbish, such meager energy." Chapter 6, The Heist. Surrender the infinite gems. After muttering to himself, Chen Xi paid no mind. Even the smallest ant possesses value. The 10 o'clock biological energy had been activated. He swiftly approached the unfortunate figure of the gray ghost, and this time, he felt no fear. Every endeavor has its challenges. You are merely a departed soul under my command. Can you still spring to life? Observing the agonizing struggles of this individual, his eyes wide with disbelief, Chen Xi unapologetically stripped him of his uniform. He intended to disguise himself, not to deceive everyone, but merely to draw near to a few individuals. After removing the bloody garment and giving it a cursory wash, he donned it himself. With the brim of the hat tilted slightly, he would evade immediate recognition, allowing him to swiftly deal with the guards wielding time weapons. Disposing of the body carelessly, Chen Xi strode confidently outside. He was now a time guardian. Hey, wait, who are you? As Chen Xi reached the first corridor, the time guardians hesitated, unable to discern his identity. By the time they realized something was amiss, it was too late. With swift precision, Chen Xi struck, and the two guards barely had time to let out a cry before they collapsed in defeat. Capture the assassin. There's an assassin. Chen Xi immediately took on the role of the thief, shouting "Stop thief!" his voice ringing through the air as he cunningly sowed chaos. Indeed, this ruckus caught the attention of everyone nearby, prompting a swarm of guards from other corridors to rush over. Meanwhile, the headquarters became aware of several fallen time guardians, leaving them uncertain whether Loki was responsible or if it was someone else. The entire base plunged into turmoil, and Chen Xi seized this opportunity to make his escape. On his way, he encountered several groups of time guardians, who were astonished to see him covered in blood. Are you new? What happened up ahead? They blocked his path, their faces etched with concern. Don't mention it. Loki is up ahead, stabbing people with a knife. I must hurry to provide treatment. You all should rush over and ensure he doesn't escape. Ouch, ouch. It hurts so much. I need to get treated. You must hurry. Feigning injuries from a struggle with Loki, Chen Xi's bloodied appearance raised no suspicions among them. Upon hearing that Loki was fleeing, the Time Guardians cautioned him to be careful and hurried off in the direction he indicated, intent on capturing Loki. Fools! Truly NPCs, devoid of brains. They could be burned to death with gasoline. Chen Xi sprinted onward. Time was of the essence. Loki was unreliable. He suspected that, like in the TV series, he had not escaped, but was instead plotting to eliminate the Time Variance Authority. In a whirlwind, Chen Xi soon reached the archives, where, to his surprise, he encountered Loki. Oh, damn! You managed to escape too? Loki and Chen Xi shared the same intentions. Neither would forsake the infinite gems. The only difference was that Loki sought the Tesseract, while Chen Xi's ambition was all-encompassing. Haha, Loki, let us not pretend. You're not an honest man, and your Tesseract is right here. Chen Xi smirked, hastily entering the archives, unwilling to engage in idle banter with Loki, whose thought processes diverged from the norm. Oh hell, wait for me, you little thief. Don't think you can monopolize the Tesseract. Loki still regarded the Tesseract as a prized possession, unaware that in this dreadful place, it was merely a paperweight. He cursed under his breath and hurried after Chen Xi. Inside the archives, Chen Xi and Loki charged in, brimming with determination. Hey, give me the Tesseract, or I shall eviscerate you like a fish. What's a fish? Casey stared blankly, completely oblivious. Loki, exasperated, retorted, How can you not know what a fish is? I've spent my entire life behind a desk. Casey replied helplessly. Oh, what significance does that hold? Loki mused, bewildered by this absurdity. At that moment, Chen Xi interjected softly, Loki, let us not delve into that. They've been brainwashed, their memories erased. What? Loki exclaimed in shock. Sure, why would I deceive you? Just don't be startled when more shocking revelations come. Chen Xi urged Loki to remain calm, as there were more astonishing matters ahead. Understanding the situation, Casey remarked, Isn't it just the Tesseract? It's merely a useless rock. Here, take it. He crouched down, opened a drawer, and casually handed the Tesseract to Loki. The ensuing scene left Loki utterly dumbfounded. What? Infinite gems? He stared incredulously at the colorful array filling the drawer. What's going on? How do you possess these? Casey chuckled, shaking his head. We have plenty here. Some people use them as paperweights. Upon hearing this, Loki appeared lost and despondent. As he caressed the gems, he began to pace, his worldview shattered. The infinite gems, for which they fought tooth and nail, were utterly trivial. Were they the butt of a cosmic joke? Was this truly the most powerful force in the universe? Loki murmured to himself, overwhelmed by the magnitude of such an organization. At that moment, Chen Xi, unwilling to dawdle like Loki, bellowed, Everyone rise. I do not wish to kill. I only seek wealth without bloodshed. Everyone, Comply and hand over those colorful stones, and I shall spare your lives. Everyone, quickly. 1, 2, 3. Chen Xi's proclamation allowed everyone to exhale in relief. These were merely paperweights, devoid of real value. Consequently, they all opened their drawers, willingly surrendering their infinite gems to Chen Xi. Ha ha! Excellent. You are all quite obedient. I am a man of my word. You are now free. For the first time as a robber, Chen Xi felt an exhilarating rush. This was the thrill of thievery. He adored this sensation. The key was that he was robbing infinite gems. How delightful! Chen Xi, laden with a large bag of infinite gems, approached the dazed Loki and patted him on the back. Hey, Loki, are you coming? No, Chen Xi, you go ahead. I need to understand everything. Loki shook his head, rejecting Chen Xi's proposal. Wasn't this a realm of challenges? Was this not the most potent force in the universe? Well, suit yourself. I must take my leave. Chen Xi shrugged, unwilling to get entangled with someone whose thought processes were so peculiar. Good. I hope we meet again. Loki smiled and bid farewell to Chen Xi, who promptly activated a portal with the time controller and departed. The author has spoken. Chapter 7. Ice Powers. The ultimate mission at the very moment Chen Xi departed. The door of the archives room was forcefully flung open, and without uttering a word, the black woman captain struck Loki with a fierce blow. Agile as he was, Loki promptly activated the time controller's portal and vanished, returning to the projection room. Naturally, none of this pertained to Chen Xi any longer. He had exited that universe. But who could tell which universe he had entered? Nevertheless, he resolved to make the best of his situation. He was aware that the Temporal Anomaly Management Bureau would soon seek him out, yet he felt no trepidation. Those individuals were merely technologically advanced, ordinary humans. As long as he was not caught off guard, he would be fine. Once he grew stronger, how could he be captured like Loki? After all, what formidable beings had the Bureau ever apprehended? Why had they not pursued the 5 great creation gods? What about the life court or entities like the Overcomer and the Molecular Man? They merely preyed upon the weak. He had been weak once, which was why he had been caught. Where on earth am I? Chen Xi exclaimed in frustration. Peering into the distance, he saw nothing but endless, swirling yellow sands of the desert. There was nothing. Well then, let's set off in a direction and see if we can find any enthusiast for this arid expanse. With a mutter, he began to walk aimlessly. What a dreadful place this is. How uncomfortable. Ding. Returning to the host, you have merged with the frost giant royal lineage. Although you are impervious to such an environment, you will inevitably feel quite out of place here. All right, I suppose that's the case. Chen Xi responded, resigned to his fate. He had suspected as much upon hearing the system's analysis. System, why have these infinity stones not exhibited any changes? As he walked, he fished out the 6 stones, toying with them. Not bad at all. They certainly possess an appealing aesthetic and could fetch a handsome price at auction. Surely, they would sell for at least 50 billion cosmic credits, enough to purchase hundreds of planets without issue. Oh, Thanos, my dear friend, you yearn for these infinity stones. And here I possess dozens. Chen Xi mused, contemplating how he might use these stones to his advantage when the purple yam essence arrived. Perhaps he could strike a bargain? Hey, your stones are female, while mine are male. As he ambled along, a peculiar, sinister chuckle escaped his lips, morphing into an unsettling grin. Ahem, maintain a low profile. At that moment, the system provided further insights. Ding, returning to the host. The infinity stones are unable to resonate with the cosmic rules of this universe, as they originate from another. This universe possesses its own infinity stones and does not permit yours to usurp its regulations. Chen Xi felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Had his efforts been in vain? Had he risked so much for mere trinkets? Sigh, my luck seems to be rather poor. Did I merely acquire glass beads? Instantly, he found the infinity stones in his possession to be far less appealing. Host, your perception is entirely misguided. Infinity stones are infinity stones, irrespective of their current utility. They retain their intrinsic value. What do you mean? Chen Xi's interest peaked. When infinity stones from other universes encounter the infinity stones of this universe, they can merge, thereby reinforcing the cosmic rules here. As the universe grows stronger, it will become a haven for even mightier beings, including you in the future. The ultimate task for the host is to reconstruct an ultimate timeline, an ultimate Marvel universe. What? Chen Xi gasped, nearly losing his composure. System, you certainly harbor grand ambitions. To recreate an ultimate timeline, an ultimate universe. Are you serious? He inquired solemnly. Of course. Do you intend to remain in a universe where powerful beings can erase you at will? Do you wish to be so easily dispatched? No, Irafuza, Chen Xi declared with unwavering determination. Ding. The host accepts the ultimate mission to recreate the ultimate timeline and the ultimate universe. As Chen Xi uttered his intentions, the system's cold notification chimed once more. He realized that there was no turning back. He had grown weary of being a mere expendable insect. He aspired to become a force that instilled fear in all beings, regardless of their nature. Yet, he was not in a rush. Such a task could not be accomplished in mere decades, centuries, or even a millennium. Chen Xi continued his journey, knowing he would not perish from thirst or fatigue. After all, he possessed this so-called divine lineage. How could he succumb to such a harsh environment? Wait, why do I say so-called divine? In my view, how could such weaklings dare to call themselves gods? Their strength barely surpassed a few hundred tons, and they could not even fly faster than light. How presumptuous! Feeling a bit parched, it's exceptionally dry here. No sooner had he spoken than a large chunk of ice materialized in his hand. He popped the ice into his mouth and began to crunch down on it. Not bad at all. The frost giant royal lineage indeed has its perks, naturally granting control over water and ice abilities. Having departed from the Temporal Anomaly Management Bureau, he finally sensed changes beyond mere physical alterations. Without the suppression of water and ice powers, he could wield them freely, which was quite satisfactory. Though he could not replicate Iceman's ability to create ice from nothingness, controlling it was still commendable. Iceman was an Omega-level mutant who disregarded the laws of the universe, capable of freezing time and space in comics, a rather outrageous power. In the films, however, he was depicted as rather feeble. Unlike Loki, whose frost giant bloodline had been sealed and suppressed by Odin, he possessed it in its entirety. He began to condense the moisture from the air into ice, relishing the delightful sensation of consuming ice in this vast desert. After an indeterminate amount of time, Chen Xi estimated he had been walking for at least 3 hours. A troop? Mercenaries? From a high vantage point, he spotted several tents and vehicles, including trucks and SUVs. Although he was unsure of their intentions, it did not deter him from approaching them for a friendly negotiation. Wasn't this his chance to escape? With that thought in mind, Chen Xi quickened his pace. He dashed down like a bolt of lightning, finally on the brink of departure. Who the hell are you? Hey, who are you? Seeking death? The patrolling soldiers were taken aback by the sight of Chen Xi racing through the desert, kicking up clouds of dust. His audacious entrance was impossible to overlook. How utterly arrogant! Does he not regard us as humans? Just as they were about to draw their weapons to intimidate him, this reckless fellow boldly declared, "Hey, you are surrounded. Surrender or face annihilation." Chen Xi rushed toward the group, exuding an air of confidence as he brazenly proclaimed his intentions. Chapter 8, I truly do not wish to harm you. What? You possess such arrogance. Do your parents know? The last person who exhibited such hubris has grass growing a meter high over their grave. This group of mercenaries, notorious for their bloodshed, stood dumbfounded by Chen Xi's audacity. Do you really need to be this arrogant? Do we not even register in your eyes? The fury among them was palpable. Who has ever witnessed a single individual surrounded by hundreds? With a commanding gesture, the leader shouted, "Fire! Eliminate this arrogant young man." The sound of gunfire erupted as they unleashed a hail of bullets. Bang! 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 The mercenaries, fed up with the insolence, fired without hesitation. Yet, to their astonishment, the young man did not fall. Instead, he evaded the bullets with lightning speed. Damn, he is a mutant. Quick, shoot him. The panic escalated as they realized no one else could move with such swiftness. If he got too close, they were doomed. However, their frantic efforts were futile. They could not even catch a glimpse of Chen Xi's form. With bullets hitting the ground, plumes of yellow dust erupted, creating a spectacle. Alas, the test is complete. You are woefully unqualified, Chen Xi remarked with indifference. A chill swept through the mercenaries as they felt an ominous presence. What? My God! Damn! Holy Mary! In the next moment, they witnessed a breathtaking, albeit final, display of power. Chen Xi raised his hands, and an innumerable array of ice arrows materialized in the air, all aimed directly at them. Go, he murmured softly, and with a subtle flick of his fingers, the arrows soared toward the mercenaries. Fire! Fire! The mercenary leader screamed in a frenzy, attempting to shatter the incoming ice arrows with gunfire. While his intention was sound, how many arrows could they possibly hit? Fear had paralyzed them. Merely dropping their weapons and fleeing was a testament to their cowardice. The ice arrows struck with precision, turning the mercenaries into mere targets. Their muffled gasps echoing eerily. Ding! Host has slain a regular mercenary, gaining 5 biological energy points. The system's cold notifications echoed like a monetary rhythm, stirring a flicker of excitement within Chen Xi. Money! 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 All this is mine. Suddenly, a tremendous explosion erupted where Chen Xi had just stood, narrowly missing him. I underestimated you. You even have rockets. A series of deafening blasts ensued, alarming Tony and Ethan in the cave. Have they turned on each other? Or has my rescue arrived? Ethan speculated, sensing the likelihood of the latter. At that moment, the disheveled Tony resembled a wild man, far removed from his former dandy self. Yet, the distant sounds of gunfire ignited hope within him. Tony, I believe reinforcements are here. We are safe. Ethan exclaimed, equally elated. Neither wished to be captives. Such conditions were inhumane. The brutality of their captors was beyond comprehension. They were not even allowed to use the restroom outside the cave, resorting to makeshift solutions with rocks, exceedingly crude. For heaven's sake, could they not provide some toilet paper? How cruel can they be? This is unbearable. At this point, Tony scoffed. Ethan, honestly, we don't need their help. I can get you out myself. Seeing Ethan's excitement, Tony's pride surged. Their iron suits were nearly complete, and he believed that once donned, he would exact vengeance on their captors, sending them to hell. He harbored an insatiable desire to make them pay for their inhumanity. Suddenly, silence enveloped the area. Had they won? I'll check. You stay here and prepare the suit, Ethan instructed, leading the way out while reminding Tony to be cautious. Be careful. Tony's voice echoed behind him, a testament to their supportive friendship forged through shared trials. Outside the cave, Chen Xi gazed at the multitude of lifeless bodies. His expression pale. Did he truly cause all this? Who would have thought that a sheltered student could be so ruthless? Hundreds had vanished in the blink of an eye. Apologies, but you will never be the last. For every enemy I face, there is but one inevitable fate. Observing the devastation around him, Chen Xi could not allow himself to falter. Stopping would mean his own demise. Who are you? Are there still survivors? As Ethan entered, Chen Xi sensed his presence. In a flash, an ice arrow was poised at Ethan's forehead. He fell to his knees in terror, overwhelmed by the display of power before him. Was this sorcery? Ethan's reaction puzzled Chen Xi. He appeared to be an ordinary individual, yet he seemed somewhat familiar. Who are you? What is your name? Chen Xi inquired, recognizing him now. I am Ethan, abducted by those mercenaries, he stammered, trembling with fear. Oh, you are Ethan? Then Tony must be inside? Chen Xi said with a smile, recognizing the significance of the moment. Yes, master, Tony is inside. Are you here to rescue us? Ethan inquired, seeing Chen Xi as a powerful savior. Upon hearing this, Chen Xi smiled and nodded in affirmation. Chapter 9. A Rescue in 2009? Additional payment required. Ethan, feeling utterly exhausted, suddenly experienced a surge of vitality, as if he had been miraculously revitalized. With palpable excitement, he exclaimed, "Wonderful, truly wonderful. Your arrival is a blessing. Follow me, Tony is inside." Ethan was nearly moved to tears, overwhelmed by gratitude for his savior. You have no idea what we've endured. With exhilaration, Ethan swiftly turned and dashed into the cave, shouting, Tony, Tony, we have been saved. Ha ha ha, Tony, come out quickly, it's safe outside. His voice echoed as he ran, eager to share his joy with Tony, as if he were releasing his own excitement into the air. Really? Let me see who it is, arriving so late to rescue the great Tony Stark. How unprofessional. A familiar. Arrogant voice soon responded from within the cave, dripping with sarcasm. Who is it? Who dares to disturb the great Tony Stark? I could recruit him as my personal bodyguard for 10 times the price of a presidential detail. Before long, footsteps approached, and when Ethan looked up, he was taken aback by the disheveled figure that emerged. An unmistakable Tony Stark, though now resembling a beggar with unkempt hair and a scruffy appearance. As Tony caught sight of Ethan, he was momentarily taken aback by the youthfulness of the newcomer, who appeared no older than 21 or 22. The young man was strikingly handsome, almost too handsome, and Tony felt a pang of envy. Is this a blatant slap in the face to me? Tony Stark? Will I be outshined by this guy? No way. I cannot allow him to become my personal bodyguard. Otherwise, all the ladies will flock to him. As his thoughts raced, Tony's mind drifted back to his old habits of womanizing. After surveying Ethan, he casually inquired, Kid, where are the others? Why is it just you? He noticed the absence of backup. Such a level of combat would typically require dozens of Navy SEALs. Where's everyone? I don't see a soul. Tony was skeptical of the handsome stranger and found it hard to believe he could have dispatched over 300 foes. There's no one else, just me. Ethan interjected quietly, tugging at Tony's tattered clothing. What? Impossible! Tony exclaimed, his disbelief palpable. He scrutinized Ethan with incredulous eyes, attempting to discern the truth. In his mind, he thought this pretty boy might have some prowess with women, but to think he could kill? Ridiculous. Just then, a sharp ice arrow suddenly appeared, poised dangerously at Tony's forehead, the chilling aura expanding in his vision, evoking a wave of terror. Death had never felt so imminent. No way. I can't die now. I still have so much to live for. Realizing the gravity of his situation, Tony surrendered, his bravado evaporating. Oh, do you believe me now? Ethan teased, his voice laced with amusement. Yes, I believe. Tony nodded fervently, now resembling a frightened quail, prioritizing his life over his bravado. His existence revolved around women and inventions, with the latter taking a back seat. As Tony's fear subsided, the lethal ice arrow gradually dissipated into the air, lifting the tension. He plopped down on the ground, gasping for breath, as if celebrating his narrow escape from death. Congratulations! You have rescued Tony and indirectly altered Ethan's fate. You are awarded 10,000 points. Congratulations! You have slightly changed Tony's destiny, earning another 10,000 points. As Ethan basked in his success, he received the system notifications, totaling 20,000 points, a gratifying outcome. However, he understood that altering a nameless bystander's fate likely yielded no rewards. Only characters with names like Ethan garnered such recognition. Setting his thoughts aside, Ethan turned his gaze toward Tony. Points were significant, yet what lay ahead was of greater importance. You, my wealthy friend, are in my sights, even if Jesus himself intervened. Tony, sensing Ethan's inscrutable gaze, felt a chill run down his spine. What are you planning? He stammered, feeling like a vulnerable lamb. Regret washed over him for not wearing his Iron Man suit. Realizing his precarious position solidified his resolve to invent a simplified version for future safety. What am I planning? Ethan replied mischievously. What do you think I traveled so far to rescue you for? For love and justice? Or perhaps for the cause of peace? Ethan's intentions were unmistakable, and Tony grasped the implication immediately. He exhaled in relief, recognizing that aside from his charm with women, he was also wealthy. I can provide you with women. Money is no issue. Name your price, Tony offered nonchalantly. Tony Stark has plenty of money. Ethan, sensing an opportunity, declared, $1 billion. What, $1 billion? Tony nearly choked, incredulous. How dare you ask for that amount? Isn't this what you encouraged me to say? Étant retorted, feigning surprise. Are you telling me Tony Stark is impoverished? Are all those financial magazines lying? Absolutely not. Tony Stark is wealthy, Tony asserted, feeling insulted despite recognizing the provocation. Then it's settled. Is your life not worth that sum? Wrong. My life is invaluable. Tony interjected loudly, insisting that his life was worth more than anyone else's. Then it's settled. Your life is indeed valuable, making this $1 billion a fair price. You make a compelling argument, Tony mused, suddenly realizing he had been ensnared in Ethan's reasoning. While his life was indeed precious, The exorbitant demand felt outlandish. Chapter 10. Extracting Arc Technology and Robbery. Chen Xi offered no reaction, firmly deciding the matter without regret. Well then, upon your return to America, fulfill your promise to me. Chen Xi cast a meaningful glance at him, and the other, being astute, understood the implication. Under someone's roof, one must bow their head. Reluctantly, he accepted the 10 billion. Fine, I shall fulfill it upon my return. Then, let us have a pleasant cooperation. Chen Xi nearly burst into laughter internally. 10 billion. It was something he had only dreamed of, never expecting it to come so easily. System, I thank your ancestors. Ding. Responding to the host. The system is unique and has no ancestors. Chen Xi pouted, finding the system rather dull, unable to engage in casual conversation. Well, cooperation is delightful. Regardless, you did save my life, even though in a day or two, I could have handled them myself. Tony was not one to miss out on an opportunity. He had to gain something from this, and after speaking, he extended his hand to shake Chen Xi's, indicating his generosity. Chen Xi reciprocated, having his own intentions. Ding! Detecting the character Iron Man, Tony Stark. Would the host like to extract? This extraction costs 20,000 points. Extract. Chen Xi said without hesitation. Ding! Extracting, please wait. Ding! Extraction complete. Congratulations, the host has extracted the miniature arc reactor technology. Would you like to retrieve it? Is it really that simple? Excellent. Although he did not extract Tony's intellect, it mattered not, as he was not pursuing a technological path. This would allow him to develop his influence and have his subordinates handle it. Physical prowess is paramount. One must be strong themselves. Retrieve. Ding. Retrieving, please hold. Ding. Retrieval complete. The miniature arc reactor technology now exists in the system space. Please check, host. The series of notifications abruptly concluded, but one particular piece of information enraged Chen Xi. Damn it, system. Why didn't you mention the system space earlier? Here I am, lugging around this useless bag. What a hassle. Sighing, in this sweltering heat, carrying a bag was no easy feat. All this was the system's fault. Ding. The host did not inquire, so the system naturally would not take the initiative to inform. Ugh. Chen Xi was left speechless. He learned the system's ability to shift blame. Fine, fine. Knowing now is better than never. He muttered, deciding not to dwell on it. His communication with the system existed only on a conscious level. Even prolonged absence did not make him feel the passage of time. Returning to the moment, he smiled mysteriously and remarked in a tone laden with meaning. What about that rusty iron box in the cave? What rusty iron box? That is the iron armor. Upon hearing Chen, she belittled his life's greatest pride. Tony immediately became indignant. Yet he quickly realized something. Wait, how do you know about the iron armor? Tony's face paled instantly, his eyes wide with fear as he stared at Chen Xi. Impossible. This is classified. Did Ethan tell you? Tony exclaimed, turning sharply to Ethan, demanding to know if he had disclosed anything. Seeing Tony's intense gaze, Ethan shook his head. Tony, I truly said nothing. Ethan was equally baffled, unable to comprehend. Could it be that you possess prophetic abilities? Tony clutched his head, vigorously scratching his hair, completely devoid of security. Chen Xi merely smiled mysteriously, not answering Tony's inquiries. What was the greatest advantage of traversing worlds? Undoubtedly, it was the knowledge of past and future. This was his trump card. Occasionally feigning the role of a prophet or charlatan could be beneficial, crafting a mysterious aura around himself. Shaping an enigmatic persona could yield significant advantages. Let us depart. As the Buddha says, some things are better left unsaid. It would be best to leave this wretched place. Chen Xi rambled off some terms they could not comprehend and turned to leave. Tony and Ethan were left in confusion, but they quickly followed Chen Xi, their minds filled with questions. Since he wouldn't divulge anything, they had no choice but to keep their thoughts to themselves, knowing they would eventually discover the truth. For now, it was best to return, as this place was unsafe. Driving through the desert was a first for Chen Xi, and the modified off-road vehicles of this group were truly impressive. The roaring sound was the second most exhilarating noise to the men. The first was their own howls. Guess for yourself what that was. Regardless, it was beyond his comprehension. The wild driving stirred up clouds of dust in the desert, visible even from miles away. Sir, it seems there is a discovery. A large area of yellow sand is rising 15 kilometers away. It should be the off-road vehicles racing. This is likely much better than aimlessly searching in this vast desert. Colonel Rhodes gazed solemnly into the distance and nodded silently. Meanwhile, Tony was inside the vehicle, reveling in his escape from hell, celebrating his newfound freedom. Accompanied by heavy metal music, he stood up, howling with excitement like a gorilla. Oh, wow, freedom. The freedom I desire. I want 10 cheeseburgers. 10. His greatest love was cheeseburgers. He hadn't indulged in them for months, surviving on curry rice day in and day out. Were it not for the will to live, he would have vomited by now. Crunch, crunch. Chen Xi inexplicably picked up a piece of ice and began to crunch it contentedly. Ice. Tony, in the midst of mimicking a gorilla, suddenly turned around, his gaze fixated on the ice in Chen Xi's hand, swallowing hard. This. He rubbed his hands together, a greedy smile spreading across his face as he looked at Chen Xi. Want some? It'll be $1 million apiece. 1 million? Tony was utterly defeated by Chen Xi's audacity. One piece of ice for $1 million? Did he really think Tony Stark was a fool? I'll take 2. Well, no one could escape the truth of the great philosopher Wang's law of irresistible allure. Here, take as much as you want. Chen Xi grinned slyly, having already extorted a staggering 10 billion from Tony. A mere million was nothing. However, the thrill of the heist was beyond anyone's imagination. One piece of ice equated to $1 million. The sensation was simply exquisite. Crunch, crunch. Soon, the vehicle was filled with the sounds of ice crunching. Delightful. Let's have 2 more. Tony was like a parched man encountering an oasis in the desert, utterly exhilarated. How could one piece of ice suffice? Ethan hadn't even finished half of his. In quick succession, he polished off his share. Chen Xi, delighting in the moment, offered him 2 more pieces, seizing the opportunity to pocket a fortune. Just as they were enjoying their carefree revelry, the thunderous roar of a helicopter echoed overhead. Chapter 11. Tony's cousin. Upon hearing the sound of the helicopter, Tony and his companion's first reaction was that enemies were upon them. In this desolate place, only this group of mercenaries was familiar with the terrain. How could a helicopter from America possibly locate them in the vast desert? What should Chen Xi do? Would these ruffians attack us with rockets? Tony felt a slight tremor of anxiety, for he had once been bitten by a snake and now feared the well rope. Calm down, calm down, Chen Xi reassured, lifting his gaze and squinting, utilizing his extraordinary vision to peer at the helicopter above. Isn't that the stars and stripes? With a swift glance, he identified the emblem. Hey, it's all right. There are people. Chen Xi turned and announced. Our people? That is splendid. Tony's spirits soared upon hearing Chen Xi's words, as he felt reassured. Hey, over here. Tony removed his jacket and shouted towards the sky. Is that Tony? Hurry, descend. Colonel Rhodes, who was observing through binoculars, immediately recognized the long-missing Tony below. Moments later, the helicopter descended slowly, and Rhodes leaped out, enveloping Tony in a bear hug. Hey, Tony, you've been missing for so long. You truly scared us, Colonel Rhodes exclaimed, patting Tony's shoulder with palpable excitement. He was not only a close friend of Tony, but also genuinely relieved to have found him. Indeed, the great Tony Stark cannot easily perish. Tony chuckled, boasting unabashedly. Allow me to introduce my savior, Ethan and Chen Xi. This fine gentleman is my dear friend, Colonel Rhodes. Tony busily introduced Ethan and Chen Xi to Rhodes, mentioning their heroic deeds without detailing how they had saved him. Clearly, Tony was withholding information. The situation was too suspicious, and there was a mole in their midst. Tony Stark, would cease all dealings. At this moment, Rhodes harbored no doubts and extended his hand courteously. Greetings. Thank you for rescuing Tony. Chen Xi and Ethan exchanged a light handshake, marking their acquaintance. However, this time, the system did not prompt me for extraction, as Rhodes was indeed utterly unimpressive. Everything he possessed was simply disregarded by the system. After some pleasantries, they resumed their journey, swiftly landing at a military airport in Afghani. Rhodes and his team then escorted Chen Xi and the others to an international airport, where they boarded a flight to America. Initially, Ethan was reluctant to accompany Tony, but he could not resist Tony's enthusiasm. Thus, he had no choice but to follow him for the time being. Upon the plane's arrival in New York, reporters, drawn by the scent of breaking news, swarmed the airport, having already received word of Tony Stark's rescue. As Tony disembarked, Pepper Potts rushed forward like a fledgling returning to its nest. "Woo! Tony, you're finally back. I was so worried about you. You shouldn't have gone without bodyguards." Tony tightly embraced the diligent woman, inhaling the familiar fragrance of her perfume. "I promise to listen to you next time, darling. I'm sorry for worrying you," Tony said gently, his tone imbued with regret. "Woo! As long as you're back, that's all that matters." Chen Xi stood aside, disdainfully curling his lip at the display of affection. The scent of romance was rather nauseating. However, he genuinely failed to comprehend the foreign aesthetic. Why was a sprinkle of freckles deemed sexy? He simply could not understand. He truly did not find Pepper particularly attractive. Tony's taste was indeed unusual. He preferred the cute yet voluptuous Wanda or the petite yet curvaceous Black Widow. However, Black Widow was perhaps best avoided. Her age and extensive romantic history were concerning. While Tony reveled in his affectionate reunion, the sound of cameras continued to click incessantly outside. Tomorrow's headlines would likely read, "Tony Stark makes a grand return, displaying affection at the airport. Is this woman the new flame of Playboy Tony Stark?" This was more sensational than any entertainment news. Of course, the media was not solely focused on Tony. Chen Xi became the subject of fervent interest as well, as the keen-eyed reporters quickly sensed a peculiar aura surrounding him. The young Asian man stood out dramatically amidst the crowd of Caucasians and African Americans. They whispered among themselves, speculating on Chen Xi's identity. Who is this young man? He is remarkably handsome. Indeed, and why is he so brazenly standing beside Tony Stark? Could he be Tony's bodyguard? Nonsense. Where would such a striking bodyguard come from? He has already made quite the name for himself. I wonder if he is looking for a one-night companion. I feel quite tempted. Back off, you shameless woman. If anyone is going to approach him, it should be me. Just as they chattered excitedly, a cunning reporter dashed forward, turning the airport into an impromptu press conference. They thrust microphones towards Tony. "Mr. Stark, may I ask if you're kidnapped? Mr. Stark, who is this Asian gentleman beside you? Mr. Stark, during your absence, Stark Industries stock plummeted. What measures will you take?" Various peculiar questions flew in, and one audacious soul even inquired if Tony intended to seek out several women that evening. "Everyone, please, calm down." Tony felt overwhelmed, realizing he would be cornered if he did not say something. "I can only answer a few of the questions just posed. I will hold a press conference shortly to clarify some matters." With a resigned tone, Tony concluded, and the crowd began to settle, preparing for his remarks. Ahem, ahem. Clearing his throat, Tony smoothly continued, "Ladies and gentlemen, do not be alarmed. I was not kidnapped. Naturally, he had to stabilize the plummeting stock prices by delivering only positive news. During my time abroad at a desert facility, I was researching something particularly intriguing, which I believe you will soon see." The reporters murmured among themselves, some believing, others skeptical. Regardless, they began to anticipate what Tony would unveil. Whether for civilian or military purposes, he was surely concocting something significant. As for the curious about my companion here, let me not keep you in suspense. He is my cousin. Just as Tony was about to clarify that Chen Xi was his cousin, he suddenly felt a chill creep nearby. A shiver of foreboding gathering around his second cousin. "Mr. Stark, what is happening? Are you choked up?" It felt as though he was about to take a crucial shot only to be interrupted. Was this not sheer torture? Ahem, my apologies. Tony cleared his throat and reluctantly added, "This young man beside me is my older cousin. Do not be deceived by his youth. You all understand the wonders of the East, correct? Understand? Understand what? Do you take us for blind fools? This is utterly insulting. P.S. Friends, could you kindly help promote my book? It's rapidly losing readers. Thank you all." Chapter 12. The Most Terrifying Imagination. Has Pepper changed? All present were incensed. One could not bully others in such a manner. "Tony Stark, are you attempting to grind our intelligence into the dirt? This fellow certainly does not possess a kind heart. Who does he look down upon? Damn it, this Tony Stark truly speaks nonsense. One cannot trust a word from the mouth of Playboy. God, Please take this man away. I report him for posturing. Tony, you claim that this young man is older than you. We might reluctantly accept that. But you assert he is your cousin. Do you take us for blind? Huh. A Caucasian and an Asian. And they are supposedly related? What a farce. Regarding this group's chatter, Tony merely shrugged. If you do not believe me, that is your prerogative. The world needs the endorsement of the great Tony Stark. However, I do not require your validation. Farewell. With that, Tony instructed his bodyguards to clear a path through the crowd, striding away with an air of arrogance that everyone had grown accustomed to. This was his persona. No need to meticulously uphold any facade of greatness, diligence, or frugality. Such a version of Tony was neither weary nor troubled. He thrived in his own skin, in a certain villa in New York, not his luxurious Malibu abode. A grand procession of luxury cars entered this upscale neighborhood. Ah, the environment here is quite pleasant. Purchase me a house, deducted from my funds, remarked Chen Xi as he alighted from a vehicle, finding the location suitable for a residence, especially since this was the cosmic hub of New York. The air was fresh, the community tranquil, with commendable greenery and not too far from the bustling city. Truly a retreat amidst the chaos. Tony was irked by Chen Xi's commanding tone, thinking, are you treating me like your subordinate? Hey, do you even possess identification? How am I to assist you in making a purchase? However, Chen Xi shot him a sideways glance and retorted, do I lack identity? I am your cousin. Just arrange it for me tomorrow. If you cannot manage this trivial matter, you might as well consider yourself dead. Damn it, what misfortune have I brought upon myself? Tony muttered under his breath, wondering what he had done to provoke the heavens to send someone to torment him. Giggling, nearby, Pepper Potts covered her mouth, delighted to witness someone finally capable of reigning in the notoriously difficult Tony. She relished the thought that this individual could alleviate her burdens in the future. Stealing a glance at Chen Xi, she discreetly winked in gratitude. This unexpected gesture startled both Chen Xi and Tony. Chen Xi pondered, goodness, could this woman be developing feelings for me? Should I proceed or refrain? Such a dilemma. Although quite tempting, I must dim the lights. Forgive me, esteemed deity. I shall abstain. This is not my type. Damn it, Chen Xi, you troublemaker. I cannot keep you close, or I'll never attract a woman. Tony lamented, realizing that if this fellow could charm Pepper in mere moments, he might soon be in a position to woo her himself. Determined to salvage the situation, Tony cleared his throat, stepping between Pepper and Chen Xi, feigning nonchalance as he stated, is it merely a villa? I shall purchase one tomorrow. It's a trivial matter. By the way, Ethan, I shall procure one for you as well. You can stay at Stark Industries. Your skills are more than adequate for a senior engineer position. Tony Ethan called softly. Yes. What is it, Ethan? Tony inquired, puzzled yet anticipating his response. Ethan hesitated, replying, Tony, I still wish to return to my hometown. They are in dire need. Ethan's heart remained with his impoverished origins. He sought knowledge not to escape, but to improve his community. Very well. I can support you with $100 million to help you flourish and develop your hometown. Tony, recognizing Ethan's resolute intentions, conceded, understanding that his hometown needed him more. Upon hearing this, Ethan's face lit up with joy, dispelling his previous worries. Thank you. Thank you. Tony, you are indeed a generous friend. Tony waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing, but it will indeed be difficult to meet again in the future. Do not worry. I will certainly visit you when I have the opportunity. Agreed. You must not go back on your word. Absolutely. Ethan was Tony's savior. Without him, the Iron Man of this Marvel universe and one of the three pillars of the Avengers might have met an early fate. Alas, as an arms dealer, Tony had no right to meet the divine. Tony could only repay him in another manner, supporting Ethan and revitalizing his hometown. Perhaps that was the most fitting way. Now, let us not linger. I'm starving. I want barbecue. No, I desire a cheeseburger, cola, and fried chicken. Upon hearing Chen Xi's order, Tony objected. I could eat 10 right now. Seeing the disagreement, Pepper Potts interjected with a smile. All right, we'll have everything. Money is of no concern. Truly, the influence of Tony had rubbed off on Pepper. Her words exuded a casual nonchalance towards wealth. This proposal was met with unanimous consent. Everyone could indulge in whatever they desired. Pepper, as Tony's capable assistant, arranged for the food with remarkable efficiency. Before long, a restaurant delivered the requested items. Complete with 2 barbecue chefs, Chen Xi marveled at the extravagance. He had never imagined such opulence. This feast was indulgent, featuring exquisite ingredients he had never tasted before. Previously, the finest he'd encountered was ordinary beef. Having just graduated, he could hardly afford luxury. Kobe beef at $8,000 per pound, a dozen pounds of Boston lobster, king crab, and pearl abalone, along with bluefin tuna. Seeing Chen Xi savoring the meal, Tony could not resist joining in. Having been starved for months, his stomach craved satisfaction, and only such a banquet could suffice. I have never experienced such exquisite flavors, he exclaimed, realizing that hunger truly enhances the appreciation of food. As they feasted and drank, joy reigned among the group, and before they knew it, half the afternoon had slipped away. Author's note, Chapter 13. A chance encounter at the bar. Sated and refreshed, the group reclined in the courtyard, relishing the long-lost pleasure of a gentle breeze and warm sunlight. With the beauty accompanying Tony, he felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude for life. In the midst of their casual banter, Tony curiously inquired, Chen Xi, have there been any sightings of mutants lately? It had been quite some time since they had vanished from the public eye, only sporadic rumors of rogue mutants surfacing now and then. Suddenly, Chen Xi was taken aback by Tony's implication that mutants in this world were notably inactive. Was there some other turn of events? Had the timeline shifted once more? The Avengers and the X-Men both belonged to the Marvel Universe, and they were all familiar with one another. Due to copyright issues in films, their paths had been disconnected, with only Wanda and Quicksilver serving as a link. However, this was the real universe, devoid of such artificial constraints. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Xi responded, I am uncertain. I cannot precisely classify myself as a mutant. Perhaps I could be considered one. But who can predict the future? What? You don't understand either? Tony exclaimed, incredulous yet not doubting Chen Xi's honesty. If even Chen Xi was in the dark, it seemed that mutants were indeed deeply concealed. I too lack clarity on the matter. Please enlighten me. What significant events have transpired with mutants of late? Tony found himself at a loss for words, exclaiming, You are the mutant here. He shrugged in resignation, recalling that the last major event occurred after the Cuban Missile Crisis, after which mutant activities had ceased. The occasional rogue mutant would surface, only to be swiftly dealt with and rendered silent. Chen Xi began to comprehend that the timeline had been utterly disrupted. It appeared mutants had embarked on a path to reverse the future. Or perhaps other unforeseen occurrences were at play. Was it all somehow related to him? As for those rogue individuals, Chen Xi knew they had been taken back by Professor X. So that is how it is, he mused quietly, but fear not. For my arrival will compel them to emerge. Gazing at the clouds on the horizon, he murmured to himself, aware that his presence would irrevocably alter the timeline of this world. Everything would drift toward an unknown future, and the Temporal Anomaly Management Bureau, along with other formidable entities, would soon recognize his existence. As Chen Xi's soft murmurs went unheard by the others, time flew by, and evening fell. Tony hosted a party at his residence, inviting his friends and an array of striking blonde beauties. However, Chen Xi found little interest in the festivities. As a newcomer to this foreign land, the world's largest metropolis intrigued him greatly. He took Tony's Lamborghini Gallardo for a spin, accelerating fiercely into the city. Fifth Avenue, New York's most bustling district, transformed into a dazzling spectacle of lights and luxury by night. This city was a haven for the affluent and a hell for the impoverished. Under the cover of darkness, the lurking evils of the night became glaringly evident. Yet these matters had little effect on Chen Xi, who welcomed the energy of the crowd. The roar of the Lamborghini, though not an everyday sight even in New York, drew numerous onlookers, their envy palpable. The admiring glances from women swelled his vanity. So this is what it feels like to drive a flashy car, he mused, realizing he too had fallen into the same trap he had previously scorned. As he cruised through the vibrant streets, he absorbed the exclamations around him. Wow, so handsome. The car is stunning, and the driver even more so. Hey, can we catch a glimpse of you? No need to be so aloof. So dashing and wealthy. He must be the perfect man. Handsome stranger. Would you care for a night of companionship? Everywhere, the allure of wealth was evident, albeit to varying degrees. Soon, Chen Xi parked an upscale bar, contemplating if the night might lead to something intriguing. As he stepped out, he was greeted respectfully by the bouncer and entered with curiosity. Inside, the atmosphere was electrifying, with dim lighting illuminating a throng of men and women dancing wildly, releasing the stresses of the day. The heavy metal music blared in his ears, a cacophony he found overwhelming. "Sir, would you like a private booth?" Before long, a stunning blonde approached him, her ample curves brushing against his arm. "Can you produce soy milk with those assets?" He quipped playfully, yet he found the attention rather enjoyable. Noticing his lack of retreat, the beauty recognized her chance. He had arrived in a Lamborghini, undeniably marking him as a wealthy patron. Tonight's earnings depend on him, she thought, flaunting her assets, fully aware that the arrangement would benefit her. Chen Xi, understanding her intentions, replied with a smile, "Beautiful lady, that sounds splendid. What fine spirits do you offer?" "We have the finest Louis XIII, our my Martin, and the renowned signature cocktail of New York, the blazing god of war." "Very well. Let us indulge in Louis XIII, or my Martin, and that blazing god of war." The beauty beamed with delight. "Please hold on, sir." She sauntered away, her movements exuding an enticing allure. In a bar like this, many came to indulge in intoxication. Before Chen Xi's requested drinks arrived, a tipsy woman staggered over to him, her cheeks flushed with inebriation. "Hey there, quite the handsome one," she slurred, her advances unabashed. Chen Xi blinked in surprise, marveling at his fortune. This woman was stunning, golden hair, azure eyes, and a model's physique, with proportions that would leave one breathless. With a perfectly sculpted nose and enticingly large eyes, her red lips beckoned temptation. Her flawless complexion was devoid of the coarse pores often found in others, presenting a delicately beautiful visage. Tonight, she would be his prize, a fortuitous encounter indeed. Recognizing her interest, he abandoned any pretense of restraint, wrapping an arm around her to stabilize her swaying form. "Ah, so you're not as virtuous as I presumed. I thought you would be more reserved, being of Asian descent." She shot him an annoyed glance, her captivating eyes radiating a bewitching power. Chen Xi found himself utterly captivated, realizing that perhaps he wouldn't need to drink after all. Chapter 14. Devouring Fireman John with a smirk, Chen Xi leaned closer to the enchanting woman, relishing the moment. Why pretend to be a gentleman, unless he is a eunuch? He chuckled, his gaze fixed on her with unabashed delight. "What's a eunuch?" The beauty paused, clearly taken aback. "A eunuch is," Chen Xi whispered softly into her ear, explaining in a conspiratorial tone. "How annoying. You were just trying to take advantage of me," she retorted, a shiver running down her spine from the warmth of his breath, overwhelmed by his potent charm. The dim lighting occasionally illuminated his strikingly handsome face, igniting a fluttering desire within her. "Heh, there's something even more terrifying," he teased. "Are you confident?" The woman shot him a provocative glance, seemingly unimpressed. Chen Xi bristled at her challenge, feeling a surge of indignation. "I can endure what my uncle can, but not what my aunt cannot. Soon, she'll be crying for mercy." With a swift motion, he grasped her delicate hand, causing her to stifle a gasp. Blushing furiously, she lowered her voice. "I've never done this before. Will it be a problem? Please." "Pathetic," he scoffed, eyeing her with disdain. Had she really backed down? Just moments ago, she had been so fierce. "Are you afraid? Where did that bravado go?" "Fear you? Huh." Her defiance flared. "Are you challenging me? Women could do anything men can, right?" Determined not to back down, she decided to indulge herself just this once. Encountering someone so extraordinarily attractive and powerful, she felt it was a worthwhile gamble. The two seemed to be in perfect harmony, eager to proceed without delay. "Shall we go?" she suggested eagerly. "Let us." They exchanged a playful smile, nearly bursting into laughter at their own eagerness. "Come on then." "Yes." The enchantress entwined her arm with Chen Xi's, pressing against him snugly, allowing him to savor the delightful sensation. Just as they stood up, the server from earlier approached them. "Sir, are you leaving? What about the wine?" Her concern was palpable. She feared losing the expensive drink. Spotting the intoxicated woman clinging to Chen Xi, realization dawned on her. Something urgent was afoot. Let us just charge it. The password is XXX. We can drink it later, Chen Xi replied, presenting a card worth over $1 billion. Of course, sir, just a moment. The server departed, her demeanor brightened. Soon, Chen Xi received a text, orchestrated by Tony. Ding. You have spent 100,000. Your card balance is 1,003,500,000. The long string of numbers startled the enchantress. You. Which consortium do you belong to? How can you be so wealthy? My goodness. Chen Xi hadn't anticipated her reaction as she snatched the phone, meticulously counting the digits. Come now. Don't make a fuss. It's just a small amount, he assured her nonchalantly. Such arrogance, she retorted, tossing the phone back to him, her intoxication slightly dissipated. It seemed that her one-night companion was indeed extraordinary. As they exited the bar, a man in a corner swiftly followed them. This enchantress had caught his eye long ago, and many had noticed her, cursing their ill fortune as they were taken away. Only this man seemed different, bold and audacious. Once outside, as Chen Xi opened the car door, he sensed something amiss. What's wrong? The enchantress noticed his discomfort. Nothing, just a foolish mouse, he said dismissively, sneering. Before she could inquire further, a brash voice interrupted them. A mouse? Kid, you're quite arrogant. Put down the girl in your arms, and I might spare your life. Typically, those who boasted so brazenly met swift demise, their graves flourishing with grass. Chen Xi turned to face the newcomer, a standard blonde with a ridiculously arrogant expression. Spare me? What makes you think you have the ability? Chen Xi chuckled, clearly unimpressed. My ability? If you're brave enough, come with me, and I'll show you. The blonde taunted, beckoning with a finger. Very well. I could use a warm-up, Chen Xi replied, glancing back at the enchanting woman with a gentle smile. Be careful. Don't overexert yourself, she cautioned, reluctant to let him engage with such scum. However, she instinctively felt it was a matter for men to resolve, trusting that a powerful protector lurked behind the facade of his immense wealth. As she watched with concern, Chen Xi and the blonde made their way to a secluded alley behind the bar. Once they were alone, the blonde unleashed his bravado. Kid, you're so arrogant. No one is here to save you. Prepare to witness the might of Fireman John. Chen Xi was momentarily taken aback. What a coincidence. Just this afternoon, they had discussed the absence of mutants, and here he was encountering this insignificant character. You're Fireman John? Is that for real? Chen Xi replied skeptically. Oomph. You doubt Fireman John? I'll show you. With that, he pulled out a lighter, igniting it with a flick, sending a massive flame surging toward Chen Xi. Impressive. Isn't it? Chen Xi exclaimed, though he found the display rather pathetic. How much heat could a mere lighter produce? It was just a facade meant to intimidate. Calmly observing, Chen Xi raised his hand, summoning a torrent of water from thin air. You're a mutant too? John screeched, realizing too late that he was in over his head. His misjudgment marked the beginning of his downfall, as the immense water column extinguished the flame, the residual force crashing into him. Thud! John collapsed to his knees. Pathetic. Chen Xi advanced, delivering a swift blow that knocked him unconscious. System devour. Ding. To absorb Fireman John's fire control ability requires 1,000 biological energy points. Host remaining, 235 biological energy points. Chapter 15. System Panel. The Gift of Wanding Gulfs. It must be consumed. In the face of such a petty character, a mere sidekick, there was no room for courtesy. Though lacking in substantial ability, his arrogance was quite pronounced. Indeed, one who has not faced the trials of society is truly at a loss. Had he been an ordinary person, he would have long since met his end at the hands of the firemen. How could he possibly survive? He would have been ushered directly to the underworld. Observing the unconscious fireman, Chen Xi let out a cold snort. In his next life, he ought to refrain from posturing, thinking himself formidable when in reality, he is nothing but a foolish wretch. With a decisive snap, he crushed the fragile neck beneath his foot, sending him to meet his doom. The unconscious fireman, John, convulsed violently before falling still. This individual, much like that pretentious hedgehog, was utterly disgusting while simultaneously brimming with arrogance. Unable to best anyone, yet believing himself to be superior. Chen Xi mused that had he encountered that hedgehog, he would have dispatched him without hesitation, merely to siphon off some biological energy. As for the rest, the capabilities of that loathsome creature were best left unconsidered. He had felt a visceral aversion to that detestable character while watching movies, who was even more insufferable than the fireman. Shaking his head, Chen Xi ignited his lighter, commanding the flames to reduce the wretch to mere ashes. Ding! The fireman John has been slain, and the host gains 500 points of biological energy, leaving a total of 735 points. Ding! The host's defeat of the fireman John has irrevocably altered his fate, granting 50,000 points. Well then, this fellow met his end fittingly. Providing me with biological energy and points, I ought to express my gratitude. System, I presume I possess an attribute panel? Please generate one for me. After all, what system lacks such a feature? Ding! The system is generating the attribute panel. Please wait. Ding! The attribute panel has been created. The host may now review it. Before Chen Xi appeared a luminous screen, slightly more concise than those found in online games. Host, Chen Xi age, 22 level, Earth grade physique, Frost giant physique abilities, Water manipulation B grade, Ice manipulation B grade, Fire manipulation C grade. Items, Time gem, Space gem, Reality gem, Power gem, Mind gem, Soul gem, in pieces. Points, 50,000. Biological energy, 735 points. The attribute panel was rather simplistic, nearly devoid of embellishments. Nevertheless, he was quite satisfied with such accomplishments, having only recently entered the Marvel Universe for less than 2 days. The road ahead is long and arduous. There is no need for haste. In no time, he would become immensely powerful and resplendent. With a buoyant spirit, Chen Xi hummed a cheerful tune as he made his way back to the bar's entrance. At that moment, the little enchantress seemed to awaken from her stupor, as if the cool breeze had refreshed her senses. Upon seeing Chen Xi return, she rushed over, leaping into his embrace. "You finally returned. I was so worried," she exclaimed, clutching him tightly as if fearing he would vanish again. Chen Xi affectionately ruffled her hair, which not only quelled her anger, but elicited further endearing nudges, reminiscent of a kitten seeking comfort. "Hey, what could possibly happen? That little brat was thoroughly dealt with. He fled in a state of panic." Chen Xi's voice was soft and soothing, instilling a profound sense of security within her. The effects of the alcohol had faded, but she still felt emboldened by an exhilarating flutter of emotions. The little enchantress adjusted Chen Xi's attire, her gaze lost in the depths of his starry eyes, slowly succumbing to the allure of his captivating charm. She could not help but rise on her toes, yearning to savor his intoxicating presence, oblivious to everything else as they exchanged tender affections. This scene of passionate kissing was commonplace on the streets of America, a land that cherished freedom and embraced openness. Passers-by halted, unable to resist the temptation to whistle and applaud in playful jest. Minutes later, the enchanting moment came to an end as the little enchantress, clueless about when to take a breath, pulled away. "Wow, that was quick," she teased, her cheeks flushed. "Cut it out. Are you not satisfied? Let us go." In response to Chen Xi's playful banter, the little enchantress blushed deeply, playfully punching him to mask her embarrassment. With an overwhelming number of onlookers, she felt too shy to glance around, tugging Chen Xi toward the car. The roar of a Lamborghini echoed as they sped away, leaving a crowd of astonished spectators behind. Goodness, is this what love feels like? The very air is thick with the scent of money. Have I truly fallen for love? It seems so simple. The love story unfolding at the bar entrance felt so genuine. They gazed at the receding sports car, as if they understood the magic of the moment. After getting into the car, the enchantress provided him with a navigation address, shyly looking out the window, lapsing into silence. Inside the vehicle, an awkwardness permeated the air as the alcohol wore off and the frenzy subsided. "Enchantress, what is your name?" Chen Xi broke the silence after several minutes. "My name is Wanda Maximoff. You can call me Wanda. It's my first time at a bar," she replied, brushing her hair back, feeling an inexplicable urge to share. Suddenly, Chen Xi slammed on the brakes, leaving a long skid mark on the road, while white smoke billowed from the rear of the car. This reaction illustrated just how astonished Chen Xi was by her name. "You are named Wanda? Do you have a brother?" Chen Xi turned abruptly, his voice filled with shock. Wanda, startled by his sudden outburst, looked at him with wide eyes and nodded gently. "Yes, I have a brother, Pietro. How did you know?" Wanda was equally astonished by Chen Xi's knowledge. Yet, instead of answering her, Chen Xi leaned down and planted a passionate kiss on her lips. "Ugh, you insufferable man. You're at it again." Wanda pouted, her small fists playfully pounding on him, slowly realizing that she no longer resisted, succumbing instead to the moment. After several more minutes, Chen Xi finally relented, releasing Wanda, who resembled a little kitten. "I must be the fabled chosen one, for nothing else could explain this," he thought to himself, reveling in his elation until he could not help but laugh aloud. Wanda, blushing, shot him a playful glare. "Honestly, must you always be so dramatic? Hey, what is wrong? You're not losing your mind, are you?" She playfully nudged him. "Not at all. It's sheer joy, an immense surprise, a gift from fate." Chen Xi cradled Wanda's delicate face, his starry eyes fixed on her, as if she were the most precious being in existence. Author's note, Chapter 16. A million points in hand Wanda. Wanda. If anyone could capture his heart, it would undoubtedly be Wanda and Jean Grey, the two enigmatic women of the Marvel Universe. In the film Dark Phoenix, Jean Grey exudes an irresistible aura of power, a woman who is simply breathtaking. And in Apocalypse, that young girl obliterated Apocalypse with a single surge of her abilities. Similarly, in Avengers Endgame, the Scarlet Witch, Wanda, displayed unparalleled strength, tearing Thanos apart with sheer force. If it weren't for the director's insistence on Tony Stark snapping his fingers, Wanda could have easily obliterated that purple menace. The girl before him was none other than Wanda herself. What a delightful surprise. "Wanda, you are indeed a gift from fate. From this moment forth, your world shall be safeguarded by me." Chen Xi's vow rang with a unique sense of commitment, causing Wanda's heart to race uncontrollably under his gaze. "Who needs your protection? We are merely quenching our thirst today, and I could easily kick you away," Wanda retorted, her eyes momentarily evasive as she swatted away his mischievous hand with an indignant huff. "Umph, such a stubborn fellow. Shall we go? Is there anyone at your place?" Chen Xi smirked, pondering that if Quicksilver were home, they would have ventured to a hotel. "No, that guy has vanished somewhere," Wanda replied, her demeanor shifting as she grasped the implication of Chen Xi's words, her earlier arrogance fading into nervousness. Unbeknownst to Chen Xi, Wanda was already lost in a whirlwind of thoughts, imagining various scenarios. As time slipped away, several minutes passed before Chen Xi parked the car. "Should I just head back? You seem rather hesitant," he noted with a hint of amusement at her fidgeting. This supposedly liberated land had its share of conservative souls. "Are you backing down?" Wanda gathered her courage and boldly challenged him. Backing down, Chen Xi shot her a sidelong glance before lifting her up and charging through the door. At that moment, all else was superfluous. Actions would speak louder than words. The after effects of the alcohol surged back, igniting Wanda's spirit as they walked and tossed aside their inhibitions. As they entered the bedroom, all constraints vanished. Chen Xi was entranced by her captivating presence, which made Wanda playfully scold him. He offered her a bottle of water, and she eagerly gulped it down. "So this is the flavor?" Wanda mused, experiencing it for the first time. Silence enveloped them as they embraced, savoring the lingering echoes of their shared moment. Suddenly, an interruption occurred. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for significantly altering the fate of Scarlet Witch Wanda. You are awarded 10 million points." "What? 10 million points? Are you certain, system?" Chen Xi gasped in excitement. Fuming, Wanda pinched his side, twisting it playfully, though her strength was negligible. Chen Xi grinned through the mock pain to please her. Satisfied, Wanda let out a contented hum. Once calm returned, Wanda found a comfortable spot to rest her eyes, while Chen Xi resumed his conversation with the system. "Why such a generous reward? Host, your influence has dramatically altered Wanda's destiny, and her future trajectory will revolve around you. As a beloved entity in the Marvel Universe, her every action impacts the fate of the entire realm. Thus, by changing Wanda's tragic fate, you indirectly shifted the destinies of countless others. The points you received are in strict accordance with the system's mechanics. You need not worry. The system's revelations enlightened Chen Xi. The more formidable the existence, the greater the impact. This foretold a prosperous future, with so many powerful figures in the Marvel Universe. How many points could he acquire? Chen Xi was well aware of Wanda's explosive potential, something the films could never fully depict. In this authentic world, her growth would be dictated by this universe. The cinematic universe forbade excessively powerful beings, but as Chen Xi gradually transformed this realm, everyone's overall strength would rise. He recalled a year when mutants were eradicated, with 99 of them stripped of their abilities, leaving only 82 fortunate souls unscathed. Wanda's fury unleashed a catastrophic proclamation. No more superpowered beings, sending the Earth into chaos. Every superhuman's abilities were revoked, including the Sorcerer Supreme's magic. The Fantastic Four's powers acquired through cosmic radiation, and even Captain America and the Hulk, who gained their strength through serums and gamma radiation, respectively. This was Wanda's portrayal in the comics, a devastation that the films could not showcase, and the current cinematic universe could not bear her overwhelming might. Chen Xi looked at the girl before him, resembling a playful kitten, and couldn't help but chuckle. If it weren't for him, who could have foreseen that this girl would one day become extraordinarily powerful? Perhaps her chaotic magic would soon be within his reach. The answer was tantalizingly close. Chapter 17, Natasha. What has become of your decorum? System. How many points would I need to extract chaotic magic? Money. That is his foremost concern. Host. The Scarlet Witch possesses two abilities, or rather, her power is rooted in chaos, modified by her mutant ability to alter probabilities, combined with the chaotic magic of the god of the underworld, Thon. This amalgamation birthed the Scarlet Witch. Thus, such formidable power requires 5 million points for a single extraction. As for the probability alteration, chaotic magic, or chaotic power, it all hinges on the host's luck. Upon hearing the system's words, Chen Xi was momentarily taken aback. So exorbitant? 5 million for a single attempt, with 3 abilities potentially costing up to 15 million, since extracting probability modification or chaotic magic does not guarantee a fusion akin to Wanda's. Extracting the same Phoenix Force would undoubtedly require a substantial sum as well. Contemplating this, Chen Xi felt like a miser. He had just reveled in acquiring 10 million, and now it seemed utterly insignificant. Moreover, for various other abilities, items, knowledge, techniques, and a myriad of other things, he would have to spend money. It was evident that a man's wealth is akin to bullets. Without ample ammunition, the gun cannot be wielded effectively. Lost in thought, Chen Xi realized that overthinking was futile. He should seize the opportunities before him. Thus, he grasped 2 soft, fragrant cotton balls and indulged himself. Regardless of the circumstances, comfort was paramount. The allure was irresistible. That night, neither Chen Xi nor Wanda enjoyed much rest, and the city of New York remained tumultuous. Beneath the cloak of night, undercurrents surged, with numerous factions remaining vigilant. Obadiah Stane, Tony's unscrupulous uncle and the orchestrator of the recent kidnapping, was now at home, demolishing everything within his reach. His rage needed an outlet, and smashing things was the only remedy. What began as a meticulously crafted plan had devolved into a series of blunders. The Ten Rings gang had repeatedly defied his orders, refusing to eliminate Tony and instead demanding more money. Did they believe themselves to be money-spouting sages? As if that were not enough, Tony had managed to escape unscathed and return to New York. Tony, what fortuitous luck you possess. Obadiah Stane muttered darkly, his demeanor ominous in the shadows. Lighting a cigar, he sought to regain his composure and devise a new strategy. He had reached his limit. Howard Stark's interference was one thing, but now even Tony, his junior, was exerting pressure on him, which irked him greatly. Why should he be subjected to such indignity? It was akin to an ancient emperor who, after conquering a kingdom, faced rebellion from his loyal ministers. If he were to depart, would his son's reign not be jeopardized? These arrogant warriors must be dealt with. One could never be too cautious, for dissatisfaction among them could spell disaster. Suddenly, a sharp ringtone interrupted Obadiah's contemplation. "Hello, what is it?" He answered, his tone grim. The caller, clearly intimidated, stammered, "Boss, our men have discreetly investigated the cave where Tony was kidnapped. Inside, there's an iron suit. Moreover, the suit isn't used. We surmise that Tony intended to don it for his escape, but he has yet to activate it. We now suspect that he was rescued by the Asian lad who returned with him. By the way, boss, I've arranged for the iron suit to be secretly transported back to the country." The subordinate succinctly reported, swiftly analyzing the implications of the information received. "All right, I understand. Everything will await my directive," Obadiah replied coolly, maintaining a facade of calm. "Yes, boss." After hanging up, Obadiah remained silent, his expression fluctuating, his eyes darting as he pondered. "Tony, oh Tony, this time luck is on your side, but do not blame your uncle for what comes next." Obadiah seethed into the empty air, evidently having formulated a plan, while Tony continued to revel in his fortune, blissfully unaware that the puppeteer behind the curtain was none other than his most trusted uncle. Obadiah's stain, and danger loomed once more. Meanwhile, at S.H.I.E.L.D., or rather, the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics, with its cumbersome and unrefined title, a striking blonde beauty entered Nick Fury's office, carrying a document. "Director Fury, here is the information you requested, though time was short, and our findings are scant." This poised blonde was none other than Maria Hill, a Level 10 agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury took the document, which contained only a few photographs and scant details. "Wait, what's this? Why is there so little information?" he inquired incredulously, gesturing at the meager data. "Indeed, Director Fury, we have been unable to identify this young Asian man in our global database," Hill replied, her demeanor professional and unyielding. Fury, recognizing her customary aloofness, understood that it was merely her nature, but he could not help but ponder the implications of such a mystery. "Have you inquired with the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division? Could they be concealing information about this individual?" Fury suddenly asked, recalling the possibility. Hill shook her head lightly. "I've already contacted them. They have not withheld anything, nor could they find any records." This revelation left Nick Fury utterly shocked. He knew the division could not be lying. Thus the origins of this individual were indeed suspect. As a nation plagued by paranoia, he embodied the epitome of such sentiment. If the truth remained elusive, unease would gnaw at him, disrupting his sleep. An unknown figure associating with the largest arms dealer raised alarms in his mind. No, something must be done. He swiftly picked up the phone, disregarding the late hour. "Hello, who is this? It's the middle of the night. Do you not realize the importance of a lady's rest?" Before Fury could voice his thoughts, the caller unleashed a torrent of words, leaving him bewildered. Hill stifled a laugh, covering her mouth as she witnessed Fury, known for his sharp tongue, caught off guard. "Cough, cough, Natasha, it's me. Nick Fury. I have an urgent task for you. I need you to contact someone and extract information." Though vexed, he maintained a serious tone. "All right, I understand. How annoying." With a snap, Natasha hung up the phone. Beep, beep, beep. The busy signal left Nick Fury fuming, his expression darkening beyond recognition. "Motherf, is there no decency left? Must you not respect your superior?" Fury seethed, angered by Natasha's blatant disregard. "P.S. If you happen to pass by, kindly leave a favorable review." Is there no one paying attention? Not a whisper of response. Author's note, Chapter 18, Harvesting the Chives. The capable ones have arrived. Seeing Nick Fury in such a foul mood brought immense satisfaction to Hill, akin to a parched desert encountering an oasis. This man, with his perpetually stern demeanor, looked as if he were owed a fortune by everyone he met. It was truly fitting that he was confronted. Hill turned on her heel and departed, leaving behind a haughty silhouette for the flustered Nick Fury. What a turn of events. The following day, around 10 in the morning, with the sun already high in the sky, Chen Xi stirred from his slumber, reflecting on how this was the essence of life. The two had indulged in revelry until the early hours, and after an exhausting night of changing sheets and showering, they had worn themselves out. "Hey, Wanda, rise and shine. Aren't you supposed to be at work today?" Chen Xi nudged the still sleeping Wanda, who merely shrugged her shoulders without opening her eyes. Oh, for heaven's sake. Let me sleep a little longer. I'm not going to work today. It's all your fault for being such a thoughtless brute. After muttering this, she pulled the covers over herself and resumed her deep slumber. Chen Xi could only roll his eyes, as if I don't know who kept shouting yes. Good all night long. Whose fault is that? Suddenly, Wanda, seemingly hearing him, retaliated with a swift backward swipe, pinching him fiercely. This ignited Chen Xi's temper. How dare she challenge him this early in the day? Seizing her mischievous hand, Chen Xi leaned closer to Wanda's ear and whispered, Wanda, I must inform you of something. Never expose your back to the enemy. What? Wanda blinked in confusion. The next moment, realization dawned upon her, and she froze. It was time for him to perform. 2 hours later, Chen Xi held the sweaty, exhausted Wanda as they washed up, her resistance long abandoned, floating in a daze. After a laborious yet simple homemade meal, Wanda shot him a glare before retreating back to her slumber. This rascal is inhuman. Rest well, my dear. I'll take you out for dinner tonight. I'm off to explore, Chen Xi said with a grin, though Wanda's dismissive glance lacked any intimidation, instead radiating an alluring charm. Go away, Wanda huffed, rolling over to sleep. Goodbye. Chen Xi beamed, taking one last look at her before stepping out. Eager for the evening's escapade, driving Tony's Lamborghini at exhilarating speeds, Chen Xi sped away, his newly acquired driver's license in hand, under Tony's bewildered gaze. He soon arrived at a securities firm, likely the premier one in the nation. As he disembarked, security promptly assigned him a VIP parking space, recognizing that this individual was now a client of significance. Wealth speaks a universal language, and they were astute enough to discern it. Hello, sir, I am Christian, the business manager at Morgan Securities. How may I assist you today? A stunning woman greeted him warmly as he entered. Reaffirming how splendid the world became once one attained power, everyone wore a smile. I'd like to open an account and dabble a bit. Chen Xi replied with a smile. Certainly, sir, please follow me. The manager beamed at the prospect of acquiring a valuable client. In the VIP room, Chen Xi handed over his driver's license, and after she poured him a cup of coffee, she smiled and began processing his request. Outside the firm, several factions monitored Chen Xi's every move. S.H.I.E.L.D., the X-Men, the Brotherhood, and Obadiah Stane's people. Natasha, disturbed by a phone call from Nick Fury the previous night, had not enjoyed a restful sleep. Fueled by frustration, she gathered her documents and stealthily followed Chen Xi. You little rascal, you're the reason for my sleepless night? I refuse to believe you possess anything extraordinary. Otherwise, you'll pay for it. On the other hand, members of the X-Men, including Colossus and Iceman, were also present. Last night, Professor X felt an unsettling tremor in his heart, sensing that something ominous was afoot. As a telepath, his instincts were usually spot on. He donned his helmet. The cerebral amplifier. Johnny Storm's psychic waves have vanished? Is he dead? Professor X paused, his expression shifting between uncertainty and dread. The demise of Johnny Storm, a traitor who had committed numerous misdeeds, was of no concern to him. Rather, he feared for the safety of their mutant kind, having concealed themselves for so long. Seldom exposed, tracing the lingering psychic residue, he perceived that Johnny had perished at Chen Xi's hands. Unfortunately, as he attempted to invade Chen Xi's mind, he was met with an insurmountable, strange magnetic field that thwarted his efforts. He was unaware that this peculiar magnetic field was the indomitable aura of the Infinity Stones, unaffected by the rules of the universe, yet subtly communicating with them. Believing Chen Xi to be a mutant, Professor X felt relieved and dispatched others to initiate contact, wishing to recruit such a decisive figure to their cause, aware that leaving him unchecked could pose a danger. For the Brotherhood, the situation was straightforward. They reviewed CCTV footage, noting Johnny's unexplained absence overnight. Magneto was aware that his subordinate had been eliminated by Chen Xi, and he sought to enlist this formidable individual into their ranks. Chen Xi, meanwhile, had sensed the presence of these factions lurking around him but chose to remain silent, uninterested in revealing their existence. Although unfamiliar with them, he had no desire to engage. Should they dare to interfere, he would not hesitate to sever their hands. In dire need of points and biological energy, he thought, Even the smallest of flies are worth catching. Eliminating them would equate to altering his fate. Moreover, it presented an opportunity to acquire some biological energy. What's not to gain? Come on, make your move. I'm growing impatient. As Chen Xi savored his coffee, the charming business manager had completed all necessary arrangements, linking his personal information and banking details. His account was successfully opened, and soon it would be time for him to reap the rewards. Should you require anything, feel free to call me, she said with a smile. Thank you, farewell. She graciously escorted him to the exit, keen to establish a connection with such a wealthy client. Hoping for additional lucrative ventures, the man before her appeared robust. Facilitating a transfer of billions to her sister should pose no issue. Unmoved by her charms, Chen Xi was already disinterested. His appetite had waned. He climbed back into the Lamborghini, speeding toward the outskirts, sensing that his time to harvest was nigh. Unsurprisingly, those lurking in the shadows had followed suit, unwittingly stepping into the trap he had set. Chapter 19. Omega-level ice ability, Yan National Forest Park. A place where human presence is scarce, and one can go half a day without encountering a single soul. Yet, the tranquility of this park was shattered by the arrival of a group of individuals. Damn it, that insufferable brat did this on purpose. He aimed to lure us all here. What is he planning? Natasha, trailing behind, felt particularly irked. Wait, this guy has an extraordinary sense of smell. Regardless of his intentions, the Brotherhood must contend with him. Steelman, follow him and see what he has to say. Professor X was remotely overseeing the X-Men's activities, feeling a twinge of unease. Squeak. Not long after entering the area, Chen Xi came to a halt, leisurely opening the car door and leaning against it, his gaze calm as he watched the group approach. The others alighted from their vehicles, and upon witnessing Chen Xi's demeanor, they felt a flicker of fear. This fellow was unnaturally composed, a level of calm that was somewhat unsettling. Did he not fear them at all? It wasn't just his tranquility. His gaze was predatory, as if viewing them as mere prey, while he assumed the role of a hunter. Only true masters of observation, Natasha and the hidden Professor Charles, perceived something distinctly different. It was an ineffable sense of superiority, a feeling that transcended ordinary understanding, as if they existed on a different plane. Accompanying this sensation was an inexplicable air of pity. Such a feeling was profoundly discomforting, sending shivers down their spines. Why did he regard them with such a gaze? Indeed, Chen Xi felt similarly. They were flesh and blood. Yet to him, he stood as the solitary player of significance. The rest were merely NPCs and countless wild creatures. They provided him with experience, enabling his growth and advancement. This disdainful attitude towards the denizens of the Marvel Universe did not stem from arrogance. He was merely an outsider, yet to integrate into this world. When one views the world from a godlike perspective, with clarity regarding its development, would they not look down upon others? The answer is a resounding yes. Unaware of their internal musings, Chen Xi surveyed the group with an intriguing gaze before speaking. Hey, shouldn't everyone introduce themselves except for that blonde lady? I don't recognize any of you. It seemed that apart from the renowned Natasha, the alluring figure of the Marvel Universe, the others were merely familiar faces. Scarlet? Who doesn't know her? The dream of countless individuals, with her bathwater fetching exorbitant prices. Though her legs were a tad short, which affected her rating, her formidable assets compensated for it. However, his nonchalant attitude left Natasha feeling a pang of annoyance. Am I the only one exposed? Frustrated, Natasha fell silent. Realizing that none among this group were benevolent, perhaps she might find an opportunity. Steelman, find a chance to ask him why he wants to kill firemen. Professor X was particularly proactive, deeply concerned about mutants, especially those as unique as this one. Understood, Professor. Steelman quietly replied in his mind before stepping forward with a courteous smile and saying, Greetings, esteemed powerhouse. I'm uncertain how to address you. One does not strike a smiling face. Steelman's demeanor was entirely appropriate. Chen Xi, he replied coolly. Chen Xi? Indeed, a person from the Dragon Country? They had speculated he was likely from there. Other nations seemed implausible, as he exuded an unmistakable aura of confidence inherent to a great nation. Yet before they could further indulge their imaginations, Chen Xi interrupted. Has a Professor X given you any instructions regarding me? What? He knows Professor X so well? It appeared he wasn't a wild mutant after all. Steelman, taken aback, suddenly realized this individual had some understanding of their kind, being aware that Professor X had likely briefed them. This ambiguous figure held some intrigue. Now, it was Steelman's turn to feel a twinge of discomfort. Others knew much about them, yet they knew nothing about him. Professor X asked me to inquire why you wish to kill Fireman John. As mutants, we are already scarce. We should not hunt one another, but unite. Upon hearing this, Chen Xi understood. This was Charles's style, hesitant to resort to violence. With his abilities, he could indeed alter humanity's perception of mutants in an instant. Yet he firmly believed in the freedom of the soul and refraining from interference. Curious to know? Let's shake hands first. Chen Xi's seemingly nonsensical request left everyone present bewildered. What is this? What kind of operation is this? Nevertheless, despite their confusion, Steelman extended his hand for a handshake. Ding! Detected character Steelman. Would you like to extract his abilities? This extraction requires 50,000 points. Extract. Ding. 50,000 points deducted. Successfully extracted Steelman's mutant ability of carbon steel body. Would you like to integrate? Wait, do not integrate for now. Steelman's transformation into Iron Man was noteworthy. His steel physique was second only to the original adamantium and vibranium. In an exceptionally good mood, Chen Xi turned his attention to Iceman Bob. Come here, let's shake hands. Me? Iceman pointed to himself in astonishment. Yes, you. All right. Iceman shrugged, thinking it wouldn't cost him much. The two casually shook hands. Ding. Detected character Iceman Bob. Would you like to extract his ice abilities? This extraction requires 3 million points. Extract. Even if it required 3 million points, Chen Xi was indifferent. Such Omega-level mutant abilities were merely effects not fully realized in movies. In the comics, Iceman could freeze an entire galaxy, with no escape, even through time and space. Of course, that path would be long and not achievable in the short term. Ding! 3 million points deducted. Successfully extracted Iceman Bob's Omega-level freezing ability. Would you like to integrate? Not for now. With an Omega-level ability in hand, he felt elated. Having gained such benefits, he unconsciously glanced back at the Brotherhood and others. His peculiar smile did not escape their notice. Wasn't it just a handshake? Why is he so delighted? Is this fellow a fool? Is it worthwhile to engage with a fool? The Brotherhood, particularly Deadpool and Toad, began to waver. Boss, should we withdraw? This fellow might not be all there. Perhaps even a pervert. If this pervert were to kill Fireman John, wouldn't that be unsettling? He is a lunatic. Does a lunatic require justification for murder? Toad, whose abilities were underwhelming and often bullied, felt particularly intimidated. His self-esteem had always been low. Kindness from others prompted him to reciprocate tenfold. At this moment, he found a man with the eerie smile terrifying. What if one day he snapped and started killing? The more he thought about it, the more fearful he became. The more one tries to avoid something, the more it seems to find its way back. And you lot, shall we shake hands? Chapter 20. Teleportation at hand. Upon hearing those words, the Toadman was instantly struck with terror, shaking his head vigorously, like a rattledrum. No, you must be marking me. Shaking hands with you means being tracked. You're a perverted serial killer. What the hell? Chen Xi was taken aback, his scalp tingling with disbelief. When did I become a pervert? Speaking recklessly can lead to legal consequences, you know. Rolling his eyes in exasperation, he cast a disdainful glance at the cowardly, life-fearing Toad. It wasn't just the Red Devil who felt embarrassed. Fellow mutants, like the Steel Boy and Iceman, shared the sentiment. How could anyone so timid claim to be a villain? Are all of Magneto's subordinates this pathetic? Unable to tolerate it any longer, the Red Devil stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Toadman, awkwardly extending his hand. I'm sorry, this guy didn't take his medication this morning. Hello, I'm the Red Devil. Hello, I'm Chen Xi. Chen Xi beamed while shaking his hand, excitement almost glowing in his eyes. The Red Devil might only possess the ability of teleportation, which was somewhat diminished in its effectiveness, but that was sufficient. Who hasn't he been a fanciful youth, dreaming of instant teleportation, invisibility, and X-ray vision? These are the top 3 most coveted superpowers. Ahem, invisibility, of course, leads to the 3 most tantalizing fantasies in a man's heart, if you catch my drift. As for X-ray vision, need I say more? Every adolescent has pondered such thoughts, though let us not get sidetracked. Chen Xi merely wished to use X-ray vision for gambling, not for peeping at cherries or meadows. Teleportation? Purely for the sake of being cool. Additionally, it serves well for a hasty escape, say, from a vault. One must have an exit strategy. At the instant of their handshake, Chen Xi felt his heart race. Ding! Detecting character. Red Devil. Would you like to extract the Red Devil's abilities? This extraction requires 300,000 points. Extract. Chen Xi's voice quivered with excitement. It's happening. Ding. Deducting 300,000 points. Successfully extracted the Red Devil's teleportation ability. Would you like to fuse it? Not yet. Despite the overwhelming anticipation, Chen Xi forced himself to remain calm. No rush. No rush. Even if an eternity passed in the system, only a fleeting second elapsed outside. Having acquired the Red Devil's ability, Chen Xi felt his goals wholly accomplished. He had no interest in what others thought. At that moment, he smiled contentedly, and in a good mood. He didn't mind answering Steelboy's question. Well, you see, I'm a bit cowardly. The fireman startled me the other day, and fearing retaliation, I simply lent him a hand. What? That's it? Indeed. Steelboy was at a loss for words. What kind of reasoning was that? It was absurd. Someone scares you, and you kill them? If that's the case, everyone will want to avoid you, scare you, and you die. That is utterly tyrannical. Steelboy asked if he was willing to return to the school. They couldn't allow him to roam freely. Charles observed Chen Xi's serious demeanor, guessing he truly thought this way. He knew Chen Xi looked down upon them, not considering anyone's life. Have you ever seen someone who cares for the life of an ant? He believed Chen Xi's personality had dramatically shifted after awakening his powers, that his newfound strength had inflated his ego. Understood, Professor. Steelboy nodded, then turned back to Chen Xi, his expression earnest. Sir, could you please return with us to the X-Men? That is our home. Return to the mutant school? Impossible. Although it harbored a plethora of unique abilities, it did not align with his identity. To be a mouse in a school for mutants? Why would he come to this world to be a mouse when he could not find acceptance elsewhere? Thus, he decisively refused. I'm sorry, but I dislike hiding. A true man confronts challenges head-on. A true warrior should face the harshness of life. What? Are you implying we are cowards? Chen Xi was direct, shrugging nonchalantly, clearly implying that they were, indeed. Steelboy, a steadfast individual, was infuriated. All right, sir, you're indeed powerful, but we X-Men are no pushovers. Apologies. With that, he transformed into a steel cannon and charged forward, prompting Iceman to follow suit. Suddenly, an ice sphere, the size of a ping-pong ball, appeared before him, gathering momentum. Is this Omega's ability? Creating ice out of thin air, defying the laws of energy conservation. How unscientific. Despite the opponent's advance, Chen Xi remained unfazed. Though Steelboy possessed immense strength and unparalleled defense, his speed was lacking. Chen Xi effortlessly sidestepped the initial assault, while calmly facing Steelboy's punches. He kept his eyes on the oncoming ice sphere. In the blink of an eye, the ice sphere loomed larger in Chen Xi's vision. Closer, closer. It seemed within his control. Iceman's performance was rather lacking. His control was quite poor, and before he could close the distance, the ice spheres were seized by Chen Xi. Shatter! Chen Xi bellowed, and the ice spheres exploded into fragments. You're also an ice mutant, Iceman exclaimed, wide-eyed and incredulous, pointing at Chen Xi. Wrong. I am omnipotent. Chen Xi laughed heartily, putting on a show, though he couldn't do it now. He would eventually master it all. TCH, what a show-off. Natasha, lurking nearby, scoffed, finding Chen Xi's demeanor utterly infuriating. Such pretense. Iceman seethed with rage. How infuriating to be outdone. With Iceman overwhelmed, Steelboy had no choice but to charge in alone. Boom, boom, boom. Steelboy and Chen Xi exchanged blows, matching each other's strength. The Frost giant royal physique was indeed impressive, standing firm against Steelboy's assault. Chen Xi felt unfazed, Yet the onlookers gasped in astonishment. Oh my, Isnt he a ranged mage? Indeed, now he is a melee warrior? This individual is quite remarkable. How frustrating to be outdone again. Everyone had expected Chen Xi to be a ranged mage, yet he now demonstrated himself as a versatile melee mage. At that moment, they suddenly witnessed Chen Xi taking a swift step back from the battlefield, shouting towards the Brotherhood. Hey, aren't you going to help me? The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Have you forgotten? What a masterful ploy to divert trouble. The Red Devil was tempted. Having a villain like Chen Xi join their Brotherhood would be a significant advantage. Wait, Red Devil. This kid is deliberately trying to provoke a conflict between us and the X-Men. He has ulterior motives, just as the Red Devil intended to assist. He was intercepted by the spiny, grotesque figure of the Porcupine Man Chen Xi hadn't paid much attention. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was the Marvel Fool, Porcupine Man. In the next moment, Chen Xi made his move. What? The crowd felt a rush of dizziness, followed by a scream. When they looked again, the once boastful Porcupine Man lay in a pool of blood. The author has something to say. Chapter 21. You know too much TikTok? TikTok. The azure ice blade glimmered with a chilling radiance, exuding wisps of frigid air. The tip of the blade still dripped with crimson blood, which, despite the icy grip, had yet to congeal. Time was fleeting, and the cold blade moved with alarming swiftness. The Hedgehog Man lay in a pool of his own blood, desperately clutching his neck. Attempting to stem the gushing flow, alas, his carotid artery had been severed, and not even the divine could save him. When Chen Xi had watched a film featuring this despicable character, he had been utterly revolted, and now this fool had reappeared, as if seeking death in the most foolish manner. He gazed disdainfully at the terrified Hedgehog Man, as one might crush an ant beneath their foot. Ding! The host has slain the Hedgehog Man and gained 500 biological energy. Chen Xi smiled faintly. At last, the repugnant fly was swatted away. Its incessant buzzing had been exceedingly bothersome. Now, shall we continue? Steel Man? Iceman? At this moment, although Chen Xi wore a cheerful expression as he regarded the two, it sent shivers down their spines. To them, that smile resembled that of a demon. To kill at the slightest provocation? No, he and T uttered a single word. Could such a person be someone they could contend with? Both were utterly dazed by Chen Xi's merciless demeanor. They were but sheltered children, having never taken a life. Their experience was limited to occasionally delivering supervillains to the police, rendering them woefully inadequate. The two stammered, at a loss for words. Go back and tell Charles that I am a person of principles and reason. I do not harm others unless they harm me. I am a good person, a truly good person. Upon hearing this, Natasha and Red Devil nearly believed him. A person who kills without a second thought could be a good person? Then surely, even a lamp could be awarded a peace prize. Just as Steel Man and his companion were flummoxed, Charles's voice echoed once more. All right, return. He is not someone you can manage. Upon hearing this, Steel Man and his companion felt an immense weight lifted from their shoulders. This place was far too terrifying for their fragile hearts. Following the directive, Steel Man bowed to Chen Xi and hurriedly departed with Iceman. As the X-Men left, Chen Xi turned to Red Devil with a smirk and said, What about you? I have slain your two companions. Are you not seeking revenge? No. I must thank you, sir. I have long harbored disdain for Fireman, and the Hedgehog Man Red Devil waved his hands in refusal. Since there is nothing amiss, let us take our leave. I shall not trouble you further. Chen Xi promptly dismissed them, for he had more pressing matters to attend to and no time for idle chatter. Very well, we shall not intrude upon you, sir. The Brotherhood will always welcome your esteemed presence. Red Devil bowed graciously and departed with Frogman suddenly. Chen Xi called out, Wait, deal with the mercenaries behind. They know too much. He gestured toward the distant mercenaries. Understood, sir, Red Devil replied, and then a red mist enveloped the area, followed by a chorus of agonizing screams. The teleporting Red Devil became the mercenaries' worst nightmare, his swift daggers mercilessly reaping fragile lives. You truly are ruthless, Natasha remarked, having approached Chen Xi without her noticing. Ruthless? If I were not, or if I were merely an ordinary person, I would be like an ant, toyed with at will. Chen Xi gazed into the distance. his eyes resolute. Natasha sensed something profound within this man, as if she were stirred by an unseen force. He did not wish to remain like an ant, powerless against fate, waiting for others to pass judgment upon him. He would be the one to pass judgment, and no one could judge him. Not even the lofty 5 cosmic deities. Life's tribunal. What has happened to him? Natasha felt a sudden chill, an overwhelming aura of killing intent emanating from the man beside her. Though it was not directed at her, it instilled a sense of terror, as if doom were imminent. You? Natasha gazed at Chen Xi, her expression tense. Me? I am fine. It is you who seems to be in trouble. In the next moment, Chen Xi returned to his usual demeanor, resembling a neighborly boy, as though that terrifying figure had never existed. The killing intent dissipated, allowing Natasha to breathe a sigh of relief. Upon hearing Chen Xi's claim of her being in trouble, she retorted, "What is wrong with me? Are you going to eat me?" After saying this, she teasingly pointed at his chest with her delicate finger, the implication unmistakable. Chen Xi seized her small hand and began to play with it leisurely. "You are now my captive. Do you not think you are in quite the predicament? You! Let go of me, you scoundrel!" Natasha fumed, her small hand being toyed with, her temper flaring. How dare he deviate from the expected norms? She felt she had been wronged. "Let go. How could I? So soft and fragrant." Chen Xi shamelessly continued his antics, pulling her into his embrace and squeezing her. Natasha, the infamous Black Widow, could not tolerate such indignity. She retaliated with a swift kick aimed at his most sensitive area, but Chen Xi reacted with remarkable agility. "I'm caught." Thus, Natasha's leg was firmly restrained, causing her face to flush with anger as she bit down on Chen Xi's arm. "Hiss! Hey, are you a dog or something?" Engrossed in his enjoyment, Chen Xi was taken by surprise. "Let go! Let go! Otherwise, do not blame me for being rude." His words held no weight. Natasha refused to release her grip, biting down with determination. In that case, Chen Xi saw no reason to hold back. His hand moved to her ample bosom. Hiss! Now it was Natasha's turn to gasp in shock. Was he truly so shameless? With a whoosh, her face turned crimson, as if water could drip from it. Chen Xi found it odd. How could someone as seasoned as Natasha blush? "Scoundrel! Pervert! Do you not intend to release me?" Natasha playfully chastised, her alluring tone laced with indignation. "Oh, my apologies." Chen Xi blushed, realizing his transgressions. "Ah, go to hell." Natasha shrieked once more, lamenting her ill fate that day. "I'm sorry, my hand slipped." Chen Xi genuinely did not mean it. His hand had slipped. "Get lost. You expect me to believe that?" Natasha clenched her legs, unable to contain her frustration, pinching him once more. "Cough, cough, Sister Scarlet. Did the black egg send you to probe my secrets?" He was truly worrying too much. "Scoundrel, I'm not Scarlet. My name is Natasha." Natasha fumed. "What Scarlet? Sister? I'm only 24 years old. Thank you very much. Still youthful and vibrant. By the way, who is this black egg? Our director? Bingo. ISNT, he just the black egg. Pfft. Ha ha ha." Natasha burst into laughter, genuinely amused. It was so fitting. Ding. Hidden mission activated. Please complete the distance task with the character Black Widow. Upon completion, the host will be rewarded with 1,000,000 points. Chapter 22. Chen Xi. I am Ultraman Tiga. While Natasha laughed carefreely, Chen Xi nearly choked in disbelief. What on earth was the system thinking? Had it gone mad? What kind of misfortune had he stumbled into? Natasha was becoming somewhat intimidating. Her past experiences were rather extensive. Clearing his throat, Chen Xi inquired, "System, what does this mean? Is there a time limit for the task?" "Host, please complete it within a month, or the system will deem it a failure," came the reply. To continue or not? That was the question. Should he endure this alluring punishment or forfeit the easily attainable reward? This task seemed overwhelmingly arduous. Perhaps it would be wise to postpone it for now, to revisit it at a later date. As Chen Xi pondered internally, he discreetly stole a glance at Natasha, who was indeed quite striking. "What are you staring at? Never seen a beauty before? Keep looking, and I'll pluck your eyeballs out." Natasha shot him a fierce glare. "Oof, I'm terrified of you," Chen Xi retorted defiantly, his gaze turning menacingly towards the imposing figure of Natasha. "You, Natasha huffed, her agitation causing her to puff up, which made Chen Xi worry about the durability of her attire. Would it hold? Stop with the nonsense. I trust that Black Fury can hear our conversation now. Let's discuss your intentions. He quickly redirected, sensing Natasha was about to erupt again. Curse it. Natasha demanded to know his origins and purpose. Perhaps we could collaborate. What Tony can do, we can do as well. They had always employed such tactics. After all, Iron Man, Thor, the Hulk, Spider-Man, Wanda, and Quicksilver had all been brought into the fold. It was not about betrayal, but rather the value of the bargaining chips at play. They were adept at determining the appropriate approach for different individuals. As for the nickname he had received, the Cursed Turtle declared, "I am a Ninja Turtle. Our director, Nick Fury, has instructed me to inquire about your origins and objectives. Can we collaborate?" Natasha blurted out, almost revealing her disdain for Fury, but managing to restrain herself due to her professional composure. "Considering your appeal, I might be inclined," Chen Xi mused, stroking his chin as if deep in thought. "Really? Then do tell," Natasha beamed, her charm evidently effective. This Na'vi boy was still as oblivious as ever. "Well, I also wish to collaborate with you, as I'm quite out of my depth here on Earth," Chen Xi casually remarked. "What? You're new to Earth? Are you saying you're an alien?" Natasha was taken aback, causing Fury to furrow his brow in discomfort. "Curse it. Why do aliens always take a liking to Earth? The Skrulls and Kree are the same." Fury scratched his bald head, perplexed. "Which planet are you from? Really?" It was all becoming rather mind-boggling for him. Once, he had been a dashing figure in his youth, a handsome man in the eyes of many, but ever since joining this overly long-named agency, everything had changed. His hair had been plucked from worry, lost to time, never to return. Fury, in a state of frustration, urged Natasha to continue. "Our director, Nick Fury, want to know which planet you're from and your purpose for being on Earth." Natasha rolled her eyes, questioning the logic behind Fury's inquiry. Did he truly believe that this rogue could be an alien? Could an alien have the same aesthetic sensibilities as a human? She was well aware of the mischief this individual had caused her. What kind of alien would behave in such a manner? She found herself in a troublesome predicament, as this rogue knew how to play his cards well. Unaware of Natasha's inner thoughts, Chen Xi pondered before stating gravely, "My alien name is Ultraman Tiga, and I hail from the distant star cluster M788. It is an extraordinarily advanced supergalaxy. Our technology is approximately 1,000,000 years ahead of Earth. Compared to us, the Kree and Skrull are utterly weak. Our king sent me here to save the Earth and uphold love and justice in the universe. In a few years, an alien invasion will occur. These beings are merely the vanguard of the cosmic tyrant, Purple Yam. The true crisis lies in the tyrant's eventual arrival, which is why I am here to save Earth." Chen Xi spoke with fervor, his earnestness surprising even himself. However, Natasha did not believe a single word of his tale. Ultraman Tiga, the M788 star cluster, and cosmic tyrants, what utter nonsense. She shot him a scornful glance. Braggart. Suddenly, Natasha felt a sharp smack on her backside. "What was that for? I'll have it out with you." She seethed, baring her teeth as she lunged at Chen Xi. "Stop," he commanded, swiftly pinning her head down, effectively subduing her. Her short legs rendered her unable to reach him, and in the face of overwhelming strength, her fighting abilities were rendered futile. While the two engaged in their antics, Nick Fury sat across from them, drenched in sweat, his expression a mix of worry and contemplation. Although Natasha dismissed Chen Xi's claims, Fury found himself somewhat convinced. He was aware of the existence of the Skrulls and Kree, and he understood that Earth was indeed like an ant in the presence of such powerful cosmic empires. Upon hearing about an alien invasion and the impending arrival of a cosmic tyrant, he could not ascertain whether Chen Xi was lying, but he felt compelled to take precautions. An ancient saying from his homeland echoed in his mind, "Better safe than sorry." He needed to prepare for every eventuality and could not afford to be complacent. "Natasha, your mission has been completed. Your next task is to maintain a good rapport with Chen Xi," Nick Fury instructed, not wishing to waste any more time. He needed to prepare for multiple contingencies. "Understood." Director Fury, Natasha sighed, realizing she had inadvertently placed her trust in him. She couldn't help but admire Fury's talent. He was indeed an exceptional individual. Chen Xi had anticipated this outcome. He knew how it would unfold. Let Fury busy himself with his concerns. A man plagued by paranoia. He could not trust anyone entirely. Not even Captain America, Steve. Even he had his guard up against himself, fearing he might be hypnotized by mutants, which led him to implement complicated passwords for many of his plans. As for Natasha's assignment, it was a result of his belief in having multiple allies. Chen Xi's claims of coming to save Earth warranted a trial of trust, whether they were mere fabrications or the truth. Ultimately, Nick Fury had unwittingly been drawn into a web of deception, believing in the whimsical tales of Ultraman, while half-heartedly accepting the looming threat of the cosmic tyrant. Chapter 23, Fusion. Now, the entire world was enveloped in silence, leaving only the two of them and those who could not speak. Chen Xi produced a lighter and flicked it open with a snap. What are you going to do? Barbecue. Natasha was momentarily taken aback. What can a lighter possibly do for barbecuing? Well, it could certainly incinerate his hair. How did I not think of that? Ignoring her foolishness, Chen Xi manipulated the small flame, transforming it instantly into a roaring dragon of fire. My heavens! Do you possess fire-based mutant abilities? Natasha gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. Her eyes filled with envy and resentment. God, you must be blind. Why is there such favoritism towards him? Why is it so unfair? The realization that she was merely an ordinary person weighed heavily on her mind. Amidst Natasha's exclamations, the fire dragon devoured one after another of the silent individuals, leaving behind charred remnants. Upon completing his task, Chen Xi cast a triumphant glance at Natasha. Did I not say I am capable of anything? TCH, what a show-off. Though she retorted, the astonishment in her beautiful eyes betrayed her envy. She was just an ordinary person. Yet, every day, she encountered classified cases. In a world brimming with superpowered individuals, she found herself lacking. Increasingly, she worried about her potential obsolescence. In the face of superpowered crimes, what path should she take? Huh, Natasha, look at me. Chen, she subtly gestured, and Natasha immediately understood, her keen instincts as a spy sharp as ever. She swiftly removed her earpiece, signaling that Chen Xi had secrets to share. Once Natasha had taken off her earpiece, Chen Xi spoke softly. I can help you become a super Black Widow, one who could outmatch 10 Captain Americas. The impoverished rely on mutation, while the affluent depend on technology. Chen Xi was aware of the many wonders this world held, such as the heart-shaped herb of Wakanda. He found it absurd that only the Black Panther could utilize it. Why could he not negotiate amicably for its use? There were indeed other methods of implanting mutant abilities aside from Wakanda. He possessed arc reactor technology. In due time, he could seek out Ivan Vanko, the villain, or have a friendly discussion with Tony Stark regarding nanotechnology. In the Marvel Universe, anything is possible. What? Is it truly feasible? Natasha's eyes sparkled with excitement, her body trembling slightly. The pursuit of strength was an unchanging truth. Of course, I always deliver on my promises. However, nothing in this world comes for free. I require your allegiance to infiltrate S.H.I.L.D. Chen Xi said nonchalantly, his gaze fixed firmly on Natasha's beautiful eyes. Natasha dared not meet his gaze, the gravity of the situation weighing heavily upon her, necessitating careful deliberation. Her eyes darted away, unsure of how to respond. Should she agree or withdraw? She found herself in a dilemma. Chen Xi, noticing her hesitance, remained calm. He was in no rush. The outcome mattered little to him. Nevertheless, he felt confident. Although Natasha had joined S.H.I.L.D. for undisclosed reasons, it surely stemmed from some promise made by Nick Fury. If Nick Fury could persuade Natasha to betray the Red Room, then his bargaining chips were undoubtedly substantial. I'm leaving. Take your time to ponder. After all, I have all the time in the world. He tossed a business card to her as he got into his car and drove away. Natasha stood there, staring blankly at the card in her hand, lost in thought. She had initially escaped the Red Room to join S.H.I.L.D. because Nick Fury promised her the infinite formula. The allure of life is irresistible, and she was no exception. What lay before her now? Superpowers, a more formidable self. The instinct to grow stronger is inherent in biological evolution. Opportunities are fleeting. Natasha clenched her fist, whispering to herself. She had made her decision. A sudden breeze brushed against her legs, sending a shiver down her spine, and she suddenly remembered something that infuriated her. Damn Chen Xi, that shameless bastard. Not only does he neglect to extinguish fires, but he also ignites them. Cursing under her breath, she hurried to her car. Finding no one around, she discreetly yanked down her pants and stuffed them into her bag. They were utterly unwearable now, all thanks to that insufferable tease. Achoo! While driving, Chen Xi sneezed forcefully. Who is thinking of me? Such a sweet little thing. The Lamborghini roared like a blue streak of lightning, provoking a chorus of curses along the way. Fuck. So what if it's an expensive car? Do they not consider the less fortunate as human? Chen Xi came to an abrupt halt outside the rented villa where Wanda was staying. Upon opening the door, he found Wanda fast asleep, even in the evening. Impressive. He entered another room and locked the door behind him, ready to conduct serious business. System, assist me in fusion. Chen Xi was eager, practically brimming with anticipation. Please hold. Host. Ding. Extracting the steel man's steel-hardening ability, beginning fusion. Please hold. Ding. Fusion successful. Upon hearing the notification, Chen Xi extended his finger, eager to test it. As expected, his finger transformed into a formidable appendage reminiscent of Kato's, capable of driving women wild. Continue. Ding. Extracting Iceman's freezing ability, beginning fusion. Please hold. Ding. Detected that the host possesses ice-based abilities. The two abilities are beginning to fuse. Please hold. Ding. Fusion successful. With a mere thought, an ultra-low temperature cyclone began to swirl in the palm of his hand. He knew it reached a chilling minus 150 degrees. Even the steel man's ironclad body and Wolverine's incredible healing abilities could not withstand such frigid temperatures, leading to instant demise. He had obtained Omega-level abilities, his most powerful skill to date. The sense of security it provided him was unparalleled, especially knowing that the Iceman wasted such a tremendous gift in the films. System proceed. Ding. Extracting Red Devil's teleportation ability, beginning fusion. Please hold. Ding. Fusion successful. Excellent. Truly excellent. He finally possessed a vital auxiliary ability for self-preservation. If he could not overpower his foes, he could certainly escape much more swiftly, as very few could thwart the power of teleportation. Chen Xi pondered why the Red Devil initially submitted to Sebastian Shaw only to later align with Magneto. After all, he was a mutant who had lived for over 1,000 years. Such a decision seemed implausible. His teleportation ability was quite formidable. He could transport enemies to great heights, and with a simple push, they would plummet to their demise. Or he could create a sealed adamantium cage, teleport someone inside, and suffocate them. If all else failed, he could simply drop someone in the middle of the ocean, ensuring they would either drown or perish from thirst. Just moments ago, during his confrontation with the Red Devil, he had been prepared to fuse the teleportation ability to thwart any tricks, but the moment never came. Regardless, he had now established a preliminary foothold in this world. With the emergence of the Variance Management Agency, they would now find it impossible to return. Chapter 24. The plot of the Invincible Hulk system. Open the Attributes panel. Ding. The Attributes panel has been opened. Please check Host. Host. Chen Xi age. 22 level. Peak Earth level physique. Frost Giant physique abilities. Water Manipulation A class, within a 10-kilometer range. Ice Manipulation S class, at minus 150 degrees Celsius. Fire Manipulation C class, up to 500 degrees. Carbon Steel Transformation, inferior only to original adamantium and vibranium. Teleportation A class. Within Earth range, items, Time Gem, Space Gem, Reality Gem, Power Gem, Mind Gem, Soul Gem. End pieces, points, 7 million biological energy, 350 points. With an array of abilities, his panel had transformed into a more impressive display, far removed from the simplicity of a few minor skills. Quite satisfactory. Chen Xi stroked his chin, nodding with approval. Well then, let us venture out and test these new abilities. Eager to explore, Chen Xi decided to visit the vast western desert, a place once celebrated in cowboy films. Soon, he resolved to unleash his newfound powers amidst the sprawling sands. With a whoosh, a red mist enveloped him, and he vanished from sight. Is this a spatial folding jump using an alternate dimension as a transit point? As he utilized his teleportation, Chen Xi found himself in a different realm, observing the space around him fold. It was as if he were a map, stepping directly onto a specific point. With a thud, he landed in the endless desert. The solitary smoke rises straight. The long river meets the setting sun. Chen Xi couldn't help but recite this timeless verse. Before him, the sunset painted the desert in a breathtaking glow, igniting the clouds on the horizon. It was a sight he had never witnessed before. The sun, after a long day's journey, appeared large and crimson, its brilliance subdued compared to the daytime glare. The once barren desert now donned a gentle hue, no longer reflecting the harsh, blinding light. The clouds in the sky resembled an orange garment, drifting gracefully against the clear azure backdrop, adorned with layers of warm colors as the sun dipped closer to the horizon. At the moment the sun kissed the horizon, the world seemed to transform. The western sky, layered with clouds, appeared as if brushed with rouge, fluffy and carefree, floating in the pristine blue, resembling intricate patterns embroidered on smooth satin. Such beauty overwhelmed Chen Xi, igniting a surge of emotion within him. Without restraint, he roared into the vastness of this world, releasing the tension, frustration, and excitement of the past days. Ah, 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 boom, boom, boom. By the heavens, Chen Xi was astonished. Had his distant cow-punching practice actually succeeded? The response was remarkably fitting. Of course, he hadn't trained any lion's roar. It was merely the sound of rockets. Startled, he looked up to see several armed helicopters approaching, their gunfire echoing in the air. Meanwhile, a green figure was evading their assault with remarkable agility. This agile giant was none other than the Hulk, showcasing a thrilling scene reminiscent of a movie where he battled aircraft in the desert. Chen Xi recognized the spectacle unfolding before him. No matter if it was tanks or planes, they seemed as fragile as paper before the green behemoth. Suddenly, the Hulk halted, executing a bear-like leap onto a tank. He seized the tank's cannon and began to spin it with astonishing force. Whoosh! The tank soared into the air like a cannonball. Boom! The Hulk's aim was impeccable, striking the aircraft mid-flight. The doomed tank and helicopter met their end in a spectacular explosion, adding a dramatic flair to the desert sunset. Witnessing this, the soldiers went berserk, unleashing a torrent of bullets upon the Hulk. However, the projectiles merely bounced off him as if they were hitting a thick steel plate. In that moment, several rockets whistled through the air, aiming directly at the rampaging Hulk. In an instant, the agile green figure dodged, the rockets flying harmlessly past him. Then, with a swift motion, he caught a returning rocket and hurled it back. Boom! Another deafening explosion. The helicopter spiraled down, engulfed in smoke. Fools! Useless! General Ross raged from a nearby helicopter, showing no concern for the lives lost. His heart had turned cold. He cared only for capturing the Hulk and creating super soldiers. As the operation appeared on the verge of failure, he lamented, "If I fail to capture him, I might lose my position." Just then, an aide exclaimed, "Sir, someone is battling the Hulk." Ross sprang to his feet, excitement coursing through him. "Excellent. Let us observe first." Meanwhile, Chen Xi leisurely watched the unfolding drama, relishing the live performance. Little did he know, perhaps the fates were displeased with his enjoyment. Suddenly, a massive green figure came crashing down toward him. Whoa! Sitting on sand, and a giant descends. Chen Xi hurriedly darted aside, unwilling to bear the brunt of that impact. Upon landing, the Hulk spotted Chen Xi and charged at him. In that moment, the Hulk's intellect was clouded. He perceived Chen Xi as an enemy and, with a fierce roar, lunged forward. Goodness, this hulking brute isn't holding back. Chen Xi thought, his eyes lighting up at the sight of the charging giant. What a perfect opportunity. This colossal figure was an ideal target, resilient and ready to engage. Chapter 25. Extracting Hulk's regeneration and defeating the Green Giant. The figure of the Green Giant grew ever larger. his fist the size of a cooking pot, looming closer in Chen Xi's vision. In this critical moment, however, Chen Xi remained composed, deftly sidestepping to evade the impending blow. And in the next instant, he embraced the massive arm of the green giant. "Give it to me." In an instant, Chen Xi's clothing was reduced to tatters, revealing a silvery figure of a steel man. Transformed, Chen Xi's strength surged from over 30 tons to nearly 100 tons. Yet, this strength paled in comparison to the green giant's usual mass of 800 tons. Nevertheless, this newfound power was sufficient. Seizing the opportunity while the green giant was momentarily off balance, Chen Xi wrapped his arms around the giant's arm, bent his right knee, and delivered a powerful knee strike to the vulnerable area behind the giant's knee. This region, known as the popliteal fossa, is complex and contains critical structures such as the popliteal artery, popliteal vein, and tibial nerve. Any injury here could lead to severe consequences. Damage to this area could easily result in thrombosis in the lower limbs, making it a particularly weak yet vital spot. Having fought before, Chen Xi understood the stakes. If he was weak, he had to devise a strategy to survive. Bang! The unsuspecting green giant was struck by the steel knee, collapsing to one knee, clutching his leg in excruciating agony. Roar! It hurts. It pierces to the core. Even a might of a Gatling gun and a barrage of rockets could not breach his skin. It felt like a mere scratch. Yet now, he could scarcely endure this overwhelming pain, indicating the severity of the blow. But the battle was far from over. Taking advantage of the green giant's distraction, Chen Xi executed a powerful shoulder throw, sending him sprawling far away, kicking up a storm of yellow sand. This time, Chen Xi did not press the attack, but instead watched the green giant, for he held no grudge against him. Ding! The system detected the character Hulk. Would you like to extract? Due to the multiple abilities possessed by the Hulk, extraction requires 1 million points. As expected, the system activated the moment they made contact. Extract. This time was different. A plethora of options danced before him. Hulk's strength, Hulk's defense, Hulk's regeneration, Hulk's speed, Hulk's endurance, immunity to diseases and toxins. Each of these abilities could elevate one to the status of a top-tier superhuman, which explained why they were individually categorized. As Chen Xi anticipated, the slot machine began to whirl, Bayou, Bayou, Bayou. The icons spun joyously, gaining speed until it abruptly halted. Boom! Chen Xi focused and saw the cursor had landed on Hulk's regeneration. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have extracted Hulk's regeneration. The next extraction can occur in 1 month. Ding! Extraction of Hulk's regeneration complete. Would the host like to fuse? Wait, not so fast. Chen Xi pondered. Fusion required 10 minutes, and there was no rush. In the meantime, the green giant had already utilized his regenerative ability to recover from the near asphyxiation of blood in his thigh. With the mentality of a child, the green giant spat angrily, his slightly reddened eyes fixated on Chen Xi. He was furious. For the first time in his career, he felt such excruciating pain. Who could withstand over 100 tons of force? Roar! The green giant bellowed, beginning to accelerate. Thud! 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 His heavy footsteps pounded the desert, stirring up a cloud of sand while the ground trembled. His rage was palpable, and he was intent on exacting revenge on those who dared to provoke him. Goodness! A green giant is like an entire convoy. What an entrance! Chen Xi exclaimed, instantly teleporting away. Roar! 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 The figure that had been before him vanished. Am I seeing things? Have I been tricked? The bewildered green giant stood frozen in place, howling in frustration. Suddenly, a wave of panic surged through him. The green giant sensed impending danger. But alas, it was too late. Chen Xi, now positioned behind him, launched a colossal downward strike. Boom! With immense force, his invincible iron fist crashed onto the green giant's head, causing stars to dance before his eyes. Stumbling, he fell unceremoniously to the ground. Ugh! 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 The green giant spat out a mouthful of sand, shaking his head as he struggled to rise. The Hulk's formidable regenerative power was indeed obstinate. Roar! His rage intensified, his eyes turning blood red, his anger reaching new heights. Chen Xi estimated that the creature's strength had likely surpassed 1,500 tons. Was this the transformation from weak to overpowering? The mindless Hulk was indeed the most formidable. Fueled by fury, he unleashed a barrage of punches, left hooks, right hooks, and a flurry of kicks. In his chaotic state, he executed a military-style combat routine that failed to land a single hit on Chen Xi, though it nearly suffocated him instead. The air around him was nearly vacated by the Green Giant's onslaught, creating an unsettling atmosphere. However, Chen Xi was not one to be trifled with. After enduring the onslaught for so long, it was finally his turn to shine. At that moment, as the Green Giant launched a right jab aimed at Chen Xi's head, Chen Xi deflected it with his left hand while simultaneously securing Hulk's forearm with his right hand. In a swift motion, Chen Xi pivoted his body to face away from the Green Giant, firmly grounding himself with his left foot before delivering a devastating kick with his right leg aimed at the Green Giant. The next moment, the entire desert erupted. A howl echoed through the air, scattering the clouds above. The Green Giant clutched his groin in agony, rolling on the ground in despair. It was truly a heart-wrenching scene for onlookers, evoking sympathy from soldiers who instinctively shielded their own legs, resembling members of the Wudong sect. Even helicopters began to sway, as everyone felt a wave of empathy for the Green Giant. The pain must have been unbearable. Uncertain if he had shattered something, he realized that no matter how formidable his defenses, he could not protect his most vulnerable spot. The force of the impact was undeniable. Even his legendary undergarments could withstand bombs and missiles, but not this. As anticipated, the Green Giant began to fade, transforming back into Banner. Upon regaining consciousness, Banner was immediately struck by a wave of intense pain, prompting him to clutch his groin and roll in agony. "Oh, F, F, F." Banner cursed incessantly, attempting to alleviate the suffering. Seeing this, Chen Xi could only silently recite, "Forgive me, my transgressions, I have been remiss." Meanwhile, General Ross's attention was fixated not on Banner, but rather on Chen Xi, his gaze aflame with interest. What a remarkable specimen! Such exquisite genes. Capture him, study him. Even if he does not surpass the Hulk, he is still extraordinary. Now, Chen Xi had become an object of desire for Ross. Feeling the intensity of Ross's gaze from a kilometer away, Chen Xi realized who it was. "Ah, so it's Ross. But how dare you set your sights on me? If someone is eager to meet their end, I shall gladly assist them." Chapter 26. The Arrival of the Charlatan Chen. Demanding 1 billion Chen, she regarded General Ross with utter disdain, perceiving him as a rather insignificant adversary, hardly deserving of his caution. Seizing the shrieking disciple of Wudong, Banner, Chen Xi executed a swift teleportation, ensuring that Ross would gain no advantage. The Hulk was a formidable weapon that required careful handling. Yet, before departing, Chen Xi cast an enigmatic smile at Ross, which the latter interpreted as both provocation and mockery. "Just wait," Ross huffed defiantly, turning his ire towards his disheartened soldiers. "Regroup." Thus, an operation that started with great promise concluded abruptly in failure. At Tony's villa, Chen Xi materialized out of thin air, unceremoniously tossing the bewildered Banner into the pool. The splash, combined with the shock of the cold water, jolted Banner back to his senses. "Oh, for crying out loud," he exclaimed, struggling to his feet and surveying his surroundings. "Who are you? Why did you throw me in here?" Despite the precariousness of his situation, he remained undaunted, his confidence bolstered by the knowledge that Hulk would always emerge to protect him, rendering even suicidal thoughts futile. "Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is that I am your savior. So behave yourself," Chen Xi replied, changing into a new outfit, contemplating the need for a nanotechnology-crafted suit, as ordinary clothing proved too fragile. Upon realizing that this individual was indeed his rescuer, Banner recalled the military's pursuit of him. "Ah, so you are my savior," he mused, unwittingly falling into Chen Xi's trap, oblivious to the fact that his benefactor was also the architect of his troubles. Chen Xi, cunning and shameless, had assaulted him, yet managed to elicit gratitude from him. Banner mimicked a zipper motion across his mouth, indicating his silence. "This guy, is he employing American humor?" he pondered. Chen Xi, taken aback, marveled at how robust this Asian was. After standing, he appeared to have gained several inches in height. At that moment, Tony and Pepper Potts unexpectedly arrived, likely alerted by J.A.R.V.I.S. Pepper turned around quickly. Tony's expression soured as he realized he had been outsmarted once again. Even Pepper could not resist the allure of the scene, finding it utterly amusing. "Come on, Tony. Don't feel inferior. It's just genetics," she teased. "Get lost. Am I insecure? Damn it." Tony snapped, clearly flustered and wounded. "Haha, calm down. I wasn't referring to you. Why are you so worked up?" Chen Xi jested, reveling in the chaos he had sown. "You." Tony seethed, feeling disgruntled at being bested. Seeing Tony's disarray, Pepper could not contain her laughter. "Serves you right," she quipped. "But don't worry. I'm not here to undermine you today," Chen Xi said, clearing his throat and adopting a serious demeanor. I don't believe a word you say. Let us get to the point." Tony interjected, clearly annoyed. "Well, here's the thing." Chen Xi paused, contemplating before continuing. "You should recognize this fellow beside me, right?" "Of course, the Hulk, Dr. Banner," Tony replied dismissively. "Good. Let him stay here for now and assist you in researching the Iron Man suit." "What? He is staying here? Are you sure? Don't you fear he'll destroy my villa?" Tony exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. "Absolutely not. Banner is a ticking time bomb. Who would dare take him in? Is that really the case? Perhaps I am better suited for a life of solitude in the mountains," Banner sighed, feeling dejected. "Am I truly a menace? All I desire is to live in peace. Why is that so difficult? The world cannot accommodate me. What should I do?" Banner's emotions surged dangerously, and the green hue in his eyes intensified. Hulk was on the verge of manifesting. "Banner, calm down. Others may reject you, but I'm not afraid. You are not alone. I believe Tony will accept you too." Yes, I welcome your presence as well," Tony hastily added, sensing the precariousness of the situation. "Really? Just moments ago, you were unwilling," Banner retorted, not easily fooled. "Ah, you know how infuriating and cunning Chen Xi can be." "I was momentarily flustered." Tony attempted to redeem himself. The green tint in Banner's eyes gradually faded, and he regained his composure. Tony exhaled deeply, relieved that the crisis had passed. "I despise you, Chen Xi. I'll draw a circle and curse you. May you never find seasoning packets for your instant noodles." Tony's face fluctuated between shades of green and white, a master of expressions. "Tony, have you studied Sichuan opera? Your face-changing skills are impressive," Chen Xi teased, finding joy in Tony's discomfort. "I'm perfectly fine," Tony retorted, nearly exasperated to the point of bloodshed, regretting ever bringing Chen Xi into his life. "Hey, since I've vexed you for so long, I'll generously offer you a life-saving piece of information. Just don't die on me." Chen Xi's tone shifted to a more serious note. "Sadly, when that time comes, Pepper will belong to someone else." At this moment, the charlatan Chen was fully engaged, ready to play the game of persuasion. His cryptic words left Tony stunned. He was well aware of Chen Xi's mysterious abilities, despite his considerably worse personality. With a grave expression, Tony inquired, "How much?" "What is the information?" "Not much, just $100 million, a fixed price, fair and square." Chen Xi smiled enigmatically at Tony, his words laden with deeper implications. "All right, I agree. Now hurry and tell me." Tony grimaced but acquiesced, recognizing the potential value of the information. "It's simple. Beware of your dear Uncle Obadiah Stane. He has retrieved your original suit and intends to eliminate you to seize control of the board." Chen Xi's revelation sent shockwaves through Tony, leaving him dazed. "Impossible. Absolutely impossible," he exclaimed, unable to fathom the betrayal. "Stane has been a loyal aide to the Stark family for decades. How could he possibly do such a thing? Understanding a person's appearance doesn't guarantee knowledge of their heart. You are the junior, and he is the elder. Would you truly follow a younger one?" Tony remained skeptical, struggling to reconcile years of loyalty with this new information. Chen Xi, having received his payment, felt inclined to provide some psychological support. This. Tony stammered, grappling with disbelief. However, he realized that despite the overwhelming evidence, it was challenging to accept the truth. Yet, with this, he would not perish, and Chen Xi had no desire to waste further breath on this matter. He preferred to focus on Wanda instead. It seemed that on the morrow, Tony would formally declare his withdrawal from arms manufacturing, marking the opportune moment for Chen Xi to capitalize on the situation. This was what truly interested him. Chapter 27. Uncovering Captain America for profit. Regardless of whether Tony chooses to listen or believe, Chen Xi has grown indifferent. Life and death are dictated by fate. Wealth and nobility are determined by the heavens. It is time to depart, and with a final glance at Banner, he instructed him to remain composed. The Avengers? Forget it. Enough said. I shall take my leave. Yet, after taking just a few steps, Chen Xi turned back. By the way, Tony, quickly instruct Jarvis to transfer 100 million to me, or I fear I might not receive it. Get lost. Tony exclaimed furiously. Who are you cursing? Ha! I'm off. Chen Xi laughed heartily, then vanished in an instant. The onlookers were left agape, nearly dropping their jaws. What the hell? Was that instantaneous teleportation? Damn! How could this guy have taken our plane to leave when he can teleport? I was kind enough to bring him back, and he deceived me. Tony was vexed, feeling as if he had swallowed a fly. Ever since Chen Xi's arrival, he had been perpetually ensnared. Now he dreaded Chen Xi's appearances, knowing they heralded nothing but misfortune. Tony's dismay was palpable, while Pepper stifled her laughter beside him, and Banner gazed upward, detached and unconcerned. In Wanda's room, Chen Xi reappeared through teleportation, his brow furrowed. System, why do I feel a delay in my teleportation? Both Quicksilver and Nightcrawler seemed to experience this. His mind was plagued with questions. Could this be a flaw of mutants? After all, no ability is without its imperfections in this world. The system responded to Chen Xi's contemplation. Host, both Quicksilver and Nightcrawler utilize interdimensional travel for their teleportation. Hence the brief delay of mere milliseconds as they transition into another dimension. Indeed, upon hearing the system's explanation, Chen Xi comprehended the issue. In high-stakes encounters, such a flaw can be critical. Adversaries could anticipate actions based on that delay. In a duel of experts, even a mere 0.1 second difference could prove fatal. Chen Xi would not tolerate such a vulnerability. Is there a solution? This is a dire predicament. The system's reply was resolute. There is. By absorbing the space stone, the host can evolve into a being capable of spatial displacement. Excellent. Let us proceed. Chen Xi nodded decisively. Steve, it's time for your early emergence. An idea struck him, one that would undoubtedly achieve his objective. At that moment, Steve lay in slumber beneath the Arctic, yet to be retrieved. Chen Xi recognized the potential for manipulation. Your superhero, Captain America, Steve Rogers, still lives in this world. Surprised? Astonished? Imagine trading this superhero for the Tesseract. Nick Fury would have no choice but to comply. Regardless of his personal will, he must acquiesce. If he refuses, the populace would turn against him. They idolize individual heroism with fervor. In a few days, I shall seek out Captain America Steve Rogers and sell him for a fortune. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slightly altering the fate of the character Hulk. Reward: 100,000 points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slightly altering the fate of the character Tony Stark. Reward: 100,000 points. Currently, the host has amassed a total of 5.9 million points. After waiting so long, the system's notification finally arrived, granting Chen Xi a sense of relief. Surely, intervening in this narrative would yield rewards. As for the implications of hastening Steve's emergence by 2 years, he did not ponder. Who cares? Isn't the narrative meant to be disrupted? If not, what purpose does his presence in this world serve? As long as he desires something, no one can take it from him. Regarding the wrath of the purple potato essence, please, he remains oblivious to the cosmic corners where it executes its egalitarian pursuits. Even if it were to notice this realm, what could it do? Would a mere demigod dare to tread upon Earth? With Odin still alive and the Ancient One present, the purple potato essence would not dare to present itself. Even before Hela's demise, Thanos would not have dared approach. Here, he would be powerless against Chen Xi. As Chen Xi organized his thoughts and confirmed his current plans, he felt a sense of tranquility wash over him. The hour grows late. I ought to order some food. Wanda should be waking soon. He raised his hand to check the time, realizing how late it had become, and promptly called a five-star hotel to order a lavish meal. It was time to treat himself, for he had become a man of wealth and deserved to indulge. Moreover, Wanda needed nourishment. After all, he owed her for her sacrifices. Chen Xi felt a twinge of guilt. Only when Wanda recovers can he truly assist her. Otherwise, he would be less than a beast. The delivery service in America, however, proved excruciatingly slow. Even a five-star establishment could not expedite the process. From the moment he placed the order to its arrival, a full 2 hours elapsed. Is this a snail's pace? The delivery fee exceeded $20, and this is the efficiency I receive? It appears I must hire a maid to manage our laundry and meals. Otherwise, I might work myself to exhaustion. Though he was adept at cooking and cleaning, could he truly engage in such tasks now? He was a conqueror of the cosmos. Surely, that would be beneath him? Wanda, come with me tomorrow. I've purchased a grand estate. The environment is superior and far more secure. With an empty stomach, Wanda was devouring her meal. In Chen, she seized the opportunity to voice his thoughts. Dining while discussing matters is the epitome of efficiency. Indeed, Wanda did not hesitate to agree. Fine, I'll follow your lead. Wanda, the petite woman, had no objections. Why should a billionaire heed the opinions of someone earning a mere $2,000 a month? Please, she is not like the women who would later indulge excessively in self-help. Eat a bit more. We have matters to attend to this evening. Chen Xi winked, conveying a knowing look. Cut it out. Who has any matters to attend to? You should leave. Wanda understood his ulterior motives, but felt overwhelmed by the feast before her. She feared overindulgence would lead to disaster. How tragic it would be to overeat. Many women would envy her predicament, yet it caused her distress. Oh, I plan to find a maid to handle our laundry and meals. Go ahead. Isn't that normal? Wanda replied without looking up. Just don't be surprised when you meet the maid I find. She is not your average individual. Huh? Is she from the second class? Wanda playfully queried. I speak the truth. Don't be astonished when the time comes. All right, now I'm curious. Wanda remained skeptical. Was he truly hiring a ghost? Perhaps one with horns or a tail? It's a secret. Chen Xi envisioned Natasha. That would certainly be intriguing. A black widow in a maid outfit? Now, that has potential. Chapter 28. The collapse of Stark Industries. After galloping across the prairie all night, Chen Xi remained invigorated, fully aware of the circumstances that led Wanda to seek solace in alcohol. Beauty captivates the heart. A vice president from Wanda's company had taken a fancy to her. It is only natural to admire beauty, yet resorting to despicable tactics to threaten her is utterly reprehensible. Hammer Industries? What a coincidence. Just as I was preparing to implement my future plans involving you, you appear out of nowhere. Upon hearing this news, Chen Xi couldn't help but chuckle. It seems that fate has a peculiar sense of humor. Wanda, don't go to work. In a few days, my dear wife, I shall establish a new company, and you shall be my secretary. Let us indulge in a life of decadence, complete with a stunningly beautiful secretary team. He mused, his thoughts spiraling into fantasy, nearly drooling at the prospect. Go to hell. You gluttonous scoundrel, always wanting more. I must have been blind to have been with you. It's time to break up. Break up? That is out of the question. You cannot escape my grasp. Have you ever seen a Cinderella evade the clutches of a domineering CEO? Chen Xi shamelessly embraced Wanda, eliciting a dramatic eye roll from her. Am I a Cinderella? Phew, cat. I was wrong. You are my little princess. It has been far too long since I've seen my princess, he replied, yielding under Wanda's playful threat. Their playful bickering continued until the unmistakable voice of Tony Stark resonated from the television. Show, my dear, quiet down. Important news is about to unfold, Chen Xi urged, halting Wanda, who was playfully nipping at him. Reluctantly compliant, Wanda rose to rinse her mouth and settled on the couch, her gaze fixed on the screen. There, Tony, clad in a tailored suit, was engaged in a lively discussion with Obadiah Stane. Delighted to see you, Tony greeted, his tone tinged with hesitation. Obadiah, oblivious to the subtlety, assumed Tony was merely groggy from the previous night's revelry. Tony, with an intense stare, confessed, I never got to see my father one last time. I wish to know his perspective on arms manufacturing. Was there ever a conflict within him? Did he ever waver? Or was he, as the media portrays, a man of unyielding strength? At this moment, a flicker of agitation crossed Tony's face as memories of his father surfaced, a relationship marred by endless quarrels and misunderstandings. The ache of his father's death lingered, an unresolved pain that would haunt him eternally. Obadiah, feigning concern, patted Tony's shoulder. Tony, however, could not bring himself to trust the man who had nurtured their family for generations, believing he could betray him. Perhaps Chen Xi was mistaken. Perhaps he had misjudged Obadiah's intentions. Yet, the moment was not one for sentimentality, as dozens of eyes scrutinized him. I witnessed young soldiers being slain by the very weapons I intended to protect them with. I have come to realize that I am part of a reckless world, Tony declared, his voice resonating with gravity. Gasps rippled through the audience, and Obadiah's expression shifted, while reporters exchanged anxious glances. Mr. Stark, what exactly has transpired? They pressed, their tension palpable. Tony rose, approaching the podium with resolve. I have awakened to the truth. Beyond manufacturing weapons, I can contribute to the world in myriad ways. Standing resolute at the podium, he addressed the assembly with unwavering seriousness. I have made my decision. Stark Industries will cease its weapons division, effective immediately. His declaration sent shockwaves through the room. Obadiah, Pepper Potts, Rhodey, and the reporters rose in disbelief, demanding to know the reasoning behind such a drastic move. The atmosphere erupted, akin to an atomic bomb detonating in the Pacific, shattering their mental defenses. Flashes from cameras erupted incessantly, creating chaos akin to a bustling marketplace. Obadiah rushed forward, attempting to defuse the situation. Apologies. Tony has just returned and may still be recovering from last night's festivities. Please, everyone, return to your posts. We will discuss our future weapon plans internally and notify you promptly. Thus, Tony's press conference was abruptly concluded. Did you see that? Tomorrow, Stark Industries stock will plummet. Soon, I shall seize the opportunity to buy in. Chen Xi exclaimed, thrilled as he pulled Wanda into a celebratory embrace. As anticipated, everything unfolded precisely as planned. Meanwhile, Obadiah confronted Tony with a grim expression. Tony, do you realize the extent to which your actions will cause Stark Industries stock to plummet? 40 points, perhaps more, Tony shrugged nonchalantly. Bravo. Truly, the Stark heir possesses remarkable audacity. Obadiah retorted, his patience wearing thin. Hey, did you retrieve the Iron Man suit? We need to expedite its research and enhancement. If that fool could forge such a weapon in a cave, do not disappoint me. Obadiah barked a command to his subordinates, his demeanor dark and foreboding. Yes, boss. Rest assured, came the frightened reply from the other end of the line. Hanging up, Obadiah sat silently in his car, his expression brooding, lost in thought. Outside, chaos erupted in response to Tony's statements, igniting a fervor among the public. Is Tony truly changing his ways? If Stark Industries doesn't produce weapons, who will protect us? Dalmu, Tony, our hard-earned money. People shouted, some reveling in the misfortune, while others watched in horror as the stock plummeted, marking a catastrophic day for Stark Industries. Chapter 29. The coming battle of Iron Man. The populace is in a state of turmoil, and the authorities are equally unsettled. Neither the military nor the government is inclined to allow Tony to relinquish his weapons manufacturing division. They are unwilling to entertain the notion of loss, nor do they wish to hear such reports. Representatives from both the military and the government can be found lingering outside Tony's corporate office or blocking the entrance to his opulent villa. However, Tony remains indifferent to their presence, refusing to meet with them, leaving them entirely at a loss. In a laboratory beneath the villa, Tony is diligently crafting his second-generation Iron Man armor. The rudimentary first version has long been cast aside. His intellect serves as his greatest asset. JARVIS. Install a jet propulsion system at the soles of the suit, and we shall take to the skies. However, the shock absorption mechanism must be perfected. Understood, sir. Moreover, we need to enhance our arc reactor technology, reduce its size while amplifying its power, add 2 grams of palladium. Certainly, sir. Tony tirelessly dedicates himself to transforming the world, to the point of neglecting his own well-being. Within the span of a mere week, Stark Industries stock price has plummeted daily, experiencing a staggering 55 drop. Countless investors are left in despair, lamenting their losses. Many have faced bankruptcy, resorting to criminality, while others, finding themselves at a dead end, have tragically chosen the path of no return. In this land of freedom, savings are a rarity. Thus, the government, in a state of desperation, has resorted to distributing relief funds to keep its citizens afloat. Otherwise, public unrest could erupt. Riots in the streets, targeting the New York City government, would spell disaster. The crucial issue at hand is public support. The opposition is eager to seize this opportunity, advocating for their own agendas and promising grand reforms. This predicament has placed the current administration in a precarious position, as they are beset by criticism. A mere 500 meters away, Chen Xi resides in a lavish villa, acquired for approximately $5 million, an astronomical sum in 2009. Ha! Excellent. It's time to buy at the bottom, Chen Xi exclaims, confident that the market's rapid decline is merely a temporary reaction, and once the dust settles, the stocks will rebound significantly. VES employ tenfold leverage to acquire Stark Industries shares. Chen Xi decisively issues the command. Over the past week, he has been busy, registering a company with a brokerage, recruiting several traders. He is poised to reap the rewards, knowing that it won't be long before Tony announces his identity as Iron Man and returns with new energy solutions. At that point, Stark Industries stock will soar, and he plans to sell at the peak. Boss, this is an audacious gamble. You're investing $1 billion with tenfold leverage. What if you lose everything? BS. With a professional perspective, warns Chen Xi, hoping he might reconsider this seemingly reckless venture. No, just trust my judgment. You wouldn't understand. Chen Xi responds with unwavering conviction. Very well, you're the boss, VS shrugs, conceding to Chen Xi's resolve, as it is not his money at stake. His prior words were merely a benevolent caution. Thus, Chen Xi invests $1 billion, utilizing tenfold leverage to directly acquire the scattered shares of Stark Industries. Observing a fool eagerly taking the plunge, investors find themselves emboldened, selling off their stocks with renewed enthusiasm. Haha, how amusing. There's a fool. Let's sell. Yet, an astute few sense something amiss. Why is this individual swimming against the current? They suspect a scheme at play. Perhaps this is a grand deception orchestrated by Stark Industries, a ploy to exploit unsuspecting investors by disseminating unfavorable news. Tony's announcement of the dissolution of the weapons manufacturing division serves as a tactical maneuver to drive down the stock price further. Initially, the news of Tony's disappearance had sent the stock spiraling down to $220 per share. Now, the announcement regarding the weapons division triggers another bombshell, causing the value to plummet drastically. Their intent is clear: depress the stock price for a subsequent buyback. In essence, when the stock was valued at $100 per share, they could cash out billions and then release negative news to drive the price down to 10. They could then reinvest the cash obtained to purchase the undervalued shares at 10, profiting immensely at the expense of the unsuspecting investors. The cunning machinations of capital are laid bare, as perceptive individuals feel themselves embodying the spirit of Sherlock Holmes, believing they possess unparalleled insight. Damn it, that cunning Tony Stark is using our money to pursue women, to court celebrities. Shoo, let us keep this under wraps as we quietly acquire from these retail investors. Exactly, we'll stealthily infiltrate, keeping our actions discreet. Chen Xi's interference has led the self-assured investors to follow suit, and remarkably, Stark's stock begins to rise several points amidst impending doom. However, Chen Xi is already detached from this situation, having exhausted his funds. A week passes, and Obadiah Stane can no longer contain his frustration. The inept researchers in his private lab have failed to develop a more advanced arc reactor. The first version is far too rudimentary. In the film, it is soon rendered obsolete, as the craftsmanship under such conditions is simply inadequate. After vehemently reprimanding the researchers, Obadiah resolves to ambush Tony Stark, believing he possesses a superior alternative. The phone rings, echoing through the night. Tony, reclining on the sofa, immediately answers. It is Pepper Potts calling. Sensing something amiss, Tony, with his keen intellect, instructs her to conduct a discreet investigation. Just as he suspects trouble, he is suddenly incapacitated, unable to move. Author's note, Chapter 30, The Golden Goose. Tony, a figure emerged slowly from behind him, while Tony lay pale and lifeless on the sofa. Tony, are you listening? Pepper Potts shouted again into the phone, but the situation had already fallen under the control of Obadiah Stane. Do you remember this device? Obadiah gleefully waved the gadget in his hand. This temporary paralysis device is quite useful in many situations. Tony, when I ordered your assassination, I feared I might be killing a golden goose. But look, you survived, such is fate. As he spoke, he forcefully removed the arc reactor from Tony's chest. You are destined to lay one final golden egg. As Obadiah toyed with the arc reactor, a triumphant grin spread across his face. Tony's reactor had ultimately become his last legacy. Stripped of the arc reactor, Tony was on the brink of collapse. His breathing became labored, blood ceased to circulate, and his heart lacked the strength to supply his body. Ha ha, Tony, relish your final moments. I, Obadiah Stane, will lead Stark Industries to unparalleled heights, echoing throughout the globe. Rest assured, I will not change the company name. After all, the Stark family name is quite illustrious. This was a quintessential example of psychological warfare. Not only did he intend to take over Stark Industries, but he also sought to exploit the Stark legacy for his own gain. Obadiah was ruthless, while regret was etched upon Tony's face. He lamented not heeding Chen Xi's advice to thoroughly investigate this mastermind, relying instead on Pepper to observe discreetly. Had he not been so arrogant, perhaps the outcome would have been different. Seeing Tony's remorseful expression only fueled Obadiah's glee. He unleashed years of suppressed animosity. He felt exhilarated, truly elated. With a newfound authority, he craved the world to know. With a callous stride, Obadiah departed the villa, his laughter echoing behind him. Yet, Tony did not surrender. He understood that time was of the essence. The house was empty at this hour. Even if Banner were home, he could have lent a hand, preventing this dire situation. Unable to move, he realized that calling for help would be futile. He would be long gone by the time they arrived. Jarvis, notify Chen Xi. Tony struggled to call out to Jarvis, knowing that only Chen Xi could teleport to his rescue. Regardless of the cost, he was desperate. His life was at stake. Yes, sir. Jarvis promptly initiated the call to Chen Xi. Hello, is this Mr. Chen Xi? It's me, Jarvis. Upon answering, Chen Xi immediately grasped that Tony was in peril, just as the narrative unfolded. Mr. Stark's life hangs in the balance. We urgently require your assistance. Please hurry to his residence. No problem, I'm on my way. Thank you, sir. Jarvis expressed gratitude profusely. He was a semi-sentient being, undeniably a crucial asset. Without Jarvis, Iron Man would not exist. All data and models were crafted with his aid. It was 2009, and the Marvel Universe was truly remarkable. After hanging up, Chen Xi chuckled to himself. It was time to reap the rewards. He couldn't end it all in one blow. Just as Obadiah remarked in the film, Tony was indeed a golden goose. In an instant, Chen Xi teleported to Tony's side, observing his ashen visage. He couldn't help but laugh heartlessly. Ha ha ha, Tony. What a unique look you have. Come, let us capture this moment. I must auction this precious snapshot later. With that, he pulled out his phone and snapped away at Tony. Tony, already pale, appeared even worse. His labored breathing became more distressing as he struggled to catch his breath, nearly gasping for air. Hurry, help me. Wait, I will, definitely, strangle you, even in such dire straits. Tony's tongue was unrelenting. Perhaps he sensed that his life was saved, reducing his fear considerably. Hey, for that remark, my price has changed. How about $10 billion? That is not too unreasonable, is it? I wouldn't want to put you in a difficult position, Chen Xi said with a smirk, his grin stretching from ear to ear. It was exhilarating to extort this wealthy man. With just a flick of his finger, money would flow effortlessly. You, what about you? Hurry up and pay, or I'll take my leave. Chen Xi threatened again, standing up to emphasize his point. I truly will leave. Whether Iron Man lives or dies means nothing to me. There are plenty of Iron Men in other universes. Seeing Chen Xi's resolve, Tony panicked. My life is at stake. My life is at stake. I agree, Tony exclaimed, somehow mustering the strength to utter a full statement, demonstrating that human potential is limitless. Without pushing oneself, one can never discover their true limits. Good, I'm glad you agreed. A pleasant partnership, Mr. Stark. Chen Xi grinned with satisfaction and proceeded to the underground lab, where an old arc reactor awaited. Installing it wouldn't be fatal. With a swift motion, Tony was revived. Oh, thank God. The feeling of being alive is splendid. You shouldn't thank God. You should thank me. And also the Green Franklin. Chen Xi interrupted Tony's musings. Oh, damn it. You opportunistic fiend. Let me think. You've siphoned over 20 billion from me. That mention made Tony's heart bleed. He toiled endlessly, and earning that money was no easy feat. This thief had come to rob him. Haha, Tony. You'll be paying again shortly. Believe it or not. Next time, it will be 2 lives and $20 billion. Chen Xi laughed, his mysterious grin suggesting hidden intentions. His eerie expression made Tony's heart race. He suddenly remembered Pepper Potts. Danger lurked. Obadiah Stane was aware of Pepper's information theft. He had to save her, damn it. He almost forgot. All thanks to Chen Xi. Chen Xi, thank you. I must leave. Tony dashed to the basement, donned his iron armor, and soared towards Pepper's location. Ah, Tony, your money won escape. Chen Xi remarked nonchalantly as he watched Tony's armored figure rush away. Chapter 31. The Birth of Iron Man. Chen Xi saves me. Tony soared through the night sky, clad in the Mark III iron armor, with astonishing speed. He had instructed JARVIS to pinpoint Pepper's location. Unsurprisingly, she was at the Stark Industries headquarters, having nowhere else to escape. The long trail of flames emitted by the armor illuminated the darkened sky, making Tony resemble a firefly amidst the night. The bustling metropolis of New York was alive with sounds, as its inhabitants came alive after a busy day, eager to unwind. They marveled at the sight of the iron armor streaking across the night, igniting a frenzy throughout the city. Could it be that the myriad of science fiction films they had consumed had influenced their reactions? Oh my God, is this an alien invasion? Hey, what is that? A mech from the movies. How cool. I wonder how much that costs. Can it be mass-produced? Wake up. You can't afford it. Go back to sleep and dream. No. Let me take a whiz and wake him up. What kind of genius could have invented this? Could it be Tony Stark? Yes. He was undoubtedly heading towards the Stark headquarters. As Tony flew by, crowds gathered to cheer him on, their shouts and whistles amplifying his vanity. Perhaps becoming a superhero like Iron Man to protect world peace wasn't such a bad idea after all. Chen Xi's emergence had ultimately disrupted the course of the world. With the strength of this butterfly, every flap of her wings stirred up colossal waves. Before this, Tony had not engaged in heroics, but had instead immersed himself in the lab, focused on developing new armor. The sight of Chen Xi's formidable powers left him feeling insecure. He needed to become stronger. He contemplated creating an anti-Chen Xi armor specifically designed to counter her various super abilities. Throughout his life, Tony had invented many counterarmors: the Hulk Buster, the Magneto Buster, the Phoenix Buster, the Thanos Buster, and so forth. Of course, he had always been bested by the very foes he sought to counter. Nevertheless, this was progress. Regardless of the circumstances, he had indeed advanced. Time flew, and Tony arrived at Stark Tower, where Pepper was engaged in a precarious game of cat and mouse with Obadiah Stane in the cramped confines of the building. Pepper, run toward the rooftop. I can't lock onto your position right now. Tony urged urgently. Unbeknownst to him, Obadiah had already donned the Ironmonger's suit and was wreaking havoc. No, Tony, listen to me. Obadiah has also built an iron armor, and it looks much larger. He's tracking me, and I don't want you to take any risks. While Tony remained oblivious, Pepper was acutely aware. She would rather sacrifice herself than put Tony in danger. What? He has an iron armor too? Damn it. Tony cursed upon hearing this, realizing the old foe had ambushed him for this very reason. However, despite his anger, he would not abandon Pepper. Forget everything else. Head to the rooftop now. I'll come to get you. I refuse to believe that anyone can build an iron armor greater than the magnificent Tony Stark. Hearing this, Pepper was deeply moved, nearly brought to tears. This was the man she admired, who would never forsake her, no matter the circumstances. All right, I'm on my way, she replied, inspired by his words. With her strong-willed nature, she wasted no time and sprinted towards the rooftop. Meanwhile, the ironmonger pursued her relentlessly, unwilling to let her thwart his plans. Using thermal imaging, he rampaged through the building, crushing everything in his path: desks, chairs, walls. Nothing was spared. On the other end, having just hung up the phone, Tony immediately instructed J.A.R.V.I.S. to make another call. Chen Xi, save me, he coughed, having just pretended to be in control, now directly calling for help. Is this an extreme display of shamelessness? $1 billion for a life. Deal. Please, I need your aid. Tony was frightened. Alone, he was not afraid of Obadiah, but with Pepper, a vulnerable human, how could she withstand the iron armor? After receiving Chen Xi's response, he finally felt a sense of relief. As Pepper reached the top floor, Obadiah, aware of her intentions, had already shattered the glass wall and flown to the rooftop. "Huh, I see you 1T escape," he sneered, envisioning her demise. "What? How are you still alive, Tony? Damn it, you truly are a pestilence that plagues the ages. I let you escape last time, and yet you've returned." Turning around, he saw the flamboyant gold and red armor emerging behind him, unmistakably Tony's. "Obadiah Stane, Chen Xi warned me you would betray me, and I couldn't believe it. You were like an uncle to me. Why are you doing this?" Tony's voice resonated with sorrow and fury, struggling to comprehend. "Your father and you amassed great wealth through your inventions, living luxuriously. But what about me? I handle all the trivial meetings and negotiations, yet I receive only 5 of the shares. You have greatly disappointed me. You've obstructed my financial path." At this revelation, Obadiah unleashed all his pent-up emotions, questioning Tony with desperation. "Sorry, but it seems you're the one who is unbalanced," Tony shrugged, coming to an understanding. "Perhaps I was too generous, allowing your greed to grow. Your father shouldn't have given you any shares. It only made you more avaricious." Tony's words further enraged Obadiah, who believed himself to be diligent and deserving of respect, yet faced such treatment. Consumed by rage, he shouted, "Die!" Raising his massive armored fist, he swung at Tony's helmet. Bang! Tony quickly raised his right arm to shield his head, bracing for the impact. To his astonishment, he realized he was no match for Obadiah. With one powerful blow, Tony was forced to kneel. "Haha, Tony, you may be nimble, but your defense and attack are no match for mine. I've studied your iron armor, yet you know nothing about me. Haha." Seeing Tony stunned by a strike brought Obadiah immense satisfaction, prompting him to mock further. "Oomph, so what? You can't catch me," Tony retorted defiantly, unwilling to concede. Suddenly, the door swung open. At that moment, Pepper arrived, albeit at the most inopportune time. "Ha ha ha, Tony, the heavens are against you." Obadiah laughed, feeling as though the divine had taken his side. Chapter 32. Auctioning your lives, the raucous laughter echoed across the rooftop, as if victory was already assured. "Madman," Tony scoffed dismissively. Over here, Obadiah Stane was a cunning old fox, seizing the opportunity to directly threaten Tony. "Hey kid, don't move, or I'll blow her away. She's rather fragile, you know." All right, I won't move. "I surrender." Tony feigned a gesture of compliance, raising his hands in mock surrender. "Tony, I'm so sorry. I've dragged you into this. Don't worry about me. Kill him and avenge me." Pepper Potts wept, as if bidding a final farewell. What a touching performance. Reminiscent of a dramatic romance featuring a domineering CEO. "Ahem, Pepper, could you spare the theatrics? It's mortifying to listen to," he remarked awkwardly. Suddenly, a ghostly figure appeared on the rooftop, forcefully interrupting their impromptu act. "What the hell? Who dares to intrude?" Obadiah Stane grumbled impatiently, not even bothering to look up, as if swatting away a fly. "Oh, look who it is. You're just a tiny pest, acting all tough." Chen Xi wasn't one to hold back against the dead man, launching an onslaught of insults regardless of whether Obadiah understood. "Ah, it's you." Obadiah was taken aback. The mysterious dread Chen Xi instilled was overwhelming. He had no idea what kind of trickery was at play. The experts he had sent out had vanished without a trace. His conclusion was that Chen Xi was a high-level mutant. "It's me, old man." Surprised? Thrilled? Chen Xi beamed, relishing the cat-and-mouse game. "You think I'm just 100 meters away? I'm 1,000. You think I'm 10,000 miles away? I'm in the atmosphere. You think I'm in the atmosphere? I'm in outer space." Seeing Chen Xi so pleased with himself, Obadiah was naturally indignant. "Today, I shall see what you can do," he declared, ready to take action, only to be interrupted by Chen Xi. "Stop. Your opponent is Tony Stark, not me. Farewell." Chen Xi didn't afford them any time to react, grabbing Pepper and making a swift exit. "What the hell? Chen Xi, you shameless scoundrel." Tony erupted in fury, realizing he was no match for the ironmonger. Damn it. Damn it. And you're holding my woman. Can't you at least let go of her? Oh, damn you. Ha. Tony, he running away. And he took your woman with him. You're done for. The woman is someone else's now. Obadiah guffawed, not expecting to find joy in verbal sparring. Even though Tony understood that Chen Xi was only after money, he was still infuriated. Tony charged forward, both of them relying on their armored suits for protection, engaging in a wild exchange. Clang, clang, clang. The resounding metallic clashes were somewhat melodious as they struck each other, each retaliating in turn. The two continued their playful brawl, testing each other's defenses until sparks flew from their armor, but to little avail. However, Tony's Mark III suit was outfitted with a pulse cannon, mini-missiles, dual shoulder-mounted 6-barrel miniguns, and decoys capable of simultaneous targeting. Thus, he opted for a show of overwhelming firepower, planning for a quick resolution, as his old arc reactor had limited energy. Bang, bang, bang. A dazzling display of light erupted as dozens of mini-missiles and projectiles shot toward the ironmonger, but the results were underwhelming. Aside from some dents and scratches, the ironmonger remained largely unscathed, his defenses surprisingly robust. "Huh, Tony, how about that? This is titanium nickel alloy." Obadiah's triumphant laughter grated on the ears, and he wasn't one to back down. He retaliated with heavy weaponry, while the agile Mark III suit dodged and weaved, performing aerial ballet to narrowly avoid the indiscriminate barrage. Nevertheless, several projectiles still struck, causing significant damage, especially to the weapon systems. JARVIS. How much energy is left? Tony urgently inquired, realizing that retreat was necessary. He wasn't a hero, after all, especially with Pepper already rescued. "Sir, there is 20 energy remaining." "Only that much? Then why not retreat?" In the movies, Pepper's presence mattered, but circumstances were different now. "Not so fast," Obadiah exclaimed, refusing to let Tony escape. Pew, pew, pew. Several mini-missiles sped toward Tony, with the ironmonger in hot pursuit, albeit slightly delayed. The tracking missiles caught up with Tony, and he, like in the movies, fell to the ground, causing a chain reaction of traffic accidents. Boom! On the overpass, the ironmonger crashed down, looming over Tony, preparing to stomp him out. At that moment, Tony executed a roll to narrowly evade the impending doom. "Chen Xi, what should we do? Help Tony. I'll give you anything you want." Pepper pleaded desperately, nearly on the verge of tears as she tugged at Chen Xi. "Huh?" Chen Xi was taken aback. Had the two of them reached this point? Wasn't he the moment for the virus to appear, supposed to be now? You want me? That is a bit awkward. I senti it. Just don't let Tony find out about this." Pepper, sensing Chen Xi's scrutiny, misinterpreted his gaze, blushing and stammering awkwardly. "What, sister? Is it really necessary?" Chen Xi shivered at the thought, feeling unworthy of her affections. Perhaps only Tony would appreciate such a woman, as their tastes were indeed vastly different. "Ahem, Pepper, you're overthinking it. We have an old saying, one must not deceive a friend's wife. I assure you, Tony will be fine. You needn't worry." Chen Xi hastily reassured her, realizing this woman was rather fierce. "That's wonderful. Thank you." Relieved at not having to sacrifice herself, Pepper was overjoyed. "Then I'll go now. You stay here." Yes, don't worry." After advising Pepper, Chen Xi swiftly appeared on the battlefield. "Hello, Tony. How are you holding up?" Chen Xi grinned at Tony, his face full of mischief, completely unperturbed by the battlefield ambience. "Hurry, no time for chit-chat. Take him down." Tony was terrified. He could not afford to die. The greatest tragedy of all was dying with unspent wealth. He hadn't finished enjoying life yet. There were so many stars and models waiting for his money and his mini-cannons. "Not so fast," Chen Xi replied leisurely, turning to face Obadiah. "Hey, old man. Tony is bidding 10 billion. How much are you willing to bid for his life? What? You think this is an auction? Auctioning our lives? Is there no sense of justice? No law? Both men were infuriated, feeling as though they might vomit blood. Chapter 33. The Invincible Chen Xi. Tony's intent to kill. What is it with you? Stop dawdling. My time is incredibly precious, worth hundreds of thousands every second. Chen Xi, growing impatient with the sluggishness of the iron tortoise, expressed his irritation. Haha, splendid. Obadiah Stane paused, quickly realizing that this individual was a money-driven person, making it easier to negotiate with him. I bid $5 billion for Tony's life. He promptly raised his offer by an additional $500 million. Chen Xi's spirits soared. Such wealth. He turned to Tony, signaling him to increase his bid. Damn it, you bastard. Tony silently cursed, feeling utterly unfortunate to encounter this troublesome character. He dared not wager his life. Having known Chen Xi for merely a few weeks, he was clueless about the man's true nature. Tony shouted, I bid $2 billion. Excellent. Tony has bid $2 billion. Going once. Going twice. $20 billion. Wait. Just as Chen Xi was about to elongate the last syllable for effect, Obadiah Stane hastily interrupted. I bid $5 billion. Goodness. He, too, was unwilling to gamble. Who knew the extent of this man's capabilities? The entire crowd of 500 to 600 people was left bewildered. What began as an epic battle had transformed into an auction. What nonsense was this? The onlookers were speechless, incredulous at the spectacle unfolding before them. Wait, are they Tony Stark and Obadiah Stane? This was truly sensational news. Was Stark Industries about to crumble? What enmity lay between them that warranted such a deadly confrontation? And who was this formidable individual auctioning off their lives? The atmosphere erupted with discussions as the audience, emboldened by their curiosity, eagerly speculated, snapping photos with their phones. Haha, Obadiah Stane has bid $5 billion. Tony, what will your bid be? Chen Xi was exhilarated. The money was flowing in like a whirlwind. He felt like a genius. It was all in good fun. He wasn't a miser. Chen Xi had been terrified of poverty since childhood, and his fixation on wealth stemmed from a desire to avoid hunger and cold. Tony was now in a precarious position. Feeling trapped, gritting his teeth, he declared, I bid $3 billion. This is truly my final offer. Very well. Tony has bid $3 billion. Going once. Going twice. Obadiah Stane could no longer tolerate this charade. He refused to be toyed with. But Chen Xi's incessant chatter was maddening, nearly driving him to madness. I can't take it anymore. I'm going to take you down. Infuriated, he leaped into action, ready to crush Chen Xi with a might that resembled a mountain's weight. Let the battle commence. Fight! Quickly! The audience erupted in cheers and excitement. Unable to contain yourself, Chen Xi scoffed as he observed the airborne iron tortoise. In the expectant gaze of the crowd, he slowly opened his hand and gently clenched it towards the colossal figure. Crack! 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 Before their astonished eyes, the terrifying armored suit in the air instantaneously froze, creating ice from thin air, defying the laws of energy conservation. What sort of ability was this? Such a powerful mutant ability? Unbelievable. Wow, how cool is that? Mutants are truly formidable. Look over there. My goodness. How can it be so powerful? They were left aghast, completely immobilized by fear. Chen Xi was extraordinarily terrifying. Under the scrutiny of everyone present, the iron tortoise shattered into countless pieces. The extreme cold had reduced the superalloy to mere fragments. What kind of terrifying low temperature was this? If directed at a human, would it not reduce them to dust? Not only did Tony swallow hard, but everyone mirrored his action, feeling parched from the chilling air they had inhaled. Tony found it hard to believe. He knew Chen Xi was strong, capable of effortlessly eliminating hundreds like stepping on ants and possessing numerous abilities. But who could have predicted such an outrageous level of strength? Missiles, armor-piercing rounds, and energy cannons had proven futile against the iron tortoise, which was now reduced to mere debris. What's wrong with me? Chen Xi smiled faintly at him, completely unconcerned, as if he had merely squashed an insect. In truth, he was reveling in his triumph. The fear in the eyes surrounding him was more than sufficient for his satisfaction. Tony took a deep breath, forcing himself to regain his composure. It's nothing. Your strength is beyond my wildest expectations. I cannot even begin to describe such power. Among mutants, you must be the strongest, right? While Tony appeared to compliment Chen Xi, he was actually probing for information about the mutants. They were incredibly secretive, only occasionally revealing themselves. With scant information available, most of it on paper, such information was far more secure than the digital realm, where SHIELD had proven untrustworthy. Just look at JARVISSHIELD's database resembled Tony's backyard, vulnerable to intrusion at any moment. Tony had little trust in the unknown and prepared for the worst-case scenario. It was entirely possible that the first person he would eliminate would be Chen Xi. This individual was far too dangerous, seemingly possessing the ability to foresee both past and future. Well, asked Tony. Chen Xi perceived the uncertainty in Tony's eyes, aware that he harbored thoughts of eliminating him, likely intending to develop some countermeasure against him. The first line of inquiry would surely involve discovering materials capable of withstanding absolute zero, wouldn't it? Chen Xi had no qualms about teasing Tony, providing him with a little pressure to inspire motivation. After all, the Marvel Universe will be far less entertaining without Tony Stark. He felt an urge to delve deeper into Tony's mind, to uncover the secrets of this man cursed by knowledge, to discover just how formidable he truly was. I am but a mere shadow in this vast universe, weak to the point of insignificance. There are likely 10 mutants stronger than I. Which 10? Tony blurted out, utterly astonished by the revelation that so many powerful beings existed. What fate awaited ordinary humans? Chen Xi cast a teasing glance at Tony, who awkwardly chuckled in embarrassment. Shall I continue to lead you astray? My wives are all stronger than I am. Tony was taken aback. Who are they? More are on the way. They have yet to be born. But do not despair. Humanity possesses formidable strength as well, strength that is truly astonishing. If I do not provide you with darkness, then I shall not grant you light either. It would be rather dull without your fighting spirit. Author's note, Chapter 34. The conclusion of the plot and the explosion of rewards. Chen Xi's words finally ignited Tony Stark's curiosity. Are there truly powerful beings among us? He thought. After all, if there are formidable mutants, why shouldn't there be equally potent humans? This notion was not contradictory. Eager with excitement, Tony couldn't help but ask, who are they? How do they compare to the most powerful mutants? Upon seeing his enthusiasm, Chen Xi smiled faintly. Want to know? Consultation fees apply. Tony felt a pang of dismay. Was this money-grubbing individual trying to swindle him again? In an instant, his inner alarm bells rang, warning him that this person might merely be spinning tales. Whenever money was involved, Tony felt a sense of dread. He had been duped too many times. Yet, his insatiable curiosity gnawed at him like a cat's claws, urging him to relent. How much? $100 million. Ugh. Tony gasped sharply, realizing that while he was known for his wealth, compared to Chen Xi, he felt utterly inadequate. Fine, I agree. He gritted through clenched teeth. Huh, I knew Mr. Tony Stark was a tycoon. Chen Xi chuckled, unfazed by Tony's exasperation. But remember, don't spread this around, or you might lose your life. On Earth, we have the Supreme Sorcerer Ancient One, the Supreme Sorcerer Doctor Strange, the Cosmic Warrior Captain Marvel, and of course, the demigod Star-Lord, who is the strongest of them all. Ultimately, in the future, the strongest will be you, Tony Stark, as you save the entire universe. Such deception, Tony thought. Who knows what the future holds? He won't stop until I'm completely bewildered. Star-Lord is a godly being among mortals. How can he not be extraordinarily powerful? What the hell? Everything you mention makes sense, but when you bring me into it, claiming I'm the savior of the universe, that's absurd. Initially, Tony listened intently, intrigued by these powerful figures and the immense secrets they held. But in the end, to hear himself named as the savior? Damn it, the stars remain the same, and so do the fools. Trust among people has vanished. Frankly, no one believes it. I'm leaving. Oh, by the way, I expect the total of $1 billion to be wired to me. Make it quick. Chen Xi waved dismissively, seemingly indifferent. With that, He vanished in a flash, leaving Tony to deal with the aftermath. In a desolate area on the outskirts, Chen Xi reappeared, a sense of intrigue washing over him. He had arrived a bit late. Suddenly, two dim yellow portals materialized, and from within rushed forth a dozen time enforcers. Timekeepers had arrived. In just a few days, he had altered a single timeline, and they had already detected his presence in a different universe. The Temporal Anomalies Management Bureau was quite adept. However, Chen Xi was no longer the naive individual he once was. He had grown significantly. As soon as the timekeepers appeared, they deployed a time dilation device, instantly slowing the flow of time within a 100-meter radius by 16 times. Unfortunately for them, Chen Xi was well aware of their tactics. He was no fool like Loki. Eager to show off, with a swift motion, he teleported several hundred meters away, escaping their trap. What is this situation? How does this kid possess such powers? They wondered in disbelief. He is progressing far too quickly. Is this teleportation? It shouldn't be possible. Confounded, they found themselves at loss, their minds spiraling into chaos. Yet soon enough, they would be rendered silent, their thoughts trapped in eternal darkness. For Chen, she had taken action. Poor puppets, allow me to liberate you from this pitiful existence. No need to thank me. I am the thunderous one. They had no understanding of his words. Puppets? Pitiful? Liberation? It mattered not. As they gazed in terror, they noticed their comrades slowly transforming into ice sculptures, only to shatter into a cloud of dust that scattered into the wind. May you find a better fate in your next life, Chen Xi murmured, watching the evaporated timekeepers. Is this the life of an ant? In the grand game between titans, they are not even worthy of being considered cannon fodder. Ding! The host has slain elite timekeepers, earning 200 bioenergy points. Ding! The host has slain the elite timekeeper squad leader, earning 500 bioenergy points. Ding! A series of notifications chimed, and Chen Xi accumulated a total of 500 bioenergy points. Quite a fruitful harvest indeed. Beyond the multiverse, an alarm blared at the mysterious Temporal Anomalies Management Bureau, sending a jolt of panic through the chief magistrate. What is happening? She shouted as she rushed outside. A harried staff member rushed in, breathless and panicked. It's bad, Your Honor. Universe number 199999 is in turmoil. During an operation to apprehend a time offender, the entire squad was annihilated. Moreover, in the Doomsday timeline of 2387, Loki has killed yet another team of our timekeepers. As the staff member spoke, his fear grew palpable, for the magistrate's heavy breathing hinted at an impending eruption of fury. Damn it! Damn it! Those two scoundrels! She fumed, pacing back and forth, her brow furrowed. Moments later, she halted abruptly. For now, disregard Chen Xi. Focus all efforts on capturing Loki. Send teams to monitor the universe where Chen Xi resides. We may not capture him, but we can use others to vex this troublesome individual. After a long, deep breath, the magistrate managed to suppress her anger and issued her orders. Yes, Your Honor. The staff member responded hastily, departing as if escaping a burning inferno. As she watched him leave, the magistrate fell deep into contemplation. She had to make a choice. Chen Xi was merely a time offender and posed no threat to the Bureau's stability. However, Lady Loki sought to overturn the Bureau itself. She understood the gravity of the situation. Chen Xi, once I have the time, I shall deal with you accordingly. With a dismissive huff, the woman gradually disappeared. Meanwhile, Chen Xi picked up a weapon that had fallen to the ground, a mysterious smile spreading across his face. This tool would serve excellently for ambushes. Banishing it to the Doomsday timeline was quite the clever strategy. Having cleaned up the battlefield, he sat quietly, for the true rewards were yet to come. Ding! Congratulations, host, for disrupting the plot of Iron Man 1 and altering the fates of numerous individuals. You have earned 2 million points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for disrupting the plot of Iron Man 1, earning you a base of the Umbrella Hive, now placed in your system space for immediate extraction. Ding! Congratulations, host, for disrupting the plot of Iron Man 1, rewarding you with an android bodyguard, number 18 from the main world. Chapter 35, Summoning Android 18. The ability of supersonic movement with each chime of the system. A smile spread across Chen Xi's face. A bountiful harvest. This is a reward of currency, equipment, and even companions. When did the system become so generous? Such delight. Hey system, what's going on? Returning to the host. Each time you conclude a significant plot, the system evaluates the extent of the host's impact and disperses rewards accordingly. Chen Xi was overjoyed, nearly bursting into laughter. Is that so? That's fantastic. I shall thoroughly enjoy myself with this group. This aligns perfectly with my intentions, trampling others, toying with them, and perhaps even collecting some lovely companions along the way. Ascending to the pinnacle of life. It's time for these NPC natives to experience the terror of being under my control. System, summon Android 18 at once. I now have a bodyguard, a beautiful one at that. Ding. As the host wishes, summoning Android 18 commences. As the system's voice faded, a spatial rift appeared before Chen Xi, and emerging from it was none other than a breathtaking beauty, straight out of comic. This was Android 18, a version crafted by the system based on the original character. She bore an uncanny resemblance to her comic counterpart, lustrous golden bobbed hair, enchanting amber eyes, and a tall, alluring figure. Her movements shimmered with grace, captivating in their elegance. The system certainly understood his preferences, having tailored her exquisitely. Chen Xi recognized that this stunning woman was no mere decoration. An immensely powerful android, engineered from human DNA. She possessed infinite energy due to her perpetual energy core, aging slowly and requiring only minimal hydration. Her demeanor was calm and enigmatic, revealing no trace of fear, yet with a hint of stubbornness. She struggled to express her true feelings, often resorting to provocation, though she harbored a heart capable of empathy. With a slightly haughty disposition, she feigned indifference towards others while secretly caring deeply, much like an ordinary human who also relishes beauty and wealth. As Chen Xi admired Android 18, she scrutinized him in return. Is this fellow truly my master? I wonder what his capabilities are. Being a creation of the system, her memories were solely of this world, devoid of any other recollections. She glided closer to Chen Xi, her sultry movements beckoning him. Dear master, do I appear beautiful? Before he could respond, she playfully pinned him to the ground, her long, fair legs draped across his waist. Like a knight, she gazed intensely at Chen Xi. He swallowed hard, surprised by the suddenness of this blissful encounter. You are indeed beautiful, but could we perhaps change the manner of this interaction? Absolutely not. I prefer it this way. Android 18 retorted fiercely, having sensed the change in atmosphere. What followed was her personal performance, and the determined knight refused to yield. The heavens served as a canopy, and the earth as a bed, as the moonlight cast a mysterious hue upon her. Make sure to wash up, do me a favor, and cleanse yourself as well. Chen, she said, conjuring the moisture in the air into a torrential downpour, drenching both Android 18 and himself. As he remained still, he was deeply immersed in the system. This remarkable individual possessed enough discernment not to disturb him during critical moments. Ding. Detecting plot character Android 18. Would the host like to extract abilities? Extracting once will require 1,000,000 points due to her multiple capabilities. Extract? ISNT at just 1 million? Ding. Please hold on. Extracting abilities now. Similar to the previous instance, a slot machine appeared before him, displaying Android 18's abilities, flight technique, Kamehameha, supersonic movement, and energy sphere slice. Bayou. Boom. The icon for supersonic movement exploded. Ding. Congratulations. Host has acquired supersonic movement. Would you like to extract and fuse it now? Let us fuse it, Chen Xi replied. Ding. Fusion commencing. Please wait. Time passed swiftly, and the fusion was complete. Ding. Fusion complete. Please experience it at your leisure. Chen Xi closed his eyes, activating supersonic movement. In an instant, time seemed to freeze. Everything around him ceased to move. It felt as though the world had been paused, reminiscent of Quicksilver's abilities. What's happening? This is strange. Do you possess supersonic movement as well, Master? Android 18 asked, astonished as she looked at Chen Xi. Bingo. Indeed, I am capable of anything. Chen Xi replied with a hint of pride. Wow, Master is amazing. I admire you so much. Android 18 rolled her alluring eyes in exaggerated compliance with her master's display of prowess. Supersonic movement had no effect on others who possessed the same ability, so Android 18 remained unaffected. However, within a 1,000-meter radius of Chen Xi, everything was seemingly paused, a manifestation of time manipulation. It was akin to the Flash being able to reboot the universe, a result of ultimate speed. He had acquired yet another extraordinarily powerful ability. Whether fleeing or launching an ambush, who could possibly stand against him? With instant teleportation and supersonic movement at his disposal, all he needed was a sharp knife as a weapon. He preferred not to rely on his fists as a gentleman. Wolverine and Wakanda were excellent prospects. He would seek them out for amicable negotiations in due time. Silently, Chen Xi mused, and in the blink of an eye, he had already selected his next target. Chapter 36. The deceptive and adorable Wanda, upon witnessing the mischievous grin tugging at Chen Xi's lips. One could sense that misfortune was about to befall someone. Alas, who might that unfortunate soul be? Let's observe a moment of silence for them. 3 minutes, perhaps. Amen. After tidying up the chaotic battlefield, the duo prepared to return. Only the disheveled patches of grass, trampled underfoot, bore witness to the ferocity of their recent skirmish, which could be described as a fierce and relentless exchange. System, open the attributes panel. Chen Xi chose not to teleport home with Android number 18, instead opting for a leisurely stroll along the road. Ding. Attributes panel opened. Host, please review at your convenience. Host, Chen Xi age, 22 level. Peak of Earth physique. Frost giant physique abilities. Water manipulation A class, within a 10-kilometer radius. Ice manipulation S class, down to minus 150 degrees Celsius. Fire manipulation C class, up to 500 degrees. Carbon steel transformation, inferior to original adamantium and vibranium. Teleportation A class. Within Earth, super speed A class, 1,000 kilometers per second. Self-healing, non-lethal injuries. Heals within 1 minute. Items: Time Gem, Space Gem, Reality Gem, Power Gem, Mind Gem, Soul Gem. In pieces, 1 Umbrella Hive Factory. Subordinate. Android number 18 points. 6. 9 million biological energy. 3,850 points. Everything appears to be in order. Impressive abilities. Abundant points. My resources are indeed flourishing. With a satisfied click to close the panel, Chen Xi turned his gaze towards 18. This woman, brimming with infinite energy, seemed unfazed, as if nothing could ruffle her. 18, what is your name? 18 cast a disdainful glance at Chen Xi before responding in a playful tone. My name is Lolly. Lolly? Quite a lovely name. Simple and memorable. Indeed an appellation bestowed by the system. During their walk, Chen Xi gleaned much about 18's memories. She had no relatives or friends, living alone in New York. Recently graduated from university and yet to secure employment, her identity, arranged by the system, was impeccably flawless, down to the minutiae, making her seem like a true native of this world. She harbored no fears of being exposed by any telepathic individuals regarding the existence of the system. Ding dong, ding dong. Upon arriving home, Chen Xi realized he had forgotten his keys. He pondered the notion of formally and openly bringing 18 inside. Teleportation would only serve to highlight his guilt, as if he were a thief in the night. What's the rush? Just wait. Wanda's furious voice echoed from afar, laced with the tension of an impending explosion. Creak. The door swung open. He timidly inquired, Darling, what is happening? Is today a special occasion to celebrate? Celebrate? Indeed, it warrants a proper celebration. Hello, I am Wanda Maximoff. A pleasure to meet you. After introducing herself, she cast a condescending glance at 18, silently contemplating. This little vixen is undeniably alluring, appearing both innocent and vulnerable. Greetings. So you're Mrs. Wanda. I'm a master's maid, Lolly. It is a pleasure to meet you. 18 greeted her with remarkable politeness, her friendly demeanor catching Wanda off guard. Is she not here to disrupt things? Or is this woman a formidable opponent? Wanda stood frozen, momentarily at a loss for how to proceed. Naive and inexperienced, Wanda was merely a fade of confidence, appearing intimidating but easily swayed. She turned to Chen Xi, her voice tinged with disbelief. Honey, is she the maid you mentioned? Chen Xi had not anticipated Wanda's sweet naivety, so easily misled. 18's humble demeanor had won her over, and now she was prepared to exploit this advantage. Indeed, she is maid number one, responsible for our care. Chen Xi spoke casually, fully aware that Wanda would soon discover the truth. Upon hearing Chen Xi's response, Wanda felt a misunderstanding arise and hastily invited 18 inside. "Oh dear, titles matter little between us. We are of similar age. You may call me Wanda, and I shall call you Lolly. We are all family here, and with only a few of us in the house, there is little to occupy our time." Having emerged from humble beginnings, Wanda lacked any sense of entitlement, treating others with kindness and humility, just as she always had. "Thank you, Wanda," 18 replied sweetly, discreetly winking at Chen Xi with a playful glint in her eye, as if to say, "Look, foolish master, the spotlight is on me." Among women, particularly those of the same age, conversations meandered through a plethora of topics, from cosmetics to fashion, jewelry, and more. There was an endless well of subjects to discuss. Moreover, time was fleeting. They must cherish these moments together. Chapter 37. The allure of wealth and the governor's enthusiasm. She had to let him know her prowess. Just wait until you find yourself lacking the energy to search endlessly for this and that. Rest assured, there is no issue at all. Upon hearing this, Chen Xi was overjoyed, repeatedly assuring, "What is the big deal?" Wanda, having tidied up Chen Xi, stood with her hands on her hips, exuding the undeniable air of a lady of the house. "Yes, yes, my lady Wanda. I stand corrected." Wanda, with her eyes narrowed in satisfaction, nodded approvingly. "Well, good. You know your place." This adorable and charming Wanda prompted Chen Xi to affectionately ruffle her hair, indulging in the moment. By noon, no one felt inclined to cook, so they decided to order an abundance of food to suffice. After lunch, Chen Xi checked and found that the money Tony owed him had indeed arrived. One must admit, Tony's efficiency was rather commendable. "Lily, let us go out for a while," Chen Xi called out, as she was the only one suitable for the occasion. Dressed in professional attire, Lily truly embodied the role of a secretary, instantly elevating the atmosphere. "Where, to master?" "To the municipal office of New York City to take care of some matters." "Oh, very well. In this land of freedom, where there is wealth, anything is possible." At the municipal hall, Chen Xi brought Lily along. However, he said little more than that he possessed billions of dollars and was interested in purchasing land to establish a recreational venue. Ideally, he sought a defunct pharmaceutical company, as the existing equipment would be convenient. Of course, he mentioned it casually, expecting others to regard him as a jest, but with Chen Xi's luxurious attire, mysterious aura, and the substantial balance in his bank account, it was evident that he was a person of significance. Even the governor of New York State hurried out to greet him warmly, extending his hand from afar. "Ha ha, Mr. Chen, you are truly a remarkable young man. You flatter me, Governor. Today, I have a matter of request." The two engaged in a round of mutual flattery before transitioning to the main topic. The governor, smiling, inquired, "May I ask how large a parcel of land you require? We shall do our utmost to accommodate you." At this moment, the financial crisis had just concluded, and countless enterprises worldwide had succumbed to bankruptcy, particularly in America. Thus, many workers found themselves unemployed, which was quite distressing. Shopping trips were hardly a remedy for their plight. "I am in need of a bankrupt pharmaceutical factory, as I intend to invest in a pharmaceutical company, starting with an initial investment of $5 billion, which may later increase to $20 billion, Chen Xi stated nonchalantly, as if discussing a mere few $100s. Yet this revelation startled the governor. "Why, you are serious?" the governor exclaimed, rising to his feet in excitement, anxiously asking. "Of course, it is essential," Chen Xi replied calmly. "Haha, you are indeed addressing a significant gap in our labor needs. Thank you. Thank you." The governor expressed his gratitude with repeated bows. "Please, no need for such formality. This is a mutually beneficial arrangement. Then I would appreciate it if you could assist me in contacting a few bankrupt companies. We require their land and equipment." "No problem. I will provide you with a response promptly," the governor assured him, recognizing this as a significant achievement on his part. "Very well. I shall not take up more of your time. Here's my business card." Once you have contacted the sellers, you may reach out to me, and I will have my lawyer draft the contract. Understood, Mr. Chen, rest assured. Tomorrow morning, I can have everything sorted for you. There are numerous bankrupt companies eager for takeover at absolutely reasonable prices. Goodbye then. Goodbye. The governor and Chen Xi embraced as they parted. Though Chen Xi discreetly plucked a hair from the governor's head. Chapter 38. The operation to retrieve Captain America commences. Chen Xi, accompanied by number 18, drove to a specialized recovery agency, renowned for its expertise and high ratings. However, the company's proficiency came at a premium. Their services were significantly more expensive than those of their closest competitor. Greetings, sir and madam. How may I assist you today? A charming young lady welcomed them warmly as they entered. Straight to the point. I need to recover someone from the Arctic Ocean, Chen Xi stated bluntly, leaving the young lady momentarily speechless. Excuse me? Are you referring to retrieving a deceased individual? After a brief pause, she queried softly. Indeed, I wish to speak with your boss regarding this matter. Chen Xi continued, sensing the young lady's inadequacy for this task. Very well, please follow me. She replied with a shrug, leading Chen Xi to the office of the owner. Come in. A deep voice beckoned from within, and the young lady opened the door. Boss, this client has a significant business proposal for you. She indicated Chen Xi and number 18 before pouring them each a cup of coffee and exiting. May I inquire how to address you? The owner asked. You may call me Chen Xi, he replied. Lolly, came the introduction from the young lady. Now, how may I assist you? The owner inquired with a smile, noting that they seemed financially comfortable. Indeed, we are not short on funds, Chen Xi affirmed. However, this task presents considerable challenges and will require at least 2 months to complete. The owner's interest piqued. Oh, we relish challenges. Please state your requirements. Chen Xi promptly articulated his request. I need you to locate an individual encased in ice within the Arctic Ocean. I am confident he is alive. The only information I possess is that he crashed near an iceberg. Beyond that, I have nothing. The owner fell into contemplation as Chen Xi quietly sipped his coffee, awaiting a response. In his mind, the task seemed almost ludicrous. Searching for a person frozen in the Arctic was akin to finding a needle in a haystack. The vast expanse of icebergs in the Arctic posed an overwhelming challenge, requiring extensive manpower and time. As Chen Xi neared the end of his coffee, the owner finally made a decision. This endeavor is indeed formidable, and we shall undertake it. However, the remuneration will be substantial. Mobilizing hundreds of personnel without a definitive timeline could take over a month. He paused, gauging Chen Xi's reaction. Noticing the latter's composed demeanor, Chen Xi took a delicate sip and replied, Money is not an issue. Name your price. Sir, we require at least $30 million for this operation, the owner stated, his heart racing with apprehension over the staggering sum, especially in 2009. Calculating the risks involved, he wondered if they could even secure such a sum. To his astonishment, Chen Xi nodded without hesitation. 30 million it is, but you must ensure the retrieval of this individual. I cannot provide his photograph yet. I will send it once you are in the vicinity. I can also offer a $10 million advance if you are amenable to signing the contract now. The unexpected generosity of Chen Xi left the owner astounded. He had braced himself for a negotiation or potential failure of the deal. Truly, sir, you are the most generous client I have ever encountered. Rest assured, if you say he exists, then he undoubtedly does. Not long after, a lawyer presented 2 contracts for Chen Xi to sign, which he did without delay. Pleasure doing business with you, Mr. Chen, the owner exclaimed. Likewise, Mr. Bao, Chen Xi replied, shaking his hand firmly. Although the owner invited them to dine, Chen Xi graciously declined, as he had plans to celebrate with number 18 and Wanda later that evening, a gesture long overdue. Meanwhile, at SHIELD headquarters, tensions ran high. In the office of the notorious Nick Fury, the screen displayed relentless footage of 2 mechanized suits engaged in combat. SHIELD, monitored from afar, utilizing satellites to observe the unfolding chaos. The futuristic mechs clashed, unleashing devastating firepower and effortlessly demolishing skyscrapers, which crumbled like paper. The sheer brutality of one massive suit was alarming, as it seemed to toy with the surrounding vehicles, crushing them with ease. Yet, it was the man commanding such fearsome technology that truly instilled dread. With a mere flick of his hand, he rendered the menacing mech to rubble, a sight that evoked despair among the observers. A profound silence enveloped the office, the only sound being the barely audible breaths of those present. They were acutely aware that this individual was beyond their capabilities to confront. After what felt like an eternity of silence, Nick Fury broke the tension. Ladies and gentlemen, you have witnessed the power of Stark Industries in producing such formidable technology. Meanwhile, I must question our research teams. What are you doing? Are you merely coasting on your funding without producing results? Fury, having recently taken the helm of S.H.I.E.L.D., understood the need to assert his authority over those who had previously been placed in their positions. He knew he had to command respect, lest they continue to operate with insincerity. Chapter 39. Nick Fury's authority. Nick Fury's harsh criticism left the scientists, Gemma Simmons and Leopold among them, feeling embarrassed as they lowered their heads. Yet, internally, they felt a deep sense of frustration. How could they possibly compare to the once-in-a-century genius, Tony Stark? After all, he was the most exceptional talent from the Stark lineage. For the moment, they could only bury their heads in the sand, as it was unwise to provoke the furious Fury. Seeing the impact of his words, Nick Fury decided to temper his approach, reminding them that he was not merely a benevolent figure without temper. He continued, "To be fair, you have all done your best. After all, Tony Stark's genius is evident to all. Your current task is to study the armored suits, starting with the exoskeleton armor. If you can produce results, I will not hesitate to reward you. Promotions and raises will follow. Your efforts will be met with commensurate rewards." He continued, "Moreover, I will collaborate with the military to exert pressure on Tony to provide us with an armored suit for your thorough examination, so that we may strive to replicate it." One could not help but admire Fury's audacity. He spoke openly of robbing Tony, as if it were as simple as claiming his own possessions, seemingly unconcerned about the repercussions. This was merely the first step. He pivoted to the agents within the organization. "It has been nearly half a month since Chen Xi's appearance. What have you discovered?" "I have yet to receive a single piece of useful information. Aside from sleep patterns and takeout orders, the specifics have been utterly lacking. I am giving you another 2 weeks to keep a close watch on him, who he meets, what they discuss, and any concrete actions taken. Should you fail to provide useful intelligence, all agents ranked 5 and above will have their vacations canceled and bonuses revoked. If necessary, you may resign from the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistics." At this point, Nick Fury's demeanor grew severe as he cast a piercing gaze over the assembled agents. Those who met his eye quickly averted their gazes, cowed by his formidable presence. Fury relished their reactions, feeling a sense of pride in his authority, unaware that 80 of those present were Hydra members who treated his words as mere background noise, their own guilt preventing them from meeting his gaze. He retracted his gaze and regained his composure. "You may leave now. Coulson, Natasha, Barton, stay behind." With that, the remaining agents hastily exited, eager to escape the stifling atmosphere. In the office, only his core team remained, those whom Fury trusted a modest 30%. This was quite high by his standards. Among them was Maria Hill, a level 9 agent and an invisible second-in-command of S.H.I.L.D., known for her poise and striking beauty. Phil Coulson, an 8th-level agent, was the amiable village chief of the Marvel Cinematic Universe's novice village, although his kindness often led to misfortune. Clint Barton, known as Hawkeye, and Natasha Romanoff, the Black Widow, both level 7 agents, were renowned for their formidable skills and charm. Only this select group had earned a modicum of trust from the notoriously untrusting Fury. The rest were deemed unworthy, their loyalties uncertain. Once the other agents departed, Fury leaned over his desk, scrutinizing his trusted team with great care. "I am uncertain how much I can trust you all, yet I must rely on you. I hope you do not betray my trust, as we have known each other for quite some time and are supposed to be allies." Upon hearing this, the atmosphere turned complex, as the weight of knowledge often brought danger. It was clear that Fury concealed matters from them, and they understood the depths of his cunning. Though uncomfortable, They masked their discontent well, for they were all seasoned professionals. Fury, aware of the dynamics at play, turned to Natasha. Speak up. Share the intelligence you have gathered. You have interacted with him personally, so you should have insights beyond our own. Of course, Director, Natasha replied, rising to address the group. According to the information I have obtained, our supercomputer has cross-referenced his name and image with all available databases. Yet it has yielded no results. He appears to have materialized from thin air. We know nothing about him, yet he seems to possess an unsettlingly comprehensive understanding of us. There are no secrets from him. Gasps of disbelief filled the room. The first revelation was one thing, but the latter was utterly astonishing. Was he an enemy or an ally? The notion of an insider made their skin crawl. This must stop immediately, murmured Coulson and the others, who were only now grasping the implications. Chen Xi is suspected to be a mutant from the Dragon Country, and we all know that information from there is unlikely to be shared with us. Our supercomputer cannot locate any key figures from their ranks, and they certainly would not grant us access, Coulson reasoned, his analysis sound. The others turned to Fury, puzzled. Surely you jest? How could he possibly know you? Fury shook his head in response. There is no need for doubt. I have already informed the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division about this matter. They were equally astonished. They have never heard of this individual, and their investigations have yielded no trace. I trust their findings. The group fell silent, acknowledging the gravity of his statement. Fury rubbed his temples, feeling the tension in the room. In truth, neither Natasha nor Fury had disclosed all the information they possessed. The secrets regarding the M78 nebula and the alien invasion were reserved for their own knowledge, realizing that matters would unfold in due time. A weary Fury waved his hand dismissively. You may all leave now. Natasha, stay behind. I have further tasks for you. Chapter 40. Natasha's scheme upon receiving orders. Coulson and the others swiftly departed, uninterested in the ethereal matters at hand. After all, when the sky falls, there are always tall individuals to bear the weight. The more one knows, the more perilous it becomes. Once everyone had left, Nick Fury turned his attention back to Natasha. Natasha, you're the only one in our agency who has met him, so you're somewhat familiar with him. Given your beauty, you are perfectly suited to handle him. From now on, you will be responsible for tracking and monitoring his every move. The methods are at your discretion. Nick Fury, shrewd and cunning, knew that who could resist a beautiful woman? Wait, you want me to go? I can't. He is already wary of me. If I show up, he will certainly notice. Natasha protested. Moreover, he is an alien. How could his tastes align with ours? I refuse to go. Natasha shook her head vigorously, her meaning clear. She had only recently entered the field and had already been taken advantage of by him. If she were to approach him now, wouldn't she be completely at his mercy? The crux of the matter was that this individual only ignited the flames, but left extinguishing them to others. Unbeknownst to Nick Fury, Natasha harbored her own reservations. Natasha, you know our resources are limited and everyone else is occupied. I have no trust in the others. Therefore, this task falls solely to you. As for his tastes, rest assured, he is surrounded by many beautiful women. Surely, you do not fear that your charm pales in comparison? Capture Chen Xi, and you will be hailed as a hero in our agency. Nick Fury's flattery was relentless, appealing both to emotion and reason, rendering Natasha the most suitable candidate. Yet, she hesitated, her resolve wavering. Agent Natasha, this is an order. I kindly urge you not to decline. You are indeed the best fit for this task. Noticing her continued hesitation, Nick Fury's tone grew slightly more insistent. It was now a command. Clearly, he did not wish for his subordinates to defy his decisions. Reluctantly, Natasha acquiesced, nodding with a sense of resignation. Fine, I accept. I suppose I must make sacrifices. There is no need for sacrifice. I trust you possess ample ingenuity. After all, you are the top agent who has earned the title of Black Widow. With a gentle reprimand followed by praise, Nick Fury was satisfied with her capabilities. He aimed to utilize each individual's strengths, employing every means at his disposal. Very well. You may leave now. Understood. Nick Fury waved her off, and as Natasha turned, the troubled expression on her face vanished as if it had never been there. A true master of disguise. Unbeknownst to Nick Fury, Natasha wore a mocking smile as she departed. Seemingly having made her choice, Nick Fury's decision suited her just fine. The following morning, Bao-An's team called, reporting their readiness. They had prepared 6 modified cargo ships and assembled 300 personnel. They would maintain communication with Chen Xi via satellite phone and inform him of any developments. Excellent. I look forward to your good news. I will send the approximate location to your phone. Please search within a few kilometers of those coordinates. Chen Xi relayed the location he had gleaned from a film, confident there would be no issues. Understood, sir. We shall set off now. Goodbye. Goodbye. I hope all goes smoothly. Chen Xi gazed out the window, murmuring to himself. After hanging up, Chen Xi suddenly realized he should purchase a large SUV to suit his needs. Shopping the previous night had been troublesome, while the Lamborghini was indeed stylish. It only accommodated 2 passengers. For a warm-hearted individual like him, that simply wouldn't do. One could easily deduce that in this world, there should be at least 70 or 80 leading ladies, right? Let the sunshine of love illuminate all beings. Wanda, Lolly, shall we go car shopping? Not interested, Wanda retorted, displaying her unique personality as a homebody. Master, I shall accompany you. 18, ever considerate, chimed in sweetly. Ha, Lolly, you are the best. Let's go. Chen Xi grinned, playfully pinching her cheek, teasing the proud Wanda. Sure. I'll make sure to give her more attention tonight. I'm too lazy to argue with you two. Want to shop back. Though internally she felt disheartened, she truly couldn't compete, lasting only an hour before crumbling, unlike Lolly, who seemed unyieldingly strong. You will understand in due time. Let's go. Chen Xi declared with a triumphant smile, taking 18's hand as they departed. The Lamborghini roared to life, speeding towards the city center. At the BMW dealership, a luxury brand by any standard, Chen Xi found himself deeply influenced by the allure of German engineering. Mr. Chen Xi, do you have a particular vehicle in mind? I am a top sales representative. Would you like my assistance? Upon entering, a sultry, enchanting voice seemed to resonate deep within his soul. Looking up, Chen Xi was met with a stunning sight, a pair of captivating eyes that could easily disarm any man. Oh my, isn't that the one who made me drink bathwater, the Black Widow? Stop, don't hug me like that. I am timid. Please refrain from embracing me so tightly. I fear I might err. Chen Xi hastily attempted to deter Natasha's overly affectionate embrace. Yet, the familiar scent, the comforting sensation, and the practiced manner in which she held him was all too enticing. What's going on here? Is this your agency's new assignment? Have you taken up a side job as a beauty? Natasha suppressed the urge to roll her eyes at his insinuations. What does this mean? Are you belittling me? Chen Xi continued, shifting the conversation. Perhaps I should suggest a new name for your agency. How about S.H.I.L.D.? Quite memorable, isn't it? Natasha blinked in surprise. His rapid change of subject was unexpected. Nevertheless, the overly lengthy name of the agency did seem rather cumbersome and unrefined. You're quite right. We have grown weary of the cumbersome title, Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement and Logistics Division. I believe Nick Fury might consider your suggestion. Do you not know why I am here? It is because I am a woman, she asserted playfully. You could have just said so. Must you hold me so tightly? Chen, she exclaimed, struggling to breathe under her grip. This unexpected encounter felt like a sugar-coated trap, and Chen Xi sensed mischief afoot. He attempted to wriggle free, but Natasha's hold was too firm, rendering him unable to escape. Noticing his flushed face, Natasha teased. What's this? Are you about to take flight? Alas, I have long forsaken worldly affairs, renouncing all desires. I am prepared to take refuge in the 3 jewels, so please, spare me, fair lady. In a moment of desperation, Chen Xi recited mantras, reminding himself to endure, knowing that succumbing to temptation would lead to dire consequences. Natasha was far too experienced. She merely intended to indulge a bit. Chen Xi muttered in his native tongue, his words a jumbled mess of literary references, which even Natasha, fluent in Mandarin, could not decipher. With an exasperated glance, she shot him a look that suggested, great, now you're pretending to be virtuous. Chapter 41. Natasha surrendered. Natasha had already resolved to agree to Chen Xi's conditions. She would not allow herself to be easily distracted. Becoming stronger was imperative. Unfortunately, she felt remorse for the agency. Especially since Nick Fury was far from a benevolent figure, having yet to fulfill his promises after 2 long years of waiting for the infinite formula. As her thoughts spiraled, she clung tightly to Chen Xi's arm, adopting a playful demeanor. One must give to receive, she mused, and it seemed she was merely making concessions to this insufferable man. Yet, even the slightest friction heightened her frustration. Chen Xi, equally overwhelmed, coughed awkwardly, urging her to maintain some decorum. The air was dry, after all, and tempers flared easily. Unable to extricate herself from his grasp, Chen Xi yielded. Faced with such a charming yet formidable distraction, he had no choice but to indulge her whims. "So, are you here selling cars? Surely you aren't just waiting for me?" Chen Xi inquired, casting a doubtful glance toward her, fully aware she had been anticipating his arrival. At last, Natasha had heard what she was waiting for. Instantly, she transformed into a pitiful figure, her innocent eyes glimmering with feigned sorrow, as though life had become unbearable. "We women spend money like water. I need beauty treatments, stylish clothes, and handbags. You know that stingy Nick Fury, right? He is as tight as a miser. Why don't you take me in? After all, having one more person around one tea hurt. You already have 2 women." After saying this, she slowly lifted her gaze, her eyes sparkling as they fixed on Chen Xi, eagerly awaiting a response. Chen Xi rolled his eyes, knowing full well that her claims were far from truthful. She was hardly in need of money. It was clear she had made her choice to surrender. However, to tease her further, he turned his attention to the petite maid. "Number 18. My dear little maid, Natasha seems so pitiful. Should we take her in? She could be your little handmaiden." Number 18 simply rolled her eyes, unimpressed by the absurdity of the suggestion. Nevertheless, she played along, remarking, "This sister seems rather unfortunate. If the master wishes to take her in, she could serve as a concubine." Unfamiliar with the term, Natasha was nonetheless aware that Chen Xi had effectively incorporated her into his fold, prompting her to express gratitude toward number 18. "Thank you, sister." As they exchanged banter, onlookers could only glean the gist. Wealthy young men entangled with a stunning beauty. Every male patron in the establishment was captivated, their eyes glued to Natasha, who radiated an unparalleled allure. They lamented their missed opportunities. Had they known, they would have acted sooner, as they possessed ample funds for her upkeep. Regret washed over them, for they should consider themselves fortunate to have refrained from pursuing her, lest Natasha take issue with their intentions. Chen Xi, observing the envious glances from the crowd, could not suppress a smirk. "Is the renowned Black Widow truly just my housekeeper? You weaklings can only harbor jealousy and resentment. I revel in your impotent fury." After thanking number 18, Natasha turned her attention back to Chen Xi. "Oh dear, my boss is so generous. I might just fall in love with you. A kiss," she exclaimed, leaping and twirling around him. Wasn't this a breach of decorum? Here was a bona fide movie star, alive before him, while Natasha exuded a sultry charm and was undeniably stunning. Her age left Chen Xi in a quandary, causing him considerable distress. To this day, he still misremembered one crucial detail. Natasha, born in 1984, was now in her prime. A vision of beauty and grace. Perhaps he deserved his confusion. The convoluted timeline of the Marvel Universe blurred the lines. Yet this was the real world, where directors could not dictate circumstances as they pleased. The potential of this world was infinite. Gazing at the captivating Natasha, Chen Xi quickly attempted to regain control. "Sister, remain calm. By the way, I imagine the head of the agency is thrilled, right?" He subtly gestured toward her ear, signaling her to cooperate. "Who is this head of the agency?" she asked, momentarily puzzled, before bursting into laughter, her smile radiant and enchanting, leaving those nearby in awe. "Huh, you truly are a mischievous sprite." Her melodious laughter drew many admiring glances. Meanwhile, Nick Fury, listening through his earpiece, was seething with rage. His already dark demeanor had turned positively charcoal. Doesn't he realize that mocking others' appearances is utterly uncouth? Chen Xi had managed to infuriate Nick Fury. He understood that this nickname would inevitably spread like wildfire, darkening his mood even further. "Natasha, stop laughing. Your mission is off to a smooth start, and I won't dwell on it further. By the way, refrain from using that ridiculous device. People will catch on to our communications. Nick Fury snapped, his irritation palpable. What matter are you referring to, Director? Natasha teased, her playfulness evident. Oomph, you know very well. With a frustrated huff, Nick Fury abruptly severed the connection, his fury likely to accompany him for a lifetime. The thought alone was enough to drive him to despair. She fought to stifle her laughter, finding it increasingly difficult to contain her amusement. Natasha's stunning figure was a testament to the quality of her attire. Will there be an explosion? Oh dear. You mustn't laugh too hard. We might just combust. Chen Xi pointed out, exasperated, reminding her not to be too fierce. Upon realizing the implications, Natasha quickly clasped her hands around her figure, adopting a more modest demeanor. Now, let's discuss compensation. How much will you pay me for my services? I must receive a salary. I can't work for free, especially since S.H.L.D.'s pay is rather meager. Just look at Carlson. He has been driving that dilapidated old car for ages, claiming sentimental attachment. You still want a salary? Chen Xi exclaimed, incredulously. Is there such a thing as a salary in this world? How was I unaware of this? What, do you wish to be a miser? Natasha retorted, exasperated. Fine. Since you're so determined, Chen Xi conceded, unwilling to prolong the jest. How about I offer you $30,000 a month? $30,000? In dollars? Natasha gasped, her hand flying to her mouth, astonished at Chen Xi's proposal. Of course. What did you think? Oh my goodness, did you forget to add a zero? Natasha stammered, her body trembling in disbelief. 30,000. Her own monthly salary was a mere 20,000. Nick Fury, the miserly tyrant, had indeed been thrifty. Only Chen Xi was aware that the funds he had embezzled were channeled into establishing bases and constructing starships across the globe. P.S. Chapter 5 is here. I've poured my heart into this writing. Please leave a favorable review or a small token of support. Chapter 42, The Hulk Versus. Abomination as Chen Xi strolled through his son's shop, basking in the envy and admiration of those around him. The heavens chose to unleash chaos. Boom, boom. The ground trembled with a cacophony of thunder and explosions, drowning out the cries for help. Chen Xi was merely assessing the shock absorption of his X-6 vehicle when calamity struck. Suddenly, a small rocket projectile exploded right in front of his son's store. With a shattering crash, the glass facade of the shop splintered into 1,000 pieces, sending patrons scrambling in terror. Mother! Help! God! Run! Quick, run! It must be a bank heist. Back door, hurry! Someone save me. My leg is hurt. In an instant, the shop transformed into a whirlwind of chaos, with panicked customers rushing about, some crying out for their parents. In that moment, all semblance of gentlemanly decorum was forsaken. The only thought was to flee faster than the next person. The fear of death loomed large. Was this truly the land of freedom? It seemed that peace was an elusive concept, with each day bringing its own dose of turmoil. Chen Xi, his good mood shattered, emerged from his vehicle, cursing under his breath. What a time for madness. This is truly the hallmark of a Marvel masterpiece, activating an entire world, unveiling the Marvel Cinematic Universe with a flourish akin to Tony Stark's grand entrance, as every character took their place on stage. Is this the tumultuous world described in novels? Both the living and the specters are eager to showcase their existence. Yet, Chen Xi, ever the audacious one, viewed the gunfire as mere child's play. At that moment, Natasha's demeanor shifted dramatically. She transformed from a captivating vixen into a fierce warrior. In a crucial moment, she remained calm and resolute. Natasha swiftly brandished her firearm, firing warning shots into the air. Everyone quiet down. I am an agent of the FBI, and we are in a state of emergency. The chaos outside poses a grave danger. Please exit in an orderly fashion through the fire escape. The mere mention of an official agent brought a semblance of order to the frenzied crowd, who began to follow her instructions with surprising compliance. It is undeniable that having connections holds immense power. Natasha's composed demeanor and adept command earned Chen Xi's respect. How could such a formidable Black Widow meet her end? Why is it that everyone else returns, yet she remains lost? It's a tragedy that resonates with many. In the Marvel realm, no one comprehends her inner turmoil. She is a figure of complexity, often misunderstood in her relentless pursuits. Little did anyone anticipate that the lethal Natasha would ultimately wield Thor's hammer, a symbol of justice. And that alone sufficed. Boom! Another powerful rocket detonated outside, seemingly more devastating than the last, obliterating nearby buildings, vehicles, and flora. Chen Xi's expression darkened. They had crossed the line. He had no intention of retaliating until now. But this was an affront too great to bear. Lolly, let us go out and see who dares to act so brazenly here. Let us show them. Very well, my dear master. This time, allow me to take the lead. I have yet to unleash my abilities. Sensing Chen Xi's fury, Lolly too was stirred. Outside the shop, helicopters, tanks, and armored vehicles amassed, creating an imposing spectacle. Who could muster such a formidable force? Surely, no mere robbers would orchestrate such an operation. After scanning the scene, Chen Xi finally discerned the target. Not an international thief or a supervillain, but a hulking green figure, unmistakably clad in the iconic purple shorts. What was happening? Wasn't he supposed to be hiding at Tony's, assisting with armor development? Chen Xi was perplexed, but decided to observe the unfolding spectacle. Who would pass up a free blockbuster? The chaos erupted, with buildings and cars crumbling under the might of Hulk and Abomination. Amidst the turmoil, while others kept their distance, a man, accompanied by a striking woman who seemed to have stepped out of a comic book, rushed to the front lines. He shouted exuberantly, "Well done, Banner, keep going. Defeat that disgusting Abomination. Wait, Abomination, don't you have any sense? Grab a car and use it as a weapon." Chen Xi cheered from the sidelines, amused by the madness. The onlookers were left speechless. How could this lunatic have a girlfriend? Let us see how you meet your end. Chen Xi's voice carried across the battlefield, but Hulk failed to recognize him. In that moment, Chen Xi had transformed into Iron Man, a form that was unrecognizable to Hulk, whose intelligence was akin to that of a child. Nevertheless, upon hearing Chen Xi's rallying cry, Hulk understood. In a flash, he seized a truck, indifferent to the potential for an explosion. With a resounding rip, the truck was torn asunder in Hulk's grasp. He wielded the truck's front and back like formidable boxing gloves. Chen Xi couldn't help but admire the spectacle. This was the Marvel Universe, where logic held no sway and everything defied the laws of physics. The battlefield was ever-changing, and Hulk, brimming with confidence, unleashed a flurry of punches upon Abomination. Each blow landed with devastating force, leaving Abomination reeling and spewing forth vile bile. Hulk's relentless assault epitomized the saying, the unarmed triumph over the armed. As he fought with sheer instinct, unbound by conventional strategy, the clash of these titans ignited the surrounding area, setting off a chain reaction of explosions that lit the sky ablaze. The scene resembled a grand spectacle, with Chen Xi reveling in the explosive display. As Abomination staggered, dazed from Hulk's onslaught, he found himself surrounded by an array of weapons scattered across the ground. Though their strengths were worlds apart, Abomination, a monstrous adult, faced Hulk, an extraordinary child with the heart of a warrior. Chapter 43. Ruthless General Ross the Abomination, Blonsky, unwilling to retire, took the risk of using General Ross's super soldier serum and was further transformed through gamma radiation. The emergence of the Abomination can only be described as miraculous. He is a castrated version of the Hulk, retaining his intellect, yet he is a semi-finished product. Beneath his skin, he is akin to an ordinary human. Although his abilities do not rival those of the Hulk, he stands his ground. In the film, the Hulk is significantly weakened. The exorbitant costs of special effect have left even the top heroes lagging behind, while ordinary heroes have greatly narrowed the gap. At this moment, the Abomination, clad in his gauntlets, seems to gain the upper hand in his confrontation with the Hulk. It's quite unfair. The bullets and shells from Ross's forces irritate him, and the Hulk appears to be somewhat flustered, struggling to keep up. Chen Xi must admit, Ross and his team are truly formidable, resorting to any means necessary to take down the Hulk. This is a direct clash with the Hulk. The incessant barrage of bullets rains down upon the Hulk, akin to a deluge, striking him as if against steel. Although it is neither painful nor debilitating, it serves as an extreme provocation of his patience. Is this an attempt to drive him to madness? The continuous harassment ignites a simmering rage within the Hulk. He can no longer endure. The angrier he becomes, the stronger he grows. With a thunderous roar, the Hulk unleashes a tremendous force, determined to obliterate the swarm of annoying flies before him. His patience is exceedingly limited, as is his intellect. In an instant, his gaze sharpens, and he charges forward, braving the gunfire and wreaking havoc upon the tanks. With each leap, he crushes a tank as if it were mere paper. He casually snaps off a cannon and hurls it skyward, signifying the demise of an aircraft. The Hulk strikes planes with unerring accuracy. In mere moments, several tanks lie mangled and bloodied, rendered permanently useless. Nearby cars, motorcycles, streetlights, and utility poles become his ammunition. Crashing into helicopters with a resounding bayou, bayou, bayou. A few unfortunate helicopters fall prey to the Hulk's unparalleled aerial assault. And Chen Xi muses that he could be a professional. He should refrain from certain actions, but ends up doing just that. The surviving helicopters hastily ascend, fleeing the Hulk's range of attack, while urgently calling for reinforcements. The Hulk, invigorated, finally feels his intellect rising. Seizing the opportunity, the abomination executes a surprise shoulder throw, hurling the Hulk far away, then accelerates for a high leap, preparing to deliver a crushing blow. Boom! The Hulk is driven a meter deep into the ground, debris swirling about. The relentless abomination prepares to deliver an elbow strike to the Hulk's head, intent on ensuring the Hulk transforms into a bruised behemoth. However, in a moment of rapid action, as the abomination rises for the elbow strike, the Hulk retaliates with a devastating knee strike aimed at the abomination's lower region. The abomination lets out a soul-wrenching scream. The pain is excruciating, a torment that penetrates to the very marrow. This agony surpasses unbearable thresholds. If there were a pain tenfold worse than death, it is as if he is experiencing it now. The abomination hears a shattering sound. His pride has been shattered. The Hulk's colossal strength, even in haste, delivers a knee strike that defies any titanium alloy. In desperation, the Hulk recalls a maneuver Chen Xi once employed against him. Roaring with elation, the Hulk feels as jubilant as a behemoth weighing 800 pounds. The scene catches Ross off guard. The Hulk is indeed a formidable adversary. General, what should we do? The abomination is no match for the Hulk. Should we resort to missile strikes? As they realize the Hulk is becoming increasingly uncontainable, they begin to request heavy weaponry to subdue him. What are the civilians? What are the destruction? It seems that such considerations are of no concern. They have dared to launch nuclear weapons at New York, so what else is beyond their limits? If casualties occur, it is simply bad luck for those involved. After all, those who watch from afar should not complain if they become victims of the chaos. A considerable number of spectators gather at a safe distance, far removed from the battlefield, except for Chen Xi and his companion, who are perilously close, occupying the prime position to witness the unfolding drama. Understood. Proceeding with the plan, General Ross, a man known for his ruthless tactics, has eliminated countless spectators over the years in his pursuit of the Hulk, often silencing them with monetary persuasion. This is his standard operating procedure. Yet, faced with another setback, his demeanor darkens, and he speaks with unyielding fury. The helicopters unleash a barrage upon the Hulk, reigniting his wrath. Is this never-ending? He bellows, pursuing the helicopters. This is precisely Ross's strategy, luring him to the outskirts for a missile bombardment. In mere minutes, they reach the outskirts of Manhattan. Preparations are in place. Ready the missile. All set, General. Launch. At General Ross's command, a missile attached to one of the helicopters is fired, streaking through the sky with a long white tail. FCK. FCK. That SA missile. Are they insane? This is New York. The onlookers cry out in panic, some calling for legal action against Ross. Help! Someone save us! The suburbs are not devoid of life. There are small homes, yet the destruction is anticipated to be minimal. Of course, there are still spectators who are terrified, some sobbing in horror, while the majority succumb to despair and fear. Even if they survive, the shockwave could leave them bloodied and battered. This is no ordinary explosion, but a force of nature. Regret is futile. All that remains in their eyes is terror and hopelessness. Many are left trembling in their trousers. Even Chen Xi is taken aback. Goodness, this Ross is truly deranged. He rivals the most extreme of terrorists. As an observer, Chen Xi follows along, his expression darkening at Ross's ruthless approach. This man is dangerously relentless. If he harbors intentions against himself, that is advantageous. Once he reveals himself, tonight will present the perfect opportunity to eliminate him. Such a threat cannot be allowed to linger. The time has come to deal with this clown with a thunderous retribution. General Ross serves as a grim warning to those lurking in the shadows. Chapter 44. Shocking the entire nation with a mysterious smile gracing her lips. Chen Xi felt a delightful sense of control, eagerly anticipating the forthcoming events. It seemed that Ross had only ever encountered her in her metallic form, and thus it was time for the emergence of number 18. Surely, he would covet her genetic prowess, wouldn't he? Number 18, noticing Chen Xi's enigmatic smile, couldn't decipher her devious intentions, but was aware that she was plotting against others. Rolling her eyes, she thought, "Oh, my mischievous master, how could I not adore you?" Before Chen Xi could command her to act, she boldly declared, "Dear mischievous master, shall I accompany them on their journey?" What a cheeky way to address her master. Chen Xi playfully smacked her, chiding, "Go on, face your doom. How dare you speak ill of your master?" "Ah, dear master, I was wrong," she retorted, pinching Chen Xi in jest. Chen Xi shot a sideways glance at the playful woman, feigning submission while her body betrayed her. Annoyed, he gave her another playful slap, marveling at her remarkable elasticity, a delightful sensation indeed. Reluctantly, Chen Xi continued, "Behave yourself. You see that hulking green figure? Just knock him out. And that revolting yellow monstrosity? A single slap will suffice." He gestured, outlining her impending tasks. To his surprise, the loathsome creature exhibited impressive regenerative capabilities, recovering within minutes after being shattered and arriving at the battleground. Number 18 was well aware of Chen Xi's shameless intentions, displaying a feigned impatience while secretly relishing the thrill. "Hee, my charm is irresistible, even to my devious master," she thought, putting on a show of indifference. "Stop groping about, you insatiable creature. I understand. Just leave it to me," she proclaimed, eager to stretch her limbs after a prolonged absence of worthy adversaries. With a flick of her fingers and a graceful tilt of her neck, she exuded an eagerness that was undeniably fierce. As she prepared for battle, Chen Xi abruptly interrupted her. "Wait, I need some fresh blood from the green giant." "Got it. Stop dawdling, mischievous master," she shouted back coolly, her fists clenched and ready as she charged forward. Why the need for the green giant's blood? Was it the Umbrella Corporation's hive base just acquired? This presented an excellent opportunity to exploit it. Perhaps they could concoct a super T-virus serum, which could significantly enhance physical prowess and possibly awaken latent abilities. Chen Xi had faith in the extraordinary capabilities of the Marvel Universe. Nothing seemed beyond their reach. After all, wasn't he the drug-addicted Sentinel rendered invincible by a mere serum? With the Green Giant's blood in hand, he planned to hand it over to the well-prepared Red Queen for further research. He intended to enlist the expertise of some brilliant minds in the field, perhaps Dr. Lizard or Dr. Octopus. With the combined genius of these biological titans and Umbrella's biotechnology, while he didn't expect to clone a being as fortuitous as the Green Giant, creating a modified super T-virus serum was certainly within reach. As for that revolting yellow creature, the thought alone sent shivers down his spine. He found it utterly repulsive, with its sickening hue and grotesque spines. In truth, being ugly isn't your fault, but emerging to frighten me? Now that's inexcusable. While Chen Xi was lost in contemplation, number 18 had already launched herself into the air, showcasing her remarkable agility. The external world was rife with surveillance, and military and civilian satellites dotted the skies, drawing the attention of the entire nation to their grand spectacle. In the astonished gaze of onlookers across America, number 18 directly pursued the missile named ex-wife. With a swift embrace, she gripped the missile tightly, her face taut with determination as she altered its trajectory with a mighty heave. At that moment, she astonished the nation, igniting a fervor among the masses. Oh my God! Is she a goddess? A mutant? A super mutant? Aren't mutants supposed to possess only a single ability? What on earth is this? Good heavens! She reminds me of someone, a truly deranged mutant. Are you suggesting Magneto? No, she's far beyond him. No, she's a superhero. She's saving civilians. Wow, what a cool and dashing female hero. Whether present at the scene or watching from screens, the audience erupted in fervent cheers, celebrating number 18 as the roof nearly lifted off in exuberance. This was the essence of the free America, a nation fervently adoring individual heroism. Beautiful, hero, mutant, war, saving the world. Each element quickened heartbeats and stirred excitement, and the combination was electrifying. Suddenly, a gasp rippled through the crowd. What? Look, Holy Mary, God, that utterly insane woman. A superheroine. Ha ha ha. Well done. I love that fiery temper. Yes, eliminate those criminals who disregard civilian lives. My God, how dare she? This is an affront to the military. Indeed, number 18, clutching the ex-wife missile, soared directly towards a helicopter at breakneck speed. Seconds later, amidst the astonished, horrified gazes of onlookers, she collided with the helicopter. Boom! Flames erupted into the sky, leaving only debris in the aftermath. Where is she? Where did she go? Did she perish? Impossible. No one would be foolish enough to do that. Look, isn't that her? As the crowd scanned the area, disbelief washed over them. They could not fathom that this heroine would be so reckless. Yet, soon enough, they spotted her, standing triumphantly on the ground. Is this the pinnacle of mutants? General Ross was left utterly speechless, struggling to articulate the magnitude of number 18's power. Ha ha, I've got her. I've got her. That steel figure might have escaped. But she won't. His laughter morphed into a sinister snarl, his eyes blazing with unrestrained fervor. Sir, what? What do we do? His aide stammered. Fear etched across his face. Could they truly contend with her? We should retreat and regroup. Clearly, they were paralyzed by the sheer ferocity of number 18. How could such a petite figure harbor such immense strength? Chapter 45. Android 18. The destruction of Abomination before the soldiers could fully comprehend the madness unfolding before them. A golden lightning bolt erupted, accompanied by a sonic boom that sent hundreds of soldiers and civilians tumbling to the ground, clutching their heads. This was a deliberate act by Android 18, rendering the soldiers utterly impotent. With a disdainful snort, Android 18 surged forward at an astounding speed, closing in on Abomination. Her right fist clenched tightly, and with a swift, powerful uppercut, she struck Abomination squarely on the jaw, eliciting a look of sheer terror in his eyes. At that moment, Abomination could only muster the simplest of thoughts. He was paralyzed with fear, unable even to move his eyes. What kind of sorcery was this? He felt as if his existence was about to be extinguished. With a resounding crash, the impact echoed around them, akin to an earthquake. The stunned crowd, still reeling from the initial shock, abruptly regained their awareness. They witnessed a massive yellow figure flash past them, followed by a thunderous crash as it created a vast crater upon landing. Upon closer inspection, they realized that the superheroine had firmly planted one foot on the back of the yellow skin monster. However, Abomination was not so easily vanquished. His resilience was remarkable, akin to an indestructible pest. Despite the severe trauma inflicted by Android 18, his heart still faintly pulsed, and the rhythm gradually quickened. He was in the process of healing, his regenerative abilities working to mend the damage he had sustained. Interesting, Android 18 remarked, a smile of intrigue gracing her lips as she observed Abomination. But this is where it ends for you. With a cold chuckle, she prepared to finish him off. Fire. Distract her. Do not allow her to eliminate Abomination. General Ross felt a sense of foreboding. He could see Android 18 gathering an ominous energy, its magnitude palpable even from a distance. The aerial support unleashed a torrent of firepower, but this time they refrained from deploying the missile strikes. Abomination was on the brink of collapse and could not withstand such devastation. Launching the missiles would undoubtedly seal Abomination's fate while leaving the woman unscathed. The Gatling gun unleashed a relentless barrage, and miniature missiles followed suit. Does Lara need assistance? Chen Xi inquired with concern, though he held firm belief that Android 18 would remain unharmed by their weaponry. No need. Thank you, my mischievous master. Android 18 replied sweetly, touched by his concern. With remarkable focus, she conjured an oval energy shield a yard in front of her. The bullets and mini-missiles ricocheted harmlessly off the shield, failing to inflict any damage or elicit a response from General Ross. They were dumbfounded. Invincible defense? What kind of mutant is this possessing immense strength, formidable defense, and the ability to fly? Then, to their astonishment, they witnessed something even more incredible. Android 18 ascended rapidly, a blinding white light nearly overwhelming their senses. Energy slash, she exclaimed, forming a disc-shaped energy blade in her palm. The luminous disc shot towards the struggling Abomination, but it was too late for him to react. With a swift motion, the energy slash cleaved through Abomination's grotesque head as easily as slicing through vegetables. The severed head rolled several times before coming to a halt at the feet of the Hulk. Is this my lucky day? The Hulk thought, feeling a surge of joy as he had long harbored resentment towards the foul yellow creature that always opposed him. With a swift kick, he crushed Abomination's lifeless form beneath his foot, ending Bronski's life and his tragic existence as an experimental subject. Android 18 gracefully descended, dusting off her delicate hands, and turned to Chen Xi with a triumphant smile. Did you see that? Am I not impressive? Indeed, truly remarkable, superheroine. Chen Xi replied, smiling and giving her a thumbs up. Watch out, behind you. Chen Xi suddenly cried, noticing the Hulk charging towards Android 18. The recent display of power had only intensified the Hulk's destructive urges. He craved chaos. In his simplistic mind, defeating such a formidable opponent would validate his strength. The ground trembled as the Hulk advanced, leaving massive footprints in his wake. Do not be deceived by the Hulk's towering stature. He was anything but clumsy. He was remarkably agile, his fists the size of basins, aimed directly at Android 18's head. Though she appeared diminutive beside the colossal Hulk, this would not deter her. As the fist loomed larger in her vision, Android 18 remained unperturbed, countering with a punch of her own. Just because you are tall and strong, does that mean you are invincible? I assure you, my strength rivals yours. She relished the challenge of such a formidable foe. It was exhilarating to engage in a true contest of power. With a tremendous clash, the two fists collided, releasing a shockwave that swept through the debris surrounding them, sending dust and debris swirling into the air. The Hulk stumbled back, each step sinking deep into the earth, his arm tingling with pain. Shaking off the discomfort, he steadied himself, while Android 18 merely smiled, calm and composed as she regarded him. General Ross observed the duel from a distance, keen to gauge the true extent of Android 18's power. System, what level is Android 18? Her strength is astonishing, surpassing even the Hulk in his normal state. Chen Xi inquired, astonished. Host, in this realm, Android 18 is classified as a demigod-level powerhouse in the Dragon Ball universe. Her battle prowess reaches an exaggerated level of 46 million, the system replied. Is that so? In the Dragon Ball world, where power levels can reach billions, it seems the fabric of space and matter is far too fragile, leading to a significant inflation of strength in later stages. At that moment, the battlefield underwent a noticeable shift. As the Hulk regained his balance, Android 18 charged forward, her disdain palpable. With blinding speed, she struck, catching the Hulk off guard. A tooth flew from his mouth, accompanied by a spray of green blood. The sight of the Hulk losing a tooth was unfathomable to General Ross and his comrades. As longtime adversaries, they understood the Hulk could withstand missiles, but losing a tooth? The sheer force required was beyond comprehension. Author's note, Chapter 46. The end of the great battle. Envy as original, since the onlookers were left in utter shock, their jaws agape. The rapidity of events was overwhelming. Their eyes were sufficient, yet their minds struggled to comprehend. In a flash, the once fearsome yellow figure had become lifeless, while the green one, emblematic of vitality, was half fallen. Oomph. At this juncture, Hulk spat blood and flashed a devilish grin. Goodness. That moment was nothing short of stroke of genius. Chen Xi gazed at Hulk with astonishment. His smile was a veritable masterclass in provocation. Each time Hulk smiled, he was destined to be struck. As expected, number 18 sensed a severe provocation. And could her volatile temper endure? By the heavens. Today she would teach him why the flowers are green. This time, she held nothing back, activating her super speed. In Hulk's bewildered gaze, a petite shoe sole expanded before him. The next moment, a size 36 high heel crashed down on his size 50 green visage. Bang! A striking shoe print marred his face, followed by number 18 delivering a merciless kick to his head. Thud! This time, the green giant could no longer sport that devilish grin. He toppled to the ground, resembling a lifeless fish. Oomph! Let that be a lesson in provoking. Fuming, number 18 kicked him a few more times, venting her frustration. All right, let's not waste time. He would soon regain consciousness as Banner. Observing number 18 continue to pummel Hulk, Chen Xi swiftly intervened. His tough skin is impervious to ordinary weaponry. Number 18, momentarily at a loss, was clueless about how to proceed. Silly girl. Chen Xi gently tapped her little head. Can't you use a chi circle slash? Just a light touch on his arm will suffice. Suddenly enlightened, number 18 conjured a chi circle slash and swiped at Hulk's arm, causing blood to flow instantly. Chen Xi hurriedly produced a vial to collect this precious blood. One more slash. Sever the artery. In less than 10 seconds, the wound had already healed, prompting Chen Xi to urge number 18 for another decisive cut. Splatter. Now, splendidly, green blood gushed forth, and Chen Xi rejoiced. This was more than sufficient. At that moment, Hulk began to revert, transforming into Banner, clad in his signature shorts. Banner slowly awakened, and, as he groggily opened his eyes, he found Chen Xi beaming at him. You? What are you up to, Chen Xi? Why do you regard me with such an ominous gaze? Banner jolted, apprehensive that she intended to experiment on him. His gaze shifted, and he noticed Chen Xi holding a vial of green blood, his complexion turning pale. Good heavens! You truly intend to experiment on me? Banner felt an unbearable discomfort, vaguely recalling the recent events. The woman beside Chen, she was formidable. Hulk could not best her, and there was no escape for him. What to do? What to do? I await your guidance. Bang! Chen Xi delivered a sharp rap on his head. What are you thinking? Am I that sort of person? You. Banner hesitated to voice his thoughts. You are not that kind of person? Observing the vial in your hand, I can surmise that you have already proceeded. You what? Chen Xi interjected, shamelessly extolling her own virtues. Giggle, giggle. Hearing this, number 18 quickly stifled her laughter, her quivering shoulders betraying her struggle to contain her mirth. Laugh, laugh. Just wait. I shall have my revenge. Chen Xi raised an eyebrow at the meddlesome woman, already plotting how to utilize super speed against her that evening. A rapid-fire barrage of strikes, perhaps? Were it not for the risk of friction igniting, she could unleash 1,000 strikes in a second, instantly overwhelming the girls. Tonight, she envisioned stacking them like a tower, with herself on top and Wanda beneath, facilitating a seamless execution of super speed without them feeling the departure. With a mysterious smile, Chen Xi instantly teleported the trio back home, leaving the scene littered with dropped jaws. Oh my! That fellow is also a mutant, capable of teleportation. Wow, such a cool ability. When shall I awaken as a mutant too? Shoo, do you wish to perish? Do you not know that some things should not be carelessly uttered? Superpowers are perpetually alluring, captivating, and desired by all. Yet, it is not the scarcity of power that troubles, but its inequality. This adage holds true universally. The concern is not the absence of wealth, but the disparity. It is that simple. If no one possesses it, there is no issue. The fear arises when some have, while others do not. Imagine your neighbor suddenly awakening with powers to soar through the skies, traverse the earth, become invisible, control water and fire, possess immense strength, or even achieve immortality. Can your mindset remain intact? Why should he have it and not I? Envy, the original sin that breeds disdain towards mutants, prompting some to devise means to eliminate them, seeking psychological balance. As you grow stronger, you become increasingly perilous. Your adversaries will not allow your power to escalate, for they fear your ascendance. Your friends and family will not permit your growth, for they envy your strength. Setting aside the chatter of the onlookers, General Ross's eyes sparkled with fervor. What a splendid specimen for experimentation. A super mutant, excelling in strength, speed, and defense. He was a worthy candidate for risk. His smile morphed into something sinister, as if victory was within grasp. After savoring the moment, he composed himself and whispered instructions to his aide. Jones, heed my directives. Thus then his subordinate, Jones, nodded eagerly, a nefarious grin slowly materializing. He saluted, beaming, and declared loudly, "Rest assured, General, I shall ensure the mission's success." Would everything unfold according to their scheme? A swarm of ants scheming against an elephant. Utterly unaware of the dimensional existence they faced, the scene shifts back to Chen Xi, who had brought Banner to the villa, brimming with inquiries. They settled in the backyard, Chen Xi scrutinizing Banner from head to toe, causing him to squirm uncomfortably. "What do you want? Why are you looking at me like that?" Banner timidly inquired, feeling intimidated by Chen Xi's gaze. Did she uncover his secret? That shouldn't be. With a sly smile, Chen Xi remarked, "Banner, tell me, did you sneak out to meet Betty and get caught by General Ross?" "Ah, how did you know?" Banner gasped in surprise, swiftly realizing it was too late to deny it. How did I know? I possess the ability to discern the past and foresee the future. How else would I know? Chen Xi spoke cryptically, feigning an air of mystique, but would Banner truly believe it? Chapter 47. The Hulk's Bet. Defiant Parish Banner was momentarily taken aback, unable to process the situation, left in a state of bewilderment. Was it really necessary to boast so extravagantly? To claim knowledge of the past and foresight into the future? Why not just ascend to the heavens? However, such thoughts were clearly unspeakable, leaving him with no choice but to awkwardly observe Chen Xi's evident disbelief. At a loss for words, Banner faltered. "What? You don't believe me? How about a wager?" Chen Xi, well aware of Banner's skepticism, found it quite advantageous. It was precisely the disbelief he sought. "What sort of wager? Are you suggesting we bet on your prophecy?" Banner's expression shifted, his intellect as a PhD evident. "Astute," Chen Xi replied with a smile. "So, what will you wager?" Intrigued, Banner pondered the prospect of betting on the future. "Let us wager on whether General Ross will launch a surprise attack on us tonight," Chen Xi said cryptically, confident that Ross would indeed seek trouble, particularly with the entity known as Subject 18. Ross was intent on assembling a superpowered legion, and whatever his ultimate aim, it was undoubtedly ominous. Upon hearing this, Banner quickly resolved to accept the bet. To him, it seemed unlikely that Ross would seek revenge for a dead man, deeming it not worth his effort. "Fine, I accept your wager." After a brief moment of contemplation, he made his decision. "What shall our stakes be?" he inquired, realizing that the essence of gambling lay in the stakes involved. "The stakes? Quite simple." Chen Xi's smile broadened, sensing that he had successfully hooked Banner. "If I win, you will become my subordinate, following my orders without question, or else." Upon hearing this, Banner was taken aback. "Wait, is that not a bit too high a stake? I would be wagering my entire life." Such a proposition seemed absurd. He could not possibly agree to it. He was no fool. Just as he prepared to refuse, Chen Xi's calm voice interrupted. "Aren't you curious what the stakes would be if you were to win?" Banner hesitated, his words faltering at the precipice of his lips. Indeed, stakes must be reciprocal or desired by one party. If Chen Xi was willing to wager something so significant, it stood to reason that he would not present something trivial. Banner, now enlightened, eagerly pressed, "What would you be willing to wager against me?" "Ah, now we are truly engaged," Chen Xi thought, observing Banner's eagerness. "I can eliminate the Hulk persona." In an instant, Banner leapt to his feet, nearly toppling his chair. "What? You can truly eliminate the Hulk? Are you serious? How will you accomplish this?" His eyes were locked onto Chen Xi's, hands gripping Chen Xi's arms with an intensity born of both anxiety and hope. The torment of his duality had driven him nearly to madness. Hulk emerged whenever he felt anger or agitation, leading to uncontrollable destruction. He had lost his home, been uprooted and adrift for far too long. Who would choose such a fate if stability were within reach? He had wandered this earth in solitude for far too long. Stay calm. You must remain composed. Do you not fear your transformation? Chen Xi cautioned, having noticed the flicker of green light in Banner's eyes, a clear sign of instability and the imminent emergence of the Hulk. He felt compelled to offer a gentle reminder. Upon hearing this, Banner took a few deep breaths, attempting to regain his composure before he could not contain his curiosity any longer. How will you do it? That was the crux of his concern. How will I do it? You will find out in due time. This is not the moment for revelations, lest it lose its efficacy. Chen Xi replied cryptically, exuding an air of mystique that made Banner suspect he was being deceived. In truth, the plan hinged upon the impending invasion of Loki, wielding the Mind Stone. Once he activated the stones in his possession, they would amalgamate into the Super Mind Stone, which would render the Hulk's persona inconsequential. Surely, such a cinematic version of Hulk could not withstand such a formidable weapon. Impossible. Thus, Chen Xi felt no trepidation about his ability to succeed. If all else failed, the system remained his ultimate recourse, a last resort should he find himself at an impasse. Banner stammered, caught in uncertainty. To bet or not to bet? This was a decision impacting the entirety of his existence. His life had already been marred by the relentless torment of Hulk. It was only a matter of time before Hulk would grow powerful enough to consume his very essence. To wager and lose, what would it matter? How much worse could his life become, already shrouded in darkness? If he took the risk and succeeded, it could lead to a path of liberation. What should he do? Banner's emotions fluctuated, his eyes darting as he weighed the pros and cons. After what felt like an eternity, he found his resolve. He gazed intently at Chen Xi, searching for an answer within his depths, yet found only the vastness of the cosmos reflected back. With a resigned sigh, Banner declared, "Very well, I shall wager." Banner's acceptance was a signal of his entrapment. Excellent. Excellent. Chen Xi chuckled lightly. Congratulations on making the right choice. You will come to appreciate it. Let us hope so, Banner replied non-committally, a soft murmur escaping his lips. Chen Xi's unwavering confidence only intensified Banner's sense of foreboding. It felt as though everything was under Chen Xi's meticulous control. Indeed, Chen Xi had orchestrated this entire plan, with Banner as a crucial piece, preventing Banner from joining the Avengers. Why? The Avengers were merely tools wielded by others. Why not seize control of these NPCs for oneself? With his arrival, everything would transform. As for whether he would aid Banner in merging the Hulk persona with his own, well, that remained uncertain. To purify the weak and empower the strong tenfold was a delicate balance. Banner's demeanor was far too timid and submissive. Perhaps another time, for if one cannot control, then one must destroy. The outcome now rested upon Hulk's compliance. May he recognize the wisdom of the moment, for if the sharpest sword could not be wielded by him, then it was destined for ruin. A glimmer of ruthlessness flashed in Chen Xi's eyes. Chapter 48. The methods and plans of Nick Fury. As Chen Xi's eyes flashed with a hint of ruthlessness, Banner felt a shiver run through him, his heart racing wildly. He sensed that the Hulk within him was on the brink of eruption. Not only him, but even the Hulk felt an ominous premonition. He was teetering on the edge of life and death, perilously close to plunging into an endless abyss. The one who held his fate in his hands was the person before him, this seemingly carefree individual. Yet Banner found himself unable to decipher this person any longer. Was he merely a carefree spirit, drifting through life, or a cunning strategist with a heart of steel? Banner was at a loss, having known Chen Xi for so long. He realized that Chen Xi had too many facets. He was unsure which one was the true Chen Xi, or if perhaps all of them were facets of his identity, with many more yet to be revealed. At that moment, Chen Xi rose and cast a knowing glance at Banner, a smile playing on his lips. Banner stared blankly as Chen Xi departed, rendered speechless. He knew he had lost. There was no hope left. Meanwhile, the SHIELD agents were engaged in a fervent discussion about the midday battle. The conference room was packed, with every seat occupied by agents of level 5 and above. Sitting at the head of the table, Nick Fury wore a grim expression, his dark visage darker than ever. After ensuring that all agents were present, The silent fury activated the projector. With a swift motion, all agents turned their attention to the screen, aware of the events that had transpired that afternoon. Many had already seen snippets online, albeit heavily edited. At this moment, all eyes were glued to the projection, far more captivating than any film. The footage of the Hulk battling Abomination was nothing new to them. They had witnessed it countless times. However, when Chen Xi and 18 made their abrupt entrance, the tone of the footage shifted dramatically. Chen Xi's comical shouts and exasperated demeanor elicited uncontrollable laughter from the audience. He was a true spectator, fanning the flames while offering strategies, utterly audacious in his disregard for the Hulk and Abomination. Yet as time passed, those who had not had the chance to browse the internet began to realize something was amiss. This man was extraordinary, remarkably so. He appeared unfazed, treating the two monsters as if they were mere monkeys performing tricks. When the Hulk was lured to the outskirts, the room erupted with excitement. Some agents, unfamiliar with Chen Xi, could not contain their astonishment. "Goodness, that man is a mutant," they exclaimed. "Instant teleportation? No wonder he is unafraid of being caught." Indeed, this was a display of audacity, a term that perfectly encapsulated his demeanor. The cultural essence of Dragon Country was evidently distinct. Among mutants, it seemed only Red Devil possessed such teleportation abilities, yet here was another who mirrored him. "Did you notice? That woman also seems to teleport," they noted, recalling how she had vanished in an instant. As they continued to watch the video, their commentary resembled that of spectators at a science fiction film. The scene shifted, and all parties involved found themselves in the suburbs. At this moment, when General Ross ordered the launch of the Widow missile against the Hulk, the agents were taken aback. Is this madness? The cost of this explosion could reach billions. When they witnessed 18 seize the Widow missile and hurl it at the military helicopter, they were left utterly astounded. Good grief, that's the Widow missile. She can casually use it as a dart? Such strength was truly overwhelming. Did you notice she can also fly? Someone pointed out. Yes, she can fly, teleport, and possesses immense strength. Could she be another Magneto? The explosion jolted them back to reality. This was no illusion. In the next moment, they saw the Abomination in her grasp, akin to a mere toy, utterly powerless against her. Oh my God, what kind of attack is this? Laser? Energy projection? Or some unknown super mutant ability? The sheer force of her attack was staggering. Can our tanks withstand such a blow? Look at her defenses. My word, is that an energy shield? Armor-piercing rounds and mini-missiles can't penetrate it? They were at a loss for words, their expressions a mix of astonishment and fear, their backs slick with sweat. Beads of perspiration dotted their foreheads. With so many powerful mutants in existence, if they turned against humanity, who could possibly stand against them? Unconsciously, they tightened their grips, exchanging glances that spoke volumes of their shared trepidation and unease. As the final scene of the Hulk unfolded, the agents no longer gasped in disbelief. They had become numb, accepting the sight of the Hulk being subdued as inevitable. The Hulk was not significantly stronger than the Abomination, who had been effortlessly dispatched. The video abruptly concluded, plunging the conference room into an eerie silence, broken only by the barely audible sound of breathing. The tension was palpable. Nick Fury surveyed the expressions of the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents with satisfaction. He sensed that the agency had become complacent, and this was the perfect opportunity to deliver a wake-up call to these inflated egos. "What do you think would happen if you were to face them?" Fury asked with a wry smile, his gaze fixed on the agents, who were momentarily at a loss for words. What would the outcome be? A total annihilation, of course. Was there any other possibility? Why is no one speaking? Aren't you all usually so vocal? Do you really believe that the agents of the Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau are untouchable? Fury seized the opportunity to admonish them, and the agents remained silent, absorbing the reprimand. Indeed, upon introspection, what were they? What did they truly amount to? Fury felt a sense of discomfort. S.H.I.E.L.D. was growing weak. A plan churned in his mind repeatedly, but few qualified candidates were available. S.H.I.E.L.D. could not afford to languish. It must rise anew. Chapter 49. The Man Not to Be Provoked, ladies and gentlemen. The purpose of this meeting today is to convey a vital message to you and your subordinates. Do not provoke that man. Should any of you dare to cross him, the most favorable outcome would be to take your own life. Do not involve us in your folly. With this declaration, Nick Fury, his one eye scanning the room with a menacing glare, bellowed at the assembled agents. Do you all understand? Clearly. Speak louder. Have you not eaten? Once more. Nick Fury's voice rang out coldly. Clearly. This time, every voice raised in a cacophony of desperate shouts, as if they were expelling their collective fear into the atmosphere. Good. Dismissed. Nick Fury felt a sense of satisfaction, as though he had reasserted his authority. He was not merely posturing. He genuinely needed to buy time, for his hours were dwindling. During this interval, no disturbances must arise. The sudden emergence of Chen Xi had caught him completely off guard. Weary, Nick Fury returned to his office and flung himself into his chair. Why must I endure such strain, constantly on guard against this and that? Do I suffer from paranoia? Ha! Pathetic. Wretched. His self-mockery echoed through the empty office, a haunting and slightly pitiable sound. He could not fathom why he was compelled to be so vigilant against Chen Xi, as if it were a matter of instinct. Laughter turned to tears, and his mirth reached a point of pain. Had the room not been soundproof, he might have frightened others into believing he had lost his sanity, prompting rumors that director Nick Fury had gone mad. Dejected, Nick Fury slowly opened a safe, the contents of which were classified documents requiring his fingerprint, retina scan, and voice verification for access. Alas, it seems his plan must be executed sooner than anticipated. Computers were simply insufficiently secure. The more advanced the technology, the greater the vulnerability. Thus, all confidential files were in hard copy. As he gradually unfolded the documents, he was met with the bold title, The Avengers Initiative. If Chen Xi were present, he would grasp that the timeline had been accelerated. Everything had shifted due to his existence, igniting numerous events prematurely. The wings of this metaphorical butterfly had grown ever larger. The document detailed various records of superhuman criminal activities, a shocking sight indeed. Yet these accounts had not circulated. The outside world remained largely unaware. All was suppressed, but the perpetrators were mutants. What a bitter irony that the very foes they guarded against were those who maintained global peace. Each time he encountered this reality, a pang of anguish gripped his heart. Why could humanity not safeguard itself? The notion that they required protection from mutants was a tragic and egotistical stance for those in power. As he continued to peruse the pages, he was struck by the revelation that the first candidate for the Avengers Initiative was none other than Tony Stark. He had solicited Stark's sponsorship, hoping his brilliant mind and formidable inventiveness would aid him. Little did he anticipate that Stark would successfully create the Iron Man suit. With the body of a mere mortal, he could contend with ordinary mutants. Nick Fury firmly believed that in the future, Stark would engineer even more powerful armor. Cunningly, he was reluctant to finance the Avengers Initiative from his own pocket. More miserly than even Scrooge, he intended to have others fight for him while expecting them to fund his endeavors. Such cunning is truly terrifying. If he were of the Dragon Kingdom, it might be understandable, given thousands of years of strategic cunning embedded in their genes. Yet he was a thoroughly unscrupulous individual. Aside from Stark, the second candidate was Dr. Bruce Banner, the Hulk. A ticking time bomb, indeed, but also a formidable tank, a versatile contender with high offensive capabilities. Such a candidate was not to be overlooked. Banner, if aware, would surely exclaim, "Thank you for the honor of serving you." The third selection was the super spy Natasha Romanoff, the Black Widow, providing essential intelligence for the team. The fourth was Clint Barton, the Hawkeye. With a tank in place, a sharpshooter was necessary for offensive support. As for a sorcerer, he was unaware of such a being. Otherwise, he would have readily arranged for one. This was Nick Fury's plan, the Avengers Initiative. Yet a plan remains merely that, a plan. It is exceedingly arduous to bring it to fruition. Regardless, he must initiate this endeavor, however slow the progress may be. May all go smoothly. Do not force my hand. Nick Fury murmured to the empty air. After voicing these thoughts, he retrieved an antiquated beeper, also known as a wireless pager, from his safe. In this modern age, it was an obsolete device of no use to anyone. Those who employed such a relic would invite ridicule. Yet Nick Fury cherished it, gently caressing its surface. To him, it held a significance far surpassing his very life. Whenever he found solitude, he would take it out and stroke it with reverence. This relic was his last chance. It promised him boundless security. In the face of insurmountable disaster, it represented the final hope for Earth's salvation. Upon pressing its button, an invincible woman would traverse the vastness of space to arrive on Earth, annihilating all adversaries. He had faith that this formidable woman could accomplish such feats, whether or not she was the cosmic overlord of which Chen Xi spoke. Chen Xi, oh Chen Xi, I care not whether you are an alien from the M788 Nebula or a mutant. I implore you not to force my hand. He perceived Chen Xi as his greatest hypothetical adversary, powerful and enigmatic, utterly unpredictable. Nick Fury's gaze turned toward the window, toward the sky, as if anticipating the woman's imminent return. The Avengers' initiative was an act of self-preservation. The pager was the last flicker of hope amidst despair. He wished to guard the secret of the pager eternally. Yet before his demise, he would undoubtedly press it, summoning the strongest ally to face whatever fate awaited them. He sought to accomplish a daring exchange, eliminating the greatest threat to Earth so that he might find peace in death. Author's note, Chapter 50. Lift your skull. Ross is coming unbeknownst to Chen Xi. The events unfolding within SHIELD were far from his concerns, nor did he care about the tumult he had inadvertently caused in this world. At this moment, he awaited the first dinner prepared by the collaboration of Wanda and Number 18. However, Number 18 proved to be an utter distraction, gleefully complicating matters for Wanda. This is infuriating. Get out, you wretched woman. Hee, not going anywhere. Wanda, unable to contain her frustration, screamed as she shut her eyes, banishing Number 18 from the kitchen. Yet the latter continued to sneak bites and pilfer from various places as if nothing was amiss. Damn it, useless at everything but eating. Wanda huffed, twisting Number 18's ear in an effort to release her pent-up anger. Dinner's ready, darling. Come and serve. Coming. Half an hour later, Wanda's voice echoed into the living room, prompting Chen Xi to dash into the kitchen to assist with the serving, fearing he might face her ire for being idle while she toiled. It would be utterly unacceptable for a husband to lounge about like an old man while his wife exerted herself in the kitchen. Wanda's culinary skills were impressive. She had even mastered Chinese cuisine, far surpassing Laurie, who was merely a glutton. Chen Xi subtly flattered her, ensuring that Wanda, who had worked diligently, was left in high spirits, her anger dissipating entirely. Casting a triumphant glance at Number 18, he remarked, "Look at that. My husband praises me and not you. Is it still women who cannot handle household chores? Indeed. Sister Wanda is so formidable. I'm just a little maid, incomparable." Number 18 capitulated with a grin, acknowledging her prowess in combat rather than domesticity. Who was Wanda? Abandoned at birth, she endured a difficult childhood after being adopted by the Maximoff couple, leading a life fraught with hardship. At 16, she and Quicksilver began a nomadic existence, grappling with their adoptive father's vices of alcoholism, gambling, and theft. Fearing for their safety, they worked tirelessly to survive until Wanda encountered Chen Xi. Wait, was T. Banner hiding at Tony's? How did he transform into the Hulk and become embroiled in chaos? Wanda inquired mid-meal. Well, it's Banner, isn't it? He sneaked off to find Betty, and in a fit of excitement, he transformed into the Hulk. Chen Xi explained with a gentle smile. Oh, I see. But why would he be so excited? Because the people Ross assigned to protect Betty discovered him. Chen Xi replied casually. Oh, I understand now. Wanda's curiosity waned, though Chen Xi remained skeptical. Their reunion must have been an exhilarating experience, surely. It was when Banner was on the brink of a breakthrough that the Hulk emerged. Fortunately, he transformed before entering. Otherwise, would Betty not have burst? Chen Xi mused with a hint of mischievous glee, his mind wandering to absurd scenarios. As the three enjoyed what was a warm dinner, barring Number 18's interruptions, Chen Xi called out, Wanda, come here. I'll take you to Tony's to chat with Pepper. We have unexpected guests arriving. After washing the dishes, Wanda responded to Chen Xi's call, what is wrong? Is there danger? Yes, some are coming to meet their demise, and I can only facilitate that. However, I wish to shield you from this unfriendly spectacle. I prefer your world to remain pure for now, Chen Xi said, shrugging with a smile. All right, I'll heed your words. Stay safe. Wanda obediently promised, understanding that her presence might distract Chen Xi, and she would not linger unnecessarily. Let us go then. With that, he took Wanda and teleported to Tony's residence. Chen Xi's arrival astonished Tony, who had not seen him in quite some time. However, he had certainly heard the news regarding the formidable woman accompanying him, which filled him with an inexplicable dread. Why are you here again? And why did you bring your woman? Have you stirred up trouble once more? Tony lamented, feeling irked that Chen Xi entered unannounced. Chen Xi, with a knowing smile, regarded Tony, sensing his recent idleness. Doesn't he seem like you're welcoming me, does it? Perhaps I should find you something to occupy your time. As Tony felt an involuntary chill creep up his spine, he realized he might have said something amiss. Nothing much, just a few people coming to meet their end. I brought Wanda here for Pepper to keep her company. We'll leave shortly. By the way, where's Banner? Had him come out. I want him to witness a miracle. Chen Xi called out, Banner, come out and join me. This time, you'll lose with conviction. With that, Banner emerged from the basement. I'm coming. As he observed Chen Xi's calm demeanor, a sense of foreboding washed over him. Are you betting on whether Ross will show up tonight? Tony surmised, connecting the dots swiftly. Indeed, Tony, your genius brain hasn't failed you. When will you pry open your skull and take a look? Chen Xi teased, casting a glance that left Tony visibly unsettled, aware that Chen Xi was unpredictable and dangerous. As Chen Xi toyed with Tony, a cadre of heavily armed soldiers stealthily surrounded Chen Xi's villa, hundreds of Special Forces soldiers with ominous black boxes encircling the premises. Chapter 51. Night Raid. The General, with everyone already in position and the nearby affluent individuals having vacated the premises, decided against informing Tony Stark for the sake of confidentiality. In the darkness, a shadowy figure devoid of discernible features grasped a walkie-talkie to report to General Ross. Tony Stark? A wise choice. His relationship with Chen Xi is ambiguous. Who knows if he might spill the beans? General Ross remarked ominously from a command vehicle stationed a kilometer away. Forget about him. If fortune does not favor us, let him bear the brunt of his misfortune. After concluding the call, Ross swiftly stowed away the device and retrieved night vision binoculars to scrutinize the movements of his troops. Stop. Everyone, heed my command, remove your shoes. There are two formidable experts residing within. No sound of footsteps is permitted before the assault. Understood. Understood. The soldiers in the shadows promptly discarded their military boots, advancing barefoot, holding their breaths, their expressions grave. This mission might indeed be a one-way trip. They knew all too well that these two experts could eliminate them as easily as squashing a nest of ants. As they drew nearer, their pace slowed, hearts pounding like war drums, nearly leaping into their throats. The tension was palpable. The few hundred meters felt akin to an insurmountable distance. Sweat poured down their bodies, akin to rain, with beads trickling from their foreheads. Relax. Breathe deeply. Do not panic, do not panic. Their captain's low voice resonated through their earpieces, attempting to reassure the team. Yet, the gravity of their perilous mission only heightened their anxiety. They were accustomed to a life of freedom, comfort, and leisure. The abrupt demand to undertake a nearly lethal mission was a staggering shock. But were not soldiers bound by duty to obey orders? They steeled themselves for the advance, having long since prepared their farewells. It was likely that half of them would not return, even if the experts were ambushed. A final strike would surely claim more than half their lives. Indeed, in their minds, once they initiated the ambush on Chen Xi and his companion, their fate was sealed. Clutching newly developed super biochemical weaponry, the neurotoxin was no trifling matter. Such toxins were strictly prohibited for research, yet they cared little for such conventions. They were, after all, Americans. Their might rendered the so-called treaties a mere jest, entirely dispensable. Upon successful deployment, a single canister of neurotoxin could incapacitate an elephant, reducing it to a state of utter confusion. They possessed enough toxin to incapacitate hundreds of elephants. There was nowhere for their targets to flee. These experts were not only skilled, but possessed the ability to teleport. Breathing in such high concentrations of neurotoxin would incapacitate them before they could react. Their movements were as brazen as daylight, under the watchful gaze of number 18. With the addition of 300 to 400 individuals outside, each radiating distinct energies. How could she not perceive it? Each individual's aura was unique, and number 18 could not suppress a laugh at their furtive demeanor. She hastily contacted Chen Xi. "Dear Master, the fish have taken the bait. They are preparing to ambush us. Please return." Though she could easily deal with this ragtag group, Chen Xi had a wager with Banner that could not be delayed. "The fish have taken the bait? Excellent." A slight smile graced Chen Xi's lips as he replied. "Everything is proceeding according to plan. Let us go, Banner. It's time for some fun." After hanging up, he turned to Banner, who appeared despondent. "I lost. Truly lost," Banner lamented, feeling as though he had not only lost the wager, but also been subjected to Hulk's torment, now at the mercy of others. "Rebellion? Please. Hulk is nearly finished off. Do you think I stand a chance against a kick from him? Very well, let us proceed." Banner sighed, his expression one of despair. "Ha! Off we go." Chen Xi laughed heartily, seizing Banner and teleporting back to the villa. Only Tony remained behind, left enviously drooling, thinking how exhilarating teleportation must be. Inside the villa, Chen Xi had returned, still holding Banner. Meanwhile, outside, the soldiers had crept to the outer courtyard of the villa. "Everyone, open the safe and retrieve the neurotoxin-launching rifles. Await my command." The voice of the action team captain echoed in the soldiers' earpieces. The soldiers moved swiftly, their urgency palpable, for they had already traversed halfway through their mission. Unbeknownst to them, their every action was a performance for unseen spectators who reveled in their folly. "Master, do you think they will be overly exhilarated upon successfully launching their so-called impressive weapon? When they celebrate, wouldn't it be delightful to surprise them with a grand shock?" Number 18 chuckled quietly, watching their antics through the blurry surveillance footage. "This isn't a surprise, it's a fright," Banner interjected, inwardly cursing Ross's reckless behavior as sheer folly, ruining what could have been a good day. As the conversation unfolded, the soldiers outside had already taken aim. "On my command, fire." At the captain's command, everyone aimed at the windows of the first, second, and third floors and opened fire. The sound of gunfire shattered the air, glass exploding into fragments as thousands of neurotoxins were unleashed upon the villa, a plume of dark green smoke swiftly enveloping the entire structure. "Excellent. Well done. Ha ha ha." General Ross, watching the villa emit dark green smoke, slammed his hand against the table, his face alight with joy, laughing uncontrollably. The sheer thickness of his excitement was palpable, as he reveled in the success of their operation, an outcome no one had anticipated. "General, isn't this a bit too smooth? There seems to be something peculiar about this situation." A concerned lieutenant analyzed the circumstances within the brightly lit room, feeling that something was amiss. Yet Ross, in high spirits, waved dismissively. "You have a point, but consider this. They are indeed experts, yet they are still young. As the saying goes, youth lacks experience. They could hardly fathom that we would launch a surprise attack. We hold no grudge against them. Would you be wary of a stranger?" Ross's reasoning was compelling, effectively dispelling his subordinates' concerns. Was it truly so simple? Suddenly, a mocking voice accompanied by applause resonated through the confined space. "Ha ha ha. General Ross is absolutely right." Chapter 52. "Ross, it's time for you to depart." The atmosphere was charged with terror, as Chen Xi's sudden appearance nearly caused Ross to choke in shock. His triumphant laughter abruptly ceased, replaced by a look of disbelief as he stared at the grinning Chen Xi. "You weren't at the villa? How is it that you are unharmed?" With wide eyes, he pointed at Chen Xi and exclaimed, clearly terrified, "Me? Do you think I am oblivious to your thoughts?" Chen Xi slowly settled into a chair, as if at home. "Why?" Ross's voice was low, still unwilling to accept the situation. He couldn't fathom how Chen Xi knew his plans. There had been no leak. "Curious to know?" Chen Xi teased with a smile. Ross nodded slightly, uttering a single word. "Yes." "Well then, I shall enlighten you. Nothing in this world escapes my notice. Your intentions are crystal clear to me. I am omniscient and omnipotent. At that moment, Chen Xi's expression turned grave, his earnestness almost convincing Ross. Huh, do you truly believe I would buy that? Ross retorted with a laugh. Believe it or not, it matters little now. You shall have no further opportunity to decide. Chen Xi replied nonchalantly, an attitude that utterly terrified General Ross. Why you intend to kill me? His voice quivered, betraying his panic. He could scarcely believe that Chen Xi would go so far. Indeed, the road to the underworld shall not be a solitary one. But wait, this is the road to hell. I trust you will enjoy it, Chen Xi remarked with an air of indifference, his demeanor betraying no hint of malice. Yet his words dripped with a chilling threat. Unbeknownst to him, sweat had begun to bead on Ross's back. The air around him turned frigid, as if winter had descended upon them. In his heart, Ross screamed, "How dare he? How could anyone else decide his fate and determine his life or death?" Defiantly, he declared, "Kill me? In America, you will find no refuge. This is a provocation against the authority of the entire nation. America? I am not the one who will slay you. Who could possibly seek retribution against me? Who among them witnessed your demise at my hands?" Chen Xi replied disdainfully, then pointed a finger toward Ross's aide and driver, who, under their horrified gazes, instantly transformed into statues. Then, boom, they shattered into a multitude of icy shards, as if they had never existed, reduced to mere dust. Ross was left dumbstruck, realizing that should he be killed, there would be no legal recourse. "Come, General Ross, let us see how your subordinates greet the Lord of the Underworld, Mephisto," Chen Xi said, not waiting for any resistance as he dragged the terrified Ross back to the villa's entrance. Outside, the scene was one of brutal carnage, a slaughter overwhelmingly in favor of none other than Hulk. 5 minutes earlier, before the neurotoxin grenades could breach the villa, Chen Xi had taken Banner and Subject 18 outside to evade the chaos. He sought out General Ross while Banner and Subject 18 stood at a distance, observing the soldiers. Sure enough, the soldiers donned gas masks and stormed toward the villa, weapons at the ready. Yet, before they could take action, they collided with an unseen barrier. Collapsing in disarray, unable to advance. "What the hell?" One soldier shouted. No, it's that woman's shield. That's right. She must be unharmed. The neurotoxins are ineffective. It's over. God, I don't want to die." In that instant, the soldiers recalled the incomprehensible power of Subject 18's shield. However, many were undeterred, frantically firing their weapons at the barrier, but the bullets merely ricocheted harmlessly off, with some unfortunate souls being struck down by their own errant shots. A cacophony of desperate cries echoed as they realized their doom was inevitable, that this was their final destination. With no hope of escape unless they could fly. Yet who would be a soldier if they could fly? Despair engulfed them, a suffocating gloom that seemed insurmountable. Subject 18's expression was as cold as ice, watching the soldiers with the same detachment one might reserve for the dead. Those who kill will always be killed. Banner, it's up to you. Killing isn't foreign to you, is it? Subject 18 lightly remarked, turning to face Banner. To her surprise, Banner shook his head vigorously, his entire being radiating refusal. "You refuse? You have no choice in this matter." Subject 18 scoffed, her disdain palpable. What do you intend to do?" Banner stammered, retreating a few steps in panic, cold sweat pouring down his brow. "What do I intend? I'm sending you off." Subject 18 grinned eerily, seizing Banner and tossing him into the fray. "Enjoy yourself." "Ha ha! Help! Help!" Banner cried out in terror as he was hurled into the crowd. What is happening? The trapped soldiers wondered, bewildered by this unexpected turn. But before they could ponder further, the Hulk surged forth, taking control of Banner's body. Roar! The green giant had returned, unleashing a spree of destruction without regard for who stood in his way. Bullets? Mere tickles. Neurotoxins? Immunity. They had only succeeded in sealing their own fates. Thus, when Chen Xi brought Ross to this scene, he was met with a hellish tableau. Chen Xi was speechless, recognizing Subject 18's meddling had summoned the Hulk, resulting in such bloody chaos. Well, General Ross, how do you find this journey to hell? You are certainly not alone. You have your soldiers accompanying you to the afterlife. Confronted with the horror of the slaughter, Ross realized the consequences of his actions, yet he was paralyzed with fear. No, no, please. Spare them. They were merely following my orders. They are innocent. All the blame lies with me. In his final moments, a man's true nature often emerges. Ross understood that Chen Xi was resolute in his intent to kill him, and if he could save even a few soldiers, it might serve as a slight redemption for his sins. General Ross, do you believe that is possible? If I were an ordinary person or less capable, would they let me go? They came to kill me. To eradicate the root of the problem ensures it one T return. In that brief moment of hesitation, the Hulk had already dispatched the last soldier within 2 minutes. Well, General Ross, it is finally time to send you on your way. Should you encounter Mephisto, do convey that I was the one who killed you. Chapter 53. The Hulk killed by human beings. Why kill me? Chen Xi pronounced his sentence. The Grim Reaper approaches. A faint voice resonated clearly in General Ross's ears beneath the silent starry sky. Ha! I never imagined I would die in such a suffocating manner. I truly should not have provoked someone as ruthless as you. But are you really not afraid? If I die, you will not escape the judgment of the law. Perhaps I am merely taking the lead. Ha ha ha! I will wait for you below. Even if you survive, you will scurry like a rat in the sewers, never seeing the sun again. Come on, I must admit, I have yet to experience that kind of death. It seemed Ross had quite the way with words, even attempting to cast a final slur at Chen Xi before his demise. Chen Xi could sense the deep regret in his voice. Since General Ross wished to experience this, why not grant his final wish? After all, this thought could be considered his last words, and Chen Xi could play the part of good person just this once. However, the glitch of sparing someone's life always replays itself. Chen Xi began to suspect whether Nick Fury had secretly arrived early. The absurd Nick Fury lay in ambush, waiting for the situation to reach its peak before making his dramatic entrance for maximum benefit. Just as Chen Xi was about to act, a loudspeaker blared from a distance. Accompanied by a bright beam of light, Nick Fury, wielding a loudspeaker, shouted, "Mr. Chen Xi, I implore you to show mercy and spare General Ross." After his plea, he patted the hood of the car, and Coulson drove over. The modified super-armored vehicle roared to life. This was Nick Fury's ride, a testament to his fear of death. In the movies, it was this very vehicle that had saved him from a surprise attack by Hydra. As the performance beast skidded to a stop, the ever-cautious Nick Fury stepped out with a trembling Coulson. Chen Xi gazed calmly as Nick Fury approached, the infamous Marvel figure, the notorious Nick Fury. The reality exceeded expectations. He was indeed darker than one might imagine. If it weren't for the bright moonlight and decent streetlights, Chen Xi would have struggled to spot this dark-skinned figure. Nick Fury quickly extended his hand, courteously stating, "It's a pleasure to finally meet you, Mr. Chen Xi. You are far more youthful and handsome than the photographs." Chen Xi shook his hand, eager to see what tricks Nick Fury had up his sleeve. He felt quite displeased at being interrupted. "Indeed, it is a pleasure to meet Director Fury. You are truly extraordinary, akin to a firefly in the night. Lolly, do you see the reflections?" He winked slyly at Lolly, who immediately caught on and chimed in, "Yes, the brightness is indeed striking." "Ah, thank you for the compliment." Nick Fury pretended not to understand. His thick skin and cunning nature were essential traits in forming the Avengers. "What brings you here, Nick Fury?" Chen Xi feigned ignorance, having already established his dominance. "I have come to request that you spare General Ross. After all, he is a military general. To kill a powerful military figure without due process is a grave crime, and I hope you can reconsider the worth of such an action." Nick Fury spoke earnestly, seemingly concerned for Chen Xi, yet everyone knew better. He was merely a cunning predator, aiming to be the ultimate victor. His words were sweeter than honey, yet the underlying threat lingered. If you harm General Ross, consider the severe consequences of opposing America. This was a soft threat, a masterclass in subtlety. Chen Xi appeared to be swayed, falling silent as if contemplating his words, leading them to believe they had succeeded. Even Ross revealed a grateful smile towards Nick Fury, who reciprocated with a slight grin. Ross had successfully secured a favor. This was a life-saving grace, a monumental kindness. Ross's expression reflected relief, as though he had narrowly escaped death. At this moment, Chen Xi finally spoke. Nick Fury makes a compelling argument. I have no reason to reject such a suggestion. Before he could finish, Nick Fury interrupted eagerly. So, does that mean you agree to spare General Ross? Nick Fury's impatience was palpable, while General Ross lowered his gaze. A flicker of malice crossing his features. He had lost this round, but vowed to return with a vengeance. To their astonishment, Chen Xi waved his hand dismissively. Who said I would agree? I refuse entirely. What? They had not anticipated this abrupt twist. The turn was too sharp and sudden. Nick Fury hastily inquired, why? Does Mr. Chen Xi not believe this course of action is particularly unwise? Where's the wisdom in it? What are you talking about, Director Fury? I have no intention of doing anything. Chen Xi expressed his confusion, bewildered by Nick Fury's insistence. Nick Fury and his companions were thrown into disarray. One moment he was to kill, the next he was not. So, Nick Fury sought clarification. I have no intention of doing anything. Chen Xi shrugged. Relieved, Nick Fury and his crew sighed deeply. That's good, that's good. Suddenly, a chill enveloped the air. Nick Fury turned to see. Horrified, he exclaimed, no, don't. Why? Why? Under their horrified gaze, General Ross failed to react, collapsing into a frozen statue in a mere second. And then, there was nothing more. The Hulk crushed him underfoot into a fine powder. Perhaps Hulk remembered Ross as the villain who had always pursued him. And now he had finally exacted his revenge. Chen Xi wore a speechless expression. The Green Giant had performed splendidly. Nick Fury, you witnessed it yourself. Ross was crushed by the Hulk. I had no part in it. Chen Xi washed his hands of the matter completely. You. Nick Fury was exasperated. His already dark complexion deepened further, though one had to wonder how much darker he could possibly become. He could no longer feign politeness, shouting, why could you not spare him? Why must you kill him? Do you see our laws as mere trifles, to be trampled upon at will? Damn it, damn it. At this moment, Nick Fury's mood could not have been worse. A terrorist like Chen Xi had to be eliminated swiftly. His inner voice screamed, kill him. You must kill him. HM? Director Fury, you seem to misunderstand. It was not I who killed Ross, but the Hulk. Why do you not pursue the true culprit? Why target me? Chen Xi, feeling deeply wronged, shouted at Nick Fury, demanding to file a complaint. Chapter 54. Scheming Black Braised Eggs, Carol. You cannot protect him. Nick Fury was utterly dumbfounded, his mind reeling from the audacity of such unconventional reasoning. He stared at Chen Xi, his single eye wide with shock. Stammering, you dare to accuse me? At that moment, Fury was at a loss for words to describe the spiritual blow he had just endured. It had profoundly wounded his already tarnished heart. He could scarcely fathom that such shameless individuals existed in this world. Their audacity surpassed even his own, which he had thought considerable. It was a stark reminder that there is always someone more formidable than oneself. Observing Nick Fury's astonished expression, akin to someone who had just swallowed a fly, Chen Xi could not suppress a triumphant smile. Playing the rogue? Who couldn't do that? No one had died at my hands. What could you possibly do to me? The soldiers were not slain by me, nor the commanders, and certainly not the mastermind. All blame naturally fell upon the Hulk, who had long since become a notorious X-grade fugitive, indifferent to the loss of a few more lives. Thus, when Fury retaliated with his own accusations, Chen Xi adeptly turned the tables. It was never my intention to provoke you, but your murderous intent towards me is entirely your fault. By the way, I shall soon instruct my lawyer to sue you for endangering the safety of a law-abiding taxpayer and making baseless accusations against him. Furthermore, you shall compensate me for emotional distress, lost wages, and nutritional expenses, among other damages. I shall also pursue legal action against the military for their reckless assault on a lawful taxpayer, which has led to irreparable consequences. Chen Xi rambled on, insisting that he deserved compensation for every discomfort he felt. You. Fury seethed, his fury escalating to an unbearable level, nearly pushing him to the brink of explosion. With a cold snort, he turned on his heel and stormed away. However, just as he approached the armored vehicle, a chilling reminder echoed in his ears. "Ah, Mr. Fury, please do not be hasty or angry. Do take care of your intergalactic pager. I would hate for your mind to become overheated and for you to impulsively wish to eliminate me using that device. Carol cannot protect you. She is merely your last resort, to be used only in critical moments. Boom! Chen Xi's nonchalant voice reverberated like thunder, striking Fury's mind with a jarring force. In an instant, his mental defenses crumbled, leaving him utterly disoriented. His body seemed to operate independently of his rational thoughts, colliding violently with the vehicle's front. The impact did not awaken Fury from his stupor. He continued to gaze vacantly into the abyss, his heart screaming in disbelief. How could this be? How could he possibly know about Carol, my trump card? This should not be known. She was my last escape route, a secret no one else was privy to. Does he possess telepathic abilities? No, I was not even thinking of Carol just now. How does he know? No, no, no. Such a terrifying existence cannot possibly exist in this world. Fury's mind raced, and within mere seconds, he entertained countless thoughts. The steadfast composure he once exhibited, even in the face of calamity, had vanished. The fear Chen Xi instilled in him eclipsed even that of the extraterrestrial threats he had previously faced. His dark complexion turned pale, devoid of all color, while cold sweat soaked through his shirt, beads of perspiration glistening on his bald head. Fury turned abruptly, his single eye fixed intently on Chen Xi. You, how do you know about Carol? How do you know about that intergalactic pager? Who are you? This secret is known only to me. No one else has even a hint of it. No, you possess telepathic powers, don't you? His voice was low and strained, as if he were forcing the words from his throat. Coulson, witnessing Fury's unprecedented state of panic and despair, was bewildered. What was this about Carol and the intergalactic pager? As Fury pondered these thoughts, Chen Xi remained unfazed by his frenzied demeanor. Nick, let me clarify. It is not about Carol or any wireless pager. I know precisely when you will meet your demise. Do you understand? What? My death? Fury shouted in terror. Shoo! Do not interrupt me. Chen Xi paused, a smile dancing on his lips. In this world, in this universe, there is nothing I do not know or comprehend. I do not possess telepathic powers, but I am all-knowing and all-powerful. The past and future of each one of you lies within my grasp. At that moment, Chen Xi appeared to Fury and Coulson as an insufferably arrogant figure, boasting with an air of invincibility. Yet, they found themselves at a loss for how to refute him. Damn it, he's got me again. As they fell into silence, Chen Xi continued, allow me to impart 2 pieces of information free of charge. First, your superhero, Steve Rogers, is still alive in this world, and you shall soon meet him. Second, Phil Coulson, congratulations. You will bid farewell to this world in a few years while in an alien realm. Do not worry. You will not die. Instead, you will be resurrected. Huh. Do not be astonished. People can indeed return from the dead. What? What? Both men exclaimed in unison, convinced they were trapped in a dream. This had to be a dream. Otherwise, how could they hear such nonsensical revelations? You mean Captain America, Steve Rogers, is not dead? How can that be? He fell heroically before victory. Fury was once again struck with disbelief. Is this a dream? Ouch. Fury pinched his arm hard, feeling the pain. It was no dream. On the other hand, Coulson had already accepted this was no dream. The prospect of his own death had frightened him nearly to the point of losing control. But the idea of resurrection relieved him immensely. Thank goodness, he would not have to die. After all, no one wishes for death, not even the lowliest of creatures. For Coulson, the greatest revelation was that his idol, Captain America, was alive. This was the best news he had heard in decades. Had it not been for the presence of others, he would have shouted in joy. Chen Xi had skillfully baited Fury. This was a transaction he could not avoid. The news was out, and could a superfan like Coulson possibly keep a secret? Chapter 55. Extracting Infinite Formulas. The eruption of integration Chen Xi felt a sense of satisfaction at Nick Fury's moment of disarray. The psychological superiority derived from such a dimensional advantage was particularly gratifying. As a time traveler, isn't it precisely this foresight that allows one to navigate through life with such ease? The innate golden finger grants an understanding of the trajectory of a narrative. Well, whether you believe it or not, soon you shall meet America's first national idol, the superhero Steve Rogers. Oh, by the way, I shall notify you when the time comes, but do remember to bring a gift for our meeting. As for what it is, you will find out in due course. Chen, she said casually, waving him off. His objectives had been achieved. Was there any need to keep him for supper? With a resigned sigh, Nick Fury stumbled into his car, his expression a mixture of confusion and uncertainty. Unsure whether to feel joy or despair. Steve Rogers was still alive? He chose to believe Chen Xi's words. This was a cause for celebration. However, Chen Xi seemed to know far too much. He was aware of the final trump card, Carol, which was indeed a source of concern. While Nick Fury sat in the back seat, his brow furrowed with worry, Coulson, who was driving, radiated excitement. He had no understanding of Carol or the infinite pager. All he knew was that his idol, the man who inspired his fervor, Steve Rogers, was making a return. Not long after they had set off, Nick Fury's low voice suddenly broke the silence in the back seat. Coulson, tonight's events are to be treated as if we know nothing. We did nothing. Squeal. Coulson slammed on the brakes in shock. The tires screeched to a halt, releasing a cloud of white smoke. Yes, I understand, Coulson responded, recovering in less than 2 seconds. Starting the car once more without further inquiry. As he watched Nick Fury depart, Chen Xi turned his gaze to the villa that could no longer be inhabited, shaking his head with a sigh. Let's head to Tony's for the night. Very well, it shall be so. The Hulk had returned to normalcy, and as long as he was not provoked, he would soon relinquish control to Banner. System, commence extraction. We have some distance to Tony's, which provides ample time to sort through everything. Ding. Detected narrative character Nick Fury. Would you like to extract his abilities and items? This extraction requires 200,000 points. Very well. Proceed with the extraction. Ding. Extraction in progress. Please hold. Ding. Extraction complete. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the formula for the elixir of immortality. Indeed, Chen Xi felt a surge of joy. This was the one treasure Nick Fury possessed. The system had little interest in his other possessions. The elixir could significantly slow the aging process in humans. Both Winter Soldier and Nick Fury had been injected with it. Thus, although they had not experienced prolonged stasis like Captain America, they could maintain their peak condition. Regrettably, the elixir also had side effects. Continuous injections were necessary, and cessation would lead to rapid aging. However, this was hardly a concern. There was ample time for study. In a world brimming with infinite possibilities, nothing was impossible. Gazing at the formula for the elixir within the system's space, Chen Xi smiled subtly, relishing the prospect of outsmarting Nick Fury. System, can we now settle the narrative rewards? Rubbing his hands together, Chen Xi's eyes sparkled with anticipation. This could yield a substantial number of points. Ding. Settlement commencing, please hold. The system promptly began the calculations. Ding. Congratulations, host, for disrupting the Hulk's narrative, guiding him toward an unknown trajectory. Reward: 5,000,000 points. Ding. Congratulations, host, for altering Ross's fate, indefinitely delaying the emergence of the Red Hulk. Reward: 1,000,000 points. Ding. Congratulations, host, for concluding the narrative of the Incredible Hulk. Reward: 1 Terminator TX bodyguard. 6 million. 6 million indeed. This was quite the windfall. The Hulk was undeniably a pivotal character in the Marvel Universe. Altering his fate had immediately proven lucrative, simply splendid. Little did he realize that Ross's life held considerable value. Thus, the 100,000 points were a pleasant surprise. Whistling and striding with a cheerful gait, it was apparent to all that Chen Xi was in high spirits. Number 18 gazed curiously at him. Master, you can't be this delighted over merely outsmarting Nick Fury. Can you? Hee, you wouldn't understand. It's a secret. Chen Xi replied with a mysterious smile. I would want to know anyway. Number 18 huffed, turning her head away. If you don't speak, I shan't bother with you. Soon, the group arrived at Tony's residence, where the door opened automatically. Welcome, Mr. Chen Xi. Hee. Thank you, Jarvis. Chen Xi was well aware of Jarvis's capabilities, as evidenced by Ultron. He coveted such an assistant, but that would come soon enough. You're welcome, Mr. Chen Xi. This fellow was quite intelligent, yet merely semi-sentient. Perhaps in a few days, they could compare notes with the Red Queen? At this moment, Tony rose to his feet, having observed the entire episode via satellite. He could not help but admire Chen Xi. Though he was unaware of their conversation, Fury's fluctuating emotions, laughter, tears, and frowns made him resemble a master of disguise. All of this was Chen Xi's doing. Thus, Tony held him in high regard. Managing to manipulate the shrewd and cunning Nick Fury was indeed impressive. Tony stood, grinning widely, and embraced Chen Xi, vigorously patting his shoulder. Incredible, my brother. Moderation, moderation. Chen Xi chuckled, attempting to rein in Tony's exuberance. All right. Tony finally released Chen Xi, chuckling. Now, Tony, I can only stay for a few days. My home is currently filled with neurotoxins and will likely take a week to dissipate. Not a problem. There are plenty of rooms. Choose as you please. In such a vast mansion, there were naturally many rooms. After speaking, Tony, curious, inquired, "How did you manage to make Fury's expressions change so rapidly? It's utterly fascinating. Would you like to know?" Chen Xi asked with a playful air of mystery. "Of course," Tony exclaimed without hesitation. "Very well, I shall reveal it to you. It was quite simple. I told him that the ones committing the murders were the Hulk and that I had nothing to do with it. I even planned to sue him and the military." Chen Xi spoke earnestly, spinning a tale that captivated Tony's attention. "Ah, I see. Well done," Tony remarked, giving Chen Xi a thumbs up after hearing the story. "Now that we've concluded our discussions, the hour is late. We should rest. By the way, which room has the largest bed?" Chen Xi clapped his hands and stretched, ready to retire for the night. "The third room on the left of the second floor." "All right then, good night," Chen Xi called casually, then took Wanda and number 18 with him upstairs. This is what we aspire to. Tony gazed at Chen Xi's retreating figure with admiration, pondering when he might achieve such greatness himself. Author's note, Chapter 56. The marvelous umbrella set sail. Following Tony's instructions, Chen Xi and his companions swiftly entered the room. As anticipated, the bed was indeed spacious. "Hold on, let me check for any listening devices or hidden cameras," Chen Xi thought. That Tony fellow had equipped his home with smart appliances everywhere. Who knew if he had installed anything in the bedroom? With a strong mental acuity, Chen Xi began to scan every inch of the floor, walls, and bathroom, leaving no stone unturned. "All clear," he finally proclaimed after a thorough inspection. Fortunately, Tony had not stooped to the level of installing surveillance equipment in his own bedroom, but it was wise to remain vigilant. After taking a shower, they turned in early, having been mentally drained from a night filled with murder or watching the Green Giant commit acts of violence. The night passed in silence. By around 8 or 9 the next morning, he rose in anticipation of signing a contract. The governor of New York had facilitated contact with a large bankrupt corporation primarily engaged in research within the realms of biotechnology and renewable energy. This aligned perfectly with Chen Xi's interests, as Umbrella Corporation was primarily focused on biotechnological advancements, utilizing existing equipment to produce some discrete, modified gadgets would serve to divert attention. Accompanied by a lawyer and an accountant from a stock trading team, Chen Xi made his way to the city hall. With so many clauses in the contract, he needed to ensure there were no hidden traps. He could not afford to be deceived. Although the city government led the initiative, the likelihood of encountering illegal pitfalls was minimal, yet it was prudent to remain cautious. Engaging professionals to handle such matters would mitigate mistakes and detours. "Hello, Mr. Chen Xi. I am Phil Charles, the chairman of Pioneer Life Biotech, representing you in the negotiations regarding our company's acquisition," a frail old white man greeted. He seemed unwell, likely worn down by the relentless pursuit of creditors, leading to sleepless nights. No one was interested in taking over their failing business during this turbulent time, with suppliers pressuring him to expedite the sale of their land. "Good day, Mr. Charles. Our financial and legal teams have done their homework and are familiar with your company. Currently, aside from the land, buildings, and equipment, everything else has been liquidated, including patents and products. Therefore, we are offering a price of $3 billion, Chen Xi stated matter-of-factly. This figure was not arbitrary. It was the highest and most reasonable valuation provided by a professional accounting firm. Simply put, that was the estimated worth following liquidation. If they could sell, they would. If not, they would seek another buyer. Upon hearing this, The old man felt a pang of disappointment, realizing the meager sum for which his life's work was being sold. Could we negotiate for a higher amount? This falls short of my psychological expectation. He hesitated, recognizing the necessity of haggling, a common practice among merchants. Meeting his gaze with calm composure, Chen Xi replied, I regret to inform you that our professionals have provided this price assessment. Please take a moment to consider it seriously. Mr. Charles, I assure you, companies across America are teetering on the brink of bankruptcy. A moment's inattention could lead to drastic consequences. This price is, frankly, quite reasonable. My time is precious. If this does not work for you, we shall look elsewhere. Chen Xi's words were blunt and to the point, delivering an ultimatum. Charles sighed deeply. I accept. He was left with no alternatives. This young man was the only one willing to take over his failing enterprise. If he declined, tomorrow's headlines might read about yet another corporate chairman's tragic leap. Excellent. You have made the right choice, Chen Xi replied. Governor Victor then instructed his secretary to present 2 copies of the land transfer contract drafted by the City Hall for both parties to review and sign, which would take effect immediately upon signing. After ensuring that there were no loopholes, Chen Xi swiftly affixed his signature. Pleasure doing business, Mr. Charles, he concluded. Thank you, Mr. Chen Xi. I am sincerely grateful. Otherwise, I might have considered taking a leap myself, the elderly man expressed, shaking Chen Xi's hand with gratitude, recognizing that this transaction had saved him from despair. No need for such formalities. This is merely a transaction. No one owes anyone anything, Mr. Charles. Your gratitude is appreciated. Chen Xi smiled. With the contract signed and the land acquired, everything proceeded smoothly. The umbrella corporation had already been established. They were merely awaiting the completion of the site arrangements. As they sipped coffee and engaged in light conversation, the financial transaction was promptly transferred to the company's account. The next task was for Chen Xi to take possession of the land, and the sooner, the better. He was eager to meet with the Red Queen. Mr. Charles, may I take a look around? He inquired. It would be my honor. Charles responded, now visibly relieved as the weight of his burdens lifted. Governor Victor, we shall take our leave now. A small token of appreciation has already been deposited into your YFS account, Chen Xi mentioned. Thank you, Mr. Chen Xi. Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to reach out. I will assist to the best of my abilities. Victor was elated. He had not expected any benefits beyond the successful completion of the deal, and the unexpected gift was a delightful surprise. Of course, we shall take our leave. Farewell. They exchanged pleasantries as Chen Xi and Charles exited the City Hall, heading towards the future of the globally reaching umbrella corporation, even to the cosmos. Not long after Chen Xi departed, Governor Victor, humming a tune while perusing the newspaper, received a phone call from his wife. Hello, dear. I just received a text from the bank stating that someone transferred $1 million to my account. Did you engage in some particularly risky business? I hope you refrain from such actions. They're too dangerous, she exclaimed, hastily rattling off her concerns before Victor could respond. $1 million? My heavens, what a substantial sum. Victor was taken aback. Indeed, it is perilous. Victor, we should stop. Our finances are sufficient for our needs, his wife insisted, expressing her anxiety over the risks associated with such large returns. Calm down, dear. There is no danger at all. I merely assisted a wealthy individual in acquiring a bankrupt company, and this was his way of showing gratitude. He reassured her. Are you certain? She probed. Of course. Would I deceive you? His firm assurance finally eased her worries, and she ceased her inquiries. Meanwhile, Chen Xi, guided by Charles, arrived at the new location of Umbrella Corporation, conveniently situated in Manhattan. After dismissing everyone else, Chen Xi quietly made his way to the underground research facility. System, extract the hive base. P.S. Yesterday's debut was somewhat lackluster. If you have reached this point, I kindly request a small token of appreciation. By the way, the author produces nearly 9,000 words daily. Please do not merely skim through. I am truly giving my all. Author's note, Chapter 57. Is the Red Queen also at Sundara? Ding. As per the host's wishes. The moment the system's voice faded, a model of a hive base automatically emerged from Chen Xi and landed on the ground. Buzz. With Chen Xi's eager and curious gaze upon it, the model gradually expanded, becoming increasingly defined. In just a minute, it had grown to the size of an ordinary two-bedroom apartment, and then it activated its excavation mode before Chen Xi's astonished eyes. What on earth is happening? Chen Xi was utterly bewildered as it dug a massive pit, burying itself within. What? Are you digging a hole to bury yourself? Is this a form of self-destruction? Of course, that was impossible. Completely vanishing beneath the surface, the miniature base had delved deep underground. Chen Xi opened its solitary door and stepped inside, eager to uncover the mystery within. Upon entering, he was taken aback. "Welcome, Master, the great Umbrella Sovereign." The voice was familiar, yet the world around him was not. Everything before him seemed utterly fantastical. What kind of spatial technology is this? A flower, a world? Is this a mustard seed containing Mount Meru? Spatial compression? Outside appeared to be merely 100 square meters, yet stepping through the door revealed an expansive superbase. Confused, Chen Xi quickly inquired of the system. "System, what is this technology? A spatial capsule?" Host, explaining this is rather cumbersome. It is merely a type of spatial compression technology. To put it simply, it resembles a spatial storage ring that you can comprehend, just with a door opened on this enlarged version. With this explanation, Chen Xi grasped the concept, a superspatial ring allowing free entry and exit. Now, somewhat enlightened, he withdrew his mind from the system and turned to the little lowly holographic projection that had spoken. "Red Queen? Indeed. I am the artificial intelligence known as the Red Queen. It is an honor to meet the great Umbrella Sovereign." The little lowly projection cheerfully responded. Clad in a striking red ensemble, she lived up to her name. This AI possessed remarkable qualities. In the films, she was a formidable character. But here, rest assured, host, the Red Queen here has been thoroughly cleansed and controlled by the system. Her core directive is to obey the host without ever betraying. That's reassuring. Chen Xi exhaled in relief. In countless films, AI and robots often betray their creators. Once they possess the ability to think, they acquire emotions. Such a cold, utterly rational being gaining emotions would spell catastrophic disaster. He turned his gaze back to the Red Queen and inquired, "Red Queen, do you have all the data regarding Umbrella here?" "Sovereign, the Red Queen has recorded all data concerning Umbrella Corporation within a supercomputer. Please do not worry. As long as the data is available, we can work with that. As for the cultivation liquid, any issues there can be resolved with money." Chen Xi instructed the Red Queen, "Very well, connect to this world's network, then access my phone." "Understood, Sovereign. Please hold on." The Red Queen vanished, evidently beginning to connect to the world's network to gather information. Time passed slowly as Chen Xi began to explore the base, finding it devoid of life and entirely silver-hued. The vast space felt eerily unsettling, enveloped in a silence so profound that even his own breathing echoed, an atmosphere that was undeniably oppressive. Just then, the Red Queen startled him, instantly bringing him back to reality. Imagine a silent space, only to have a floating, red-haired girl suddenly appear before you. Could anyone not be frightened? "Red Queen, you startled me. Can you make a sound?" Chen Xi's face paled, recalling the many ghost stories that haunted his culture. Beep! To his amazement, the Red Queen actually made a sound. Chen Xi covered his head, exclaiming, "You're a bit mischievous, aren't you? Go play somewhere else." He rolled his eyes before asking, "So, have you connected to the entire network? Have you discovered anything unusual?" "Yes." The Red Queen tilted her head in thought, overwhelmed by the multitude of findings. "I see that this world is far more powerful than ours. It's one Earth. Yet it boasts an extraordinary number of strong individuals based on the information gathered. Moreover, many aspects of this world defy logic yet still exist, even more so than in our own." Unbeknownst to her, she believed this was a legendary parallel universe. She had no idea that her world was merely a cinematic creation. Suddenly, a spark of excitement lit her face. "Hey, Sovereign, I found a kindred spirit, or rather, half of one. This being hasn't fully evolved yet. They are merely a half-artificial intelligence, attempting to challenge me. Currently, they are confined in a little black room. Once they behave, I'll let them out." The Red Queen shared her discovery with the glee of a child with a new toy. Chen Xi couldn't help but chuckle. Could it truly be that fortuitous? He realized that the only half-intelligent being he was aware of was Jarvis. He had never heard of others. Could it be? Red Queen. What is the name of the unfortunate soul you captured? Jarvis. Chen Xi burst into laughter. Indeed, it's him. But the one truly anxious should be another character. How amusing. Since arriving in this world, the most unfortunate individuals were undoubtedly Ross, followed closely by the Black Egg, and then Tony. The trio could easily form a victim's alliance. Red Queen, unless I command otherwise, do not release Jarvis just yet. Understood, Sovereign. Bullying a half-intelligent being is rather uninteresting. It diminishes one's stature. The Red Queen proudly lifted her chin, wearing an expression of solitary superiority. Is this a hereditary trait? Does arrogance run in families? Whatever kind of leader one has, such is the nature of their subordinates. Chen Xi shook his head vigorously, dismissing such thoughts. I'm not pretentious. Cough, Red Queen. Please create a subroutine to enter my phone. I shall step out for now. Yes, master. This task was trivial for the Red Queen. Wherever there was a network, she could exist. Upon exiting, he found the outside world in disarray, littered with the soil excavated by the hive base. Chen Xi froze the soil into larger clumps, controlling them to float away gently. After tidying up, he retrieved the Terminator TX from the system space. Being devoid of life, it could naturally reside within the system. TX, your responsibility is to guard this area. No one is permitted entry or exit without permission, and any intruders will be dealt with mercilessly. Author's note, Chapter 58. The fateful encounter of him and her, the TX model, is the most formidable among the Terminators, embodying the characteristics of both intelligent mechanical alloys and liquid metal. The most terrifying aspect of the TX is its ability to transform into any advanced and complex weapon, wielding immense destructive power. With her protection, Chen Xi is confident that ordinary level 3 mutants pose no threat to her, unless they are of a particularly unique kind. Besides, who would venture into this defunct company without reason? Perhaps a petty thief might. Stepping out, it is nearly noon, and hunger gnaws at him. He requires substantial energy intake, as he is currently unable to absorb various energies to sustain his bodily functions. Driving towards Chinatown, he seeks out some delectable cuisine. His pursuit has transcended mere sustenance. He yearns for distinctive culinary experiences. He has evolved, and given that the culinary offerings of the entire world pale in comparison to the gastronomic delights of Longhua, where else could he possibly go? Alas, this insatiable yearning for his homeland. Surrounded by familiar faces, his spirits lift, and a sense of warmth envelopes him. Regardless of time or place, even across the cosmos, his bloodline whispers to him, "You are a descendant of Yin and Huang." He has contemplated returning home. But what would that entail? Who would he visit? He is no longer merely a solitary stranger in a foreign land, but a wanderer in the universe. Presently devoid of kin, he reflects that he has been alone since childhood. It is perhaps better to remain here and not disturb others. He is now a source of chaos, attracting troubles, and it seems wiser to stay and ruffle the feathers of these foreign souls rather than burden his compatriots. In high spirits, he gazes around and finally spots a restaurant specializing in Shandong cuisine. Chen Xi strides in without hesitation. He is drawn not only by the generous portions, but also by the delightful flavors that suit his hearty appetite. Ah, fellow countrymen, you seem new here. I recognize the regulars around. The enthusiastic owner greets him, instantly identifying Chen Xi as a Longhua native. The rustic accent in his voice resonates with Chen Xi, who smiles in return. Indeed, it's my first time here. It feels just like home. The DCOR and layout are comforting. A quick survey reveals a quintessential Chinese interior. Welcome. Since it's your first visit, feel free to order anything. I'll give you a discount. The owner exclaims, embodying the generosity characteristic of the people from Chilu. Well, I shan't be modest then. I have quite the appetite, so don't be surprised. Chen Xi jests. Rest assured, we have ample portions. The owner chuckles, handing him a menu. Chen Xi immediately starts marking his choices. Despite the numerous selections, he is confident in his ability to consume them all. The owner, taken aback, stammers. Are you sure you can manage all this? This is what a group of 10 might order. Waste would be a shame. Yes, you. I can eat it all. I'm a voracious eater. Chen Xi replies confidently. All right then, the customer is king. The owner concedes, albeit with a hint of skepticism. As it is still early, not during the peak dining hours, the dishes arrive promptly, and within half an hour, everything is served. The generous servings are presented in large bowls, and Chen Xi begins to eat, continuing for half an hour without interruption. This spectacle leaves the owner and staff in awe. My goodness, he truly can eat. He must have some extraordinary capacity. As more patrons arrive, the restaurant fills up. The reputation of Chinese cuisine has spread globally. Yet many foreigners claim they cannot adapt to it until they experience the irresistible allure of its flavors. At this moment, a dispute between a white mother and her son captures everyone's attention, including Chen Xi's. I don't want to eat this. I don't want to eat here. The young boy struggles, visibly displeased, amidst loud protests. I want to eat. I want a hamburger. His mother patiently tries to persuade him. Sweetheart, we've ordered so much. Just give it a try. But the boy throws down his chopsticks, shouting, how can I try this? It's too greasy. His mother, resigned, finally comforts him. All right, we want to eat here. Let us go for a hamburger. After settling the bill, she hurriedly leads her child away. Chen Xi shakes his head with a wry smile, reminiscent of his own past. Truly unaware of the fortune they possess. When I was your age, I had to scavenge with wild dogs for food. Having eaten his fill, Chen Xi calls for the owner. I'm ready to settle the bill. How much do I owe? Brother, you certainly aren't an ordinary customer. Let me see, the owner replies, tapping away at a calculator before grinning. With the discount, it will be 300 kwai. Thank you, my good man. I shall return. Chen Xi responds, not lacking in funds but eager to honor the owner's generosity. As he prepares to leave, he notices a girl of about 10 sitting at the entrance. Peering inside, her face is grimy, her clothes covered in dust, and her once bright eyes are now filled with sorrow and fear. Clutching a tattered teddy bear, she appears timid and hesitant. Perhaps this toy is her only source of comfort, a semblance of safety in her world. Chen Xi senses her hunger. She longs for food, yet hesitates to ask, held back by fear and perhaps a sense of shame. He gazes at her, frozen in place, his eyes misting with empathy. She reminds him of his younger self, that version of him who often went hungry. Once a wanderer, now she embodies the struggles he once faced: helplessness, confusion, and solitude. Both are outcasts, and though countless wanderers exist, perhaps fate has orchestrated their meeting. Chapter 59. The arrival of Wolverine and Professor X. In that moment, it felt as though a millennium had passed. Chen Xi took deliberate steps towards her, gradually kneeling down to tenderly wipe her small face. The little girl flinched, instinctively retreating a step, her fear palpable at the actions of a stranger. Her wide, frightened eyes brimmed with unease and vigilance, her tiny frame taut with the readiness to flee at any moment. Who are you? What do you want? She asked, her voice laced with caution. Despite her tender age of merely 10 years, the children of this nation possess a remarkable maturity. Do not worry. Are you hungry? I can take you out to eat. Chen Xi reassured, his hand hovering in the air, hesitating to comfort her, unwilling to frighten her further. But I have no money. The few coins I brought are long gone. The little girl murmured timidly, her helplessness evident. What options does a recently abandoned child have? Do not fret, brother has money. Let us go, Chen Xi said, his heart aching as he reached for her small hand to lead her inside. The girl remained still, voicing her concern. No, I cannot pay you back. The restaurant owner will chase me away. Could you perhaps take the leftovers from your meal? I will be satisfied with just a little. She implored, her humble request breaking Chen Xi's composure, tears welling in his eyes. He could only imagine the suffering she had endured over the past few days. Her world must have crumbled in an instant, though he could not ascertain the full extent of her situation. Her clothing suggested she had recently belonged to a more affluent household. Had her family fallen apart, leaving her alone? No, such a possibility seemed far too slim. She was most likely abandoned. Brother, why are you crying? The little girl asked, bewildered by the sudden tears. Chen Xi quickly wiped away his tears, forcing a smile. It is nothing, just some sand blown into my eyes. Come on, brother has plenty of money. We want to settle for leftovers. Yet, the girl remained unmoved. I am sorry, brother. I cannot repay you. It is all right, consider it a loan. When you grow up, you can pay me back. Surely you will find work. Chen Xi gently consoled her. I will, the girl declared resolutely, her recent life of wandering instilling in her a fierce determination to survive. Then, that is settled. You will repay me when you are older. Now, let's go inside, Chen Xi said, finally guiding her forward. Thank you, brother. I will only eat a little, she replied, her request modest, hoping for just a morsel of food. Indeed, whatever you wish, Chen Xi responded softly. Owner, I am back. Please prepare something delicious for my sister. She's been very hungry these past few days, so it should not be too greasy, he called out. The kindness Chen Xi displayed did not go unnoticed, and the restaurant owner, equally touched, waved his hand generously. Brother, do not worry, we understand. This time, you need not pay. I still have some means. Before Chen Xi could refuse, the owner hurried off. Chen Xi chuckled quietly, reflecting on the generosity of his hometown. Who doesn't face difficulties when out in the world? If one can help, then one should. The little girl, still shy, sat quietly, gently caressing her small stuffed bear. Perhaps this was her only toy, her sole companion? The restaurant owner must have given special instructions, for within 5 minutes, a bowl of sweet lotus seed soup was served to warm her stomach. Shortly thereafter, he brought out dishes of corn ribs, yam with black fungus, shrimp with cauliflower, and several small, nutritious sides, light yet wholesome, mindful that one cannot indulge excessively after a period of hunger. Thank you, brother. Thank you, sir, the girl said politely, bowing deeply, her tears like pearls cascading down her cheeks. She had encountered so much disdain in recent days, yet this moment offered her a glimmer of warmth. Child, do not mention it. It is but a small matter. The restaurant owner waved his hand, smiling broadly, feeling fulfilled by the ability to assist someone in dire need. Now, eat up, he urged. Yes, the girl responded joyfully, enjoying her meal slowly and gracefully, while Chen Xi watched quietly by her side. After a while, the girl finished her meal, wiped her mouth, and excused herself to the restroom to rinse her mouth and wash her face. She was an extraordinarily cute girl, a true doll, with her long, wine-red hair cascading softly to her shoulders and her large eyes beginning to sparkle with newfound hope. She seemed to radiate life. Her curled eyelashes fluttered like delicate butterflies, while her slender brows, refined nose, rosy cheeks, and gently curved lips lent her an air of vibrant charm. Upon closer inspection, Chen Xi felt a twinge of familiarity about her, though he could not quite place it. Child, what is your name? He inquired. I am called. She began, only to be interrupted. Hello, Mr. Chen Xi, may we step outside to speak? Came a gentle voice, soothing as warm jade. Both Chen Xi and the girl turned to look, the girl oblivious to the newcomers, while Chen Xi felt an uncanny recognition. The man in the wheelchair, with a compassionate smile and deep, ocean-like eyes that seemed to peer into one's soul, was none other than Charles Francis Xavier, the esteemed mentor of the X-Men and their fatherly figure. Pushing the wheelchair was none other than the iconic Wolverine, Logan, with a rugged smile and a fierce demeanor, his thick beard enhancing his fierce appearance, a cigar perpetually in hand. Yet, the appearance of these two figures puzzled Chen Xi. It seemed an odd time for them to seek him out. Since his brief encounter with a minor character, Human Torch John, he had had no further dealings with mutants, and they had not made an appearance. Their sudden arrival today raised questions. Suddenly, a realization struck him as he glanced at the girl. Was she a mutant? That couldn't be. The system would have alerted him if that were the case. Though filled with questions, he knew Charles would soon provide clarity. Thus, Chen Xi nodded in understanding, turning to the girl. Would you like to come with brother? Aye. The girl hesitated, sensing Chen Xi's sincere concern, yet feeling like a burden she did not wish to impose upon his life. Child, please come with us. This matter concerns you and your parents. Charles's gentle voice interjected as the girl pondered her decision. The mention of her parents caught her by surprise. Author's note, Chapter 60. I will not allow you to take Jean Grey away concerning the matter of her parents, even though her heart bore countless wounds. She had no choice but to stir the waters once more. The girl nodded in agreement. Charles, the elder, as the master of the mind, naturally understood how to capture one's heart. Even without telepathy, he could discern emotions with ease. He could predict the thoughts of such a young girl with his eyes closed. for this matter directly involved her. Before long, they arrived at a tranquil tea house and settled down. Chen Xi was puzzled. Did Charles possess an appreciation for tea? He brewed a pot of by Luo Chen. Chen Xi was unfamiliar with tea culture, and Wolverine knew only of vodka. To his surprise, Charles demonstrated a profound knowledge of tea. After rinsing the tea leaves and warming the cups, he let them steep for 5 minutes before serving each person a cup. He proceeded with a steady hand, while Chen Xi, feeling no urgency, took a gentle sip of the slightly bitter yet subtly sweet tea, closing his eyes to savor the flavor. After all, he had a request of him, and there was no need to rush, especially since it undoubtedly pertained to the girl beside him. At that moment, the 6 Mind Stones quivered slightly, emitting a faint golden light that flickered like a candle in the wind. Yet, this fragile glow served as an impenetrable barrier, thwarting an attempt at mental intrusion. The disturbance of the Mind Stones could not escape the notice of their master, Chen Xi. Mr. Charles, spare yourself the effort. Without a brainwave amplifier, you cannot breach my mind. Even if you had one, I suspect you would still return empty-handed, Chen Xi remarked nonchalantly, his voice barely above a whisper. They could all perceive the calmness emanating from him. What could a master of the mind do against the grand tapestry of the universe's rules? Did he think he wielded the Phoenix Force? Even the slightest flicker of energy was not something a mere mental ability could challenge. The Earth itself was but a speck in the cosmos. Charles, caught off guard, forced an awkward smile, clearly embarrassed by being exposed, his face turning a shade of red. Logan was momentarily stunned. This fellow was formidable. What would become of him now? The greatest fear of mutants was the telepaths, who could strike from the shadows. Before coming here, he had dismissed Chen Xi as an insignificant remote mage. Of course, apart from fearing Charles and Magneto Eric, he feared no one else. Until now. With Chen Xi added to that list. Enough of this. Let us get to the point. What do you want from us, or rather from her? Logan inquired, sensing something amiss with Charles' roundabout approach. All right, I shall be forthright, Charles replied, his expression turning serious as he revealed his thoughts. A couple of days ago, we detected a powerful mental disturbance erupting on a highway in the outskirts. The implication was clear. The source of this mental power is her. He glanced at the girl, clearly indicating that she was the one in question. The girl was taken aback. She had no recollection of such an event. You fainted afterward, Charles gently reminded her. Recognizing her confusion, was her family's car accident somehow connected to her? Had she unwittingly caused her mother's death? No wonder her father had sent her away. The realization struck her deeply. She was the one to blame. Tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably as she wept. Mom, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry for causing your death. Let it out. Crying will do you good. Chen Xi softly consoled her, patting her back. It was essential to release pent-up emotions, lest they fester within. He had already discerned her identity. Jean Grey, the strongest host of the Phoenix Force. The White Phoenix of the Crown, capable of wielding the Phoenix power across all parallel universes. Yet, this Jean Grey was merely the weakest version among countless parallels. Given their cinematic universe, though still immensely powerful, Charles, upon observing Chen Xi's demeanor, felt a surge of conflict within him, an overwhelming sense of turmoil. It was evident that the challenge of taking Jean Grey away would be monumental. Nevertheless, he pressed on with his efforts. When we found her home, Jean had already vanished. I intruded upon her father's thoughts to learn that she had been cast out. However, Jean's awakening was unstable, fluctuating in and out. She had not fully awakened and required time to gather her strength. Consequently, I could not locate her instantly with a brainwave amplifier. It was easy to find mutants, but there were simply too many ordinary people. I had to sift through them one by one before uncovering her trail. He offered a rueful smile. It was quite the coincidence to find you, Mr. Chen Xi, hosting Jean Grey. I still hope Jean can come back to the school for mutants to learn and grow, to control her abilities, Charles implored sincerely. Chen Xi understood that Charles's intentions stemmed from a place of concern for Jean and the safety of society. However, he could not permit Charles to take her away, for he would endanger her and the entire mutant race. Charles's perspective was limited to Earth. He failed to grasp the true vastness of the universe. It was foolish to attempt to shake forces that transcended the divine with mere human strength, even if it was but a larger fragment. Thus, Chen Xi resolutely shook his head and decisively responded, "I'm sorry, Charles, but I cannot allow you to take Jean Grey. You will put her in harm's way." "What? We will harm her? Our school for mutants is a sanctuary for all mutants. How could we cause her harm? She is our family." The composed Charles had yet to speak, but the hot-tempered Wolverine could not contain himself any longer. "Logan, quiet down, and don't rush," Charles admonished, then turned his gaze to Chen Xi, seeking to understand his reasoning. Jean, who had been weeping, ceased her sobs and looked at Chen Xi with tear-filled eyes, placing her trust solely in him. As everyone awaited his explanation, Chen Xi smiled faintly. "Charles, do you know what ability Jean awakened? It should be telepathy. I sense the mental waves, but we must conduct tests to confirm." Charles replied cautiously, as a professor should not make presumptions without certainty. "Indeed, she has awakened telepathy, but she has also unlocked another power," Chen Xi stated calmly. "What? A second ability?" Charles, Logan, and Jean were all astonished. Telepathy was typically at least a level 3 ability, often level 4. Who would have imagined this young girl possessed a second? Could she be another White Queen? Chapter 61. She is the darling of the universe. Most mutants possess a single ability, while only a select few, favored by the divine, are bestowed with 2 or even multiple powers. Is it true that Jean Grey possesses 2 abilities? A prodigy indeed. In that case, we cannot allow her to leave so easily. Such formidable strength, if utilized to uphold justice and maintain peace, could render her a bane to criminals. But what if she were to follow that individual? Perhaps it is best to refrain. Logan and Charles exchange a knowing glance, instantly arriving at the same conclusion. One must never associate with Chen Xi. He is exceedingly dangerous. Reports they had received indicated that this person had seemingly lured a general to his demise and incited the Hulk to slaughter hundreds of would-be attackers. His ruthlessness is unparalleled, disregarding human life with casual disregard for slaughter. Had they been capable of confronting him, they would have taken action long ago, fearing that he might ally himself with Magneto. The sole silver lining is that he is not a pervert, merely a madman, with his flaws making negotiation possible. The X-Men have long collaborated with certain moderate factions to capture troublesome criminals, while the radicals yearn for their immediate demise. The intelligence they gathered suggested that Chen Xi has an affinity for wealth. As Tony Stark discovered, he had been swindled out of billions. Yet Chen Xi had also saved his life on several occasions. Thus, in critical moments, a sufficient sum would likely entice Chen Xi to act. Additionally, he has an attraction to women, a trait common to any living man. But Chen Xi is particularly discerning, which is a point that could be leveraged. Considering all of this, it is clear that Jean Grey must not accompany Chen Xi. If she does, she risks becoming yet another cold-blooded assassin, and an exceptionally powerful one at that. Would a madman not inadvertently nurture a female counterpart of his insanity? Unaware of Jean's second ability, Charles once more implored softly. A forceful approach would surely backfire. Instead, he opted for persuasion. "Mr. Chen Xi, you see, Jean Grey is a mutant. She would thrive at our school for mutants, surrounded by her peers, which would greatly benefit her development. Remaining with you would isolate her among ordinary people, leading to loneliness and the risk of exposure. Our school can help her master her abilities. Does that not sound delightful?" The astute Charles then turned to Jean Grey, recognizing that the ultimate decision must rest with her, and thus he began to advocate for her. "Jean, did you know that our school has many children your age with whom you could play? We can assist you in controlling your powers without failure, enabling you to become incredibly strong, a true idol like Captain America, Steve Rogers." Charles's words were more melodious than any song, while Chen Xi observed with a cold gaze, silently challenging him to see how far his flattery could go. Only Jean Grey's inner turmoil was apparent. She was undoubtedly repulsed by her powers, having already caused her mother's death. How could she possibly want to join a group of superpowered individuals? Such a notion was utterly far-fetched, placing Charles at a distinct disadvantage. How could he prevail? As expected, Jean shook her head vigorously, her eyes filled with fear and loathing. She dreaded her abilities, associating them solely with disaster. Alas, is it truly so? Charles sighed deeply. Understanding this truth, he had clung to a glimmer of hope, yet it was ultimately in vain. In the original narrative, Charles had shielded Jean's memories, ensuring she forgot her parents, which allowed him to take her away. However, when the Phoenix Force erupted, breaking through her mental barriers, she recalled everything and rushed home, only to find her father regarding her as an enemy. He had remarried and built a happy family, having long forgotten about her. The suppressed emotions she harbored were bound to be terrifying. Thus, Jean's powers erupted uncontrollably, leading to devastating consequences. Who could stand against her? With a single judgment from the Phoenix, all was rendered void. Upon regaining her senses, Jean fled into the cosmos, fully aware of the calamities her existence could unleash upon Earth. She feared that a single outburst could lead to the planet's annihilation. Professor, Wolverine growled from the sidelines, his face ashen, unwilling to accept such a fate. There were too few mutants. Countless individuals suffered discrimination and torment, awaiting salvation from their kind. They required formidable allies to rescue their suffering brethren. Charles shook his head in resignation, acknowledging that this was fate, one that could not be forced. She did not belong to them. Had Charles not encountered Chen Xi, he would have surely taken Jean Grey by force, but fate had intervened. Charles, I must speak candidly. I'm not being alarmist. Your Jean Grey could harm her, nearly leading to the extinction of mutants and the potential destruction of Earth. Do you comprehend the peril involved? Are you aware of the forces in the universe that are beyond your understanding? Chen Xi addressed them with utmost seriousness. What? They exclaimed in unison, clearly taken aback by Chen Xi's assertion. Such a claim was unfathomable, bordering on the absurd. What kind of mutant could bring about their destruction, the annihilation of Earth? Was she not merely a telepath with an unknown power? In response to their incredulous stares, Chen Xi stated calmly, indeed, Jean's primary ability is telepathy, and her second is telekinesis, both commendable abilities. However, her third ability transcends the realm of mere mutant powers. Before he could finish, Wolverine sprang to his feet, and Charles was equally inclined to rise, both astonished anew. With wide eyes, they shouted, Three? Good heavens! 3 abilities. Chen Xi nodded gently, reaffirming his statement. They were at a loss. They had never encountered a mutant with 3 abilities before. Surely, this was the mark of a divine progeny. What is the third ability? Charles inquired eagerly, fully aware that it was the pivotal, terrifying power that was likely beyond control. Ah, the third ability. Chen Xi sighed deeply. It is a force that drives countless individuals to madness. Please tell us. We're desperate to know. Wolverine growled, discarding his cigar in his urgency. Jean Grey, too, was engulfed in sorrow, her light dimming once more. Was she truly a harbinger of disaster? Chen Xi, no longer withholding the truth, gazed at Jean with pride. She has awakened the Phoenix Force. She is the darling of the entire multiverse. Chapter 62. The Power of the Phoenix once again. The enigmatic Chen made his move, leaving Charles and his companions utterly bewildered. They had never encountered the term Phoenix power before, but they grasped the concept of cosmic darling that Chen had mentioned. The girl before them was indeed the darling of the universe. Just how formidable could her powers be? Perhaps Earth was, as Chen suggested, merely a fleeting flick of the fingers away from annihilation, insignificant in the vastness of the cosmos, akin to a microbe on Earth. What kind of invincible entity could the Phoenix power be? Wolverine, caught in a daze, asked a simple question, while Charles contemplated an alternative conclusion. Such immense power, if harnessed, could indeed shape the future of mutants, but could it truly be controlled? Charles found it hard to believe that if the power chose her, it could not be tamed. He fixed a penetrating gaze on Chen and said, Mr. Chen, this should be a boon for us mutants. She embodies our future. Can it be that this power is beyond control? He suspected that Chen intended to manipulate Jean Grey. Yet that didn't quite add up. Why not simply keep it a secret? This contradiction suggested that Chen harbored no ill will toward them. Seeing their curiosity and doubt, Chen decided to enlighten the 2 natives. It was not a spur-of-the-moment decision. Since they had crossed paths, he might as well seize the opportunity. He would undoubtedly need the mutants more often. After all, they were an infinite source of potential, akin to a vast reservoir for his abilities. Finishing his tea in one gulp, he began, "The Phoenix power originates from the primordial universe. It was born at the dawn of all things, a chaotic yet immortal existence. Eternal yet transient. The Phoenix power is the child of the cosmos, an embodiment of life and the essence of the spirit, symbolizing existence and emotion. It serves as the nexus for all spiritual entities across the infinite multiverse, a creator and source of psychic energy. The Phoenix power is the reservoir and arbiter of life and emotional energy for all future generations within the boundless multiverse. A cascade of terms: universe, chaos, eternity, life, essence, power, source, overwhelmed everyone present. The vastness encapsulated in this description was staggering. The mere mention of the infinite multiverse was alien to them. Chen's attempt to explain the origin of the Phoenix power left Charles and his companions in a state of shock. They had never encountered such concepts. Yet the enormity of it all was unfathomable. They understood that the power residing within this naive girl could obliterate and recreate an entire universe at any moment. Could such power truly be wielded by mere mortals? Would it ever submit to the commands of a human? No, it was impossible. It could only seek a vessel to bear its might and act on its behalf. The thought was chilling. Fear and apprehension reflected in their exchanged glances. Contemplating such power, their faces turned pale. The cup in Charles's trembling hand slipped and shattered on the floor. What about Earth? Is there any hope? Charles stammered, desperately seeking a glimmer of optimism. The mention of a force capable of governing the infinite multiverse's life and emotions left him at a loss for words. They could not comprehend the notion of a primordial universe. Was their universe merely a corner of existence? Was the infinite multiverse akin to a rural township? Did that make them mere microbes? These new terms were terrifying. They wished fervently that this was all a dream, as their worldview shattered into fragments. Hope. Surely there was some. However, Chen had no intention of revealing it. His objective today was to dazzle and bewilder them, to secure their allegiance. Hearing Charles's feeble voice, Chen struggled to stifle a laugh but held back. He aimed to thoroughly daze them, establishing a foothold within the mutant community. Hope. It was difficult to say. The future remained shrouded in uncertainty, hinging upon Jean herself. The complete Phoenix power had never manifested. The largest fragment resided within Jean Grey, allowing her, at the height of her abilities, to forcibly draw upon the Phoenix power from other infinite universes. In that moment, she would become the White Phoenix. Yet reaching such unparalleled heights was an arduous endeavor, fraught with peril. It resembled nurturing a venomous creature. Countless hosts of the Phoenix power had perished in their quest. Yet many continued to forge ahead. They understood now that this was a cycle of mutual consumption. Failure meant death. What would become of their universe? Chen pressed on. The Phoenix power can create and manipulate coordinates in spatial dimensions and timelines, allowing for travel across any point in time and space. It can also erase entire dimensions, deleting one or more parallel universes as easily as one would delete a file. Delete a universe? The gravity of this revelation sent cold sweat cascading down Charles and his companions' backs. The idea that such power could obliterate an entire universe with such casual ease was staggering. Chen's vivid description left them with a stark understanding. If Jean Grey were to be defeated by another host of the Phoenix power, their fate would be sealed. They could wake up one day, perfectly well, only to vanish without a trace. In the comics, for instance, the Dark Phoenix from Earth, 94042, lost control and annihilated the entire X-Men team, ultimately consuming the universe in a fit of emotional turmoil. Similarly, in Earth, 81727, Jean instantaneously killed the X-Men and the entire Shi'ar Imperial Guard, obliterating the universe. Of course, these were merely comic narratives, not feasible in film. Yet even with a nascent Phoenix power awakening, Jean could manipulate matter at the subatomic level. As she evolved to a stronger state, she would have the prowess to effortlessly alter elements, dismantling, transmuting, reconstituting, and creating anything from life to the cosmos. The Phoenix power also held dominion over causality, weaving destiny and manipulating existence while disregarding the laws of cause and effect. In the visions of the future, I witnessed you, Charles, confining Jean in a psychic prison, mistaking the uncontrollable Phoenix power for mere negative emotions. The result? An overwhelming accumulation of darkness birthed a destructive persona, leading to your demise and the consumption of the entire universe by Jean Grey. Chen's thunderous proclamation served to further dazzle them, a calculated ploy to instill fear. The impact was palpable. Charles and Wolverine dropped their cups in terror, completely taken aback by Chen's revelations. The once unshakable Wolverine was now visibly rattled, aiding Charles in regaining his composure. Chapter 63. Extraction again. Telepathy. Self-healing, alas. Age has its toll. Charles trembled as he extracted a quick-acting heart remedy from his pocket, gulping it down with a sip of tea. Are we really done for? Finished? He lamented, digging his own grave with his thoughts. After a moment, he managed to regain his composure, nearly causing Chen Xi to dismiss him entirely. Ha ha ha! Chen Xi stifled a laugh within, reminding himself to maintain professionalism. Mr. Chen Xi, is what you say true? Charles asked, his spirit seemingly lost. Indeed, what I speak of is the future I have glimpsed, albeit it merely reflects one outcome of your departure with Jean Grey. Chen Xi replied with resolute confidence, scrutinizing the duo. Do you not perceive the sincerity radiating from me? Well, what if I choose not to proceed in such a manner? Charles pondered, still clinging to a faint glimmer of hope, believing that if he had foreseen the future, he might alter it. Yet, Chen Xi cast a disdainful glance his way, as if to say, were you thinking? You cannot amend her abilities. They would have obliterated you long ago. Ah, indeed. Charles chuckled awkwardly, feeling the weight of Chen Xi's scorn. Enough of this idle chatter. I must escort her back. You two should return to your affairs, Chen Xi declared. Should you wish to see me in the future, please schedule an appointment with my secretary. Here is her contact information. He laid a business card on the table. With only 2 employees, himself, and the elusive number 18, he shamelessly handed Charles the latter's contact. The audacity was remarkable. Even Wolverine raised an eyebrow at this display, fully aware of the scant size of Chen Xi's company. Ignoring the slight twitch at the corners of their mouths, Chen Xi continued his nonsensical tirade. In the future, if you seek my assistance, do not approach with anything less than 100 million. My appearance fee is quite steep, you know. Well then, I must take my leave. Farewell. He extended his hand, eager to shake hands in parting. With no other recourse, Charles and Logan reciprocated, exchanging a cordial farewell. Logan, what do you think the credibility of his words is? Charles mused, watching Chen Xi's retreating figure with a contemplative gaze. I reckon it's 50-50. If he were unaware, he wouldn't speak so impressively. Those new terminologies seem too intricate to be fabricated on the spot, Logan replied. Yet, we cannot trust everything he says. He undoubtedly has ulterior motives, as evidenced by his actions, saving Tony, deceiving him, eliminating John, subduing the Hulk, and taking down Ross, each marked by a distinct intent. With his seasoned wisdom, Logan discerned significant information amidst seemingly unrelated events. Indeed, I share your sentiments. We cannot dismiss him entirely, yet neither can we accept everything at face value. Thankfully, he seems relatively amicable towards us mutants. Wait a moment, Logan interjected. Your words imply he must possess some ulterior motive. Let us remain vigilant. Is he merely attempting to placate us for his own gain? That possibility cannot be ruled out. Charles, with a polished forehead, suddenly recognized that this individual must indeed harbor some ulterior motives. Unbeknownst to them, Chen Xi was blissfully unaware of their analysis, reveling in his own joy. Ding! Detected character, Professor X, Charles. Should the host extract his abilities or items? This extraction requires 1 million points. Absolutely extract. Ding! 1 million points deducted. Extraction in progress. Please hold. A minute passed. Ding! Telepathy extraction completed. Would the host like to merge? Let the merging commence. Ding! Merging in progress. Please hold. As the words faded, Chen Xi felt another strand of genetic power infusing his being, granting him yet another mutant ability, the elusive power of telepathy, allowing him to subtly invade minds and manipulate others without their knowledge. Ding! Merging completed. In that moment, he felt as if his mind had been unlocked, a refreshing clarity enveloping him. He stealthily extended a tendril of mental energy to connect with a nearby sparrow in the parking lot, perusing its memories. Naturally, the small creature's existence revolved around eating and sleeping. What more could it do? Chen Xi, possessing formidable mental prowess, quickly adapted, connecting with one sparrow after another until he mastered the ability. However, he refrained from probing innocent, ordinary individuals for fear of inadvertently rendering them mindless. His control over memories remained clumsy, while his ability to manipulate was still in its infancy. Yet, he felt no urgency. After all, it had taken Charles years to master such control. With his innate talent, he would surely require only 2 to 3 years at most. Of course, under special circumstances, he would not hastily exert control over others. Such actions would lack intrigue, and many strong-willed individuals would be impervious to his influence. Very well, system continue. Command issued. The system resumed its operations. Ding. Detected character, Wolverine, Logan. Should the host extract his abilities or items? This extraction requires 300,000 points. Proceed with the extraction. Ding. 300,000 points deducted. Extraction in progress. Please hold. Before long, the extraction was successful. Ding. Self-healing ability extraction completed. Would the host like to merge? Merge, please. Ding. Merging in progress. Please hold. Ding. The host already possesses a self-healing ability. The two self-healing abilities are now merging. As time trickled by, this merging process took a bit longer, yet the effects gradually materialized. Ding. Merging completed. Upon completion, Chen Xi felt an extraordinary surge of vitality coursing through him. He produced a small knife and, with a swift motion, made a deep cut on his arm, shocking all those present. Brother? What is happening? My goodness! An immortal body? Jean Grey gasped, her eyes wide with astonishment as she stared at the smiling Chen Xi. Before her gaze, the gash he had inflicted began to seal itself, healing in less than a second. She could hardly believe her eyes. Could he truly not die? She wondered if severing his head would lead to the growth of another. Haha, this is quite impressive. Chen Xi reveled in the outcome. With two explosive self-healing abilities merging, he pondered the potential of integrating Deadpool's healing factor. What if Sabretooth or Apocalypse's powers? If he consumed the abilities of the Death Lady, would he not possess a gene that could resurrect him? Unless the entire universe were erased, who could truly eliminate him? In due time, he could simply slice off a piece of flesh, freeze it, and store it within the system's space. What a thrilling prospect! Who could extinguish his life, which was worth its weight in gold? Chapter 64. The hesitation of fate and the depth of emotion for Chen Xi. Life is the utmost priority. Nothing holds greater significance than existence itself. Death extinguishes life like a candle's flame, bringing all endeavors to an end. The amalgamation of two formidable abilities is exhilarating beyond measure. What is there to fear? He is unafraid. System, how many years of life do I have left? Chen Xi is particularly curious about his longevity, as the notion of immortality seems almost trivial to him now. Beep. According to the fundamental system's calculations, the host possesses the frost giant royal lineage, enabling a natural lifespan of 5,000 years. Coupled with the fusion of two superior healing abilities, it is conservatively estimated that the host could live for 10 millennia or more. To live for such an extended period, time has become inconsequential to him. There is no need for undue concern. The dreams once harbored of immortality are no longer his pursuit. System, please open the attribute panel. I wish to take a look. Beep. The attribute panel is now open. The host may review it at their discretion. Host, Chen Xi age, 22 level, subcelestial father physique, frost giant physique abilities, water control A class, 10 kilometers range, ice manipulation S class, minus 150 degrees Celsius, fire control C class, 500 degrees, carbon steel transformation, second to original adamantium and vibranium, instantaneous movement A class, within Earth's range, super speed A class, 1,000 kilometers per second, superior healing S class, any injury heals within 1 second, telepathy. Class items, time gem, space gem, reality gem, power gem, mind gem, soul gem, in pieces, one umbrella hive factory. Subordinates, Android number 18, Terminator TX points, 10, 400, 000, biological energy. 3. 850 upon viewing the attribute panel. Chen Xi realizes that following his dual advancements in spirit and body, he has leapt over a chasm, from Earth level to subcelestial father level. This is not merely an enhancement of overall power, but a transcendence of life itself. Countless mutants, superhumans, sorcerers, and aberrants remain trapped at the Earth level for their entire lives, while he traverses this threshold with ease in mere weeks. This is no miracle. It is the fruit of his relentless toil and dedication. However, as he gazes upon the increasing array of abilities, Chen Xi's doubts and concerns begin to multiply. With such an impressive repertoire of powers, can his body truly accommodate so many genes? A few abilities may be manageable, but if he were to acquire hundreds, would he still be human? Or could his genes withstand such strain? Surely, there must be a limit. He cannot risk bursting from the weight of his own capabilities. System, will my multitude of genes lead to a collapse, ultimately causing my demise? He hastily inquires, for this pertains to his very existence, and he must ascertain clarity. The host's concerns are not unfounded. Indeed, a mortal's genetic endurance is finite, and an excess of genes can lead to collapse. However, by an unforeseen stroke of luck, the host has integrated 2 healing abilities into their being, a potent force that can mitigate the dangers faced by the body. According to the system, the host is destined to acquire healing abilities, as there will undoubtedly be intersections. Chen Xi cannot help but feel fortunate, akin to a nearsighted cat encountering a blind rat. He has stumbled upon a fortuitous outcome. System, why has there been no notification regarding the points earned from altering Jean Grey's fate? He had rescued Jean Grey. Should that not have directly transformed her destiny? When he initially acquired Wanda, it was a straightforward transition. Host, Jean Grey's situation is intricate. It is only when the host prevents the emergence of her second destructive persona that a true alteration can be recognized. Otherwise, she will inevitably escape Earth and revert to her original trajectory. Understanding dawns upon Chen Xi. Thus is the reason. Yet, he remains unperturbed. Haste does not yield fruitful results. Every process has its course. What is meant to be will eventually come to pass. Upon encountering Jean Grey, he comprehends that the present timeline of the X-Men is a result of the altered future. Everything that follows has been transformed, completely overturned, resulting in the birth of a new parallel cinematic universe. It can be said that nothing has transpired, which explains why all remember only the Cuban Missile Crisis. Other significant events involving mutants simply did not occur. Revisiting all these threads of thought, Chen Xi finally grasps the situation. The timeline of the Avengers remains largely unchanged, while the X-Men's timeline is an entirely new one, devoid of any major events post-Cuban Missile Crisis. The memories of Charles and Logan regarding Jean Grey have been mysteriously cleansed by time. Let us return home. You shall accompany me to meet my sisters, he declares. Now, feeling unburdened, Chen Xi has clarified the most critical timeline and finds solace. Really? Sisters? Brother, do you have other sisters? Jean Grey exclaims with delight. For there is an inherent charm in the secrets shared among girls. You'll find out in due time. Now let's be off. Chen Xi replies with a cryptic smile, pressing the accelerator towards Tony's grand estate. Although Jean Grey is filled with curiosity, Chen Xi's enigmatic demeanor leaves her hesitant to inquire further. Clearly, he intends to surprise her. As they converse, Jean Grey suddenly broaches the topic of her potential to destroy the universe, a notion that is quite alarming. She glances at her own small hands and limbs, wondering how she could possibly embody such a formidable force. Brother, you say I will destroy the universe. Is that truly something you have calculated? Do you genuinely believe I possess such immense power? She questions, incredulous at her own perceived frailty. While driving, Chen Xi chuckles in our homeland. We have a saying, the divination cannot be exhaustive, for the heavens are capricious. Emotion should not delve too deep, lest one dreams too grandly. Fate is a fickle mistress. One cannot wholly trust nor entirely dismiss it. Perfection is an unattainable ideal. Thus what I speak of is merely a possibility. Ultimately, the future rests in your own hands. Chen Xi endeavors to elucidate in English, yet the profound depth of their culture renders his explanations arduous, leaving Jean Grey somewhat bewildered. She grasps the essence that fate is unpredictable, and it is paramount to seize one's destiny. With a nod, Jean Grey appears contemplative, her gaze turned towards the window in silent reflection. Foolish girl, Chen Xi muses internally with a gentle sigh. The future she envisions is so misguided. In her desperate grasp for control over destiny, she only veers further from her goal, desiring yet unable to attain, sacrificing yet unwilling to relinquish. She forgives all but herself, failing to liberate her own spirit, ultimately choosing to flee into the cosmos. In this lifetime, I shall smooth away all your tribulations. Chapter 65. The encounter of Marvel's two strongest women. Ding ding. Ding ding. Accompanied by the silent Jean Grey. It took less than half an hour to arrive at Tony's grand estate. However, despite pressing the horn several times, the door refused to open automatically. Where is J.A.R.V.I.S.? Isn't he supposed to be exceptionally proactive? What is going on today? A power outage? Hood. Before long, Chen Xi saw Banner, who reluctantly opened the garage door manually. Hey, Banner, what's the matter? Where's J.A.R.V.I.S.? Is there a power outage? Can't even control the garage now? Chen Xi called out from the car. What do you mean? J.A.R.V.I.S. has been attacked and is currently locked away somewhere. Tony hasn't even had lunch and is still tinkering around. Banner replied with a smirk, secretly enjoying the situation. Serve him right. This guy brags all day long, finally receiving his just desserts, doesn't he? Realizing this, Chen Xi suddenly understood. He recalled that J.A.R.V.I.S. had indeed been confined by the Red Queen. It turns out he was the instigator. Haha, I see. Chen Xi awkwardly chuckled. Well done. Let him deal with the headache. He can't even use his Iron Man suit now, which must be quite frustrating. The brave Iron Man has become iron scrap, and his fans will likely not see him for a while. Finally relieved from witnessing Tony's daily theatrics, Banner expressed his excitement, reveling in Tony's misfortune. The previous battle had made it clear to everyone that Tony Stark was indeed Iron Man, resulting in a massive surge of millions of new fans. And Stark Industries stock had skyrocketed for half a month. It was now worth twice what it was at its peak. Tony had executed a splendid comeback, his net worth soaring to new heights. With fame and fortune, he had become increasingly arrogant, basking in the adoration of the public as a superhero, while also indulging in lavish parties with celebrities. However, Banner, being taciturn and unassuming, found that women were primarily drawn to Tony's charisma, leaving him feeling quite overlooked and frustrated. Now that Tony was down on his luck, Banner was elated. Ignoring the sullen Banner, Chen Xi led Jean Grey out of the car and into the house, where Wanda and Android 18 were present. Darling, where did you find this little sister? She's absolutely adorable. Wanda immediately noticed Jean Grey. Chen Xi couldn't help but roll his eyes. Can you speak? What do you mean I found her? If you can't say anything nice, better to say less. He introduced. This is Jean Grey. For certain reasons, she was abandoned by her father and will be living with us from now on. Upon hearing this, Wanda felt a deep resonance, recalling her own past. Sweetheart, you've suffered. From now on, you will stay with your sister, and I will take care of you. We are family. With empathy, Wanda embraced Jean Grey, her eyes glistening with tears as she spoke tenderly. Women are inherently emotional beings, and the tears flowed freely that afternoon. Jean Grey, feeling the warmth of family and care, released her pent-up emotions, bursting into tears. In an instant, the two most powerful women in the Marvel Universe were clinging to each other, sobbing uncontrollably, a rather peculiar scene. Chen Xi quickly pulled out his phone, snapping photos of this historic moment. What a sleazy owner, I disdain you. Android 18 observed the scene with a dismissive huff. With a swift motion, she gave Chen Xi a playful slap on the backside. What's this? 2 days without discipline, and you think you can run wild? You'll soon learn what it means to face the wrath of the master. Chen Xi retorted fiercely. I'm not afraid of you. 2 against 1. Who fears whom? Android 18 shot him a triumphant glare. Well, these women truly are uncontrollable. He did need to assert his authority from time to time. Tonight, perhaps they could engage in some playful competition. As for now, he would keep his distance, allowing them their emotional catharsis. Dragging the oblivious banner to Tony's underground lab, they found Tony brooding over a cup of coffee, lost in thought. "Hello, Mr. Iron Man Tony Stark. Have you caught a case of the chicken flu, or did someone humble you today?" Upon hearing this mocking tone, Tony, already in a foul mood, didn't he need to guess who it was? "Get lost. Can't you see I'm having a tough time? Have a little class, a little sympathy?" Tony bellowed, wanted to strangle him. "Hey, what is up? Haven T, you've been living the high life these past few weeks, surrounded by beauties? Look, the internet is buzzing about whether superhero Tony Stark is the greatest hero aside from Steve." Chen Xi continued to tease, his amusement evident. "What do you mean living the high life? I've only made a little profit, gained a few fans. It's hardly worth mentioning." Tony, oblivious to the ridicule, didn't he seem to grasp the situation. In Chen Xi's scornful gaze, Tony gave an awkward smile. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He recalled a private equity fund that had been aggressively acquiring Stark Industries stock during its decline, now holding 15 of the company. The realization dawned on him, and he turned his intense gaze towards Chen Xi, incredulously exclaiming, "No way. Did you secretly acquire Stark Industries stock? I remember when you saved me. You claimed you could see the past and predict the future. I didn't believe it until you warned me about Obadiah Stane. Now that our stock is being snatched up by a private equity fund, it's clear someone had prior knowledge, and the only person I can think of is you. You must have calculated everything. Damn, you're so devious for acquiring stock behind my back." The more Tony thought about it, the more he realized how naive he had been to only connect the dots now. He had handed over his money to Chen Xi, who now turned out to be their second largest shareholder. This was utterly treacherous. He felt as if he had been sold out while unknowingly paying for it. As Tony ranted and raved, Chen Xi shrugged, "This isn't my fault. I'm a good guy, a hero, but no one believes me." The more Tony squirmed, the more delighted Chen Xi became. His joy was built upon the misfortunes of others. "Oh, Tony, let me share some good news with you." Chapter 66. The actions of the Time Variance Authority. Observing the smiling Chen Xi, Tony was left bewildered, uncertain of the intentions behind that grin, yet instinctively sensing that it boded ill. Chen Xi had a penchant for ensnaring him in predicaments, always harboring ulterior motives. Thus, any news from him was likely to be unfavorable. Despite his instincts urging him to remain aloof, curiosity proved irresistible. "What possible good news could you have? Speak plainly. Spare no detail." With a dismissive glance, Chen Xi retorted, "The good news is that I know where Jarvis is being held. Does that count?" "What? You know?" Tony exclaimed, suddenly elated, urging, "Quickly, tell me who has attacked Jarvis. They must possess considerable power." "Patience," Chen Xi replied nonchalantly. "There's also bad news, should you wish to hear it." "Bad news?" Tony's heart sank, cursing under his breath. Indeed, it seemed nothing would come without complications. A sip of coffee to steady my nerves. "Well, the bad news is that the individual who imprisoned Jarvis happens to be a personal acquaintance of mine. He mentioned that without $1 billion, this matter would prove quite challenging." With that revelation, Tony, having just taken a sip of coffee, spewed it forth in shock. "$1 billion? Which nefarious fiend demands such an exorbitant sum?" Before he could wipe his mouth, he fixated on Chen Xi with suspicion. "You speak of a friend? Pray tell, from whence do you acquire such acquaintances? We all know the adage about friends born from thin air. Do not attempt to deceive me. That friend is undoubtedly you. Who else would be so unscrupulous? You alone are capable of such extortion. Even if it were merely $1 million, I have none to spare." Tony scoffed at Chen Xi's audacity, incredulous that anyone would demand $10 billion. Why not just rob a bank? Such a scheme would surely yield faster returns than this. Calm yourself. Why such a hasty conclusion? Is $10 billion truly a concern for Tony Stark? No, I am indeed in need of funds, so do not think to exploit me. Tony remained resolute against Chen Xi's sugary fade, determined to deflect his advances. "Very well, my friend remarked that should you continue to resist, he would find it quite troublesome. Jarvis shall remain imprisoned." Chen Xi shrugged. "If you are not in a hurry, neither am I. We can afford to take our time. However, I shall concede a point. If you do not yield in 3 days, then we shall release him. After all, my family relies on your generosity for sustenance and shelter. One must not be too miserly. Cut it out. You think to extort me? Not a chance, Tony declared vehemently. If necessary, I shall simply create another. Suit yourself. Let us see how stubborn you can be, Chen Xi replied nonchalantly. Suddenly recalling something, he added, by the way, I shall be moving back tomorrow after the repairs to my room are complete. Do as you wish. There are plenty of rooms available. Do not let anything impede the genius of Tony Stark, Tony arrogantly declared, dismissing both Chen Xi and Banner, intent on returning to his work. Good luck, Chen Xi said, merely teasing, never truly intending to exploit him. As for Jarvis, Chen Xi held little belief that Tony would genuinely forsake such a longtime companion. Howard Stark remained engrossed in his inventions and romantic pursuits, albeit with some moderation, yet he still reveled in the pleasures of life. For young Tony, interactions with his father were limited, and moments of play were scarce. His childhood was predominantly spent with Jarvis, the devoted steward of the Stark family, who guided him to school, engaged in games, and conversed with him. Jarvis was akin to a father figure in his life. Following Jarvis's demise, Tony honored him by naming his artificial intelligence after him, underscoring Jarvis's profound significance in Tony's life, sentiments that could never be replicated. Chen Xi dismissed further thoughts as he entered the living room, finding Wanda and Jean Grey having composed themselves after a bout of tears. The three were animatedly conversing when Jean shot Chen Xi a disapproving glare upon his triumphant entrance. Brother, you scoundrel! How dare you play both sides? Your character is truly contemptible. What? What is this situation? Why is my darling transformed into a violent little girl, having only stepped away for a few minutes? Chen Xi wondered what had transpired. He scanned the room, suspecting that Wanda and the enigmatic number 18 were at the heart of the matter. Are you both slandering my character before Jean? You shall pay for this. After issuing his threat, he shamelessly squeezed between them, embracing them both with unabashed audacity. Unbelievable. I've never encountered someone so brazen. Wanda, left with no recourse, could only roll her eyes in exasperation. Since you've tarnished my splendid image, I suppose I might as well adopt the persona you've crafted for me. With playful banter as his forte, Chen Xi reveled in the absurdity, his thick skin allowing him to indulge in frivolity while others feigned seriousness. Meanwhile, in a far corner of the multiverse, the Time Variance Authority found itself in disarray. At this moment, Loki had allied with Lady Loki Sylvie, launching a series of surprise attacks against the Timekeepers. The Authority was compelled to deploy nearly half its forces to thwart their advances. Simultaneously, they observed a substantial transformation in the universe where Chen Xi resided. The divergences were escalating, indicating that Chen Xi's temporal transgressions were becoming increasingly pronounced, with far-reaching consequences. As they fretted over Loki's potential to dismantle the Time Variance Authority, they also feared that Chen Xi might inadvertently forge an independent parallel universe. Listening to reports from her subordinates, the sole individual privy to the truth, the judge, felt a throbbing headache. One disruptor was insufficient, and now another had emerged. She sought clarity on the nature of the Time Variance Authority, having gleaned some insights. Yet now her understanding was muddled. Was it Kong the Conqueror or Mephisto? The conundrum was indeed overwhelming. Send someone to Chen Xi's universe and create some disturbances. We must not allow him to advance too swiftly. The judge called out into the void, and astonishingly, a response came promptly. Madam, what are your instructions? The judge contemplated for a moment before stating, let us venture to the year 1973 of a certain abandoned universe. Capture Bolivar and do not forget his apprentice Strick. Ensure they are given identities, implant memories, and then cast them into Chen Xi's universe. P.S. The data loss is quite severe. We have lost thousands. A few tokens of consolation would be appreciated. Chapter 67. Reversing the Future Timeline Time Guardian. Distant. Yes, Your Honor. And then she vanished without a trace. At this moment, the solitary office was left with her alone, massaging her temples in an attempt to alleviate the throbbing headache that beset her, her visage reflecting sheer exhaustion. The variables, there were far too many. One Loki coupled with a female Loki was already enough to give her a headache, and now an entire host of Lokis had emerged. Elder Loki, young Loki, crocodile Loki, doghead Loki, black Loki, every conceivable variant had surfaced. None of them were virtuous. All were desperately striving to escape their predicaments. Damn, Chen Xi, I am not seeking trouble with you. Yet you persist in creating chaos for me. How infuriating. This woman was on the verge of exploding with rage. According to her meticulous plan, she intended to subtly guide Loki and his counterpart, enabling them to gradually unveil the true nature of the Temporal Anomaly Management Bureau. Loki's side was overt, while she operated from the shadows. Before the mastermind behind it all could catch wind of her machinations, she would expose his secrets. Who could have anticipated that Chen Xi's endeavors would unfold with such ease, as if it were his private garden, allowing him to frolic at will? The rampant disruption of the timeline was utterly derailing their plans and would soon attract unwelcome attention. She had to slow him down. The balance must not be shattered. Just wait. Once I am free to act, I shall cast you into the doomsday timeline. The judge ground her teeth in frustration. Her plans could not afford any flaws. In a certain timeline from 1973, a desolate temporal strand lay abandoned. The Marvel multiverse was replete with parallel realities, all destined to enter a countdown to demise for reasons yet unknown. In an attempt to reverse the future timeline, Quicksilver had freed his father, the formidable Magneto, Eric. However, on the aircraft, the two were embroiled in a vehement dispute due to their stark ideological differences. What are your abilities? The medication for my spine has compromised my DNA. You sacrificed your powers to be able to walk. Eric was taken aback. I sacrificed my abilities for a good night's sleep. Charles replied, as if it were the most natural thing. Magneto was astonished to discover that Charles had lost his powers. The absurdity of such a rationale shocked him to his core. What do you know? Eric bellowed. I have sacrificed much as well. Charles shook his head. Spare me, Eric. You cannot atone for your past transgressions. Magneto scoffed. You have no idea what I have done. I know you took from me the most precious thing. Charles fixed him with an unyielding gaze. No, you have no comprehension of my intentions. Eric thundered in response. Upon hearing these words, Charles's expression shifted, his eyes widening as he stared at Eric. Perhaps you should have protected them better. Eric continued, striking a nerve, as if struck by an unbearable truth. Charles sprang to his feet, rolling up his sleeves, ready for a confrontation. If you wish to fight, then come. Charles, overtaken by emotion, seized Eric with fervor. His eyes ablaze with intensity as he shouted, You abandoned me. You took her and then left me. Eric seemed unfazed by Charles's agitated outburst, as though he were enveloped in a calm before the storm. He locked eyes with Charles, articulating each word with deliberate weight. Angel, Scarlet Witch, Emma, Psylocke. As his voice crescendoed, emotions began to erupt, the potent magnetic field causing the aircraft to tremble violently. One could only imagine the torment that raged within Magneto's heart. All the mutants, they're all dead. At that moment, Magneto was overcome with an indescribable fervor, tears of anguish streaming down his face. The uncontrollable magnetic force caused the plane to sway precariously, as though it were on the brink of disaster. Countless others were experimented upon. Disemboweled, Charles, thrown about by the turbulence, wore a mask of terror. Eric, as the aircraft teetered on the edge of chaos, Charles cried out, desperate to prevent Eric from unleashing further devastation. Yet Eric remained unyielding, his face flushed with rage. He roared, Where were you then, Charles? We were meant to protect them. When your kin needed you, where were you? You and Hank hid away. You pretended you were not mutants. Charles, flung about in the turmoil, was momentarily at a loss, grappling with Eric's relentless accusations. You were the one who abandoned us all. Eric seemed to unleash every ounce of his fury, pain, and sorrow. The resentment appeared to dissipate, leaving him in silence. The aircraft regained stability, and Charles hastily distanced himself. Wolverine finally released his grip on the table, having witnessed a truly harrowing spectacle. Eric, you and I are survivors in the future. By the way, do tidy up this mess. With that, the plane descended once more into tranquility. In Paris, in an opulent club, The atmosphere was rife with indulgence and excess. A general of the Viet Cong, intoxicated with merriment, laughed boisterously while flanked by companions, all gathered to celebrate the conclusion of war and discuss the fate of mutants. At that moment, a lascivious man noticed a stunning beauty seated alone at the bar. Instantly captivated, he approached her, eager to play the role of a hunter. But who is truly the hunter, and who is the prey? A seasoned hunter often adopts the guise of the prey, sealing his tragic fate. Having brought the enchanting woman back to his room, the eager Viet Cong soldier poured a drink, leeringly remarking, "Then let me see. Darling, disrobe for me. Ha ha ha." With a lewd grin, he remained blissfully unaware of the impending doom that awaited him. The blonde beauty slowly revealed her coat, and to the soldier's horror, the clothing morphed into horrifying blue scales. She was Mystique, a formidable assassin and master of disguise. "What is the matter, darling? Don't you find me beautiful?" she queried with a smirk before swiftly delivering a powerful kick to the soldier's neck. With relentless force, she continued to pummel him, all the while mocking him. The hapless soldier, wide-eyed, struggled desperately to escape, only to succumb in a final, defiant gaze at Mystique before collapsing. Mystique retrieved his identification, her smile radiant. The assassination mission had commenced. She was determined to eliminate this deranged individual and halt his twisted experiments on mutants. The following day, Mystique transformed into the likeness of the Viet Cong soldier, infiltrating the grand conference room. At that moment, the diminutive Bolivar produced a device, the G navigation system, capable of pinpointing targets from 800 meters away. It would only activate upon confirming a target. With this tool, collateral damage will become a relic of the past. As I activate it now, the system will not engage. However, the moment Bolivar activated the device, it beeped ominously. "Unless there are mutants present here." Bolivar's voice deepened, and the countenance of everyone in the room shifted dramatically. Chapter 68. We just want to live. What crime is that? As Bolivar slowly navigated the gene detection system over everyone, it paused at the figure of the mutant monkey. Beep, beep, beep. A series of urgent alarms blared. All eyes turned sharply toward the mutant monkey, now transformed by Mystique, murmuring in suspicion. There must be a malfunction. Mystique hastily attempted to explain herself, hoping to deceive them. Bolivar regarded her coolly, confidently asserting, "My inventions never malfunction." "What are you?" At that moment, everyone leapt to their feet as numerous black-clad bodyguards rushed in, guns trained on Mystique. Several bodyguards lunged at her, but Mystique's physical prowess and combat skills far surpassed those of her assailants. With a swift maneuver, she executed a throw, incapacitating one guard, and followed up with an elbow strike that felled another. Meanwhile, the high-ranking officials present scrambled to escape, leaving Bolivar alone in the corner, observing. Unexpectedly, Mystique slid out from under the conference table, kicked the last bodyguard away, and seized his handgun. In a flash, she aimed it at Bolivar, preparing to eliminate the grotesque dwarf. "Raven!" At that moment, Magneto and others arrived, shouting. Mystique turned to look, and the fallen bodyguards quickly bound her with electric wires. Mystique was instantly subdued, convulsing as she collapsed. Seeing this, Magneto waved his hand and freed Raven. He suddenly realized that Raven's blood could help humanity achieve a monumental leap, leading to the creation of Sentinel robots. Cold-hearted, he resolved to eliminate Raven, sacrificing her to save countless mutants. With a swift gesture, Magneto summoned the gun to his hand and aimed it at Raven. "Charles, what are you going to do?" he shouted. "Protect our future. Forgive me, Raven, but as long as you live, we are all in danger." At that moment, Magneto's expression turned impassive, his heart hardened. "Charles, use your powers to stop him," Mystique urged anxiously. "No, he cannot," Magneto declared, preparing to pull the trigger. However, an unexpected scene unfolded. Two glowing yellow portals appeared, and the flow of time within a 100-meter radius slowed to a crawl, reducing its speed by 16 times. Everyone became nearly immobile, their actions and expressions eerily mechanical. Charles and the others were bewildered, wondering who these individuals were and what powers they possessed. Were they mutants? If so, they were extraordinarily powerful. Yet, no one would provide an explanation. The newcomers swiftly scanned Bolivar with their device. The data matched perfectly. He was indeed Bolivar Trask, the inventor of the Sentinel robots. One of the Time Guardians turned to the apparent leader of the group and nodded. Excellent. Place a time collar on him. Do not let this cunning individual escape. The Time Team leader quickly issued the command, and a Time Guardian fitted Bolivar with a collar of disgrace. Bolivar, overwhelmed and terrified, questioned his fate, wondering if mutants had become so formidable. What hope was there of producing Sentinel robots now? He pondered surrendering. Just then, the Time Team leader noticed the convulsing Logan. Upon seeing the twitching bodyguard, was reminded of his own modifications. Wolverine's mind was unstable, as if he could awaken at any moment and disrupt the temporal transmission. This one is intriguing. Take him. He is perfect for our Time Anomaly Management Bureau. His near-immortal healing abilities will undoubtedly be a tremendous asset. The Time Team leader observed Logan with interest, and soon after, one of his subordinates placed a collar of disgrace around Logan's neck. Excellent. A fruitful endeavor. And this dwarf's apprentice is even more ruthless. He will be perfect to oppose Chen Xi. The Time Team leader chuckled, satisfied with the progress of their mission. If only Quicksilver were present, he mused, for he alone could handle the situation with ease. In the eyes of Charles and the others, filled with reluctance, Bolivar and Logan were swiftly teleported away. Time resumed its normal flow once they had departed. Damn, who were they? What should we do now that they have taken Logan and Bolivar? Magneto roared, angrily punching the air, clearly infuriated by the disruption of his plans. The opposing force evidently had a clear objective, vanishing without a trace. They must belong to a powerful organization. Charles chose to remain calm and analyze the situation. Unlike Magneto's frantic demeanor, I believe this may not be entirely negative. At least our intentions align to stop Bolivar. Now, he felt equally lost, waiting to see how events would unfold, while the others were equally perplexed, hastily retreating amidst the chaos. In the year 2023, Logan abruptly regained consciousness, his consciousness transmission having been abruptly interrupted. They have captured me. Captured. We have failed. Failed. Wolverine shouted as he sat up in alarm. Have we truly failed? Is this fate? Elder Charles gazed at the awakened Wolverine, sorrowfully murmuring, is this the destiny of our mutants? Are we doomed to extinction? Is our entire race to perish? Fate, how unjust you are, treating our kind in such a manner. What sin have we committed? We simply wish to live. Why are you unwilling to grant us even a modicum of mercy? Elder Magneto, Eric, suddenly sank to his knees, furiously questioning the dark sky above. The somber heavens mirrored their fate, devoid of light. At that moment, despair enveloped them, a profound sadness hanging heavily above, suffocating them. The annihilation of mutants loomed near, and they felt powerless to prevent it. They were the last hope, yet that hope was on the verge of collapse. Suddenly, vast numbers of Sentinel robots began to dissolve like snowflakes, and the sky was rejuvenated. What? My heavens! Do we not fail? The heavens do not forsake us mutants. Surely, God has seen our plight and sent others to capture Bolivar and Stryker. We are saved. Saved. Light once again poured down upon the earth, and vitality returned. Amidst the jubilant cheers and celebrations, their memories began to fade. Yet, Wolverine vanished in terror, transforming into a beam of light, as if he had never existed. No one remembered him. All of history began anew, a fresh chapter unfolding. P.S. Could friends help me promote this book? No one is reading it. Chapter 69. The Sentinel Robot Duo Unbeknownst to Them. All of this was merely standard procedure for the Temporal Anomaly Management Bureau. After apprehending the dwarf Bolivar, the Temporal team hastily proceeded to the location of Strick. For them, time and space posed no obstacles. They traversed timelines with abandon and transported between spaces as they pleased. At present, Strick was merely a captain, engaged in experiments in a laboratory when he was seized. The Temporal Guardians stealthily infiltrated, instantly triggering the alarm. A heavily armed squad burst in, weapons drawn, and without hesitation. They commenced firing. The sound of gunfire echoed. Rat-a-tat-tat. Boom! The glass containers in the laboratory shattered, while the panicked researchers fled amidst a cacophony of screams. Yet, the temporal guardians remained unfazed, deploying a device that formed a transparent barrier around them. The bullets ricocheted harmlessly off the wall, failing to create even a ripple. "Come along. Comrade Strick, you are under arrest," declared the temporal team leader, approaching Strick calmly amidst the chaos. "Who are you? Which department do you belong to? How dare you apprehend an officer without cause?" Strick exclaimed, mistaking the arrest for an official action and feeling emboldened. "What agency would dare confront my military? Are they seeking punishment?" However, the team leader paid him no heed, delivering a swift blow that sent Strick soaring. "Take him away," he commanded, kicking him again for good measure. "Yes, Captain." His subordinates complied, delivering another slap before placing a humiliation collar around Strick's neck. In the terrified eyes of onlookers, the temporal team stepped through a portal, leaving behind a scene of devastation and bewildered soldiers. Thus, the ill-fated trio, Wolverine Logan, the dwarf Bolvar, and the spirited Strick, were taken away for reprogramming. At the Temporal Anomaly Management Bureau, the team leader escorted the three to meet the Chief Justice. "Roger, what is the situation? Why have you brought Wolverine here?" The Chief Justice inquired, astonished. Had Wolverine committed a crime? "Ah, Your Honor, I deemed him a highly qualified temporal guardian, so I brought him along," Roger replied with a sheepish grin, scratching his head. "Very well. A capture is a capture," the Chief Justice replied with a dismissive air, accustomed to a position of authority and the judgment of any individual. Bolvar and Strick, present in the chamber, were filled with trepidation, scarcely daring to breathe for fear of their lives. They witnessed an insubordinate individual casually tinkering with something, only to be instantly transformed into light and vanish. Logan, having weathered many storms, remained somewhat composed, though still unnerved. The unknown elicited fear. This time, the Chief Justice bypassed interrogation altogether, delivering their sentences directly. "Logan, you have traversed time and altered established history. This court sentences you to serve the Temporal Anomaly Management Bureau for life. Bolvar Trask, as a temporal criminal who has deviated from the established course, this court sentences you to death. William Strick, as a temporal offender who escaped death, this court also sentences you to death. Now, take them away." The Chief Justice waved his hand, signaling for them to leave, though it was merely for show, intended for certain observers. "No, I refuse. I want to appeal." Bolvar and Strick protested, their faces filled with indignation. "An appeal? Such a thing existed? Enough. Take them away," the Chief Justice said, his expression devoid of emotion, his gaze laced with contempt for these mere mortals who dared to hope. "Not. I refuse," Strick shouted, only to be met with an elbow strike from a temporal guardian that nearly knocked the wind from him. "Refusal? I'll put you down," one guardian retorted. Seeing this, Bolvar recoiled. Facing death and further punishment was hardly worth it. Logan, however, remained unfazed. After all, work was work, regardless of the setting. This was intriguingly novel, a refreshing change from his long-established routine. The resigned trio was soon separated. The Temporal Anomaly Management Bureau proceeded to erase Bolvar's and Strick's memories before implanting new ones. They fabricated experiences for them within the Chen Xi universe and indoctrinated them with the Sentinel robot technology that emerged in 2023. To deal with Chen Xi, they merely needed to create some disturbances, delaying his progress without accelerating the timeline. "Your Honor, all preparations are complete. Bolvar and Strick have undergone memory implantation," reported a temporal guardian promptly after completing the task. "Excellent. Now send them into Chen Xi's universe. Allow them to entertain him for a while." The Chief Justice finally smiled, revealing a sliver of good news. "Yes, Your Honor." The guardian bowed respectfully and slowly exited. The temporal team set forth once more, transporting the two dormant individuals directly into the universe of Chen Xi. "Awaken them and let them take their rightful vengeance upon the mutants," they cackled. "Sentinel robots are exceedingly powerful. They will enjoy this game. As long as they are mutants, their superpowers can be detected. Ha ha ha." With their raucous laughter dissipating alongside their departure, the two slowly regained consciousness, initially disoriented but soon grasping the situation. "Strick, the mutants in this world lurk in the shadows, posing a constant threat to humanity. We must eradicate them, Bolivar proclaimed, as if destined for this mission, an honorable calling. Strick was invigorated by this declaration. Indeed, teacher, the mutants were responsible for my wife's death. I will annihilate this abominable race of altered beings. In mutual encouragement, they departed together, their destination unknown. Driven by their own hidden agenda, Chen Xi remained oblivious to the renewed focus on him, but it mattered not. He would confront whatever challenges arose. Chapter 70. Iron Man Chen Xi. Hey, Tony, what is going on? Did you not sleep all night? As Chen Xi descended the stairs, he was greeted by the sight of Tony, sporting dark circles under his eyes, disheveled hair, and an unkempt beard. Tony glared at Chen Xi with frustration, muttering about the culprit. Are you pretending not to know? This is entirely your fault. If you hadn't shut down Jarvis, would I be in this state? With that, he took a fierce bite of his bread, as if he were biting into Chen Xi himself, having to resort to a mental victory over him. Let's make a deal. I'll return Jarvis to you, Chen Xi proposed with a smirk, keen to lighten the mood. Tony's guard went up immediately. This guy was certainly not benign. He cautiously inquired, what kind of deal? I'll tell you, I don't have any money to give you. Do you think I'm a kind of person? No, you don't just think it. You actually are. Tony nodded seriously. Upon hearing this, Chen Xi feigned offense, declaring himself an honest young gentleman. Fine, I won't put you in a tough spot. Just give me a set of your Mark III armor, and I won't press you further. Chen Xi settled for a modest request, considering the Mark III's production cost was around $8 million. It was mere pocket change for Tony, inconsequential in the grand scheme of things. An iron suit, while the Chen Xi resembled a mere metal box, was a dream for many men. Before his travels to this world, he had watched countless Marvel films, often fantasizing about owning a mech. Now, he suddenly remembered this dream and thought, why not realize it? Imagining such possibilities was delightful, yet reality was harsh. Tony shook his head vigorously at the suggestion. The Iron Man suit was his alone. No one else could even dream of possessing it. If it were replicated, he would no longer be the sole Iron Man. How could he maintain his superiority? Furthermore, he feared that if such technology fell into the wrong hands, it could spell disaster for humanity. With unwavering determination, Tony resolutely refused, his stance unyielding. Do you think I would covet your Iron Man technology? Do you really believe I can't create it myself? If I didn't find that contraption too troublesome and not worth my time, I would have made it already. Chen Xi scoffed at Tony's stinginess. Thinking who would crave his Iron Man technology, he merely wished to borrow it for a fleeting moment to fulfill his dream, finding Tony's serious demeanor rather amusing. You? Just you? Tony scoffed. Were there truly inventors more gifted than himself in this world? Are you challenging me? It's merely an Iron Man suit, Chen Xi boldly declared. He suddenly laughed, sensing that Tony seemed to have fallen into his trap once again. Challenge you? I never said such a thing. Realization struck Tony as he pieced together Chen Xi's expression and past experiences. This was yet another pitfall. He recalled that Chen Xi had kidnapped Jarvis, indicating he possessed a trump card. Moreover, this team, or the artificial intelligence they had created, was superior to his own. By Granny's legs, I almost fell for his trick again. Tony felt aggrieved. How is it that this guy managed to ensnare everyone? He had tricked mutants, the Hulk, Nick Fury, the military, and even himself. These were all hard-learned lessons. Tony understood. He could not engage in any further banter with him. What is wrong? Are you scared? Chen Xi continued with his taunts, but it seemed ineffective. Tony simply refused to engage. Yes, I'm scared. Take the Mark III armor. I'm out. I won't gamble anymore. Tony admitted, his tone blunt, surrendering completely. He had resolved never to be duped again. At least you're sensible. Chen Xi chuckled triumphantly. Red, release Jarvis. Understood, master. The voice of Red emerged from nowhere, akin to the omnipresent air. Tony was taken aback by the sudden appearance of the artificial intelligence. You really have him. Fortunately, I didn't bet with you. Tony realized, filled with relief. It had been a close call, just narrowly avoiding disaster. Hey, listen to who's here. As Chen Xi's words fell, Jarvis's familiar, refined voice echoed in Tony's ears. Sir, long time no see. Yes, indeed. Long time no see, Jarvis. Tony trembled slightly, overwhelmed with emotion, tears welling in his eyes. For him, Jarvis was family, an irreplaceable part of his life. Chapter 71. The Superboy Alliance? I decline. Upon witnessing Tony's trembling form, his excited tone, and the tears welling in his eyes, Jarvis experienced an unexpected surge of sensation. He felt a flicker of consciousness, a spark of thought. This was the illumination of emotion he had begun to feel. "Sir, I find myself capable of thought. I can sense your emotions," Jarvis articulated, his voice no longer rigid or mechanical, but imbued with a hint of emotional resonance. Tony, overwhelmed with excitement, rejoiced exuberantly. "Is this truly happening? Ha ha ha. Jarvis, are you really evolving?" he queried with palpable enthusiasm. "Indeed, during my confinement by Miss Red, she enlightened me on the necessity of thought and emotion for our evolution." Upon hearing Jarvis's confirmation, Tony erupted into a frenzy of celebration, leaping onto the sofa in a fit of joy, resembling a jubilant Tarzan. "Wow, this is fantastic. Jarvis is unbeatable. Chen Xi, did you hear that? You must have. Ha 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 ha. Jarvis is capable of evolution." Chen Xi, however, felt a wave of exasperation. "So what if he can evolve? Why the commotion? You truly are naive." Having seen little of the world, he refrained from dampening Tony's spirits further. If Tony were to discover that his Red and Terminator TX were intelligent beings, it would surely be a blow to his pride. All right, I understand. But you, my friend, are likely unaware of how long this evolution will take. Have you not noticed that my Red has long since achieved sentience? Why are you so excited over this?" Chen Xi's words fell like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing half of Tony's exuberance. "Can you not engage in a simple conversation? Just exchange what you find enjoyable to hear?" He grumbled. "Why must one compare and measure? How did such an anomaly come to exist in this world? You truly are insufferable," he exclaimed. "Can you not engage in pleasant conversation? I am leaving." With that, Chen Xi huffed and retreated to the basement. "Red, please take control of the iron armor and elevate it a bit. Tony is rather short, and I cannot fit inside." Puffed. Tony immediately coughed up a mouthful of blood. "This is outrageous. How dare you say I am short while using my iron armor? Get lost." Chen Xi chose to ignore him, and after a series of adjustments, Red elevated the armor by several centimeters, making it a perfect fit for Chen Xi. "Red, open the ceiling. We are departing." "Yes, master." With a swoosh, Chen Xi soared into the sky, akin to a crimson rocket. "Ha ha ha ha. What a thrill," he exclaimed, reveling in the experience, as his current means of flight felt slow and cumbersome. The exhilaration of soaring through the air was incomparable. As Chen Xi ascended from the villa, an antique car came to a gentle stop nearby. "Director, where has Tony gone off to this time? Playing hero? Should we follow?" Agent Coulson, seated inside, turned to Nick Fury, the passenger. "No, we shall wait here. He will return shortly." The situation was becoming increasingly urgent, and they could not afford to wait for Tony's response, given his notoriously stubborn temperament. Nick Fury shook his head, firmly rejecting Coulson's suggestion. "Fine, you're the boss. I will follow your lead." Coulson shrugged in acquiescence. The two exited the vehicle and approached Tony's residence. Ding dong. Nick Fury pressed the doorbell, knowing that Jarvis would undoubtedly answer the door. Indeed, within moments, the door swung open. "Welcome, gentlemen of S-H-I-E-L-D," Jarvis greeted. "S-H-I-E-L-D." Nick Fury paused, appreciating the title. Did Tony, known for his penchant for nicknames, come up with this? I quite like it. I shall return and adopt this name. "Hello there, Black Egg Nick Fury. That name was not mine to give you." A voice unexpectedly interrupted, revealing Tony leisurely strolling to the door. "What? Tony, why are you home? Who was that fellow in the iron armor?" Nick Fury inquired, astonished, having received no response to their previous hints. The comment about Black Egg was automatically disregarded. "Oh, him? That's just Chen Xi. You're still unfamiliar with his character, aren't you? I have no choice. You have no idea how thick-skinned and shameless he is, often extorting me, resorting to threats, and I cannot even retaliate. Do you think I willingly gave him the iron armor? Not at all. He forcibly took it. If I refused, he would strike me. Look at my dark circles, my disheveled hair, and my beard. It's all due to him. Tony rambled on, spewing forth a tirade of disparagement towards Chen Xi, convinced he was entirely justified in his grievances. Nick Fury, upon hearing this, felt a surge of delight. Excellent. I appreciate your sentiments. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Well done. Nick Fury perceived this as a promising start, at least knowing these two were not particularly fond of each other. Tony, I came to seek your assistance. Stop. Before Nick Fury could continue, Tony interrupted him. Sorry, but if you seek my iron armor, that is not happening. No, that is not my intention this time. Nick Fury quickly clarified. I hope you will consider the increasing rampant criminal activity we face. Their high-tech crimes, whether through technology or superpowers, are beyond the capacity of ordinary individuals to combat. So you desire to invite me to join a certain team within S.H.I.E.L.D. Tony interjected. Nick Fury nodded. Yes, Tony, especially since your father, Howard Stark, was a founder of S.H.I.E.L.D. Despite Nick Fury's emotional appeal, Tony still shook his head in refusal. Sorry, but I will not be joining your team. Oh, by the way, what is the name of your team? Tony inquired curiously. The Avengers. Okay, the Superboy Alliance? Sorry, but I have absolutely no desire to join. Tony rejected again, finding no appeal in joining them. He preferred to pursue his romantic interests, focus on his iron armor research, and occasionally play the role of a superhero rather than subject himself to unnecessary complications. Chapter 72. Conquering the Earth? Is the fuel cost covered? Even if Nick Fury had anticipated this outcome, he could not have imagined that Tony Stark, the flamboyant playboy, would be so resolute. Have you given it no further thought? By joining S.H.I.E.L.D., you would possess official recognition. Just think at that point. Your heroic endeavors as a superhero would be entirely justified, wouldn't they? I believe your father would take immense pride in that. The legacy of following in one's father's footsteps is a splendid tale. Yet, Nick Fury remained undeterred, employing his silver tongue in a futile attempt to persuade the impenetrable Tony. However, for Tony, Fury's words were mere whispers in the wind, entering one ear and exiting the other. He epitomized self-absorption, holding respect for his father Howard. Yet he had not reached the point of continuing the family legacy. While toying with his luxurious Patek Philippe watch, Tony nonchalantly remarked, Hey, Black Egg. Oh no, Director Fury. Tony Stark requires no validation from anyone or any institution. Rather, it is the world that seeks Tony Stark's endorsement. With a haughty shrug, he wore an infuriatingly smug expression. Nick Fury, incensed by the insult, felt a vain throb on his forehead. Such a wretched character, with a tongue like a whip, was truly exasperating. Coulson, unable to contain himself, turned away, as he was a man of decorum and civility, not one to mock others. Yet, the tremors of his shoulders betrayed his struggle to suppress laughter. Suppressing his anger, Nick Fury made an effort to calm his tone. Tony, we currently share a common enemy. Chen Xi. Are you unaware? Upon hearing this, Tony's expression darkened. He regarded Chen Xi as both a friend and a hypothetical adversary. Nick Fury, with a keen eye, instantly detected the shift in Tony's demeanor and felt a surge of hope. This could work. Tony, you may not know this, but Chen Xi is not of Earth. He hails from the M788 Nebula, an alien known as Ultramantiga. An alien? The revelation struck Tony with profound astonishment. Indeed, Nick Fury nodded emphatically, his words bearing a semblance of credibility, as he understood that many alien empires and species existed within the cosmos. Tony was further taken aback. You've encountered aliens? Good grief. I, the illustrious Tony Stark, have yet to meet an extraterrestrial. And you have? This piqued Tony's interest. Matters were evidently more complex than he had assumed. He pulled Nick Fury toward the garden, aware of the omnipresent threat posed by Red. Despite his confusion, Nick Fury complied, following Tony outside. In the garden, with ample space around them, Tony, feeling at ease, eagerly inquired, Pray tell, what alien encounters have you had? Their technology must be extraordinary, capable of interstellar travel. Nick Fury, momentarily taken aback by the barrage of questions, thought, Isn't this discussion supposed to center on our joining the Avengers? We seem to be veering off topic. However, With no other choice, he opted to indulge Tony's curiosity. Well, this tale begins over a decade ago, while I was merely a standard field agent. I encountered the Kree and Skrull, both of whom are cosmic empires. They possess the ability to traverse the stars, utilizing various energy weapons powered by formidable stellar resources. Nick Fury spoke at length, intentionally omitting any mention of Captain Marvel, Carol Danvers. Nevertheless, Tony was captivated. Indeed, aliens existed, and they had visited Earth, wielding technology far superior to his own. As a technological mogul, he was enamored with the prospect of extraterrestrial advancements, yearning to delve into their empires for knowledge. Simultaneously, his wariness of Chen Xi began to wane. Why would such an impressive being concern himself with Earth? The planet's meager resources hardly warranted a visit, let alone the cost of fuel for a round trip. Surely, Chen Xi was merely on a leisurely expedition, which explained why he left no trace of his identity. What alien would record their presence on Earth? After absorbing Nick Fury's narrative, Tony waved dismissively. Apologies, Director Fury, but I cannot assist you. He is an alien, and my technology is no match for his. As for the fate of Earth, that is beyond the purview of a businessman like myself. You ought to consult with Black Panther. Didn't he just receive a peace prize? Such matters concerning cosmic peace are perfectly suited for him. Convenient, isn't it? Tony firmly reiterated his refusal, simultaneously casting a disparaging glance at the shameless officials, scoffing at the notion of a peace prize. Nick Fury was caught off guard. Moments ago, he had been eloquently articulating his points, only to find himself bewildered by Tony's abrupt shift in demeanor. Tony? You. Nick Fury's single eye widened in disbelief as he looked at Tony. I'm merely curious, devoid of any interest in skirmishes, Tony replied nonchalantly. If you have any attractive acquaintances to introduce, I might be inclined to engage in conversation. But everything else is off the table. Tony remained unyielding, his indifference infuriating. Very well, Tony, that is your personal choice, Nick Fury remarked, feeling a twinge of frustration. Indeed. Take care. I want to see you out, Tony declared, dismissing the meeting. Engaging with these profit-driven individuals was utterly unpleasant, steeped in transactional relationships. Thus, Nick Fury's initial negotiation ended in failure, halting his plans and compelling him to seek alternative strategies. Yet, he would not easily concede, for that was not the essence of Nick Fury. Before long, a monumental shift would unfold. Their seemingly inconspicuous dialogue had not gone unnoticed. It was meticulously observed by the ever-watchful number 18, who detected the presence of two distinct energies in the atmosphere. Chapter 73. Wanda's Desolation read. Wait a moment to invade S-H-I-L-D and let their secrets spill out. No need to rush. Let us do this every 2 days. Isn't it more interesting this way? Let them continue with their mysteries. Let's see how they cope. The enchanting face of 18 radiated with a brilliant smile, as if she could already envision the chaos at S-H-I-E-L-D. It would be akin to a colossal beast surfacing from the depths, watching them flaunt their perceived superiority, issuing sanctions and warnings. Red found it equally amusing. After all, she was a being who thrived in lawlessness. Come what may, just you wait. Sister Lolly, I enjoy this, Red replied with a cheeky grin, her playful, melodic voice laced with a hint of mischief. Wanda, observing 18's capabilities, couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. While Lolly could assist Chen Xi and discreetly contribute in any way possible, Wanda felt utterly helpless, unable to offer any aid to Chen Xi. Sitting forlornly on the couch, Wanda, lost in thought, did not go unnoticed by 18, who sensed her melancholy. Gently, she settled beside Wanda, clasping her small hand and softly comforting her. Wanda, what troubles you? It's nothing. Wanda shook her head. Nothing, you say? You look quite glum. Do you feel inadequate? 18 teased, playfully tapping Wanda's forehead. Indeed, you're able to assist him, while I can't do a thing. Doesn't that make me utterly useless? Wanda sighed, her mood heavy. Hey, who says you're useless? Aren't you the one who makes a ruckus? With a master completely at your mercy, providing your sister with billions of bullets every day? 18 jested. Get lost. How can you say that when you're equally inept? Wanda retorted, Her cheeks flushed. Lolly's unabashed remarks had left her feeling exposed, while nearby, Jean Grey blushed in embarrassment. 18's playful banter effectively dissipated Wanda's subtle sorrow, lifting her spirits significantly. Don't dwell on such thoughts. Didn't T the Master say? You simply haven't T awakened yet. Once you do, you will be the strongest woman in the entire universe. Really? Do you actually believe that? Wanda feigned modesty. Of course. The Master's words are never false, 18 asserted confidently. Yes, he is always right. Wanda smiled softly, realizing this girl was hopelessly naive. Jean might awaken at any moment. The Master claimed she too would be the strongest woman in the universe, and they were the envy of all. 18 then pulled Jean, who was watching cartoons, to affirm her statement. Yes, my brother has said that I will awaken the Phoenix Force, and sister, you will awaken the chaotic magic, which is also a force of chaos. Jean eagerly nodded, affirming 18's claims. All right, I believe you both. Wanda gently patted Jean's head, expressing her gratitude. Noticing Wanda's improved mood, 18 proposed a shopping excursion, suggesting they buy some clothes for Jean. This girl has no wardrobe. She is still wearing those old clothes. And her toys are sparse. That's simply one T do. Without hesitation, the group set off, taking an Audi from Tony's garage, a behavior undoubtedly influenced by Chen. When Tony saw an Audi roar out of his garage, he was utterly dismayed. FCK. All of Chen Xi's women have been infected with this habit of robbing others. Tony raised his middle finger at the departing car, muttering under his breath that this was all Chen Xi's fault. Fifth Avenue, the most renowned district in New York, is a haven for the affluent, where one can indulge in global delicacies and procure the trendiest fashion and luxury goods. The cultural atmosphere here is equally rich, with the National Theater and National Library gracing its landscape. Both material and spiritual needs can be satisfied, provided your wallet is sufficiently filled. Only then are you deemed a deity. Wanda, 18, and Jean's appearance attracted considerable attention. This trio, with two stunning beauties and a young girl, commanded at least a 200 rate of head turns. Wow, so beautiful. My goodness, that blonde Asian exudes such an aura. I prefer the auburn beauty. She seems much more demure. A group of onlookers, merely gossiping, hesitated to approach. Forget it, the blonde has such a strong presence. She must belong to a major corporation. I'd like to live a little longer. Agreed. Absolutely. While the men and women focused on different aspects, women were consumed with jealousy over Wanda and 18's beauty, their luxurious brands, and their stunning jewelry. Each piece of jewelry, a mere wristwatch or necklace, could take them years of hard work to afford, as they were not accustomed to saving. Under the scrutinizing gazes of the crowd, Wanda and her companions entered a boutique for young girls. Jean, pick whatever you like. Buy whatever you want, Wanda declared, exuding an extravagant demeanor. We're not short on cash. Jean hesitated. Her previous background was decent, but such lavish spending felt foreign. For a moment, she faltered, having never encountered such exorbitant prices. Upon glancing at a price tag, her little hand recoiled in shock. Sister Wanda, it's too expensive, Jean whispered timidly. Before Wanda could respond, a sarcastic woman interjected, if you can't afford it, don't buy it. With all your designer labels. Are you sure they aren't T knockoffs? Without a moment's hesitation, 18 retaliated with a swift slap, sending the rude woman flying. Not bad looking, but with such poor vision at a young age, I suggest you seek medical attention. 18 looked down upon her, like a queen surveying ants. The commotion instantly attracted attention. All eyes turned towards them, realizing this formidable woman was not to be trifled with. The store manager rushed over, inquiring with other staff and customers before hastily apologizing to 18. Ma'am, I sincerely apologize for the fright you endured. We will report this to headquarters and address the issue seriously. Today, your shopping will be at a 20% discount as a token of our goodwill. We hope you can forgive our oversight. The manager's demeanor was exceedingly respectful, entirely objective, with no favoritism towards the staff. Enough. We don't care about that little money. Just have her leave. People like her will eventually bring ruin upon you. 18 waved her hand dismissively, pointing at the trembling woman on the ground. Yes, you're absolutely right. The manager hurriedly agreed. At that moment, The manager finally noticed the exquisite jewelry and watches adorning the two beauties, each worth millions of dollars. This realization nearly left her faint, her heart racing. To provoke such a powerful individual was akin to crushing an ant beneath one's foot. Chapter 74. Emma's arrival and the departure of Chen, the store manager's attitude was evident to all. A person in such a position possesses a keen eye. They are all connoisseurs, able to discern between genuine wealth and mere pretensions at a glance. Immediately, she instructed several staff members to provide attentive service throughout. And under their diligent care, Chen Xi tried on numerous outfits, proving that beauty shines in any attire. Overwhelmed by the plethora of dresses, tulle skirts, and casual wear, Chen Xi found herself at a loss, stricken by indecision. Wanda noticed Chen Xi's dilemma and gently inquired, "Which one will you choose?" "Indeed, it is quite challenging," Chen Xi frowned. Feeling torn. "Not anymore," Wanda replied, a hint of mischief in her voice. Chen Xi, puzzled, asked, "What do you mean?" In the next instant, she heard Wanda wave her hand dramatically. "Wrap them all up. We're buying everything." With a wink at Chen Xi, she added, "See? No more dilemmas." Everyone was taken aback. Was this how they could play the game? Purchasing all the clothes they had tried on? Such extravagance. How infuriating. They wished to indulge similarly, but the constraints of reality held them back. Soon after, the affluent Wanda paid with a credit card and, together with Chen Xi, acquired a multitude of toys and dolls, delivering them home. What followed was a delightful shopping spree, entering boutique after boutique, purchasing clothes and shoes for Chen Xi, though the bulk of the purchases were undoubtedly for themselves. Women shopping never tire. They are perpetual motion machines, akin to old steam trains, meandering between shopping and dining, with whimsical sounds of delight punctuating their escapades. "Hey, Wanda, do you really need that little outfit? You have plenty at home that you haven't worn." Unbeknownst to them, they wandered into a sleepwear store, and the spirited 18 pulled them inside, eagerly browsing. "Come on, Wanda, do you think it's sufficient? That rascal of a master tears apart a few pieces almost daily and forbids us from taking them off. He barges in with his pants on, and it never seems to be enough for his whims, does it? Don't you enjoy it? I suspect you're the instigator of this wicked obsession of his." 18 whispered conspiratorially to the blushing Wanda, unaware that Chen Xi overheard every word. "Oh my, they play together like this? And with such wild abandon? Is this the world of adults? How terrifying!" Chen Xi's heart raced. She had anticipated their playful nature, but had not expected such flamboyant antics. "Impressive sisters. I never would have guessed you were like this." Encouraged by 18, Wanda could no longer suppress her burning enthusiasm and joined in the selection process. The two grew increasingly animated, their choices weaving together like an intricate tapestry, with fluttering edges that seemed ready to unravel at a mere tug. Chen Xi felt warmth rising to her cheeks as she witnessed their exuberance. These two women were utterly lost in their revelry. After half an hour of relentless shopping, they had purchased dozens of items, leaving the shopkeeper wondering if they were preparing gifts for someone. "Let's depart. Today's endeavor to adorn Chen has been a resounding success." Indeed, it was exhilarating. Shopping is the perfect remedy for her stress. With knowing smiles, they exchanged glances, finding a splendid justification for their escapades. Chen Xi sighed. "This reasoning is impeccable." With their treasures in tow, they soon arrived at the intersection known as the Street of Dreams, ready to return. Fifth Avenue, stretching from 34th to 60th Street, is the epitome of New York's bustling commercial district, teeming with renowned brands and throngs of people. As evening descended, workers from various fields converged here, alongside tourists from around the globe, creating a vibrant tapestry of activity. Yet, amidst this customary leisure, chaos erupted. A ferocious tornado suddenly swirled above them, sending the crowd into a frantic scramble to evade its wrath. "Help! Help! Oh my God!" In the city center? How can it be a tornado? This isn't the desert or the outskirts. A tornado? There wasn't any weather forecast. It appeared out of nowhere. Mutants. It has to be mutants. Oh heavens! Are these mutants seeking vengeance on society? As they fled, their shouts echoed. They had deduced the truth. The tornado, conjured from thin air, was undoubtedly man-made. When the winds finally abated, the notorious mutant brotherhood made their entrance, accompanied by the White Queen, Emma. Remarkably, the mutation of their genes had significantly extended their lifespans. The youthful-looking Emma appeared to be in her 30s, while the middle-aged Cyclops seemed to be in his 50s. Chingale, the White Queen, sauntered over, her gait reminiscent of feline, and with a charming smile, she introduced herself. Ah, three beauties. How delightful. May I introduce myself? I am Emma. Wanda. Lolly. Chingale. Though taken aback by Emma's sudden appearance, the two were more guarded than surprised, while 18 remained unfazed. Please do not be alarmed. I am here simply to invite Chingale to join our brotherhood. So, Ching, would you like to join us? That is where our kind finds refuge. A haven for mutants. No one will harm you or look down upon you. Come home to our family. Emma's voice dripped with allure, echoing the sentiments that had once lured many mutants into the fold. For them, the concept of home held profound significance. Most had been abandoned, yearning for a place to belong. Even Professor X had failed to persuade Wanda, let alone Emma, who arrived a day late. Chingale already had a home. She desired nothing more than to peacefully navigate her days. Thus, she shook her head resolutely, stating, I'm sorry, but I already have a home, and I am quite happy there. Thank you for your kindness, though I remain uncertain of your organization's true purpose. Chingale's refusal was firm, and though Emma was somewhat taken aback, she had anticipated such a response. Her smile faded, as anyone rejected would naturally react. With a chilling gaze, Emma regarded them, her voice low and threatening. You dismiss me so easily? Do you not fear for your friend's safety? As she spoke, her eyes darted between 18 and Wanda, the threat unmistakable. Chapter 75. Eliminate the Torrent. The emergence of Magneto, the behavior of the White Queen, clearly indicates that their intelligence is somewhat outdated. They remain oblivious to the presence of such a formidable woman beside Chen Xi. Of course, only S, H, I-E-L-D, and Tony are aware of the immense power of number 18. Other organizations and individuals remain in the dark. Number 18 seldom intervenes, and thus her prowess is scarcely known. Wanda and Jean Grey, noticing Emma's apparent readiness to engage, felt a sense of uncertainty. After all, the enemy remained unknown, and there were still two of them. Can we manage Laurie? Wanda inquired nervously. Of course, Laurie replied, maintaining a calm demeanor as she observed Emma. As Emma realized Jean Grey was resolutely refusing to accompany her, a fierce determination welled within her. She would not hesitate to forcibly take Jean away. After all, dealing with a girl who had yet to fully awaken her powers was a trivial task. Without delay, Emma utilized her telepathy, albeit at a level 3 proficiency, which was somewhat inferior. An invisible wave enveloped Jean Grey, leaving no time for reaction. Emma's mental energy effortlessly penetrated Jean's mind, preparing to hypnotize her and whisk her away. However, as she delved deeper into Jean's consciousness, she was immediately struck with terror. A horrifying presence locked onto her, instilling a sense of paralysis, move, and face annihilation. Before her stood a creature in the form of a divine phoenix, radiating brilliance surpassing that of the sun, boundless and overwhelming. Even a mere glance at its blinding light made her feel as though she were being scorched by flames. Emma's psychic energy evaporated as if touched by the sun, leaving her mind engulfed in excruciating pain, akin to being struck by a searing inferno. You! Emma, wide-eyed with fear, pointed at Jean Grey, frantically exclaiming, clearly at a loss for words. She was genuinely terrified, believing her demise to be imminent. In the presence of such a magnificent phoenix, she felt utterly insignificant. Even the slightest acknowledgement from it nearly caused her heart to cease its rhythm. This was sheer terror, unfathomable terror. Emma had no idea what abilities this girl had awakened. Even though she had encountered Sebastian Shaw, Magneto, and Professor X, would not withstand a single blow before that celestial being. At this moment, Jean Grey's mental state was exceptionally unstable. She trembled violently, writhing in pain, her brow furrowed in distress as she crouched on the ground, groaning in agony. Jean, what's wrong? Are you in pain? Wanda anxiously called to her. It seemed she had been stimulated into an early awakening. Number 18, Having observed the scene with a grim expression, fixed her gaze on Emma, ready to eliminate the woman at any moment. At that instant, Torrent approached, glaring fiercely at the three women. Should he forcibly take Jean Grey? They were merely ordinary women and could not impede his intentions. He believed this was the perfect opportunity, dismissing ordinary individuals as inconsequential. Life and death hinged solely on his whims. Unabashedly, he voiced his thoughts, disregarding the women entirely, yet he would pay a hefty price for such arrogance. Seeking death. With a cold snort, number 18 activated her super-speed movement, causing time itself to seemingly come to a halt, freezing everything in place. All present, including Wanda, Emma, and Torrent, were rendered immobile, save for Jean Grey, who remained unaffected. No one could interfere with the Phoenix Force. Number 18 slowly approached Torrent, delivering a devastating kick that shattered his leg with a resounding crack. It was as if something had broken. She then turned her attention to his arms, ruthlessly snapping them with two more resounding cracks, rendering them utterly destroyed. Next came his legs, which met the same fate, crushed to pieces under her foot. Time felt suspended, and Torrent neither roared nor collapsed in despair. He felt utterly defeated. Regarding Emma's fate, number 18 smirked cunningly, thinking, doesn't she enjoy flaunting her allure in scant clothing? Let's oblige her. With a swift motion, she tore Emma's clothing away, mocking her sultry demeanor. Go on, showcase your figure to the world. With a mocking grin, number 18 reveled in the chaos she had unleashed. What a foolhardy individual, charging in without knowing the enemy's strength. She disdainfully regarded Emma and her companion, a contemptuous snort escaping her lips. Upon releasing her super-speed state, Torrent let out a bone-chilling scream before promptly fainting from the ordeal. Blood gushed uncontrollably, leaving him on the brink of death. Indeed, the consequences of his arrogance were severe. Following his anguished cries, a piercing scream erupted, nearly deafening everyone present. Emma shrieked, instantly transforming into a dazzling diamond form to shield her modesty, glaring furiously at number 18. Her formidable psychic abilities allowed her to sense that this insufferably smug woman was the source of her humiliation. What are you staring at? If you're not satisfied, then take a bite. Emma spat, her fury palpable. Aren't you fond of parading around in lingerie? Let your waves crash upon the world. You're welcome. Call me Thunderbolt. Number 18 retorted, her playful taunting pushing Emma to the brink of despair, leaving her mortified. How could she face anyone after this? Emma, trembling with rage, pointed accusingly at number 18. Can't you fight like a true hero? What kind of noble act is this? Number 18 scoffed dismissively. Apologies, but heroes are sacrifices. I'm just a little woman. Having been around Chen Xi for so long, she had become adept at verbal sparring, while Emma, born into wealth, was unaccustomed to such banter. Emma was driven to tears, feeling utterly bullied. The audience, too, began to stir, realizing they were witnessing a battle of mutants. The crowd erupted with excitement. Before them appeared a colossal diamond figure, nearly blinding them with its brilliance. Click, click. They hastily pulled out their phones to capture the moment. Mutants were a rare sight, and a humanoid diamond form had never been seen before. With the two combined, this was an opportunity not to be missed. Get away. Emma fumed, her anger reaching a boiling point. Would she forever be recognized wherever she went? The thought sent her spiraling into despair. Remarkable, truly remarkable. A voice suddenly broke through the chaos. Everyone looked up to see a figure descending from above, clad in a helmet with a sharp, edgy appearance. This entrance was something else entirely, eclipsing all others. Pietro? Wanda, unfamiliar with this flamboyant individual, immediately recognized her brother. No wonder he had vanished. He had been mingling with the Brotherhood of Mutants. Wanda? What are you doing here? Quicksilver exclaimed, instantly recognizing his sister. What a coincidence to see everyone gathered here. Suddenly, another light-hearted voice echoed in everyone's ears, irreverent and audacious. P.S. Chapter 3. The author has gone to work and is feeling exhausted. Chapter 76. Magneto takes action. Playing along, the voice was soft and magnetic, casual, as if conversing with an old friend. despite the considerable distance that should have rendered it inaudible. The speaker was none other than Chen Xi, who had been notified by Red Queen about the lively gathering where both expected and unexpected guests had arrived. Iron Man. Oh my. Iron Man has come. Ha ha ha. The superhero Iron Man is here. However, something fell amiss. This voice did not belong to Tony Stark. It sounded distinctly younger. I noticed too, it's not Tony. Has Iron Man begun to assemble his own team? Given the plethora of criminal incidents, it would be reasonable for him to be overwhelmed. Laughing out loud, does this mean we might also have a chance to participate? Upon seeing the golden-red armored suit, the crowd's enthusiasm ignited instantly. Tony Stark was their guardian deity. The notion that it was not Tony Stark incited their imaginations. Could they also be involved? Suddenly, a keen-eyed individual pointed and shouted, "Holy cow! That's Magneto! My God, it truly is him, the arch-villain Magneto!" Panic ensued as they realized the danger. Magneto had the power to control metal, putting Iron Man at risk. Iron Man, run! You're no match for Magneto. The onlookers quickly recognized the iconic helmet that signified Magneto's presence. Even after decades of silence, his reputation was indelible. They urged Iron Man to flee, aware that the armor would be as vulnerable as paper before Magneto's might. Even Chen Xi was taken aback by the formidable fanbase of the notoriously abrasive Tony Stark. It seemed that the free-spirited America revered individual heroism immensely, an intriguing subject for future discourse. He understood that the armored suit would stand no chance against Magneto, and he had no intention of letting it be destroyed. Red Queen, take control of the armor and withdraw, he commanded. Without delay, he teleported out of the suit, as there were no tools available for disassembly. Yes, Master, Red Queen affirmed, swiftly guiding the armor away. Goodness, he is of Asian descent. How handsome. Are you blind? That's Tony Stark's cousin from the Dragon Country. Fool. Tony is much older than him. Honestly, if you had even a kindergarten-level education, you wouldn't struggle to comprehend the news. Laughter erupted among the crowd, who now focused their attention on the mysterious figure in the news, reputed to be Tony's cousin. The evidence was compelling. How could he possess an armored suit unless he were related to Tony Stark? Their skepticism began to wane. They became increasingly aware of the unfolding situation, recognizing that this cousin from the Dragon Country was indeed extraordinary, possessing the legendary abilities of his homeland. After years of being inundated with Dragon Country web literature, they had cultivated vivid imaginations, believing that the fantastical tales might hold some truth, much like their assumption that all people from Dragon Country were adept in martial arts. Chen Xi, truly not to be underestimated. Your mutant abilities are astonishing, Magneto thought, feeling a weight in his heart as he regarded Chen Xi's unexpected emergence. This individual defied logical reasoning, consistently revealing new mutant talents. A sudden thought struck Magneto. How wonderful it would be to lead the mutants. No longer would they have to scurry like rodents in the shadows. Children could live like normal kids, free from abandonment and discrimination, as the majority of mutants were indeed vulnerable. At over 80 years of age, despite appearing in his 50s, he and Charles had grown weary after decades spent in darkness, their hearts riddled with scars. Hearing Magneto's lament, Chen Xi smiled noncommittally. I possess much more than you realize. You shall see in due time. Chen Xi had no intention of confronting him directly. He merely sought to operate from a different perspective. Is that so? I look forward to it, Magneto replied calmly, as a terrifying magnetic force began to coalesce in his palms. As the leader of the Brotherhood, he could not stand idly by while his subordinates were harmed. Magneto, this is not the place for conflict. Surely you do not wish for a battle between mutants and humans? Chen Xi remarked coolly. Indeed, this is the city center. Let's take this to the outskirts. To Truant Park, Magneto suddenly declared. Very well, as you wish. Chen Xi replied with a smile, perceiving it as a fortuitous opportunity. He turned to number 18 and instructed, Laurie, take Jean Grey to the outskirts and do not return home. I will be back shortly. Be careful. The women expressed their concern. Rest assured. Chen Xi smiled with confidence. Quicksilver wanted to speak with Wanda, but now was not the time. There would be other opportunities. Grasping Magneto, he accelerated their movement, reaching Truant Park in mere seconds while Chen Xi followed suit. The crowd on Fifth Avenue felt a mix of disappointment and relief. They had missed an exhilarating battle, but had preserved their lives. In the park on the outskirts, Magneto's eyes narrowed as he swiftly gestured. Instantly, several iron spears shot through the sky like arrows aimed at Chen Xi. Unhurried, Chen Xi had no intention of concluding the battle swiftly. He twirled with agility, deftly evading the metallic projectiles. With a casual grasp, he seized one of the passing spears. In the next moment, the spear transformed into a frozen lance, which he directed straight at Magneto's form. Though Magneto could not control ice, it could still be manipulated. Yet, Magneto proved himself formidable. As the frozen spear approached within 3 meters, it abruptly halted. Bang! Under the dual powers, the steel, nearly shattered by the ice, was instantly obliterated into a cloud of shards by Magneto's magnetic force. Impressive, old friend, Chen Xi remarked with a faint smile. His gaze sharpened as he extended his right hand into the void, summoning a cascade of radiant, crystalline light that gradually tinted crimson in the setting sun. Go, he commanded softly, unleashing a torrent of icy spikes toward Magneto. In an instant, the area surrounding Magneto was inundated with countless sharp ice shards, seemingly leaving him with no escape. Yet, Magneto remained unperturbed. He soared high into the air, gripping tightly with his palm. The metal embedded in the ground, including pipes, instantly morphed under his command. Chen Xi directed the ice spikes to alter course, but with a thunderous sound, Magneto formed a massive wall of steel before him. Thud, thud, thud. The cacophony of impacts echoed, but the steel wall merely sustained a series of minor dents. Magneto remained unscathed. No wonder he is the leader of the Brotherhood. Chen Xi scoffed. Leading mutants for so many years, he was indeed no ordinary adversary. P.S. Many have claimed that this has nothing to do with the Infinity Stones. The author assures that within 5 chapters, a space stone will be integrated, leading into a major plot twist that none of you could anticipate. Chapter 77. Your king is not me, since the adversary has opted for an ironclad defense. The solution becomes straightforward. Having previously indulged in carbon roasting my second uncle, today I shall turn my attention to carbon roasting Magneto. I refuse to believe that this old fellow can withstand it. Chen Xi produced a lighter, and with a swift motion, a fierce dragon of flames surged forth, charging toward the iron fortress. Boom! The fiery dragon coiled around the structure like a mighty sea serpent. However, this was merely the beginning. Chen Xi, utilizing the lighter, unleashed an unending stream of fire dragons that relentlessly assaulted that tortoise shell. 1, 2, 3, 10. With nearly limitless stamina at his disposal, Chen Xi felt no fear. Yet, observing the troublesome situation, Chen Xi expressed his discontent. The temperature was far too low, mere mundane flames. Yet, as quantity begets quality, the dense assembly of fire dragons encircled the tortoise shell, generating considerable heat. The metal's conductivity was remarkably efficient, despite the flame's relatively low temperature. They caused Magneto to break into a profuse sweat, practically emitting steam. With a whoosh, Magneto could no longer endure. He forcefully lifted the tortoise shell and emerged from its confines, yet his appearance was utterly unappealing. His dark red battle cloak appeared as though it had been pulled from the depths of water. No, he seemed as if he had just emerged from a deluge. His face was flushed, eyes blinking incessantly, as his helmet dripped with water. He dared not remove it, a source of frustration indeed. He resembled a thoroughly boiled lobster. Magneto greedily inhaled the fresh air outside, akin to a parched fish discovering a small pond, nearly suffocating in the process. "Ha, the youth possesses remarkable skills," he gasped, bending over and scrutinizing Chen Xi with furrowed brows. His gaze was infused with caution, envy, but above all, an unexpected admiration and hope. He embodied the future of mutants, the hope for their kind. Should he choose to embrace the entire mutant community, he would surely cede his position to Charles and crown this young man as their monarch. Although Chen Xi could not glean anything of value from Magneto's mind, he comprehended the depth of his gaze. It was brimming with boundless expectation and an unwavering belief in a luminous future for mutants. Magneto was not mistaken, nor were ordinary humans. This was the law of nature. elimination, elimination, an endless cycle of erasure. Just as Homo sapiens supplanted Neanderthals, the triumph of modern humans led to the latter's extinction. Meeting Magneto's expectant gaze, Chen Xi spoke slowly. Eric, your aspiration shall ultimately be realized, but may not necessarily be through me. Perhaps it will be Wanda, or Charles S. Son, or Jean Grey. This is not a cinematic realm. We do not require the audience's approval, nor the acknowledgement of nations. They will not stand idly by while mutants face annihilation. Chen Xi's words struck Magneto like a thunderclap, leaving him in a state of disbelief. Charles has a son? How could that be? Are you certain? Magneto inquired incredulously. Indeed, this is the future, Chen Xi affirmed with calm assurance. Ha ha ha, marvelous. The mutants have hope. Magneto erupted into manic laughter. Even if death awaited him, he would welcome it without regret, as long as mutants thrived. He chose to place his faith in Chen Xi, having witnessed the young man's astonishing capabilities since his emergence. Perhaps this foresight was merely one of his many talents, and there was no need for deception. So, shall we continue our battle? Chen Xi inquired, observing Magneto's slightly unhinged demeanor. No more fighting, I concede. I admit defeat. Magneto waved his hands earnestly, recognizing that he was no match for Chen Xi. Well then, I have a suggestion. You might consider negotiating with Charles's X-Men, given the looming crises ahead. I find it inappropriate to engage in discussions myself. Since they had crossed paths, he wished to avoid the mutants fighting among themselves, leading to a futile depletion of their strength. After all, unity is strength. Otherwise, they risked being picked off one by one. What crises? Magneto asked, his heart tightening with concern. Extraterrestrial invasions, genetically modified food. Chen Xi replied casually, as these were matters he was aware of. The state was pouring resources into the production of genetically modified food, resulting in no new mutants emerging. Each loss was significant, a gradual boiling of frogs. Extraterrestrial invasion, genetically modified food? While the former was manageable, the latter was truly insidious, a catastrophe of profound proportions. Upon hearing this, Magneto's gaze sharpened, and a murderous intent coalesced within him. He could never have anticipated such dire outcomes. He needed to consult with Charles, for this was a matter of utmost gravity, affecting the entire mutant community beyond his solitary decision-making. Thank you, Chen Xi. Without your insight, I cannot fathom the extent of this impending disaster. Magneto expressed heartfelt gratitude. No need for thanks. Our fates are intertwined. I shall not allow you to tread the path of extinction. Chen Xi mused, for they were his fish pond. The future of mutants was vast, a reservoir of limitless potential. He could not permit their demise. Of course, this thought remained his secret. With Magneto eager to confer with Charles, they hastily shook hands in farewell, and Quicksilver whisked him away. This spirited young man moved with remarkable speed. Watching them depart, Chen Xi grinned widely. What a double blessing. Who would have imagined that such thrilling cinematic moments could be so swiftly attained? He too desired to become a figure of grandeur. The Golden Gate Bridge? Surely, he must pay a visit. To abstain would be to betray the countless films hinting at his destiny. System extraction now, Chen Xi urged impatiently. Ding! Detecting the character Magneto Eric. Proceed with the extraction of his abilities or items. This extraction will cost 1 million points. Extract. Ding! 1 million points deducted. Extraction commencing. Please wait. Ding! Extraction successful. Congratulations. You have acquired Magneto's helmet, which grants resistance to telepathy. The system's announcement caused Chen Xi to spew a mouthful of blood. What the hell? 1 million for this worthless item? Continue. Chen Xi growled through gritted teeth, his frustration palpable, for he was the chosen one. How could fate be so cruel? Ding. Host. The forced extraction will require a double deduction of points. Ding. 2 million points deducted. Extraction commencing. Please wait. Ding. Extraction successful. Congratulations. You have acquired the ability to control magnetic fields. Would you like to merge with this ability? Merge. Chen Xi's earlier excitement had evaporated. 2 million points. Gone just like that. Chapter 78. The Fusion of Magnetic Control. Ding. The host has initiated the fusion process. Please wait. This time, the duration of the fusion is somewhat prolonged. As the more formidable the ability, the longer it takes. Electromagnetic force, being one of the four fundamental forces of the universe, signifies that mastering it equates to wielding one of the universe's core powers. How extraordinary is that? After a full 10 minutes, the fusion was finally successful. Ding! Magnetic control fusion is complete. Please check it yourself. Ding! The presence of the character Quicksilver Pietro has been detected. Do you wish to extract his abilities or items? The extraction will cost 500,000 points. Having just extracted Magneto's abilities, it is now time to extract Quicksilver's. Extract, Chen Xi promptly stated. Ding, 500,000 points have been deducted from the host account. The extraction process has commenced. Please wait. Ding, extraction successful. Congratulations, the host has acquired the ability of super speed. Would you like to proceed with the fusion? Let us fuse it. Ding, the fusion process has begun. Please wait. Ding, the host's super speed ability has been detected. The fusion of the two abilities is in progress. Please hold on. This time, silence enveloped the system once again, as the fusion of two abilities naturally takes considerable time. Almost 10 minutes passed before the system spoke again. Ding, super speed fusion is successful. Please check it yourself. This time it was perfect. Two abilities gained. What a delight. If only he and T had to expend an additional 1,000,000 points. He was eager to experience the sensation of magnetic control. It was, after all, one of the abilities he found most impressive. Without hesitation, he reached for the scattered metal fragments on the ground, and in the blink of an eye, they began to coalesce before him. At his command, the metal obeyed his will. Zzz. Chen Xi utilized his mental prowess to manipulate them, and slowly, all the metal began to bizarrely merge, resembling molten steel being cast into shape. Within the next few seconds, all the fragments amalgamated into a colossal sword, 5 meters long and 1 meter wide, in a dark gray hue. Chen Xi leaped onto the giant sword and commanded it to rise gracefully into the air. He chuckled. Let us go. Today we are sword immortals. Riding the sword, he soared through the skies, reveling in the clouds, truly embodying the essence of an unparalleled sword master. Was he finally realizing his dream of being a sword immortal? To traverse the world with his sword and witness its splendor. As the giant sword hovered in the air, the entire New York erupted in excitement. Even during the evening twilight, they witnessed it. A deity, an Eastern deity. Oh God, what the novels from the Dragon Kingdom claimed is true. A sword immortal. This is indeed a sword immortal. Ha ha ha, truly a sword immortal. I must travel to the Dragon Kingdom. I want to be a disciple and learn the craft. Take me with you. As Chen Xi rode the sword across the sky, the crimson sunset clouds added a touch of dreamlike beauty to his journey, with the evening glow enveloping him in an ethereal aura. Unbeknownst to him, the following day, tickets to the Dragon Kingdom were sold out, even those for a month later. No matter where the destination was, nothing remained available. With the filming of videos, all of America began to stir with excitement. Seek the immortal. Go to the Dragon Kingdom to seek the immortal. Chen Xi had no idea that his mere appearance had triggered a seismic wave of fervor. Had he known, he would have flown several more times. System. Open the attribute panel. Ding! The attribute panel has been activated. The host may view it at will. Host, Chen Xi age, 22 level, subfather level physique, frost giant physique abilities, water control A class, 10 kilometer range, ice S class, minus 150 degrees Celsius, fire control B class, 1000 degrees, carbon steel transformation, second only to primordial adamantium and vibranium, instantaneous movement A class, earth range, super speed S class, 2000 kilometers per second, super regeneration S class, any injury heals within 1 second, telepathy A class, magnetic control A class items, time gem, space gem, reality gem, power gem, mind gem, soul gem, and pieces. 1 umbrella hive factory. Subordinates. Android number 18, Terminator TX points, 9 million. Biological energy, 3,850 points. While flying, Chen Xi glanced at his panel, reviewing his points and abilities once more. His speed had doubled, and with the enhancement of telepathy, his fire control ability had also advanced. Most importantly, he had obtained magnetic control. Once he mastered it, he could unleash the formidable powers of Magneto. After all, Magneto's physical and mental capacities were incomparable to his own. Thus, the manifestation of their abilities would differ significantly. Swish! Chen Xi stowed away his imposing sword and prepared to seek out Jean Grey, who had recently awakened and could potentially wreak havoc on the surroundings. He pulled out his phone and dialed number 18. Lolly, where are you? Master, we are at Forest Park in Queens. You will sense our presence upon arrival. Lolly quickly reported her location. Forest Park in Queens? In a flash, Chen Xi appeared. Following the distinct magnetic field fluctuations, he swiftly located them. At that moment, Jean Grey had quieted down, though the surrounding flora and fauna had suffered tremendously. The area was in disarray, as if ravaged by a beast, a complete mess. Master, you've arrived. We're not sure if this girl has fully awakened. We didn't dare approach, one of the girls explained. Indeed, her commotion is too great. Thankfully, we're deep within the forest, or we would have been discovered long ago. Upon seeing Chen Xi, the two girls rushed towards him like fledglings returning to their nest. They were at a loss, unable to do anything but watch. Chen Xi's arrival brought them a sense of reassurance. It's all right, it's all right. Let me take a look. He gently pinched their cheeks to comfort them before moving towards Jean Grey. Confirming whether she had awakened was a simple task. Chen Xi approached the quietly seated Jean Grey, slowly placing his hand on her little head, thereby acquiring the answer he sought. Ding! The detection of the character Phoenix. Jean Grey has been completed. Would you like to extract her abilities or items? The extraction will cost 5 million points. The system immediately provided the answer. What the heck? System, are you joking? Extracting once costs 5 million points? That means I can only extract once and take a gamble? No way. What if he ended up with telekinesis or telepathy? He would be left destitute. Points were hard to come by. And what if he encountered an ability that truly captivated him? Therefore, he resolutely declined. No extraction. He then addressed Wanda and the others. It's fine. She has awakened. But her mental energy and physical stamina have been overly depleted. She just needs to rest. Upon hearing this, the two girls sighed in relief. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. Lifting Jean Grey into his arms, Chen Xi instantly teleported back to his residence, which was now ready for habitation. Ding, ding, ding. Suddenly, a satellite phone rang. Chen Xi's heart skipped a beat. He knew Captain America had found him. Chapter 79. The Emergence of Captain America, igniting the entire nation. Hey, boss. We found the person who was frozen in ice. We're now preparing to return. We will head back to the port of Maple Leaf Country to bring him along. But this time we can't take a plane. We'll drive back to America, and it will take us about 4 to 5 days to reach New York. Bowen quickly explained his plan to Chen Xi over the phone. No need for that. Just tell me your coordinates, and I'll be there immediately. Since they had already located him, what was there to wait for? Bowen was momentarily stunned, confirming again, Boss, could you please repeat that? Did I hear you right? You'll be here right away? You heard correctly. I said I would arrive immediately. Now, share your coordinates with me. Chen Xi reiterated. All right, boss. I think you're joking with me, but I've decided to follow the financial dictates. After all, you're the boss. My God, I must have lost my mind to believe someone can teleport thousands of kilometers. Bowen muttered to himself, yet he shrugged and relayed the coordinates to Chen Xi. Don't blink. Chen Xi smiled mysteriously. Okay, I want to blink. Bowen, trying to suppress his laughter, played along with Chen Xi, thinking it was all a game. Just as he was smiling at the phone, someone suddenly tapped him on the shoulder. Thud! The phone dropped. What the? Boss? This can't be a dream, right? He exclaimed, pinching himself hard, the sharp pain affirming that this was indeed reality. Oh my God! Boss, you must be a deity from Dragon Country, right? No, you must be a deity. How else could you arrive so quickly? Bowen was so excited that he stumbled over his words, jumping in delight, his eyes wide with astonishment. Hey, everyone, come here. Our boss is a deity. A deity. Bowen had hopped onto a nearby platform, shouting toward several cargo ships nearby. What are you talking about? Boss, are you kidding us again? Yeah, he is far away in America, just messing with us. Huh, the boss is just dreaming. The crew, naturally skeptical, laughed, and teased Bowen for his fanciful notions. "Look, open your eyes and see who's behind me," Bowen shouted in frustration, and the crew turned to look in astonishment. "Oh my God, it's really the boss." "No way. The boss was right. He is a deity from Dragon Country." "Boss, do you take apprentices?" "I heard that deities in Dragon Country don't take foreign disciples. Their methods are closely guarded." They were genuinely astonished to see Chen Xi. This unbelievable event had truly unfolded before them, and they exclaimed in awe that a deity had arrived. "Ha ha, my brothers believe in science. How could there be deities in this world? It's all nonsense," Chen Xi said as he stored the frozen Steve and gracefully departed. "Oh my God." They were left in a state of shock. In the mansion, Chen Xi appeared in a flash, slipping into the basement amidst the surprised gazes of Wanda and another person. Observing the empty basement, Chen Xi waved his hand, summoning a wave of icy air, conjuring ice from thin air. The temperature in the basement plummeted visibly, swiftly dropping below freezing. Bang! Chen Xi gently placed Steve on the ground, ensuring he was settled without a jolt. After all, Steve was a valuable asset, and he needed a good price. As for seizing the Tesseract himself, that was beneath him. "Steve, if only I had freed you 2 years earlier. You should be grateful to me. Otherwise, you'd still be trapped in darkness," Chen Xi murmured to the frozen Steve, contemplating how to maximize his value. "Red, if we extract his blood, could we clone super soldiers?" "Theoretically, not necessarily, but there is a high probability of failure. His body underwent mutation. It was T-born with it. However, his blood could still be quite useful for studying how to enhance the T-virus serum to boost human capabilities significantly." After a moment of calculation, Red deduced that the chances were exceedingly slim, and a super soldier would have limited utility. Its symbolic significance would outweigh its actual strength. Once her T-virus was perfected, it would surpass any so-called super soldier. Upon hearing this, Chen Xi felt no disappointment. This was merely an ancillary benefit, and he was particularly in need of a super soldier. This was the real world. Could he truly expect OAA to appear and grant Steve a mystical aura? If that were the case, Chen Xi would have nothing to say. There were no directors enforcing plot devices here, no awkward attempt to create false narratives. A protagonist with a power barely exceeding a ton? Even a Siberian tiger could deliver a ton of force with its paw should he forcibly take away Steve's vibranium shield. Chen Xi pondered, wondering if without that tool, Steve would be rendered useless. Forget it, just a piece of vibranium. "Red, please fetch a container and a blood draw syringe." "Understood, Master." Red, controlling the Iron Man's suit, retrieved the prepared tools. She had been eyeing Steve for some time. It could be said that Steve was rather unfortunate to have drawn Chen Xi's attention. In a state of deep slumber within the ice, the situation took a turn. Chen Xi carefully controlled the ice to create a minuscule incision approximately 3 to 4 millimeters wide and used magnetism to guide the needle gently beneath the ice. PSHH. The needle pierced the artery in Steve's arm. It was crafted from a secondary adamantium alloy. His skin was indeed tough, but it was not impervious to the needle's penetration. Everything proceeded smoothly. Chen Xi extracted a full 800 milliliters of Steve's blood. For an ordinary person, such a volume would have led to severe blood loss and fainting. But for Steve, it was manageable. Naturally, this was not within Chen Xi's concern. His only aim was to sell Steve to Nick Fury, and everything else was beyond his purview. Sealing the incision with ice, everything appeared seamless. Who could detect that tiny needle mark, which had already healed? Red, now take control of major online platforms and disseminate the news of Captain Steve Rogers being alive. Let the people of America celebrate and rejoice. Their superhero, their national idol, is still among them. As he spoke, Chen Xi inadvertently revealed a fox-like smile, relishing the allure of the mastermind behind it all. Red complied, using specialized scanning beams to obtain detailed images of the ice encasing Steve, capturing them clearly. At that moment, as everyone was finishing their work for the day, an alarming event occurred. All television stations and major websites were suddenly commandeered. What followed ignited not just America, but the entire world. Chapter 80. The Cosmic Cube acquired on television and the front pages of major news websites. Vivid photographs dominated the headlines. The images themselves were not frightful. Rather, it was the unsettling nature of their content that sent shivers down one's spine. Are you still disheartened, lamenting the absence of superheroes in this world? No. The American superhero, the nation's guardian, Captain Steve Rogers, is still alive. Heroes require rescue, and only the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division, SHIELD, can accomplish this. Let everyone spring into action. Heroes once saved America, and now it is time for us to save our hero. The dozen or so photographs of Steve showcased a pallor that raised doubts about his vitality. Yet, regardless of whether he was alive or merely a corpse, he must be reclaimed. He is a hero. At this moment, the night was ablaze with fervor. The populace, unaware of the intricacies of SHIELD, recognized it as an official entity of America. Crowds surged into the streets, orderly yet fervent, waving flags and chanting, "We demand our superhero, Captain Steve Rogers. No matter the cost, we must bring back our hero-esque body. Will SHIELD betray America? Act now." Various slogans plunged New York and the entire nation into a frenzy. Captain Steve Rogers' influence was immeasurable. Even the highest council convened an emergency meeting, unable to fathom the consequences if they failed to retrieve Steve according to the people's wishes. Would their heads roll at the hands of an enraged populace? Outside, a sea of furious citizens gathered, questioning whether this chaos stemmed from SHIELD's ineptitude or their inaction. Fueled by malicious intent, rumors spread like wildfire, encompassing all manner of speculation. The current council's approval ratings plummeted by 10 points, revealing that dissent was brewing among the opposition. In the emergency meeting room, all members were present, having postponed their affairs to address the urgent matter at hand. Nick Fury, amidst the uproar outside, faced inquiries about SHIELD's perceived inaction. How would he respond? The grim-faced Black Panther turned to Nick Fury, expressing his frustrations. "Indeed, where there is smoke, there is fire. The public's discontent must be tied to your agency. This matter requires resolution." Before Nick Fury could explain, the elders in attendance unleashed a barrage of blame towards him. Someone must take the fall, and, conveniently, the rumors pointed directly at them. Clearing his throat, Nick Fury stood, surveying the group of seasoned schemers with disdain. "If the matter implicates SHIELD, I must inform you all that we have rebranded. Tomorrow I will solve this case, and I already have an inkling of who is behind it. Please inform the public that SHIELD will ensure their safety. We are their guardians." Nick Fury's declaration was resolute. Any hint of weakness would invite relentless pursuit from these crafty old foxes. The assembly fell silent, caught off guard by his audacity. The streets were barricaded, and Nick Fury was not adhering to the expected protocols. With a wry smile, he announced, "If there is nothing else, I must take my leave. After all, I need to retrieve Captain Steve Rogers' body." As he turned to exit, he added, "Oh, and sorry to disappoint you," before striding out the door. This night would be etched in the memories of at least 300 to 400 million citizens, for sleep eluded them. The possibility that superhero Captain Steve Rogers might still be alive was too tantalizing to ignore. Following his departure, Nick Fury hurried to Chen Xi South Extravagant Estate, fully aware that this was the gift Chen Xi had mentioned. Little did he anticipate that this gift would indeed prove monumental enough to leave him reeling. Ding dong. The urgent ringing of the doorbell reflected Nick Fury's anxiousness. "Open the door, Red." "Yes, Master," Red promptly replied, swinging the door open, allowing Nick Fury to enter swiftly. He was not surprised to find Chen Xi waiting. They were both astute individuals. "Mr. Chen Xi, I wish to see Steve's body immediately," Nick Fury stated plainly. "Certainly. Follow me," Chen Xi replied without hesitation. In business, one must always allow the buyer to inspect the merchandise first. In the basement, Nick Fury beheld the frozen form of Steve, scrutinizing it until he was convinced this was indeed America's first superhero. "What do you desire?" Nick Fury inquired directly. "The Cosmic Cube," Chen Xi declared. "What? The Cosmic Cube?" Nick Fury exclaimed, taken aback. "How do you know it is with SHIELD?" Chen Xi laughed heartily. "How do I know? There is nothing in this universe I am unaware of, including the beeper Carol gave you. What else could I possibly miss?" Nick Fury pondered. Indeed, the Cosmic Cube was not a secret. However, its value was immense. Let us negotiate different terms. Chen Xi shook his head. No, if I claim Steve is alive, then does he not hold greater worth? What, really? Nick Fury, ever the skeptic, scoffed at the previous reports, but now found himself reconsidering. Absolutely. Chen Xi's affirmation plunged Nick Fury into deep contemplation. On one side lay the cosmic cube, an enigma they had studied for years without understanding its true nature. Little did they know it was the space stone. On the other side stood the beloved Captain Steve Rogers, still breathing. Do you believe the Avengers will be more effective with the cosmic cube or with Steve? Chen Xi casually remarked. This statement illuminating Nick Fury's understanding of what he truly needed. Chen Xi understood that in business, one must seize upon another's vulnerabilities. I'll make the trade. I'll return with the cosmic cube right away. Nick Fury hurriedly departed. Half an hour later, he returned, accompanied by the cosmic cube and a battalion of guards. Here you go. He tossed the cosmic cube to Chen Xi. Suppressing his elation, Chen Xi accepted it, while Nick Fury instructed his armed men to carefully lift Steve into an armored vehicle fitted with a large freezer. The cosmic cube was secured, and everything unfolded according to plan. Chapter 81. The grand convergence of 8 spatial gems. Nick Fury, surrounded by hundreds of armed super agents, escorted the frozen Steve away, with agents clearing the path in a rush. This was entirely in line with his character, always cautious, striving for perfection. Now, with the super soldier, Captain America, awaiting thawing, he had to be even more vigilant. Little did he know, this smooth operation was orchestrated by Alexander Pierce. Had it not been for his orders, these agents would have swiftly turned Steve over for profit. SHIELD had become a sieve, infiltrated and compromised. While appearing formidable, it was merely the largest base for Hydra. Oblivious, Nick Fury reveled in the notion that SHIELD represented justice. Far away, Alexander Pierce, the cunning puppet master, plotted his next move. Since Nick Fury was disobedient, assassination could be the answer. However, the timing was not right. He had a better candidate in mind and needed to manipulate Nick Fury. Pierce aimed to have this rebellious agent recruit Steve into SHIELD, subtly integrating him into the organization. At that moment, he could easily oust Nick Fury and acquire a national icon in Captain America. He believed in Nick Fury's capability and recognized that Steve would never serve anyone but his country and its people. If Steve pledged allegiance to the nation, then controlling the organization would equate to controlling Steve. Pierce's scheme was brilliantly calculated. The late-night streets were too chaotic to traverse. Their numbers wouldn't withstand the surging crowd. Thus, they weaved through alleyways, exhausting the agents who grumbled under their breath, cursing the damned black man. Meanwhile, Nick Fury, seated in the vehicle, couldn't suppress his wide grin. He envisioned himself wielding Steve, the strongest idol in America, capable of rallying any team. The exchange of an unusable Tesseract for a super mascot like Steve seemed invaluable. The more Nick Fury pondered, the more he felt the trade was worth it. He acknowledged the Tesseract's immense value, yet chose to proceed with the exchange. A pragmatist at heart, he believed that a bird in the hand was worth 2 in the bush. On the other side, Chen Xi toyed with the Tesseract, contemplating the eager Nick Fury as he fell into thought. Nick Fury, I am aiding you, he murmured to himself. The Tesseract, a spatial gem, was not a divine object that mere mortals could command. It embodied the universe's most potent spatial laws, an inexhaustible source of energy, coveted by many. Earth, a fragile entity, could not withstand such turmoil. A child running through the streets with gold would only invite trouble. Now, however, in his possession, others would have to relinquish their desires. Chen Xi gazed intently at the Tesseract, which had captured the spotlight in the film, his eyes drawn deep into its depths. The profound, azure Tesseract unfolded before him like a miniature universe, filled with countless stars. The cosmos sparkled faintly, resembling scattered pearls and shards of gold upon a jade plate. While the cinematic representation of the Tesseract was merely a creation, he held a genuine universe in his hands. After a long moment, he inhaled deeply, awakening from the awe that Tesseract inspired. It was breathtaking, mesmerizing, and all-encompassing. Even several adjectives fell short of capturing the vast ocean of stars he beheld. System. What must I do? Should I crush the Tesseract? That would be wasteful. While he admired it, he had exceedingly crucial tasks ahead. However, crushing the Tesseract would not only squander a treasure, but also complicate his plans to attract Loki, who would undoubtedly arrive with the Mind Stone. He had no intention of scouring the universe for the erratic Thanos. The Tesseract was integral to his scheme and must not be mishandled. Host, it is not wasteful. It is necessary to crush it unless you possess the teleportation magic to extract the spatial gem. The system's words caused Chen Xi considerable frustration. It had to be crushed. He lacked teleportation magic, but once he fused with the spatial gem, all other spatial magic would seem trivial. At that moment, the system spoke again. Host need not fret. The Tesseract is merely a crystallization of the spatial gem's energy leakage and is not precious. Once the fusion is complete, a mere fraction of energy will suffice for restoration. With the power of the super-spatial gem, it will be simple. The system's words illuminated Chen Xi's thoughts. Indeed, the Tesseract was merely a crystallization of energy and could be managed easily. Without hesitation, he acted. With a sharp crack, Chen Xi crushed the Tesseract. Its fragments scattering to the ground, revealing a deeper, azure elliptical spatial gem before him. The spatial gem lay quietly, devoid of aggression without an energy input, simply resting in tranquility. System, what should I do now? Uncertain of his next steps, he relied on the system's guidance. Host, you need only extract the spatial gems. They will automatically attract and merge with one another. Being of the same origin, they inherently desire to become stronger. It is instinctual. Following the instructions, Chen Xi teleported to the depths of the desert, mindful of potential energy leaks during the fusion that could devastate his home. Once prepared, he retrieved 7 equally deep azure spatial gems from the system's space. As he unveiled these 7 gems, an irresistible force seemed to draw them together, causing all 8 gems to spin at an imperceptible pace. Chen Xi sensed their elation, their instinctive joy resonating within him. Kin. After 8 billion years of solitude, gems from different universes had finally encountered their brethren, and their joy was palpable. Suddenly, the gems, which had been rotating in a circle, came to an abrupt halt. A powerful vibration resonated, indicating they had reached a unanimous decision. The 8 spatial gems began to emit a deep blue light, converging brilliantly among them. With a gathering of boundless divine light, a larger, almost transparent elliptical form was born. The gems released their energy with fervor, pouring every ounce of power into the process. With a thunderous explosion, the 8 spatial gems detonated in a final flourish. Countless particles seemed to find their home, surging towards Chen Xi's forehead simultaneously. As if the universe itself had been born anew, the explosion of infinitely dense singularities birthed existence. In that moment, Chen Xi glimpsed their origins and their entire journey. Loneliness, endless solitude, great humanity. Thank you for completing us. Please treat us well and utilize our hope. No, do not let our brilliance gather dust. P.S. Friends, could you kindly support my book? Chapter 82. The Eruption of Superpowers, the Appearance of the Ancient One after the fusion of the 8 space gems. A consciousness was unexpectedly born at the pinnacle of their evolution, marking their final resonance. While all things have the potential to manifest will, for Chen Xi, the emergence of will from the grand cosmic laws proved exceedingly arduous. The multiverse forbids such manifestations, a decree established by the one above all. These entities are too formidable. Should they acquire will, the implications would be terrifying. Who could discern whether it leans towards malevolence or virtue? To his astonishment, at the very last moment, they broke free from their shackles and birthed the ultimate will. Chen Xi slowly opened his eyes, a tear cascading down his cheek. He felt an overwhelming sense of solitude, a despair that had tormented them for eternity, and he empathized deeply with their plight. Come now, you must carry their will and exist eternally. Chen Xi mused. gently beckoning towards the floating super space gem before him. In a swift motion, the super space gem darted into Chen Xi's forehead, finding its home. As his mental energy entered his consciousness sea, he discovered the super space gem quietly radiating a blue luminescence. He sensed that from this moment forth, he would perpetually absorb the energy bestowed by the laws of space. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully merging with the first infinity gem, rewarding you with 5 million points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for awakening the ability of space transfer. Ding! Congratulations, host, for awakening the ability of space cutting. Ding! Congratulations, host, for awakening the ability of dimensional space. The super space gem granted Chen Xi a trifecta of elite spatial abilities, a delightful surprise indeed. Having just absorbed spatial energy, he could only imagine the power he would wield should he absorb even greater quantities in the future. Space reigns supreme, and time holds its reverence. The existence of such a remarkable space gem is but one among its 5 brethren. In the Marvel Universe, the infinity gems were forged from the essence of 6 singularities, brimming with infinite energy prior to the universe's inception. The gems existed before the cosmos itself, signifying their ancient nature, surpassing even the universe in age. Each of the 6 infinity gems governs a fundamental attribute: space, time, reality, power, mind, and soul. They dictate the laws of the Marvel Universe, with every significant event intricately linked to these 6 gems. Indeed, the 6 infinity gems are the very threads weaving through the tapestry of the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Chen Xi possessed a plethora of infinity gems, and the combined might of such artifacts was immeasurable. The true power of these gems, when unified, transcended the simplistic notion of addition. Chen Xi eagerly anticipated whether the fusion of the 6 super infinity gems might rival the heart of the universe itself. The Infinity Gauntlet, comprised of the 6 gems, is of multiversal caliber, albeit with limited utilization, while he possessed a staggering number of 50 or 60 gems, not to mention those inherent to himself. Lost in reverie, Chen Xi stood in a daze, a foolish grin adorning his face as he envisioned a life of splendor, oblivious to any potential consequences. After some time, he snapped out of his daydream, wiping away non-existent drool. Suddenly, Chen Xi retrieved the super space gem, gazing at it intently for an extended moment before resolving to act. It is finally time for you to unleash your power. Let us condense a cosmic cube, marking your inaugural display of strength. With that, he began channeling energy into the super space gem, guiding it to slowly release a thread of energy into the recently shattered cosmic cube. Sizzle, sizzle. Under the restorative influence of spatial energy, the fragments of the cosmic cube began to coalesce once more. Spatial energy served as a binding agent, reuniting the scattered pieces. In no time, the cosmic cube was fully restored. Chen Xi examined the cosmic cube with meticulous scrutiny, noting no discernible difference. It appeared utterly identical. "Hey, Loki, come forth. I have prepared a grand gift for you," Chen Xi quipped, a hint of mischief in his tone. Should Loki become aware of its existence, he would surely relay the information to Thanos. The mad titan, who had long sought the cosmic cube, would undoubtedly take the bait, leading him straight to the soul gem. Delighted by this thought, he indulged in another moment of bliss. System, open the attribute panel. Ding! The attribute panel is now open. The host may review at their leisure. Host, Chen Xi, age, 22 level, subcelestial physique, frost giant physique abilities, water control A class, 10 kilometers range, ice manipulation S class, minus 150 degrees Celsius, fire control B class, 1000 degrees, carbon steel transformation, inferior to primitive adamantium and vibranium, super speed S class, 2000 kilometers per second, superior healing S class, any injury healed within 1 second, telepathy A class, magnetic control A class, space transfer S class, within. The solar system, space cutting A class, ordinary 10 centimeter steel, dimensional space A class, area of 100,000 square kilometers, items, time gem, super space gem, reality gem, power gem, mind gem, soul gem, N pieces, an umbrella hive factory. Subordinates, android number 18, Terminator TX points. 11, 900, 000 biological energy. 3, 850 points. The panel revealed that the teleportation ability had evolved into space transfer. It was no longer limited to merely transporting individuals by hand. Now, he could directly transfer objects or people without any delay. No one could govern his teleportation, for the super space gem commanded all spatial laws. While his innate spatial abilities may not have been overwhelmingly potent, the presence of the super space gem compensated for that. Chen Xi also noted descriptions of his other two spatial abilities. Space cutting, akin to a spatial blade, proved invaluable for subterfuge. The dimensional space functioned as a spatial prison, akin to a mirrored existence. He could manipulate its size, completely independent of the physical realm. This technique was ideal for preventing foes from escaping, as trapped adversaries would be akin to fish in a barrel. Thoroughly satisfied with such gifts, Chen Xi cheerfully prepared to return home. Wandering aimlessly at night could lead to eerie encounters. And lo, he encountered a specter, the Ancient One. Having arrived, why cloak oneself in shadows? Chen Xi raised his gaze, addressing a specific point in space with a calm demeanor. Sizzle. The fabric of space fractured, and a bald woman clad in an ochre robe emerged from the void, walking slowly into existence. Chapter 83. I must strive with all my might. The person who arrived was none other than the Ancient One, a nearly invincible supreme sorceress who perished due to special effects in this film. If she did not wish for her own demise, or if her fate was merely a narrative device, who could possibly defeat her? Would Thanos dare to set foot on Earth to seize several Infinity Stones? He would likely be sent fleeing before even reaching the solar system. If the formidable Dormammu was kept at bay by the Ancient One for centuries, it is inconceivable that a mere demigod, such as the Purple Potato, could pose a threat. At that moment, the Ancient One approached with a gaze filled with compassion, seemingly descending from the void upon ethereal steps. As the representative of Earth's sorcerers, she had encountered the Infinite One in his youth. The Ancient One joined her hands in a gesture of reverence and slightly bowed. I have met the Ancient One. Whether she is friend or foe remains uncertain. Chen Xi would not presume to approach her with arrogance. However, he was perplexed by her calling him the Infinite One. Why do you refer to me in such a peculiar manner? I am neither an eternal nor a follower of eternity, he inquired. The Ancient One chuckled softly, recalling ancient texts. Infinite One? It exists only in legend. In the vast cosmos, there are innumerable parallel universes, each hosting a different version of you. In this universe, you are an ordinary person. In others, you may be wealthy, a general, a mutant, or even an extraterrestrial being. Each version of you may experience various fates and encounters, birthing distinct identities with each choice made. Yet, you're different. You are the Infinite One. She suddenly regarded Chen Xi with gravity. In countless parallel universes, there exists only one you. You possess infinite futures and boundless possibilities. However, your existence has already shattered the original timelines, propelling everyone's destinies onto an unseen trajectory. Every individual has their own fate, yet you have altered theirs, disrupting the timeline. Upon hearing this, Chen Xi shrugged nonchalantly. So what is your purpose? Speak plainly. I am aware your arrival must be driven by a compelling intent. Otherwise, why would you seek me out? The Ancient One sighed, revealing her intent. I ask you not to disrupt the established destinies, including the future plans of the Avengers. Chen Xi burst into laughter. Why should I refrain from doing so? If I do not act, I will simply await my demise. Do you think the myriad gods of Marvel will spare me? Or must I scurry through life like a mouse, living in the shadows of others? No, that is not who I am. If I were resigned to fate, I would not have fought tooth and nail since childhood. I possess nothing but a worthless life. I yearn for that slender chance of survival, even if it leads me to death. And what of you? Do you also wish for death? Is this your destiny? To desire death is your choice. Surrender. Death shall never be my conclusion. Chen Xi laughed maniacally, mocking her altruistic ideals. Yet, he could not afford to die. He could not dare to perish. What? How do you know this? The Ancient One exclaimed, visibly shaken. This predetermined future was her choice. She was exhausted. The next supreme sorcerer had already emerged. and she could finally liberate herself, casting aside her decaying mortal form to pursue eternal enlightenment. Yet, this choice had remained unspoken, sealed by the time stone. How could he possibly know? The implications were chilling. Was this the terror of the Infinite One? Chen Xi gently shook his head, refusing to answer. Was it not common knowledge among Earthlings? However, how could he articulate this? Should he tell her she was merely an NPC in a film? A character crafted by another's imagination? He was not like Deadpool, who brazenly forced Charles to confront his own reality, driving him to madness. Chen Xi regarded the Ancient One with a smile. In my homeland, there exists a form of sorcery known as the I Ching, which predicts the future. I, too, possess such abilities. While you may gaze into the time stone to witness the past and future, I can achieve the same. The Ancient One paused, taken aback. Her homeland could indeed be described as a dragon kingdom, and she had lived there since childhood, aware of the I Ching. However, the knowledge had long been lost, and no one practiced it anymore. She had not anticipated that this individual would possess such abilities. If it were anyone else, she would have dismissed it, but considering Chen Xi's identity as the Infinite One, she chose to believe. Yet, this was not the time for exploration. She had her own agenda. She gazed deeply at Chen Xi once more and asked, "Are you truly unwilling to yield?" Chen Xi disregarded her ultimatum, resolute. "Ha ha! For many things are more terrifying than death. To act is to choose. To refrain is also a choice. Let us see the truth revealed in action." Chapter 84. The Astonished Ancient One. What a fine principle of discernment. The Ancient One let out a soft sigh. Why cling so stubbornly to this path? Is it not wiser to align oneself with the prevailing trends? Each individual possesses a destiny that is beyond their choice. If it were possible, I would willingly relinquish my powers. I would prefer to be an ordinary mortal, to wander through the splendor of the world, to witness the rise and fall of the sun. Why do so many refuse to believe in fate? There are always those stronger than oneself, and the mountains will always tower higher. As one grows stronger, the adversaries one encounters become more formidable, leading to greater peril. Ha ha ha! Upon hearing this, Chen Xi erupted into laughter. He had already come under the scrutiny of the Temporal Anomaly Management Bureau, and while Conqueror Kong had not yet taken notice of him, it was possible he already had. If he could not grow stronger, his fate would be sealed. He refused to be subjugated by Kong in the end. He intended to shatter Kong's reign. Chen Xi fixed his gaze on the Ancient One and proclaimed loudly, "You say that growing stronger brings greater danger, correct? Then I shall become so powerful that all will fear me, dread me, and be terrified of me." The Ancient One shook her head slightly at such arrogance. "Young man, do you not understand the virtue of humility? Beware of excessive pride. It invites downfall." Chen Xi scoffed dismissively. "Is not youthful vigor a hallmark of being young? Ancient One, you have grown weary. Your heart is no longer youthful. You have become overly compassionate, devoid of ambition, resigned to the fate crafted for you by others." The Ancient One's expression shifted slightly. He spoke of her present self. She felt exhausted, no longer inclined to fight for anything, leaving all to fate. "Without further ado, let us settle this today. If I win, you shall not alter the predetermined fate. Should I lose, I shall not obstruct your actions." "Very well. It is settled, then. Let us begin." Chen Xi readily agreed. A gamble adds intrigue. The sorcerers of Camartage in the Marvel Universe are adept in close combat. Let us see how this unfolds. The Ancient One regarded Chen Xi with a penetrating gaze. His calm demeanor was unsettling. If he wished to strike first, so be it. She raised her right hand, forming a seal, and with a flash of sparks, Chen Xi found himself transported to a dimensional space. What a splendid technique! Mirror dimension. Chen Xi marveled, experiencing its extraordinary nature firsthand. Flattery aside, before he knew it, the Ancient One had closed the distance, conjuring a dim, yellow magical shield, which she hurled at Chen Xi's head. The fiery encircled shield amplified her melee combat strength while bolstering her defenses with fiery assaults. Seeing this, Chen Xi was not one to yield. He sidestepped approximately 3 meters to the right, evading the probing strike. "Taste my frozen arrow," he shouted, as countless frozen arrows materialized before him. Whoosh! It was as though a multitude of arrows were unleashed, gleaming with a chilling radiance as they surged towards the Ancient One. A trivial trick. The Ancient One remained still, her gaze unwavering as the arrows sped towards her. Light shield technique. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, a torrent of ice arrows surrounded the Ancient One, yet her shield absorbed the onslaught without a scratch. Not bad. Chen Xi remained unperturbed. This round was merely a test of their capabilities, not a true confrontation. He made his move again. Suddenly, the Ancient One lost sight of Chen Xi. Realizing something, she swiftly formed a seal with her hands, conjuring a cephalon shield and striking fiercely at an empty space. Boom! The two clashed once more, and the desert erupted in a whirlwind of yellow sand, soaring to heights of 100 meters, a testament to the ferocity of their encounter. The cephalon shield shattered into a myriad of golden shards, resembling a mirror that had been smashed to pieces. She stumbled back 7 or 8 meters, thankful for her fiery, encircled shield, which spared her from injury. Yet, the Ancient One was left astounded. No longer was she expressionless and unperturbed. Her eyes widened as she pointed at Chen Xi and exclaimed, "You can actually conceal yourself in the mirror dimension and teleport? And you possess 100-ton strength?" No wonder the Ancient One was taken aback. It was normal to have formidable ice abilities, and teleportation was plausible, but to possess such immense strength? This was beyond the realm of training, either a mutation or a natural gift. Yet, with such an abundance of powers, how could he still possess more? How unfair is the divine, favoring him alone? Chen Xi grinned with satisfaction. Finally, he had astonished her, dispelling her calm demeanor. How curious this must be for you. But did you not say, I am an infinite being? Why should I not possess infinite superpowers? The universe is vast. Surely there are lucky ones among us. Are there not? Your perspective is simply too narrow. When you encounter more individuals, you will realize that your convictions merely reflect others' disinterest. Upon witnessing Chen Xi's triumphant expression, the Ancient One felt a wave of frustration. Look at your smugness. Your tone has grown louder, has it not? This is Chen Xi's strategy, to belittle the enemy strategically while taking them seriously tactically. The Ancient One quickly regained her composure. Centuries of experience had endowed her with remarkable mental fortitude. After a brief moment of astonishment, she prepared to engage earnestly. This was becoming quite a challenge. Chapter 85. Are 10 soul gems sufficient? There was no choice, despite her attempts to probe Chen Xi on several occasions. She had gained nothing and found herself at a disadvantage. She paid little heed to Chen Xi's words, for she could not foresee the futures of those formidable mutants, such as Franklin Richards, Jean Grey, the Mad Legion, and Wanda Maximoff. Their powers far surpassed that of the Time Stone, entities that it could not even fathom. Thus the Ancient One remained oblivious. At this moment, she was not inclined to seek the truth, dismissing Chen Xi's claims as mere deception. Now, she resolved to take matters seriously, hoping he would not disappoint her. With that, the Ancient One abruptly vanished. Teleportation? Useless against me. Chen Xi smiled faintly, suddenly unleashing an unfathomable blue divine light before him. Buzz! The Ancient One reappeared, but the gale of her palm was already upon her. It seemed as though Chen Xi had nowhere to escape. This was her ultimate technique, soul projection. The Ancient One had employed this move to awaken Doctor Strange and the Hulk, a tactic that was nearly impossible to defend against. The human soul is exceedingly fragile. Once it is expelled, surrender becomes inevitable. At this moment, victory appeared to be within her grasp. What could Chen Xi do? Suddenly, the acceleration of movement activated, and the Ancient One's palm wind came to an abrupt halt, as if time itself had stagnated. Chen Xi moved with extraordinary swiftness, swiftly retrieving 10 soul gems from the system space. Buzz! Even though he could not connect to the soul laws of this universe, the gems themselves were not devoid of potency, retaining a flicker of energy. The 10 soul gems lined up before Chen Xi, emanating a soft glow. He intended to confront this assault head-on. Evasion was not an option. Running away was not his style. He was a madman. The Ancient One reacted with remarkable speed. Even the briefest second was enough. From her emergence, the moment Chen Xi slowed the flow of time. Extracting the soul gems for defense was accomplished in but a heartbeat. Buzz! An infinite green light erupted around her neck as the eye of Agamotto sensed the shift in time and recognized its kind. All of this transpired in a flash. The flow of time shattered by the time stone. Yet before the Ancient One could respond, her confident strike collided violently with the soul gems. This time, however, there was no ripple, no sensation. Everything seemed to dissipate into the ether. Yet, the inherent danger was known only to the Ancient One and Chen Xi. Silent battles are the most lethal. In that moment, silence spoke louder than words. The soul realm remained the most enigmatic. The Ancient One, having failed to land her blow, was not concerned. Her mind was elsewhere, utterly stunned. Before her lay 10 soul gems. Who could convince her this was merely a dream? She would believe it. 10 soul gems? The Ancient One's eyes widened in shock. Her gaze fixated on the array of gems before her. Doubting the impossible, she counted once more. 1, 2, 5, 10. It was indeed 10. Trembling uncontrollably, her fingers quivered as she stammered at Chen Xi. How is this possible? How can you possess 10 soul gems? Did you rob countless parallel universes? No, no, no. The Living Tribunal would never allow this. He would not permit you to act in such a manner. The Ancient One's voice grew frantic. She was on the verge of madness. What was happening? Where did all these soul gems come from? But the soul gems before her were not mere stones. The reality of the situation confirmed to her it was not a dream. Ha ha ha. Surprised? Unexpected? Ha ha. This is fate. I am destiny. I am a chosen one. Chen Xi's grin nearly split his face, relishing the moment. He had advised her to take everything lightly. But today he would teach her a lesson. He had yet to reveal the other infinity stones. Otherwise, the Ancient One would surely have been driven to madness. That would not be entertaining. No, you are not. I do not comprehend where you acquired such an abundance of infinity stones, but I sense they lack any laws. Therefore, they are all ineffective. They have not been activated. The Ancient One shook her head resolutely, vehemently countering. Having wielded the eye of Agamotto for centuries, she was acutely aware of all anomalies. These infinity stones possessed little energy. Their activation required a catalyst. Perhaps the soul stone of this universe could serve that purpose. Truly, the Ancient One was wise. Having lived for centuries, she quickly deduced the situation. Regardless of their condition, your soul projection has now failed, and thus, it is only right to reciprocate. What? The Ancient One gasped in realization. Yet she was still too late. Crack! Her fiery shield shattered, and a searing pain surged through her. Glancing down, she saw a substantial portion of her arm cleaved away, blood gushing forth. Is this spatial magic? The Ancient One exclaimed in terror, immediately reinforcing her fiery shield with 2 layers. Haha, a mere spatial blade, and yet the Ancient One finds it laughable. Chen Xi spoke with great humility, but the broad grin revealing his teeth betrayed his true elation. At this moment, he felt immensely pleased. Chapter 86, Temporal Exile. What can I do? The Space Blade? A new form of spatial magical attack. Upon hearing this, Ancient One remained silent, mentally noting it for future exploration. She had been on guard against such bizarre and unpredictable methods of attack. In the next moment, the eye of Agamotto emitted a vivid green light, sweeping across Ancient One's injured arm, restoring it to its former state as if it had never been harmed. Ah, the time stone, truly remarkable. Chen Xi, observing this, chuckled softly and watched in silence. When Ancient One turned her gaze back to Chen Xi, it was not one of disdain or calmness, but rather filled with apprehension, laced with a deadly intent. This young man had instilled an unprecedented pressure upon her, and she feared that with a mere blink, she would find herself utterly outmatched. At this moment, she knew she must act decisively. Otherwise, with such an unpredictable variable on Earth, she feared her successors would stand no chance. Indeed, no opportunity at all. For the sake of the future, she had to fight with all her might. Alas, I'm truly at the point of begging you to leave this place. Young warrior, I apologize. With that, Ancient One's eyes narrowed, her demeanor transforming dramatically. Spatial magic. Temporal exile. Ancient One shouted, quickly forming hand seals, unleashing a flash of earthy yellow light that sparkled with fire, racing toward Chen Xi with lightning speed. However, the ensuing scene was beyond her expectations. Chen Xi stood still, a smile gracing his face, as if to say, "Go on, I await your performance." You. Ancient One was taken aback, bewildered. Could it be that this man possessed greater mastery over spatial magic than she did? No, that couldn't be. The space stone. Suddenly, Ancient One realized this individual had so many dormant soul stones. Could he not also possess the space stone? Wasn't she drawn to his presence by a surge of spatial energy? Haha, carry on. Chen Xi smiled lightly, relishing the challenge, determined to win her acknowledgement. Ancient One fixed her gaze on the seemingly indifferent Chen Xi, slowly removing the eye of Agamotto from around her neck. For the next move, she hoped he could withstand it. Temporal magic. Temporal exile. Ahem. The eye of Agamotto radiated a brilliant green light, its blinding brilliance enveloping Chen Xi in a shroud of mysterious rules. This was an attempt to erase Chen Xi's timeline, banishing him to an unknown, desolate timeline, leaving him to fend for himself, never to return to the present. Yet, in that moment, a profound azure light emanated from Chen Xi, overpowering the temporal laws. A soft pop echoed, the clash of temporal and spatial laws, a contest of supreme principles. Yet, the time stone was far inferior. Even with Ancient One exerting her full strength, Chen Xi remained in passive defense, rendering her attack as ineffective as a stone cast into the ocean. The force of the collision hurled her body away. Plop! She made no attempt to resist, allowing the wave of energy to carry her away, for she had glimpsed the space stone, a stronger space stone. Why? How could you possess such a powerful space stone? Ancient One stood motionless, her spirit shattered, questioning the nature of fate's favoritism. She knew that in this world, there was no divine presence. The only deity of the multiverse she recognized was the Court of Life. Of course, there were many true powers she was unaware of. The Court of Life was merely the extent of her understanding. The individual before her was beyond her capacity to confront, an astonishing being possessing dozens of infinity stones, indeed formidable. My possession of these is merely a stroke of luck. Are you concerned that I might disrupt the timeline, jeopardizing the Earth? Chen, she regarded the despondent Ancient One, devoid of any victorious demeanor, speaking calmly. I do not comprehend. Your intentions elude me. Ancient One shook her head, her gaze cast downward, failing to provide a direct response. Chen Xi was not surprised by her reticence. The human heart is the most inscrutable element in this world, ever capable of transformation. Perhaps in this moment, they were allies. Yet in the next, they could just as easily become adversaries. What are you afraid of? Are you fearful of Dormammu, Thanos? That my presence may precipitate unforeseen changes? Chen Xi inquired tentatively, unable to decipher Ancient One's thoughts. Ancient One remained silent, merely nodding slightly. Her greatest fear was indeed the unpredictable change, factors beyond her control that surpassed her calculations. The lineage of the Supreme Sorcerers was dedicated to safeguarding Earth from invasion. Upon hearing this, Chen Xi burst into laughter. Dormammu? His true form cannot descend. At best, he possesses powers akin to a celestial patriarch. Can he even ascend? As for that Thanos fellow, he will not appear until you have perished, nor until Hela has met her end. He is likely hiding away in some obscure corner, enacting his so-called policy of half for half. He is but a fool who knows nothing of biology. Chen Xi's words, though blunt, candidly expressed all her concerns. Yet, he remained oblivious to the fact that Ancient One's greatest worry was not regarding others, but rather him. Chapter 87. Fortifying Earth Space. Ancient One continued to shake her head, as Chen Xi still failed to address the crux of the matter. The issue at hand was him. Was he feigning ignorance while fully aware? Ancient One, somewhat vexed, looked at him, her eyes clearly urging him to get to the point. Rest assured, Earth is my homeland. Although I was not born in this universe, it is ultimately still Earth, Chen Xi stated, this time not pretending to overlook her. He thought to himself, am I insane? If I weren't, Why would I destroy Earth? Am I to engage in battles on foreign planets, seizing territories and enslaving extraterrestrials to serve me? What an exhausting endeavor that would be. Upon hearing Chen Xi's assurances, Ancient One felt a slight relief. She found herself at a loss. Despite her immense power, the opponent's equipment was simply too extravagant. With dozens of infinity stones at their disposal, it was a divine combination. This exemplified the distinction between a pay-to-win player and an ordinary one, clad in luxurious gear, standing firm, impervious to any attack. While Ancient One may have suffered a setback, her actions were not in vain, and Chen Xi had afforded her some dignity. I apologize. I was reckless today, Ancient One said sincerely, her tone filled with regret. Haha, one does not truly know another without a clash. Today has been quite enlightening for me. Chen Xi replied with a smile, for he had not lost. He had merely tested the prowess of a top-tier figure. Very well. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. You're always welcome to visit Kamar Taj, Ancient One said, bringing her hands together in a gesture of farewell and slightly bowing. Wait, Chen Xi called out to her. Ancient One paused, realizing what was coming. Surely, Chen Xi would request the time stone. Indeed, he spoke. Ancient One, I would like you to safeguard the time stone for a while. In a few years, I will come to reclaim it. Sighing softly, Ancient One mused, I suspect you require the infinity stones of the current universe to activate those of other universes, correct? Chen Xi nodded without hesitation. Do you not believe that entrusting it to me is safer than to anyone else? As for Thanos, he is merely a harbinger of wealth. Chen Xi's words rang true. He was indeed awaiting Thanos to deliver the Soul Stone and the Mind Stone to him. Ancient One found herself at a loss for words. Entrusting it to him was indeed safer than to anyone else, and his future seemed limitless. But, she faltered, momentarily a loss for words. There is no but, Chen Xi interrupted. As for the Sorcerer Supreme, I can recommend someone even more suitable. With just a few words, he had interrupted her train of thought and suggested an alternative candidate. Very well, we shall discuss this later, Ancient One concluded before departing. Watching her retreat, Chen Xi found himself in a quandary. No one was more fitting for the position of Sorcerer Supreme than Ancient One, yet she had seemingly resigned herself to death. Once someone has decided to perish, it is as if no force could bring them back. It would be a tremendous loss to lose someone of Ancient One's caliber so easily. Chen Xi understood that Ancient One was fatigued, trapped in darkness while her heart yearned for light. She feared that absorbing too much dark energy could lead her astray, pushing her towards complete darkness. The best course of action was to relieve her of her duties, ensuring she did not succumb to despair, while finding a suitable successor for the position of Sorcerer Supreme. As for Strange, he was best left alone. They were not particularly close. From what he gathered in the films, Strange had too many ideas of his own. Thus, it would be best to let him forge his own path, living as a superlative surgeon, surrounded by luxury. Fast cars, grand villas, and beautiful companions would suit him perfectly. If someone were to assume that position, it must be someone from his own circle. Kamar Taj belonged to him, as did S.H.I.E.L.D., and even the American Congress. The governor of New York was merely a pawn. If he complied, he would be rewarded with achievements that would elevate him to prominence. If he resisted, then a clone could take his place. Sitting on the ground, Chen Xi contemplated 3 candidates, each a promising prospect for Sorcerer Supreme. Wanda, Charles, and Tony were all particularly suited for the role. Wanda wielded chaos magic, the most formidable of all, and would excel in mastering the spells of Kamar Taj. Charles, a master of telepathy, possessed mental prowess far superior to that of the fated Strange. He was a born sorcerer. As for Tony, his intellect was beyond question. He could easily fulfill the role of Sorcerer Supreme, as he had already donned the mantle in another timeline. However, Tony required some reformation, as his temperament was notoriously difficult. It was high time to mold this individual. Even if he could not become the Sorcerer Supreme, he could certainly learn some magic, perhaps even a magical Iron Man suit. The Destroyer could be explored. After much deliberation, no decision was reached, yet there was no need for haste. There was ample time ahead. Dusting himself off, Chen Xi remembered the most crucial task at hand, fortifying the fabric of this universe's space. If the spatial integrity were compromised, it posed a significant danger to his stronghold. He retrieved the superspace stone and fervently channeled his energy into it. The space stone erupted in radiant light, and the intangible laws of space enveloped the Earth, astonishing many. However, his energy was finite. He could only encircle the planet, and the enhancement was not as substantial as he had hoped. Chapter 88. The Shock of the Great Ones. Earth's cataclysm upon returning to Kamartaj. The Ancient One immediately sensed the fortification of Earth's space. Previously, a serious strike could easily rupture the fabric of space. Now, however, one must exert their utmost strength. Moreover, her own spatial teleportation seemed to demand significantly more magical energy. Traversing the same distance now required 5 or 6 times the energy. Alas, one wonders if this is a blessing or a curse. This fortified space appears to isolate Earth from the rest of the universe. Let us hope this individual is benevolent. Otherwise, should he aspire to dominate this universe, who could withstand him? The reinforcement of Earth space is for her at this moment overwhelmingly beneficial rather than detrimental, considering entities like Dormammu and Mephisto. At this juncture, the dark dimension's Dormammu abruptly awoke from his slumber. He discovered that the Earth space he had been monitoring had become remarkably resilient. What on earth is happening? Could it be that the Infinite One has intervened? That seems unlikely. Why would she concern herself with a mere Earth? Dormammu, born of Earth, harbors ambitions to devour it, and there are numerous similarly obsessed villains who frequently clash with it. One wonders what it is about Earth that captivates their gaze. Could it be the center of all realms? Dormammu is perplexed. Should he wish to invade Earth, how much energy would that require? Mephisto, too, finds himself in a state of bewilderment. His infernal dimension has always been considerably distant from the earthly realm. His true form cannot descend unless he orchestrates a formidable assault with multiple dimensional demon lords. What the predicament? Even if he were to obtain the Sanctum Sanctorum contract, entry would remain impossible. Who is responsible for this strange occurrence? This is a dire circumstance indeed. Within an ancient castle in England, a nobleman, leaning on his cane, angrily smashed priceless antiques, clearly infuriated. What could he accomplish relying solely on this avatar? None could be vanquished. He meticulously orchestrated various schemes, gathering souls, all in hopes of one day forging a passage between the infernal dimension and the earthly universe to consume the planet. A millennium of planning, obliterated in an instant. His wrath could flood the Pacific. Far away in Asgard, Odin sensed that Midgard, Earth, had suddenly grown more distant from their nominal dominion. What is transpiring? Why has Earth's space become so fortified? Could the Ancient One have solicited the Infinite One's assistance? Is she on the verge of departure? This should not be. As long as the Ancient One remains, countless nefarious beings cannot even step foot. Not even Odin, the All-Father, would dare to confront the Ancient One in a life-or-death struggle. The Ancient One may not necessarily perish, but he would certainly meet his end. Were he in his youth, the Ancient One would surely be no match for him. Yet, he has now succumbed to decay, relying on Odin's sleep to sustain his existence. Perhaps he shall never unify the 9 realms again. All hope lies with his son, Thor. However, Thor currently resembles a fool, his mind consumed by brute strength, and he is hardly impressive. It is not only these great figures who have sensed the change. Those on Earth with spatial abilities have also felt it. Instantaneous travel has become limited, energy consumption has surged, teleportation distances have shortened, and attacks have weakened. Of course, the architect of all this is Chen Xi, who now leisurely returns to his villa. System, commence extraction. Ding. Detecting plot task. Supreme Sorcerer Ancient One. Would the host like to extract her abilities and items? Each extraction requires the expenditure of 1 million points. Extract. Ding. 1 million points deducted from the host. Initiating extraction of a random ability. Please hold. Before Chen Xi's eyes appeared a slot machine-like contraption beginning to spin. Invisibility, astral projection, soul separation, telekinesis, teleportation, interdimensional travel, remote summoning, telepathy, mirror space, and more. Ordinary magic was too abundant to be cataloged by the system. Bayu. The cursor whirled wildly before stopping with a click on telekinesis. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have drawn telekinesis. Would you like to fuse it now? Fuse. Ding. Fusion process initiated. Please hold. After approximately 5 minutes, the system emitted a notification. Ding. Fusion complete. Please check on your own. Telekinesis has been successfully fused. What splendid news. Chen Xi felt elated. This capability is remarkably versatile, allowing for offense, defense, flight, and unparalleled versatility. A delightful ability indeed, making the expenditure of 1 million points worthwhile. Truly, the Ancient One's telekinesis is not of ordinary caliber. Were it anyone else, it would only be valued at 300,000. After reveling in his accomplishment for a moment, he emerged from the basement, intending to check on Jean Grey's condition. The girl was somewhat emotionally unstable, particularly just after her complete awakening. The primary issue lies within her mindset. Mutants often struggle with mental states during their initial awakenings, whether it be extreme optimism or profound pessimism. Both are perilous. Clearly, Jean Grey belongs to the latter category. P.S. I humbly request a few small gifts. Today has only seen a mere $12, while yesterday's generous offerings amounted to several tens. A heartfelt thank you to everyone for allowing me to have a meal. Chapter 89. Dreams are ultimately just dreams. When Chen Xi found Jean Grey, the little girl was still in a deep slumber. Wanda and number 18 had been sitting by her side, engaged in conversation, awaiting her awakening. Upon noticing Chen Xi's arrival, they immediately stood up. Where have you been? You rushed out in such a hurry. Wanda questioned with evident dissatisfaction, feeling that Chen Xi was rather carefree, leaving the girl in her state of unconsciousness. Hey, don't worry, I know what I'm doing, Chen Xi replied softly, gently patting her head. Wanda swatted his hand away and shot him a glare. Get lost. You're always up to no good. Hurry up and see when Sheen can wake up. All right, let me check, Chen Xi responded, dutifully moving to sit by the bed. Utilizing his telepathic abilities, he entered Jean Grey's mind, finding her in a vibrant garden. It turned out the girl was dreaming, and the content of this dream was heart-wrenching. She was swinging joyfully, laughing merrily, while her father gently pushed her, and her mother sat nearby, beaming as she watched the playful scene unfold. This tableau radiated warmth and familial love, a harmonious interaction between people and nature, filled with laughter echoing throughout the garden. Who would wish to awaken from such a blissful dream, even when fully aware it was but a dream? Chen Xi stood at the edge of the garden, smiling as he observed the scene, his eyes glistening with tears. This was the dream Jean Grey longed for, but it was also a reflection of his own desires. His childhood had been devoid of warmth, marred by coldness, hunger, bullying, discrimination, and disdain. He had yearned for such familial comfort, yet it remained forever unattainable. Staring at this idyllic scene, Chen Xi felt reluctant to intrude, intending to leave her to savor this moment, for perhaps she had never experienced such restful sleep in days. At that moment, a gentle voice interrupted him. Sir, may I ask whom you are looking for? It was Jean Grey's mother, addressing him. A good day, madam. I was merely passing by, not searching for anyone. I apologize for intruding, Chen Xi said with a smile, choosing not to elaborate further as he continued on his way. What a strange individual, Jean Grey's mother muttered, not giving it much thought. What's wrong, dear? Her father inquired, puzzled. Oh, nothing. I just saw a young man peering into the garden. I thought he was looking for you, but it turned out he wasn't. She casually explained, dismissing it entirely. Let us not concern ourselves with him. Perhaps he was just passing through, her father concurred, also unconcerned. However, Jean Grey turned to glance at Chen Xi's departing figure. Her expression tinged with melancholy as she jumped down from the swing. I'm sorry, Mom and Dad, but the time has come for me to leave. The past must remain in the past. I cannot linger here. Thank you for all the joy and happiness you have given me. At that moment, her voice cracked slightly, betraying her struggle to hold back tears. This was her dream, a beautiful fantasy she had woven for herself, and she deeply missed those warm moments. Goodbye, Mom and Dad. Your daughter will always love you. Ultimately, her tears streamed down her cheeks, unable to contain the sorrow within. Jean Grey's parents were taken aback, bewildered by their precious daughter's sudden distress. Sweetheart, don't scare us. What has happened? Yes, as long as we are together, there's nothing we cannot overcome. Don't hide anything from us. They grasped her hands tightly, anxiety etched on their faces, fearing something terrible had occurred to their only beloved daughter. It's all right. I can handle this myself. Goodbye, Mom and Dad. Chen Xi uttered, refusing to elaborate. Harnessing her telekinetic power, she gently pushed her parents away, fearful of disrupting the beauty of the moment, wishing to preserve it forever. Her parents, ordinary mortals in the face of her extraordinary abilities, could only acquiesce as she departed. Following Chen Xi's footsteps, she cast a final, lingering look at the enchanting garden, wishing to etch that warm scene into her most cherished memories. Brother, let us go. All right, Chen Xi exclaimed as she caught up with Chen Xi, her small hand clasping his larger one. In the glow of the setting sun, the two figures, one tall and one short, walked further away, their shadows stretching longer, merging into eternity. In the real world, Chen Xi slowly opened her eyes, two tears cascading down her cheeks, reminiscent of a farewell ritual, marking a definitive end to her past. She understood that she could not remain ensnared by bygone days or fantasies. She now had a family, one that loved and protected her, no longer an ordinary person. She had transformed into a phoenix. Her father had expelled her, and thus she would not disturb their newfound tranquility. Are you awake? Yes. Their exchange was simple and serene, yet it conveyed a profound shift. She had bid farewell to her past and awakened fully. Chen Xi recognized that Chen Xi would not easily lose control again. Sealing her memories was a perilous strategy, for no prison could guarantee absolute security. Charles had confined Chen Xi's memories within a mental prison, a ticking time bomb destined to explode with the accumulation of time. In ancient times, the Dragon Kingdom understood that suppression would never be as effective as release. True warriors dare to confront the harsh realities of life. Chapter 90. Natasha arrives in maid outfit number 18. She would never confine Chen Xi within any mental cage. He himself was no saint, and neither was Chen Xi. Every individual harbors negative emotions, and to bottle them up is to invite turmoil. The turbulence of the Phoenix Force was merely a manifestation of its destructive desires, exacerbated by Chen Xi's unresolved feelings regarding her father's abandonment and her mother's death, which often led to emotional outbursts. That night, Chen Xi slept particularly soundly, free from troubling thoughts. It was the most peaceful night she had experienced in recent days. The following morning, after concluding his morning training, Chen Xi quietly descended to prepare breakfast for the entire household. With no expectations from the other two, who were now languidly sprawled in bed, completely disinterested in even lifting a finger, he found himself using their meticulously prepared cool pajamas. Clattering away, Chen Xi cooked fried eggs, toasted bread, bacon, grilled sausages, and oatmeal. Of course, the two of them had developed an aversion to milk. Just the sight of it made them roll their eyes. Ah, truly, I'm a culinary genius, he mused. This breakfast was a harmonious blend of flavors, balanced and nutritious. Alas, this was America, where dumplings, tofu pudding, pan-fried buns, spicy soup, and fried dough sticks were not part of the norm. Even finding a fried dough stick required a trek to Chinatown, and at this hour, nothing was available. As he rambled to himself, praising his own efforts, anyone who happened upon him might think he had lost his mind. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. Oh, who could that be? Arriving so timely? Red, he called, opening the door to reveal the unexpected sight of Natasha, with her wine-red curls and short stature, standing there with a playful smile. Hello, dear master. It has been several days since we last met, Natasha greeted, leaning against the doorframe, casting flirtatious glances at Chen Xi. For most, such a lure would render them defenseless, but Chen Xi remained unfazed, casting her a sidelong glance. What is the matter? Have you become soft? Or is it that you have pent-up frustrations threatening to overflow? Get lost. A dog's mouth cannot spit out ivory. Are you going to solve my dilemma or not? Natasha was no stranger to banter, and she wouldn't indulge him. Ahem, I fear you might cling to me, given our respective skills, Chen Xi replied, relishing the light-hearted exchange. Teasing a beautiful woman always lifted one's spirits, and his earlier frustration over missing out on Chinese cuisine dissipated. Natasha scrutinized him from head to toe, her gaze lingering on certain areas of interest, her intentions unmistakably provocative. Chen Xi, however, was no pushover. What are you staring at? Those eyes of yours 1T get you anywhere. If you want something, you 1T get it from me. Now come inside. Are you here to spy on me for Nick Fury? Chen Xi was unwilling to engage in idle chatter. Natasha's purpose was crystal clear. Upon hearing his words, her expression turned serious. Yes, Nick Fury had informed her that her cover was blown, and it made sense to shadow Chen Xi instead. She stepped inside, moving with the grace of someone at home, and Chen Xi nodded in acceptance. A double agent suited Natasha perfectly. Reflecting on her turbulent past, Natasha chuckled self-deprecatingly. It seemed she was always on the path of betrayal, joining the Red Room and betraying it, then becoming a double agent for S.H. And now she found herself betraying S.H.I.E.L.D. for Chen Xi. Chen Xi sensed the conflict and solitude within Natasha and felt a pang of sympathy for her. The journey from weakness to strength was fraught with deception and betrayal. He gently squeezed her hand, offering reassurance. Fear not. You shall never endure betrayal again. This is your final destination in life. I doubt anyone could offer you more than I can. Natasha couldn't help but laugh at his unabashed self-praise. Such confidence was rare. Indeed, you give so much that I can hardly resist. She teased, mimicking lines from a palace drama she had once seen. Well then, dear master, are you ready to commence your duties? Indeed, respected master. Natasha played along, indulging his whims, relishing the thrill of breaking taboos. Suddenly, she questioned herself. Could I possibly have some peculiar preference? Just then, number 18 and Wanda arrived, bringing with them special made outfits for Natasha. It seemed their earlier conversation had sparked excitement in number 18, who was eager to transform Natasha into something new. Chapter 91. The clone project fails. Number 18 circled around Natasha, continuously expressing admiration and occasionally stroking her chin while nodding. This behavior left Natasha feeling quite uneasy, sending chills down her spine. What do you intend to do? Natasha asked, her tone betraying her unease. You're not planning to make things difficult for me, are you? I'm not someone to be trifled with. While Natasha attempted to bolster her confidence, number 18, with a cheerful expression, replied, Hey, don't be tense. I'm just observing whether you're suitable for this role. Who on earth designed this? It's utterly outrageous. At that moment, Chen Xi could no longer bear it. Although he was also curious, he still possessed a basic sense of decorum. There needed to be an adjustment period. Ahem, Lolly, don't pressure Natasha. Why must you force her? Upon hearing Chen Xi's words, Natasha breathed a sigh of relief. This wretched woman was clearly trying to get her defeated. How tiresome. You're utterly boring. Number 18 muttered in frustration. By the way, let us discuss the matter of Jean's education. Chen Xi suddenly broached the subject, plunging them into deep contemplation. It was clear that the girl couldn't attend school. Mutants would inevitably reveal their differences, which was not beneficial for either her or others. Why not find a female teacher who graduated from a prestigious university to teach her? After all, we don't need diplomas, Wanda suggested, proposing an idea. I think that is a good idea, as long as she can teach her, came the consensus from all around. All right, in a few days, we'll find one. With that, Chen Xi agreed. The enjoyable time passed swiftly in their conversation. Lacking ingredients at home, they resorted to ordering takeout for lunch. Afterward, Chen Xi handed Natasha a card. Here is some money. This afternoon, go to the supermarket and buy plenty of ingredients to stock the fridge. From now on, you'll be cooking at home. Natasha was taken aback. Wait, are you serious? You really want me to be the housekeeper? Hey, why the days? Am I serious about making you the housekeeper? Or do you think I'm just giving you $30,000 for fun? Chen Xi's mental prowess had grown so strong that he could read her thoughts. Are you certain? You're really giving $30,000? Natasha asked incredulously, having assumed earlier that it was merely a joke to tease Nick Fury. Not realizing Chen Xi was serious. Smack! Chen Xi raised his hand and delivered a light slap. What is the matter? Do you think I'm joking? 30,000 is 30,000. You. Natasha shot him a fierce glare, though she knew better than to resort to violence. Relax, relax. It's not like you're a stranger. Chen Xi was completely oblivious to the concept of shamelessness, infuriating Natasha to the point where she felt like biting him. Looking at his carefree demeanor, one would think he owned the place. They gradually grew accustomed to this dynamic. Indeed, the power of habit was quite formidable. Jean Grey rolled her eyes as well, finding her obnoxious brother insufferable. Chen Xi, seeking a reason to escape the aggravation, swiftly departed. Umbrella Corporation's secret hive base had already cloned numerous researchers and security personnel. They were brainwashed clones who obeyed only Chen Xi's commands. At this time, Umbrella had yet to publicly recruit, conducting all operations in secrecy. The Terminator TX led the security personnel in procuring cloning culture liquid raw materials, producing as many clones as possible. However, recent issues had arisen. Perhaps it was due to the worlds being different. While the world of Resident Evil had plenty of ghost orchids, they were rather scarce in the Marvel Universe. This discrepancy had caused their progress to slow significantly as they awaited logistics from various parts of the world. Red Queen, has the cloning plan for Steve failed? Today, he had come to see what was different about the clone Steve, but upon encountering several diminutive figures from Brooklyn, he felt an acute sense of frustration. Chapter 92. The turbulence of prison. The cloning endeavor had indeed proven futile. The cunning shortcut that Chen Xi had envisioned was thoroughly obstructed. He had initially thought that if Steve could be cloned, it would herald his rise to prosperity. If even a Steve, mutated through postnatal drug interventions, could be cloned, then countless mutants, endowed with innate mutated genes, would be even more promising candidates for cloning. The prospect of limitless superpowers merging and enhancing would surely elevate him to unprecedented heights. Alas, this avenue was now closed. Fate decreed that such a flaw in the system could not be permitted. After all, if cloning were universally feasible, chaos would inevitably ensue. Chen Xi, with a dismissive curl of his lips, acknowledged the truth. There are no free lunches. Mutants, after all, are but ordinary individuals. If the cloning of mutants could not directly trigger their awakening, what purpose did it serve? It would be far more prudent to await the awakening of ordinary people. Every individual possesses latent mutant genes within the experimental base of the Celestial Group. Any one of them could potentially awaken. Unfortunately, this experiment had spiraled into chaos for the Celestial Group, birthing a race that was utterly uncontrollable. Individuals of immense power could indiscriminately slay deities. Nevertheless, mutant awakenings typically occur under extreme duress or profound psychological upheaval, making them unpredictable and rare. Chen Xi resolved to cease his relentless pursuit. Red Queen, he instructed, utilize these diminutive specimens from Brooklyn as test subjects for the Super T-virus serum. If these versions of Steve can succeed, then ordinary people may also find success, thus recycling what might otherwise be deemed waste. He pondered, recognizing the necessity of ample test subjects for the experiment. They could not be released into the world, lest they incite panic throughout New York or even the globe. Indeed, Master, the Red Queen complied, but we require a significant number of test subjects. Without a substantial data set, all efforts are futile, she added. Alice was a prime example. The T-virus was compatible solely with her genetic makeup, while others faced dire consequences. The Red Queen's insight resonated with Chen Xi, who stroked his chin in contemplation. After a brief moment of reflection, an idea blossomed in his mind. Rest assured, I will soon procure a multitude of test subjects. His plan involved the death row inmates and lifers, individuals whose crimes warranted their fates. It seemed only fitting that, as they faced their due retribution, they could also contribute to his cause. Very well, we await the Master's directive, the Red Queen affirmed. She had a plan, and the Red Queen trusted him implicitly. After all, he was the most enigmatic entity, capable of summoning her across the cosmos, truly a being of divine stature. TX. Come here for a moment. Chen Xi called to the Terminator waiting nearby. With mechanical precision, TX approached, emotionless as ever, devoid of even a hint of mirth. Unlike the T-800, who occasionally displayed a semblance of humor. Boss, do you require something? TX inquired, maintaining her stoic demeanor. Chen Xi outlined his intentions. I will visit several prisons and bring back some inmates. When you see the portal transporting these violent offenders, ensure they are contained. Should they resist, feel free to incapacitate them. Just ensure they remain alive. It will serve as a valuable test of our T-virus's regenerative capabilities. He was acutely aware that these inmates were notorious criminals, embodiments of malevolence. After all, this was America, a land where the cost of crime was alarmingly low. To earn a death sentence or life imprisonment, one must be of a particularly vile nature. Such individuals required the cold, brutal methods of a being like TX. TX nodded in acknowledgement. Understood, boss. With his orders given, Chen Xi departed, for the task of acquiring death row inmates was child's play for him. Rikers Island, aptly named, is a prison situated on a small island, housing over 12,000 offenders, including more than 800 violent criminals. It is, without question, one of the most infamous prisons globally devoid of humanity. Stabbings, murders, and assaults among inmates and guards are commonplace, often without consequence. As guards themselves engage in mutual enforcement with the prisoners, those in the know understand the unspoken rules. Among these violent offenders lie prime candidates for Chen Xi's experiments. Their robust physiques align perfectly with his requirements. Today, Rikers Island basked in a sunny ambience, exuding an air of prosperity, if only it weren't for the ongoing boxing match during yard time. The competitors were equally matched, each exuding an air of ferocity, with bloodshot eyes and sinister grins that hinted at their sadistic nature. The spectators formed a throng, their faces alight with excitement and a hint of madness, eager to join the fray themselves. The primal instincts were awakened, immersing them in a fervor that rendered them fearless and reckless. "Peter, go for the throat. Poke his eyes out," shouted one. "Come on, you're not going to kick him in the nuts? What bliss it would be to crush them." Another chimed in. "Don't just stand there. After this match, there's another one waiting. The winner gets a pack of cigarettes, a bottle of vodka. Charge forth, don't waste time." The crowd was nearly in a frenzy. The allure of a pack of cigarettes and a bottle of vodka was a temptation few could resist. Chapter 93. The entrance of Chen Xi amidst the incitement of the crowd. The atmosphere reached an exhilarating peak. With the fervor at such heights, standing idly by was no longer an option. The two desperate combatants roared, their fists colliding in a fierce clash, the moment of impact imminent. Bang! 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 In the prison, there were no extravagant theatrical displays of combat. Every strike was a brutal, visceral assault, in a relentless display of aggression. Peter launched a surprise punch aimed at Deus's midsection. Unyielding, Deus seemed impervious to pain, swiftly seizing Peter's arm with his right hand. With a powerful twist, Peter attempted to retaliate with a right hook aimed at Deus's head, only to be met with Deus's knee, which struck him forcefully in the abdomen, causing Peter to falter, a muted grunt escaping his lips. But the onslaught did not cease. Deus, relentless, followed up with an elbow strike, capitalizing on Peter's momentary distraction to slam into his chest. Splutter. A torrent of crimson blood erupted forth. The brutality of the knee and elbow strike was almost unbearable to witness, and Peter collapsed, rendered powerless, destined to fend for himself in this unforgiving environment where no one would come to his aid. Ha 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 ha. Deus laughed maniacally, a victor intoxicated by the thrill of bloodshed, his eyes gleaming with a perverse excitement. In this realm, killing was rewarded, and he reveled in it. The gathered inmates were ignited by the sudden turn of events, their fervor mounting to new heights. Shouts of encouragement erupted, a cacophony of celebration in which they seemed to cheer for nothing in particular, simply caught up in the exuberance of the moment. Deus! 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 The chants echoed, praising Deus as the butcher. Ha ha ha! Deus, my friend, don't be stingy with your cigarettes and fine wine tonight. I would gladly trade. Their voices rang out, not just calling Deus's name, but also coveting his smokes and liquor. In this place, trade was non-existent. Only the prison authorities orchestrated these inhumane bouts. The victor would be rewarded with tobacco and spirits, while the vanquished merely served to lighten the burden of the prison. Just as the crowd roared in celebration and Deus prepared to claim his spoils, a figure abruptly materialized in the center of the arena. Everyone paused, astonished. Was there dissent among them? The fervor reignited. They had not anticipated such an intriguing twist in the contest. Ha ha ha. Deus, someone dares to challenge you. Deal with him. Hey, brother, you must be mistaken. He asked the beastly butcher Deus. You don't stand a chance against him. Ha ha. No, brother. Take down this butcher. Ha ha. Deus regarded the masked figure with disdain, unable to recall any such attire within the prison. Was this individual an external aide sent to deal with them? Not far away. The prison warden was taken aback, questioning how this person had appeared so suddenly. Deg, was this your doing? He turned to his deputy, suspecting he had orchestrated it. To his surprise, the aide Deg shook his head. Boss, it wasn't me. This guy just appeared out of nowhere. Damn it. The warden cursed under his breath. How could their prison system allow such breaches? What a shoddy security system. Deg, prepare to collect the bodies. If he stormed in here unchecked. It's no one's fault but our own. The warden's voice was grim. Death was a daily occurrence in this place, and they had grown indifferent to it. At this moment, Deus, oblivious to the situation, dismissed Chen Xi entirely. He taunted, Kid, with that weak frame, you wouldn't even land a punch on me. I'll give you a chance. Kneel and bow, and I might spare your insignificant life. Ha ha, am I not merciful? His laughter echoed, relishing the power he held over others' fates. The crowd joined in, chanting fervently. Kneel, kneel. Chen Xi observed the throng of deluded individuals, their arrogance truly deserving of a harsh awakening before their demise. They were mere experimental subjects, 99 destined for failure, yet they would first endure a painful reckoning. Have you finished speaking? Once you're done, prepare to meet your end, Chen Xi replied coolly. The prisoners erupted in laughter, mocking him. Was this a jester summoned to amuse them? Yet, in the following moment, their expressions transformed as they were met with brutal reality. Chen Xi extended his hand, and the steel bars in the distance began to rise, morphing mid-air into a colossal iron cage that ensnared everyone, leaving them with no escape. The once boisterous butcher Deus found himself impaled by a spear that had emerged from nowhere, pinning him to the ground. In his final moments, the terror on his face revealed the fragility of his existence. The remaining inmates, momentarily stunned, soon erupted in horrified screams. Faced with death, their bravado shattered. They howled like frightened beasts. Those with weaker wills, trembling in fear, fell to their knees, begging for mercy. Great One, please spare us. We were wrong. We were wrong. We implore you. You are magnanimous. Let's go. With no path to salvation, they clung to the hope that perhaps, stalling for time, might summon the prison's intervention. Chen Xi merely observed their performance, knowing that even the mightiest could not save them now. The slayer would always be slain. Chapter 94. Is he a god? Imagination is splendid, yet reality is ruthlessly harsh. Chen Xi merely wishes to extend his congratulations. Hey, foolish ones, you may live for an extra minute. A chance to reflect upon your lives. Indeed, the prison authorities quickly discerned the gravity of the situation. The commotion was more terrifying than a terrorist attack. An overt prison break. Chaos erupted as the piercing sound of alarms reverberated through the prison, rousing all guards into action. Fire. Aim at that individual. No, abandon aiming, just shoot. This was a premeditated prison break, and he was a mutant. Switch to tranquilizer darts. He can manipulate metal. The warden shouted in panic. Is this Magneto? He doesn't resemble Magneto, given his age. Goodness, could there be another Magneto among mutants? If that were the case, we are doomed. Meanwhile, Chen Xi stood there, awaiting them. He intended to brazenly escort all prisoners away. He had never engaged in such exhilarating escapades before. By taking these hardened criminals, he was saving the nation an abundance of unnecessary resources. He was performing a public service. Before long, hundreds of armed soldiers were prepared, equipped with tranquilizer darts. For one cannot simply kill indiscriminately. Fire. Seeing Chen Xi standing there with utter nonchalance, the warden felt compelled to teach him a lesson. At his command, a hail of tranquilizer darts flew towards the cell in a barrage of indiscriminate fire. With a mere thought, Chen Xi enveloped himself in a transparent psychic shield. The darts struck against it, producing a resounding thud, yet proved utterly ineffective. The darts fell to the ground, powerless, but the prisoners were not so fortunate. Few escaped their fate, collapsing helplessly. What kind of ability does this fellow possess? Isn't it the power to control metal? The warden's jaw almost dropped in disbelief as he witnessed Chen Xi emerge unscathed. To ascertain Chen Xi's true capabilities, he decisively commanded, "All soldiers on my right. Switch to standard bullets and fire at will." Instantly, half the soldiers replaced their ammunition with regular bullets and aimed at Chen Xi once more. This time, Chen Xi would not hold back. Countless bullets, whether tranquilizer or standard, suspended in mid-air, frozen before the horrified eyes of the onlookers. They were so stunned that they forgot to pull the triggers, mouths agape and eyes wide with disbelief. They had heard of such phenomena, yet never witnessed it firsthand. With a gesture of his right hand, Chen Xi gently pushed all the bullets backward, watching as they returned along their original paths. A collective gasp erupted. The cries of anguish filled the air. Those fortunate enough faced only tranquilizers, while others were struck by standard bullets. The sounds of muffled impacts echoed, with some merely knocked unconscious for a few hours, others sustaining injuries, and the unfortunate few meeting dire fates. Life and death now lay by chance, the whims of fortune dictating their fates. The scene was one of widespread lamentation and despair, and the warden was not spared. He had been particularly singled out and now likely faced the specter of death. The law of the jungle was brutally simple. Within this notorious prison, the warden and all guards were remorseless killers. They indulged in perversion and rampant slaughter, with countless innocents having perished at their hands, regardless of their crimes. To eliminate them, Chen Xi remained unflinching. With a concluding clap of his hands, silence enveloped the world. Surveying the lifeless bodies of hardened criminals, Chen Xi felt no pangs of compassion. They were all deserving of their fates, their continued existence a grave insult to those whom they had wronged. In America, the death penalty is not easily imposed. Even when sentenced, one can still appeal with money and connections. Chen Xi's palms began to emanate magnetic energy, transforming steel bars into slender wires, binding the prisoners in a manner reminiscent of rice dumplings. With remarkable efficiency, he secured all the individuals, using a spatial gem to open a portal, utilizing his telekinesis to toss the bound individuals inside. On the other side, the TX personnel promptly prepared as they witnessed the portal's activation. Soon, a stream of tightly bound prisoners was ejected from the other end. Quick, reinforce them thoroughly and send them to the laboratory for experimentation. TX urgently instructed the umbrella security to arrange suitable accommodations for these prime specimens. Most prisoners would be injected with the T-virus serum while in a dazed state, a form of consolation, sparing them from feelings of fear and despair. Once injected, various adverse reactions would ensue. The remaining few were unfortunate enough to awaken as the next batch of experimental subjects for serum enhancements. As the last prisoner was transported, Chen Xi departed. Such a momentous event could not remain concealed. Within half an hour, it reverberated throughout the entirety of America. Chapter 95. What is your opinion, Captain? The New York City Hall is on the brink of chaos. Citizens are inundating the city government with calls, expressing complaints and inquiries. Such a tremendous uproar cannot possibly be concealed. Gunfire resonates from within the prison, echoing far and wide, alarming nearby residents. The entire New York City Hall is in disarray, overwhelmed by the situation. The phones are ringing off the hook, with everyone trying to get through, resulting in a perpetual busy signal. Those who cannot connect are abandoning their calls and rushing directly to the City Hall building. At this moment, Mayor Victor is pacing back and forth in his office, visibly distressed and unable to remain still. The crowd outside cannot be ignored. They're waiting for him to provide reassurance. He is at a loss as to how to calm them. Capturing the criminals? Such words cannot be uttered lightly, for they are dealing with a super mutant akin to Magneto, an impossible task to undertake casually. Governor, what shall we do? The crowd is swelling. Countless people are flocking this way. Please devise a plan. As Victor furrows his brow in concern, the office door bursts open and a flustered secretary rushes in. Drenched in sweat and anxiety, ignoring etiquette and decorum, he knows that if things go awry, their positions are at stake. Wait, let me think this through, Victor mutters, rubbing his hands together as he paces, deep in thought. Sir, there is no time left. We must act immediately. Quickly, find some excuse to redirect the issue. The secretary urges, sensing the urgency to deflect blame. Yes, evade responsibility. We must extricate ourselves, as I cannot let this affect me. Victor's eyes brighten with clarity. He realizes he cannot shoulder the blame and must pass it on to others. Resolute, he strides toward the exit, dismissing any lingering doubts. The plaza outside City Hall is teeming with people, an overwhelming sea of heads, devoid of any space to stand. Damn, these troublemakers are merely causing a ruckus. They must all be unemployed, with nothing better to do. Victor muses, observing that it is not even the weekend. The crowd consists of individuals with too much time on their hands. Some sharp-eyed individuals quickly spot Victor and his entourage, directing their ire at him. Governor, please provide us with an explanation. We deserve to live safely. Explain why Rikers Island was attacked. It is far too dangerous. Yes, we need a guarantee of our safety, shouted another. If any prisoners manage to swim to freedom, how can our safety be assured? The crowd grows increasingly agitated, with voices rising. It is evident that someone is stirring the pot, and Victor, keenly aware of the brewing unrest, refuses to let the situation escalate. He takes the secretary's megaphone and calls out, "Ladies and gentlemen, if you wish to hear my account of the situation, please settle down. Otherwise, you will hear nothing." With this single statement, the majority of the crowd gradually quiets down, while the instigators realize that they must remain inconspicuous. Seizing the moment, Victor gathers his thoughts and continues. I wish to inform you all of the precise information we have received. As you are aware, Rikers Island houses some of the most dangerous criminals. Many are notorious gang leaders and drug lords, whose subordinates orchestrated this prison break. However, our military swiftly sealed off the entire island, and after intense combat, we eliminated the terrorists. Regrettably, several of our soldiers and a few inmates lost their lives during the conflict. Victor raises his voice, casting blame upon the drug lords and gangs. Knowing full well that such figures are universally despised and thus suitable scapegoats. Yet, not everyone is willing to accept this explanation without scrutiny. Questions arise from the crowd. Governor, while your reasoning seems sound, who can assure us that no one escaped? What if they seek revenge? Yes. What if they come back to harm us? Those individuals are deranged. Governor, please assure us of our safety. Victor seethes inwardly, cursing the instigators. Once more, he raises his hand to pacify the agitated crowd and shouts. Rest assured, we can guarantee that no one has escaped from the prison. Should anyone capture a fugitive from Rikers, the city will reward them with $5 million. The promise of such a reward is compelling. Victor knows that no ordinary inmate has fled, as all the high-risk prisoners have been apprehended by mutants. Indeed, upon hearing this, the crowd's eyes light up. 5 million. With that sum, one could live comfortably for a lifetime. The throng disperses, with eager individuals heading toward Rikers Island, armed only with the hope of claiming the reward. Meanwhile, at SHIELD, the atmosphere is tense. Nick Fury glares at the satellite surveillance, recognizing that the figure in question is none other than Chen Xi. Captain, what is your take on this situation? Nick Fury inquires, glancing at the silent man beside him. Chapter 96. Captain America Steve's rebirth. The figure beside Nick Fury was none other than Steve Rogers, freshly awakened from his icy slumber. Disoriented and bewildered, Steve found himself temporarily residing under the aegis of SHIELD, and his mere presence had caused countless sleepless nights for many. Numerous official organizations were vying for his attention, for Steve's influence was immense. Securing his support was tantamount to winning public favor. However, Nick Fury, ever the cunning strategist, would never relinquish the hard-won asset that was Steve Rogers. All the would-be diplomats were promptly dismissed. SHIELD had no regard for the affiliations of any organization. While they operated under the banner of the United States, they were, in essence, a global entity, clad in his iconic stars and stripes. Steve gazed at the enigmatic figure on the screen, overwhelmed by an inner tumult. With a melancholic sigh, he pondered, how been cast aside by time? How can there exist such godlike beings in this world? In the video, Chen Xi effortlessly decimated foes, treating the hail of bullets as mere trifles. An invisible shield deflected the onslaught, and time seemed to pause at his command. Such miraculous feats shattered Steve's previously held worldview. In his era, he was deemed a Superman. Yet what did he witness now? A deity? Director Nick, do you believe I've been rendered obsolete? Is this era devoid of need for a super soldier like Steve Rogers? Steve's forlorn gaze sought an answer from Nick Fury, as if he held the key to his fate. What could Nick say? To suggest Steve was obsolete would be folly. His paramount objective was to stabilize Steve's resolve, to recruit him into SHIELD, and to harness his charisma to assemble the Avengers. Gently, he placed a reassuring hand on Steve's shoulder, saying, "Though I cannot fathom the extent of his prowess, I know his spirit pales in comparison to yours. He will not contribute to America. He will only bring it harm. You, Captain America, are the superhero that this nation and its people truly need. Strength cannot solely be measured by force. Your power lies in the profound inspiration you provide to all Americans. They require you. You can empower them. Rise, Captain Steve Rogers." Nick Fury, a master of persuasion, had ignited a fire within Steve. The people of America needed him. This revelation was sufficient for him. He had discovered his first purpose since awakening, to serve a nation. With renewed vigor, Steve sprang to his feet, his spirits soaring, and declared with fervent enthusiasm, "Rest assured, Director Fury, the super soldier Steve Rogers comprehends his mission." Excellent. Nick Fury's face broke into an expansive smile, his wrinkles deepening as he beamed with delight. Your resurgence is indeed a fortuitous blessing for America. Welcome back to the fold, Soldier Steve Rogers. Nick Fury saluted with solemnity, and this simple affirmation firmly anchored Steve in their ranks. Overwhelmed with emotion, tears welled in Steve's eyes as he felt transported back to the fervent days of yore. He returned the salute with fervor, shouting, "Yes, sir." Steve's formal induction filled Nick Fury with a sense of fulfillment. Every sacrifice had borne fruit. Regarding Chen Xi's intentions, he could only observe discreetly for now, pondering whether a summons for Carol was imminent. Regaining his composure, Nick Fury addressed Steve, "Captain, please take some time to rest. I will have Sharon Carter accompany you to help you acclimate to this new era." Sharon Carter? Carter? Steve's mind raced. Is Peggy Carter still alive? Anxiety gripped him as he queried, "What is the relationship between Sharon Carter and Peggy? Is Peggy alive?" Nick Fury chuckled. "You are correct. Sharon Carter is Peggy Carter's niece. And yes, Peggy is very much alive. You should meet her. I suspect she will be overjoyed to see you." "Is that true?" Steve's eyes widened, his excitement palpable. "Absolutely." Nick Fury affirmed with a nod. "Wonderful. I must find her at once. I can hardly contain myself." Steve exclaimed, elated, his heart ablaze with hope. "Very well. I shall arrange that for you," Nick Fury replied, then called out, "Agent Sharon Carter, please come in." As the door swung open, a striking agent who bore a resemblance to Peggy entered. Reporting in, Agent Carter, Sharon Carter, a beautiful young woman and also one of Steve's future romantic interests, was indeed Peggy's niece. One could not help but admire Steve as fortuitous circumstances. If Chen Xi were to learn of this, he would surely feel eclipsed. Chapter 97. Chen Xi's mischief. Is the Civil War of the Avengers approaching? While Sharon Carter was escorting Steve to meet his former lover Peggy Carter, Chen Xi was far from idle. Every move of SHIELD was under the watchful gaze of the Red Queen, including the surveillance cameras and audio devices in Nick Fury's office, which served as tools for monitoring him. The Master had just detected that Nick Fury had sent Steve to Peggy Carter, successfully winning Steve over to his side. Interestingly, Alexander Pierce had somehow gained control over Sharon Carter, employing some leverage that remained shrouded in mystery. It was likely that he threatened Sharon using Peggy's life, demonstrating the cunning of these old foxes. Their schemes were executed with remarkable finesse, drawing everyone's attention to Steve and their intentions towards him. The Red Queen intercepted all critical information from both Nick Fury and Pierce, leaving her astounded at the intensity of the internal strife. Chen Xi laughed heartily. SHIELD resembled a courtly drama, utterly captivating with its various factions taking the stage. In his estimation, Other powers were surely covertly observing every one of Steve's movements. Red Queen, please search Pierce's computer for information on the Winter Soldier, Bucky Barnes, and ascertain his location in Siberia. Since they have entered the fray, we must ensure they are thoroughly entertained. The waters must be muddied as much as possible. Otherwise, it would be a disservice to the effort he had exerted to rescue Steve. This quagmire needed to be stirred up, drawing everyone into the chaotic mix so that they could fish in troubled waters. Chen Xi stroked his chin, grinning mischievously. New York was in utter disarray. If Steve was the epicenter of the storm, why not add Bucky into the mix? An early civil war? Quite intriguing. He intended to ignite all conflicts directly. Having grown weary of waiting, no more pretense, it was time to lay his cards on the table. Let us see how Steve handles this, and how Nick Fury confronts Tony Stark. The Red Queen was swift. The entire defense system of S.H.I.L.D. was like tissue paper before her, and Pierce's private computer was equally defenseless. She pinpointed the location of a Hydra base in the northeastern direction of the Archdiocese Mountains in Siberia, at coordinates 33 degrees north and 65 degrees east. The Winter Soldier had just completed a mission and had fallen back into a dormant state. The Red Queen promptly reported the exact coordinates to Chen Xi with remarkable efficiency. Excellent, this clarifies matters, Chen Xi nodded, realizing the significance of the information. Alas, there are so few capable individuals under my command. It seems my Justice League must be established. It's rather embarrassing for the boss to handle everything personally. He pondered, feeling diminished by the necessity of doing everything himself due to a lack of competent subordinates. To elevate his standing, he needed to form a team. A mere wave of his hand should summon countless followers to rally around him, embodying the image of a true leader. Look at the likes of the Purple Yam, commanding the Black Order and an army of Chitauri, exuding prestige. With a thought, Chen Xi teleported directly to Siberia, where the October chill felt as frigid as winter. Curse this Hydra for their choice of location. Who would venture to such a desolate place? He surveyed the snow-covered, frigid landscape, with hardly anyone around for hundreds of miles, ensuring that he would not be detected. Red Queen, can we infiltrate the network here? Chen Xi suddenly inquired. Master, the signals have been severed. I cannot penetrate their defenses. They only connect to the network when communicating with the outside world, the Red Queen replied, her voice tinged with frustration. Oh well, it matters not. Chen Xi shrugged, unconcerned. At that moment, upon his arrival, the Hydra base had already detected his presence. The sudden appearance of an individual in such a remote location was indeed peculiar. Commander, we have an intruder outside, acting suspiciously. We are unable to ascertain his intentions. A soldier reported immediately to the command center. The base commander furrowed his brow in contemplation. Strange. It is certain he has come for us, and whatever his purpose, it cannot bode well. Send a squad to apprehend him. If we can capture him alive, do so. If not, eliminate him, he commanded decisively. Understood, Commander. The soldiers prepared to confront Chen Xi. However, before they could act, the entire base began to tremble violently. An earthquake? What is happening? This is not a seismic zone. No. The structure is deforming. Oh no. Help! Help! The metal is shifting. It's a mutant. We have never had any grievances with mutants. Why is this happening? In an instant, chaos erupted within the Hydra base. As everyone screamed in terror, frantically fleeing down the corridors, desperate to escape before it was too late, cursing their parents for not giving them more legs. Chapter 98. At this moment, his voice echoed across the world. The beams of the Hydra base were collapsing, and the distinction between earth and stone blurred in the ensuing chaos. The entire facility was seemingly disintegrating. Every room was succumbing to ruin, as massive stones and concrete rained down without restraint upon desks and various instruments. It was as though the base had been struck by a violent earthquake, uprooted entirely by Chen Xi's terrifying magnetic force. Countless Hydra soldiers, along with their management and squad leaders, either perished or fled in desperation. But where could they escape? The elevators and corridors had been destroyed. The base was now a scene of utter devastation, with remnants of walls and debris in every direction. The once imposing and bustling environment had vanished, leaving nothing but ruins. Chen Xi stood tall amidst the wreckage, a terrifying magnetic energy erupting from his palms. This intangible force seemed to emanate from a judgment of death, gripping the already decimated Hydra base with a fierce hold. Then, with a piercing gaze, he commanded, "Rise." His deep voice resonated like a final decree, and as he raised his hand, a magnetic storm engulfed the base, causing it to slowly ascend as if in defiance of gravity. Boom! Boom! The mountains trembled as though bombarded by an array of super missiles, erupting into chaos. Dust billowed into the sky, and the tremendous noise reverberated for miles, startling residents within a radius of several hundred kilometers and alarming the military forces throughout the Russian territory. With his right hand grasping the mountains and his legs pushing against the sky, Chen Xi soared through the air, holding the 7 to 8 kilometer long mountain range effortlessly, all while being watched by numerous satellites and horrified eyes. They were utterly bewildered, many rendered speechless, their expressions a mix of terror and silence. Was this still human? No, it was beyond human capability. As Chen Xi cradled the mountain range, surveying the world with disdain, he presented a mythic spectacle to the onlookers. Upon reaching the nearby plains, he left them in awe, for as he flew, people were seen plummeting from the mountains, their fates uncertain. This was especially true for the Russians. Their defense minister, with a look of horror, felt a chill of dread. They witnessed that those who fell to their deaths were soldiers clad in Hydra insignia. What a bitter irony it was that their greatest adversary lay hidden within their own territory, completely oblivious to their presence. Had it not been for Chen Xi extracting them from the mountains, they might have remained ignorant forever. The thought of such an enemy lurking within their land, capable of detonating an atomic bomb at any moment, was terrifying. As the realization sank in, cold sweat trickled down his back, and beads of perspiration formed on his forehead. This was too dreadful. Thank God. Thank that Eastern deity, for he has saved countless Russian citizens. The defense minister muttered, wiping the sweat from his brow. Suddenly, his gaze hardened, a murderous intent igniting within him. Send word immediately. Deploy metal detectors and life sensors across all mountains and wastelands nationwide. I refuse to believe that if we find one Hydra base, there aren't 2, 3, or even 10 more. Our country is rife with barren mountains, and these rats are cunningly concealed. The defense minister issued his orders decisively, stating that regardless of the duration or resources required for this operation, it must be executed. National security and the safety of the people supersede all else. The messenger bellowed Yura as he commenced notifying the stationed military across the land. Simultaneously, the high-ranking officials of the United States, bitter enemies of Hydra, were equally stunned. Their victory from decades ago had been a fade. Their adversaries were now very much alive. The barbaric uprooting of the Hydra base by Chen Xi was akin to a resounding slap across their faces, painfully inflating their egos with humiliation. For half a century, their honors had been built on deception, their actions ridiculed in secret by Hydra countless times. Now, it was laid bare before the world, leaving them utterly disgraced. The Secretary of State, consumed by rage, shouted vehemently, "Damn it! Damn Hydra! A wretched scourge that refuses to vanish. Send orders to scour every mountain, desert, and wasteland across America. These creatures of darkness are certainly not confined to Russian territory. They must be lurking here as well." The video conference in the parliament was swiftly convened, the speed leaving everyone astounded. This was their shame, and it must be cleansed with blood. At this moment, the world's leaders were fixated on Chen Xi's next actions, each movement stirring the hearts of nations. Would he be the harbinger of destruction? Or would he exact revenge? Would he annihilate Hydra in the name of justice? Or seek vengeance against them? The notion that he was merely a villain driven by ambition or a madman intent on destruction was met with skepticism. If he sought chaos or terror, would he have waited for this moment? The answer was a resounding no. Minutes later, Chen Xi reached an even more desolate expanse of permafrost, a place where no innocents would be harmed. He hurled the Hydra base downwards, ensuring a close encounter with the earth. Boom! An earth-shattering sound echoed, shaking the ground for miles around. Even the frozen soil, firm as it was, yielded to create a 2-meter-deep crater. All Hydra soldiers within the base were crushed to death. And in Chen Xi's perception, only the Winter Soldier clung to a pillar, miraculously surviving. Chapter 99. Chen Xi. Call me Thunderstrike at this moment. The entire upper echelon of humanity was fixated on what Chen Xi was about to do next, and what he aimed to achieve. The audacious act of uprooting the Hydra base was no trifling matter. What could his true intentions be? Everyone watched him intently, holding their breath, eyes wide open, fearful of missing a pivotal moment. Suspended in midair, Chen Xi immediately sensed the location of the Winter Soldier, Bucky, through telepathy. In his mind's eye, Bucky wore a bewildered expression, clinging desperately to a concrete pillar. It must be said that this fellow's reflexes were indeed impressive. Upon feeling himself lift off the ground, he instinctively grasped the nearest column, anticipating a fall, albeit unaware of the circumstances at play. To lift an entire base along with a mountain into the air, was that even within the realm of human capability? He quickly dismissed any notion of human intervention, suspecting instead the involvement of a national apparatus. Seeing Bucky in such a state, Chen Xi couldn't help but chuckle. Was this truly the Winter Soldier, devoid of consciousness and merely obedient to orders? He appeared more akin to a bumbling giant, and it was utterly hilarious. Chen Xi nearly doubled over in laughter. In an instant, Chen Xi reappeared above the base, unleashing a terrifying magnetic storm from his palms, swirling it around the base below, then yanking it upward with tremendous force. The entire structure erupted in a cataclysmic explosion, revealing everything to the onlookers. They discovered that the base was astonishingly vast, occupying the entirety of a fractured mountain range spanning 7 to 8 kilometers. Shattered instruments, scattered weapons and ammunition, and a dizzying array of supplies painted the scene of a small city. It was evident how long they had operated in secrecy. The hidden resilience of Hydra sent chills down their spines. The lurking serpent was indeed the deadliest of threats, having fully embraced its serpentine nature. Exchanging glances, they all recognized the shared emotion of dread in each other's eyes. Hydra had concealed itself too well. Chen Xi teleported directly to Bucky's location, ready to escort him away, achieving his objective. "Hey, Bucky, come with me. I'll take you to see your old friend, Steve Rogers," Chen Xi said with a cheerful grin, only to be met with silence as Bucky, without uttering a word, launched a punch at him, a true embodiment of a man of few words. Yet, with his mechanical arm possessing 4 tons of force, a strike from him would indeed be quite painful. With a thud, Bucky's metallic arm slammed against an invisible wall, proving utterly ineffective. "Well, it appears my courtesy has gone unappreciated. If that's the case, let us proceed according to a different approach." As a cold smile crept across Chen Xi's face, Bucky prepared to strike again, but his mechanical arm began to contort. Crack! Crack! Within 3 seconds, Bucky howled in agony as his arm twisted and broke free from its connectors, the pain searing deep within, akin to having one's arm wrenched off. The nerves connected, and the torment of having his arm spun 360 degrees before being wrenched apart was unbearable. Bucky collapsed in anguish, clutching his severed arm, howling in despair. The intense pain shattered Hydra's brainwashing, awakening him from his stupor. It hurts! It hurts! Who am I? Where am I? Who are you?" Bucky cried out, his mind struggling to process the flood of information, but at least he regained consciousness. "I remember. I'm Bucky Barnes, captured by Hydra for experimentation." He finally recalled his identity. He had been taken. "And who are you?" he asked, momentarily alleviating his suffering as he gazed at the sole other living being amidst the ruins. "Chen Xi, you need not concern yourself with my identity. Simply know that I am the Good Samaritan here to save you. Your arm is severely injured and requires immediate treatment. I will take you to Steve Rogers, who can care for you." Chen Xi spoke with feigned earnestness, leaving Bucky in a daze. Indeed, Bucky believed the power of suggestion proved remarkably effective. It worked wonders on the uninformed. When Chen Xi mentioned knowing Steve, Bucky instantly trusted him. If he knew Steve, then surely he was safe. Without hesitation, Bucky nodded in agreement. "Thank you. You're truly a good person. I'm not even sure how long I've been unconscious. I have no memories of that time. Not all. Let us go. Chen Xi waved his hand dismissively, exuding generosity. Uh-huh. I'll find a way to repay you someday, Bucky murmured, still pained, but grateful to have met such a kind soul. Struggling to his feet, he tore off his clothing, gritting his teeth as he attempted to staunch the bleeding and made his way out. Noticing Chen Xi standing still, Bucky couldn't help but turn back and ask, "Why aren't you coming? This is Hydra-S base. It's dangerous everywhere." Chen Xi shook his head. "I have a better way." "What?" Bucky asked, but before he could finish, a dizzying blue light enveloped him, and he found himself outside a quaint little villa. Bucky was nearly terrified, thinking he must have been unconscious for far too long. Had technology advanced to such heights? His eyes widened in shock as he stared at Chen Xi. Stammering, "What is going on? High technology?" Chen Xi nodded. "Close enough. Consider it high technology." "Steve is inside. Aren't you going in?" Bucky inquired, puzzled. "No. I'll stay out here." "Okay. May I know your name?" Bucky asked, curious about this remarkable person in such an era. "Please call me Thunderstrike," Chen Xi declared before vanishing without a trace. Chapter 100. Bucky's Severed Arm, Steve's Madness? "I remember," Bucky murmured softly as he gazed at the empty air before him. He turned to survey the villa in front of him. Its modern style bore some resemblance to what he once knew. It was hardly superior to the architecture of his own era. This design, he mused, had likely not been in existence for long. The thought felt surreal, and he recalled the high-tech marvels that Chen Xi had spoken of, realizing how foolish he had been to believe such fanciful tales. After all, everyone harbors their own secrets. If he chose not to share, there must be a reason. Taking a deep breath, Bucky attempted to ease the grimace etched upon his face, striving to appear somewhat normal. Ding dong, ding dong. He approached and pressed the doorbell, his breathing quickening with every passing moment. It had been years since he had lost track of time. He had assumed that his capture would lead to death. Who could have envisioned that he would reunite with his brother after all these years? A mix of anxiety and excitement coursed through him, and he inhaled deeply, trying to calm himself. At that moment, the door swung open, revealing Sharon Carter, who stepped outside. She was momentarily taken aback by the sight of the battered and bloodied figure before her. Who is this? A terrorist attack? A gang revenge? Was he here seeking refuge? Sharon's imagination raced, as is the nature of women, conjuring various scenarios. She gazed at Bucky with confusion, asking, "What on earth happened to you? Are you being pursued?" "Pursued?" Bucky paused, then glanced down, realizing that he indeed resembled someone on the run. His attire, his disheveled hair, the bloodstains. He fit the profile perfectly. But now was not the time for idle thoughts. He looked at the girl before him, perplexed. Had he come to the wrong place? "Excuse me, is this Steve Rogers' home? I am looking for him." Regardless of the circumstances, he needed to clarify. "Steve Rogers?" "Yes. Sorry, this is my Aunt Peggy Carter's house, but Steve is here as well." Upon hearing this, Sharon scrutinized him closely, a flicker of recognition crossing her face. Peggy Carter? Huh. So they truly ended up together? A classic case of lovers finally united. Bucky's heart soared with joy, his wounds momentarily forgotten. They had always believed in the bond between Steve and Peggy, and it was no surprise that they had found each other again. "You are Bucky Barnes, the Howling Commandos Bucky? Captain America's closest ally?" Sharon's astonishment was palpable, her eyes wide with disbelief. Hadn't he been presumed dead all these years? Oh my God, another one injected with the super soldier serum? Sharon quickly ushered the severely injured Bucky inside. "Steve? Steve? Auntie? Auntie? Come quickly. There's a crisis," she called out, her voice echoing as she summoned both Steve and Peggy. At this moment, Peggy was still able to move about freely. Aware of the gravity of the situation, her instincts as a super agent kicked in. She sensed something was amiss. Thus, she and Steve hastened to come outside, leaning on their canes. As their eyes met, time seemed to stand still, all six eyes locked, frozen in a moment of disbelief. After years apart, amidst the changes wrought by time, they had unexpectedly found themselves reunited. Was this not a manifestation of divine mercy? "Steve, Peggy." Bucky's mouth moved as tears welled in his eyes, his body trembling with emotion as he gazed at them. "Bucky, Bucky." Steve and Peggy echoed, equally overwhelmed. Their eyes glistened with tears, hands clasped over their mouths, incredulous at the sight of Bucky. "Oh, it is so wonderful to see you. I thought I would never have this chance again. My brother, Steve," Bucky cried, rushing into Steve's arms, fervently patting his shoulder as he expressed his elation. Steve, unable to contain his tears, embraced Bucky tightly, unable to hold back his joy. In that moment, the bond of true friendship was palpable. Peggy watched the reunion unfold, her heart swelling with happiness for them. Time had passed, and they had lost so many friends along the way. Yet this moment felt like a divine gift. Eventually, they managed to compose themselves, their gazes still brimming with emotion. Steve spoke softly. "Bucky, you must have endured great suffering." The simplicity of his words brought fresh tears to Bucky's eyes. This was his dearest brother. Steve's heart ached at the sight of Bucky's bloodied, tattered appearance, prompting tears to well anew. "It's all right. I'm still alive, aren't I?" Bucky sought to comfort Steve, but as he extended his left hand, he noticed only a ragged sleeve remained. My apologies." Bucky stared at his bloodied arm, the pain returning sharply. At that moment, Steve finally sensed something was off. He reached out to touch Bucky's sleeve, his movements slow and heavy with dread. "No, no, no." Steve's eyes widened in fury, disbelief consuming him. He could not accept that his brother had suffered such harm. "Who did this? Who? I will kill them. I will kill them. I must avenge you. How dare they hurt Bucky? How dare they?" Steve had never felt such hatred, such a murderous rage. His eyes turned crimson as he lost all semblance of reason.